Next, Lin Ye. The cold electronic synthetic voice echoed across the training ground of Jiang City No. 3 Martial High School. A faint tang of rust and sweat hung in the air, and the glaring afternoon sun was so harsh it made one's vision swim. Lin Ye stepped out from the crowd. The previously noisy line fell noticeably quieter, only for several sharp, derisive laughs to ring out a moment later. His blood key value has been stuck at the 0.7 threshold for a full half year, and this trash actually dares show up for the mock exam. I heard his family even mortgaged their house just to buy him body-tempering fluid. Tisk, what a prodigal waste. With 0.7 blood key, he can't even touch the lowest reserve threshold of 0.8. Stepping onto the testing platform is just asking to be humiliated. Lin Ye's face was expressionless, as if those jeers were nothing but wind brushing past his ears. Yet the fist hidden beneath his school uniform sleeve, clenched so hard his nails dug deep into his palm, sending a sharp stabbing pain lancing through his hand. Pain was the only thing that could keep one truly awake. In this world, martial arts led to the divine. 300 years ago, dimensional rifts had torn open primordial energy, revived, and ferocious beasts rampaged across the land. Hot weapons failed, and human civilization teetered on the brink of annihilation. On the very edge of extinction, the first awakened emerged among humanity. They drew primordial energy into their bodies, shattered the limits of flesh, tore tanks apart with their bare hands, and withstood nuclear blasts with their mere bodies, dragging mankind back from the abyss. To this day, martial artists had become the privileged class at the very pinnacle of society. In this era, if you did not become a martial artist, you would forever be an ant beneath others' feet. Lin Ye walked up to the massive obsidian testing steel. The 3-meter stone slab shimmered with a faint halo of light across its surface. It could test not only punching force but also accurately sense the tester's blood key intensity. Who? Lin Ye took a deep breath, adjusting the rhythm of his inhalations. It was a breathing secret from the school's basic body forging method, allowing him to briefly rouse that pitiful trace of blood key within his body. Quit dawdling, you're wasting everyone's time. An impatient shout sounded from behind him. The speaker was Zhang, who the class ace whose blood key value was rumored to have already broken through 0.95, only a single step away from reaching 1.0 and becoming a true quasi-martial artist. Lin Ye ignored him, his gaze was locked firmly on the black stone steel before him. Just then, an abrupt anomaly occurred. Buzz! A violent roar exploded from deep within his mind, as though a red-hot blade were being driven in and savagely stirring his brain to pulp. Agony! Lin Ye's vision went black and he almost collapsed to the ground. Ha! Look at that coward, his legs turned to jelly before he even threw a punch. Zhang, whose mocking laughter grew even more wanton. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ye forced himself to endure that soul-rending pain and snapped his eyes wide open. The world had changed. On the originally pitch-black icy testing, steely, a semi-transparent pale blue frame suddenly surfaced. Target primary primordial force sensing steel mass production model material obsidian, mixed with trace amounts of Yuan conductive copper status good weak point. At the lower left 35 centimeters, above the base a minute internal crack exists. Striking this point can trigger a 30 overflow in feedback force. What is this? Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. An illusion. No, it was far too vivid. The light frame hung in midair within his field of view, swaying ever so slightly as his gaze shifted. Before he could react, a smaller stream of data flickered into existence at the lower right of his vision, instantly converging into a translucent panel. Host Lin Ye, blood chi 0.71, sub-healthy realm, none, martial arts, basic body forging method, entry level 88, strength 72 kilograms, speed 11 milliseconds, spirit 1.5. The limit for an ordinary person is 1.0. This is my status. Lin Ye's heart pounded wildly, as if about to burst out of his chest. As a transmigrator, even if the 18 years since arriving in this world had been painfully ordinary, how could he not recognize what this was? A system. A golden finger. It had come 18 years late, but it had finally arrived. Lin Ye, if you don't test now, get off the platform. I'll mark you 0. The invigilator's voice rang out, laden with unconcealed disgust. Lin Ye jolted back to himself. He glanced at the invigilator. Above the middle-aged man's head, there also floated a line of red text: Zhao Gang, primary stage, martial artist, 3rd rank, blood chi 13. 5 weak point. His right leg once suffered a penetrating wound. Meridians are obstructed, reducing rotational flexibility by 40. It could see through the weak points of living people as well. Forcing down the surge of elation and shock in his heart, Lin Ye refocused his gaze on the testing steel before him. Lower left 35 centimeters above the base. In his vision, a red dot the size of a needle tip glowed faintly at that spot, as if luring him to strike. Force feedback overflow of 30. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, his gaze suddenly turning as sharp as a blade. If he struck anywhere else with his 0.71 blood key and 72 kilograms punch, he could at best scrape a passing score and might even become the butt of ridicule as always. But if it was that spot, Lin Ye's right foot slid half a step back, toes gripping the ground. His waist coiled with power, spine twisting like a great dragon. A strength surged from the soles of his feet straight into his fist. Ha! He let out a low shout. His fist did not swing toward the central target area of the stele, but instead smashed down at an extremely tricky angle toward that inconspicuous red point in the lower left. What is he doing? Did he miss? What trash, he can't even aim at the bullseye. Idiot! The jeers had only just begun when they were abruptly cut off. Bang! A dull thud far beyond ordinary imagination exploded across the training field. The supposedly rock-solid obsidian testing steel shuddered violently. Above it, the display screen flared red, its digits racing madly. 72 kilograms, 90 kilograms, 105 kilograms, 120 kilograms. At last the numbers froze at 128 kilograms. The entire field fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes stared wide, regarding the youth still holding his punching posture, as though he were some sort of monster. A punch force of 128 kilograms. According to the conversion formulas of the martial world, that was a result typically achieved only by quasi-martial artists whose blood key had reached around 0.9. How is that possible? Did the instrument break? Zhang, who gaped, his face filled with utter disbelief. Invigilator Zhao Gang was also stunned. He strode quickly to the stele, examining it carefully before knitting his brows. The instrument is functioning normally. He turned his head and gave Lin Ye a deep look. The disgust in his eyes had vanished, replaced by scrutiny and confusion. Lin Ye, blood key test 0.91. Only with blood key reaching 0.91 could one explode with such a level of punching force. No, that's not right. Zhao Gang stared at the blood key sensor readout beside him. Blood key reading 0.72. An uproar swept through the crowd. Blood key 0.72. Yet, he'd produced 128 kilograms of force. It defied the common sense of martial cultivation. Unless innate brute strength, or has he mastered some special power generation technique? Zhao Gang muttered to himself. Lin Ye drew back his fist, feeling the faint numbness tingling in his arm. He knew very clearly that his blood key truly was only 0.72, though that punch just now seemed to have increased it by a tiny 0.01. The only reason he had managed to strike with a 128 kilograms effect was because he had hit the structural weak point of the testing stele, causing a feedback overflow. Put simply, it was a critical hit. Teacher, does the result count? Lin Ye asked calmly, neither humble nor overbearing. Zhao Gang drew in a deep breath and nodded. It counts. Punching force is the foundation of real combat. No matter what method you use, if you can hit it, that's your ability. Next. Under the class's ghost-struck stares, Lin Ye walked off the testing platform with cool indifference. He had just rejoined the line when Zhang, who blocked his path. The burly youth's expression was so dark it seemed nearly ink black. Lin Ye, you cheated, didn't you? Zhang, who lowered his voice, a chill threaded through his tone. With that trash body of yours, how could you possibly hit numbers like that? Lin Ye lifted his eyelids and gave him a faint glance. Target Zhang, who blood chi 0.96 status, anger, jealousy, weak points, unstable lower body, old meniscus injury in left knee. When using fierce tiger fist, his right rib cage is exposed for 0.3 seconds. His weaknesses were laid bare at a glance. The quasi-martial artist Zhang, who once an unbeatable figure in Lin Ye's eyes, now looked no different from a sieve riddled with holes. Move! Lin Ye spat out the word cold and terse. You're looking for death. Zhang, who roared. As the class tyrant, when had he ever been so blatantly disregarded by a bottom feeder? He instinctively raised his hand, wanting to shove Lin Ye. The instant Zhang, whose arm moved, a red gleam flashed across Lin Ye's pupils. There it was, the opening at the right ribs. Lin Ye's body slid slightly left, almost on instinct, not only avoiding Zhang, whose hand, but letting his shoulder slip forward to collide squarely with a blind spot in Zhang, whose force. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang, who felt a strange force slam into him, his center of gravity collapsing, as he stumbled backwards several steps, nearly landing on his rear. The surroundings fell silent at once. Once could be coincidence, twice could it still be? Without so much as a glance at the discomfited Zhang, who Lin Ye walked straight through the crowd, heading for the school gate. Now that the mock exam was over, he could leave school directly. More importantly, he urgently needed to study this newly awakened eye of insight. After walking out of the gate, Lin Ye turned into a secluded alley, a shortcut home that few people usually took. Leaning against a mottled wall, he exhaled a long, turbid breath, his heart still thundering in his chest. The eye of insight can see through the weak points of objects, the weak points of people, even display detailed status panels. Lin Ye clenched his fist, savoring the solid sensation in his palm. With this ability, my cultivation speed and combat prowess will be transformed beyond recognition. In this world, resources were monopolized. For ordinary people to rise above the crowd was as hard as ascending to heaven. Only by becoming a martial artist could one obtain privileges allow one's parents, worn down by a lifetime of toil, to live well and no longer be forced to bow and scrape before others. Just then Lin Ye's ears twitched slightly. Something was wrong. The alley was too quiet. Though the place was secluded, there were usually stray cats and dogs, or the distant noise of traffic from the street. But now it was as if an invisible membrane had sealed this place off from the outside world. Killing intent. It was a subtle, ineffable feeling born of instincts honed by years of navigating cutthroat business in his past life, and by the struggle to survive in this high martial world in this life. Lin Ye quickly turned and looked toward the mouth of the alley. 3 young men in loud floral shirts, all with a hooligan air about them, were blocking the way, idly playing with gleaming knives in their hands. The one in the lead had his hair dyed yellow, a cigarette unlit between his lips, his gaze mocking as it fell on Lin Ye. "You're Lin Ye, right? Young Master Zhang sent us to loosen up your bones a bit." Young Master Zhang. Zhang who? Lin Ye's eyes chilled. So that good-for-nothing sense of revenge was this warped. Humiliated at school and immediately hiring street thugs to block him afterward. "What do you want?" Lin Ye's body tensed, quietly adjusting his footing, so that his back was to the wall, preventing an attack from behind. "Nothing much, just breaking both your legs and crippling your chi, so you can forget about ever taking the martial college exam." Yellow Hair spoke lightly, as if discussing what to eat for dinner. Cripple his chi. In this world ruled by martial might, to cripple the chi was no different from pronouncing a death sentence. Such viciousness. A cruel glint flashed through Lin Ye's eyes. Since they wanted to destroy him, he would not be soft-hearted. Target: Yellow Hair Street Punk, blood chi 0. 85 weak points. Chronic alcoholism has damaged his liver. Right abdomen is extremely sensitive. Improper knife grip makes wrist joints fragile. Target: Punk B, blood chi 0. 78 weak points. Mild astigmatism, slow reactions at night. Left ankle sprain. Target: Punk C, blood chi 0. 80 weak points. Extremely poor psychological fortitude, panics easily at the sight of blood. The 3 sets of data and their weak points unfolded before Lin Ye's eyes in an instant. All 3 of them had higher blood ki than him. In the past, Lin Ye's only options would have been to kneel and beg, or to fight desperately and be beaten half to death. There would have been no third path. But now, the corner of Lin Ye's mouth hooked into a frosty arc. In his eyes, these weren't 3 fearsome enforcers at all. They were 3 moving targets. Get him. Cripple him. Yellow Hair spat out the cigarette and growled, charging first. The knife in his hand cut a streak of cold light through the air, stabbing straight for Lin Ye's thigh. He went for a vicious opening from the very first move. With 0.85 blood ki unleashed, his speed was so great that ordinary people would see only a blur. Yet in Lin Ye's eyes, Yellow Hair's movements seemed to have been put on slow playback. Red dots. Red dots. Nothing but red dots, especially the one blazing fiercely at his right wrist. Instead of retreating, Lin Ye surged forward, dropping into a sudden crouch to barely evade the blade. At the same time, his right index and middle fingers joined as a sword, gathering every ounce of strength in his body, as he jabbed with pinpoint precision at Yellow Hair's wrist joint. That red dot was the weakest of weak points. Thud. A soft, muffled sound. Then, Aya! A shrill scream tore through the alley. Yellow Hair's knife clattered to the ground. Clutching his wrist, his face twisted into a mask of agony. With a single strike, the knife hand was crippled. What? The 2 punks behind him jolted in fright, their steps faltering involuntarily. This was the opening. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ye sprang forward like a hunting leopard, seizing the moment of their days. Target: Punk B's left ankle. His foot crashed down mercilessly on that red point. Crack. The crisp snap of breaking bone made one's teeth ache. Punk B didn't even manage a scream before his balance gave out. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling and clutching his ankle. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 were ruined. The remaining Punk C completely lost his nerve. Though his blood ki was 0.8, he usually just strutted behind Yellow Hair, bullying others under his shadow. He had never seen anything like this. What was supposed to be an easy beatdown had turned into a team wipe in the span of a breath. Wasn't this kid supposed to have only 0.7 blood key? Why were his strikes so vicious? So accurate? Don't come any closer. Punk C's knife hand was shaking. Lin Ye slowly straightened up, brushing dust from his school uniform, then walked toward him step by step. Just now you said you were going to cripple my Chi C. Lin Ye's voice was soft, but to Punk C it sounded like a devil's whisper. No. That wasn't me, it was yellow hair. It was Zhang who paid us to do it. Big bro, spare me. Please spare me. Punk C's psychological defenses collapsed, or with a clatter, he threw down his knife, dropping to his knees and kowtowing frantically. Defeated opponent with blood chi 0.85. Combat experience 10. Free attribute points 0. 1 defeated opponent with blood chi 0.78. Combat experience 8. Free attribute points 0. 1. 2 lines of faint golden text suddenly popped up before Lin Ye's eyes. His steps halted, so defeating opponents could earn attribute points as well. His breathing instantly grew heavier. If that was the case, why bother with university? If he just kept fighting his way forward, couldn't he become a god on earth? Lin Ye stared at the kneeling Punk, see a strange light flashing in his eyes. This wasn't a mere street thug. It was a walking bundle of experience. If you want me to spare you, that's possible. Lin Ye crouched down, picked up the knife from the ground, slapped it lightly against his palm, and pressed its cold edge against Punk C's cheek. Hand over everything of value on you. And go back and tell Zhang who that I've taken note of this debt. 5 minutes later, Lin Ye walked out of the alley. His pockets now held 3,000 yuan in cash. The entirety of the 3 punks' ransom money. It wasn't much, but enough for 2 bottles of low-grade bloodkey potion. More importantly, a new line had appeared on his status panel. 0.2 free attribute points. Add points. With a thought, Lin Ye unhesitatingly invested all 0.2 points into blood chi. Boom! A warm current surged through his entire body in an instant. The once parched, withered meridians felt like drought-stricken earth, suddenly blessed with sweet rain, shuddering with joy. His bones crackled like a string of firecrackers, muscles growing firmer and more powerful. The panel refreshed. Host Lin Ye, blood chi 0.71 0.91 realm, quasi-martial artist, entry level 0.91. In a single battle, he had crossed a bottleneck that countless others might struggle half a year to break, stepping directly over the threshold into the ranks of quasi-martial artists. Lin Ye clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his eyes, burning with an ambition he had never known before. There is still 1 month until the martial entrance examination. Zhang, who did you really think this was over? This is only the beginning. Lin Ye lifted his head to look at the distant Martial Dao Tower, soaring into the clouds. That building, which symbolized the highest authority in Jiang City, bathed in the radiant glow of the setting sun. One day I will stand at that highest point and look down upon all beings. The night was as dark as ink, and the neon lights stained the sky over Jiang City, a hazy, murky red. Lin Ye did not go straight home. He felt the 3,000 yuan in his pocket still warm from his body heat. Spoils of war stripped from those 3 thugs. For the Lin family, as they were now, this was not merely a large sum of money, but life-saving cash that could ease their urgent crisis. Yet Lin Ye knew very well that if he handed this money directly to his parents, at best it would cover a month's loan interest or buy a few gene of exotic beast meat to improve their meals. It would not bring any substantive change to his path of martial cultivation. In this world, only strength was hard currency. If he wanted to turn the tables in the mock martial exam a few days later, and even amaze everyone in the college entrance examination a month from now, he had to maximize the value of these 3,000 yuan. Go to the underground black market. A flash of resolve crossed Lin Ye's eyes. In a legitimate martial mall, even the most basic primary chi and blood powder cost 5,000 and required a warrior ID or student ID registration. With the little money he had, he could not even reach the threshold there. Only in the mixed and murky underground black market might he use these 3,000 yuan to unearth something truly useful. Old district of Jiang City, 3rd basement level, beneath a tube-shaped apartment block. This was the entrance to the city's largest black market, the ghost market. The air reeked of damp mold laced with the stench of cheap tobacco and blood stinging the nostrils. Lin Ye pulled the hood of his school jacket low and put on a black mask he had prepared long ago, revealing only a pair of eyes that were unnaturally calm. Even late at night, the ghost market was still bustling. Both sides of the passage were lined with stalls piled high with all sorts of bizarre items, beast bones still caked with soil, unknown herbs, and even alloy war knives with broken tips. Most stall owners were wrapped in black robes or wore ferocious masks. No one asked about a buyer's identity. The only rule here was simple. Cash for goods, no responsibility afterward. Lin Ye strolled and paused, his gaze seemingly sweeping casually over one stall after another. To outsiders, he looked like an inexperienced student wandering aimlessly. Yet in Lin Ye's field of vision, the world appeared utterly different. Item: tusk of low-level exotic beast, iron hide pig, quality inferior, severely weathered, value 50 yuan, weakness flaw, internal marrow, completely dried, unusable for alchemy. Item: damaged handwritten manual of collapsing mountain fist, completeness 35, value 200 yuan, defect, missing key diagrams on force generation and circulation. Force practice will sever the arm meridians. Item: unknown herb, true name, withered blue silver grass, efficacy weak, value 10 yuan 1. After another pop-up, windows flashed rapidly before his eyes. Lin Ye shook his head inwardly. The ghost market truly was mostly traps and scraps. After walking for so long, he had seen nothing but worthless junk or cunning merchants flogging trash as treasure. Little brother, take a look at this. This is a scarlet blood fruit, freshly brought back from the wild zone. Eat it to strengthen virility and kidneys, and it can also boost chi and blood. Only 2,000. Seeing Lin Ye pause, a stall owner with yellowed teeth immediately launched into an enthusiastic pitch, waving the dried red fruit in his hand. Lin Ye casted a glance. Item: dyed red berry, true, attributes ordinary wild fruit, non-toxic, taste sour, value 2 yuan per gene, disguise method, soaked in red phosphor solution, then air-dried, 2 yuan a gene, and I'd still find it too sour. Lin Ye tossed out the line coldly and turned away under the stall owner's stunned gaze. With the eye of insight no disguise could hide from him, this was the greatest cheat of all. Just as Lin Ye was about to head to the next alley, his steps suddenly halted. His gaze locked onto an inconspicuous corner stall to his left. The stall owner was an old man hunched in the shadows, looking half asleep. A tattered cloth lay before him, on which sat a few greasy bottles and jars, as if they had been fished out of a garbage heap. Yet Lin Ye's gaze was fixed tightly on one tiny thumb-sized glass bottle, among them its surface coated in dust. Item: contaminated, body tempering stock solution, high concentration, quality rare, defective components, high purity earth dragon blood essence, 85 industrial waste oil, 12 impurities, 3. Status: extremely unstable, value assessment, deadly poison to ordinary people. A treasure to potionists who master separation arts. Hidden information, heat to 87 degrees. Let stand for 3 minutes, then collect the upper clear layer to obtain 30 milliliters of perfect grade tempering fluid. Lin Ye's heart skipped a violent beat. Perfect grade tempering fluid. On the market, body tempering fluid was divided into defective, ordinary, superior, and perfect grades. An ordinary bottle already cost tens of thousands, while superior ones were so scarce that money alone might not buy them. As for perfect grade, it could only be refined in the labs of top pharmaceutical giants and was never sold. A single drop was enough to make low-level warriors fight over it. Perfect grade meant no pill toxins, no side effects, and 100% absorption. And here there was actually a bottle of high-concentration stock solution treated as trash, although industrial waste oil had been mixed in. The system had provided a flawless separation plan. Lin Ye drew a deep breath, forcing down the surge of excitement in his chest. He knew that, in a place like the black market, the more you desired something, the more indifferent you had to appear. He sauntered up to the stall, squatted down, casually picked up a rusted scrap of iron, glanced at it, and put it back with a shake of his head. Then he picked up that glass bottle and wiped its dusty surface with obvious distaste. This thing looks like a bottle for engine oil. How much? He asked in an offhand tone. The old man did not even lift his eyelids. In a hoarse voice he said, "That one's not sold alone. Pick any 3 items from that pile of junk for 500. 500? Why don't you just rob me?" Lin Ye cried out exaggeratedly, tossing the bottle toward the ground. "Who knows what black muck is in this broken bottle? 100, I'll take it to raise crickets." At last the old man opened one cloudy eye, giving Lin Ye's school-uniformed figure a once-over, as if weighing whether this boy was fat prey. 300. Take it or leave it, the old man said impatiently, waving his hand. 150, not a cent more. Lin Ye replied, standing up as if to leave. Even that knife seller up front is more honest than you. Fine, 150, now take it and stop blocking my business. The old man waved him off as if shooing a fly. Ecstatic inside, Lin Ye kept a look of having suffered a great loss, reluctantly pulling out 150 yuan and tossing it to the old man. He snatched up the glass bottle, stuffed it into his pocket, and walked away without looking back. He walked several hundred meters, and only after confirming no one was tailing him finally let out a long breath, his palms slick with cold sweat. 150 for a perfect grade tempering fluid worth a fortune, perhaps even priceless. This was the terrifying profit brought by the eye of data. I still need a heater and some test tubes. Lin Ye rapidly compiled a list in his mind. Since the system had given him a separation method, he had to follow it to the letter. He wandered through the black market once more, spending 200 on a simple second-hand experimental kit, and another 1,000 on auxiliary medicinal herbs and dried exotic beast meat. Of the 3,000 yuan, 1,600 remained. Time to go home. Lin Ye glanced at the time. Already 1 in the morning. His home was in the slum on the outskirts of Jiang City, also known as the shanty town. The houses here were low and crammed together, the roads narrow and filthy, home to the very bottom rung of society. Pushing open a peeling iron door, he was greeted by a familiar smell of food mingled with a faint scent of herbal medicine. Only a dim little lamp was lit in the living room. His mother Lu Lan was mending an old piece of clothing, while his father Lin Dashan sat in a wheelchair with a newspaper in hand, though his eyes were clearly unfocused. Hearing the door, both of them looked up at the same time. "Xiao Yi, you're back." Lu Lan quickly set down her sewing, a gentle smile blooming on her face. "Why so late? Hungry? I'll heat up some food for you." "No need, Mom, I already ate outside," Lin Ye said as he changed his shoes. Looking at the white strands at his mother's temples and his father's empty right trouser leg, a sharp pain pierced his heart. His father Lin Dashan had once been a grade 1 warrior with a qi and blood value of 1.5, working as a foreman on construction sites with a decent income. But 3 years ago, during a beast-tide attack, his father's legs were bitten off by an ironback wolf while he was saving a coworker, and his qi was largely crippled. From then on he was disabled, the family surviving only on welfare and his mother's mending work. It was from that moment that Lin Ye swore he would become a powerful warrior and heal his father's legs. "How did the mock exam go today?" Lin Dashan put down the newspaper and asked as if in passing, but his fingers gripping the paper had turned slightly white. He had pinned all his hopes on this son. Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. If he spoke the truth, qi and blood 0.71. It would utterly crush his parents' hopes. But now, Dad, Mom. Lin Ye walked up to his parents, took the remaining 1,600 yuan from his pocket, and placed it on the table. "This is..." Lu Lan froze. "Xiao Yi, where did you get so much money?" Lin Dashan's face also changed as he fixed Lin Ye with a stern look. "Lin Ye, our family may be poor, but we must never break the law. Is this money clean?" "Dad, what are you thinking?" Lin Ye smiled, his excuse long prepared. "This is scholarship money from the school." "Scholarship?" Lin Dashan looked at him suspiciously. "With your grades?" "Dad, my qi and blood broke through in this mock exam," Lin Ye said, straightening his back, confidence flashing in his eyes. "I'm already a Kwasa warrior now, qi and blood 0.91. "What?" Lin Dashan slammed a palm on the wheelchair armrest, nearly standing up as his voice trembled. You said how much?" 0.91. 0.91. "Absolutely true," Lin Ye nodded. "The teacher announced it on the spot and rewarded me with this money. I used the rest to buy some resources for cultivation." Though the money's origin was not so proper, calling it scholarship would at least let his parents accept it with ease. As for the qi and blood breakthrough, that was cold hard fact, not a lie. Good, good, good." Lin Dashan's face flushed with excitement, his eyes turning moist. "I knew it. I knew my son is no waste. 0.91. That's material for a top martial university." Beside him, Lu Lan wiped her tears, murmuring blessings to their ancestors. Watching his parents' excitement, Lin Ye's resolve to become stronger only hardened. This was just the beginning. "Dad, Mom, I'm tired. I'll go back to my room to cultivate." Yes, go quickly, don't delay your rest," Lin Dashan urged. Their son was now the family's most precious treasure. Back in his cramped room, Lin Ye locked the door and drew the curtains. He placed the waste oil bottle and the experimental apparatus on the table. Time to refine. Following the system's instructions, Lin Ye lit an alcohol lamp and carefully heated the glass bottle above it. There was no thermometer, but he had the eye of insight. Current liquid temperature 85 C, 86 C, 87 C. Stop heating. Lin Ye swiftly removed the flame. Standing time countdown 179 seconds. 178 seconds. 3 minutes later. Something miraculous occurred. The originally turbid pitch-black liquid separated on its own. At the bottom lay a thick black sediment reeking foully. Above it floated a layer of crystal-clear liquid like ruby, exuding a tantalizing fragrance. So this is perfect grade tempering fluid. Lin Ye used a dropper to carefully draw out the upper clear layer and transferred it into a clean test tube. There was a full 30 milliliters. One should know that a standard bottle of tempering fluid on the market was only 10 milliliters and laden with impurities. The value of this single tube started at 50,000 yuan, likely even higher. 150 for 50,000. Now that's a deal. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ye tipped back his head and downed the red liquid in one gulp. Boom! The potion hit his throat and instantly turned into a stream of scalding magma, rushing down his esophagus into his stomach, where it exploded, transforming into countless streams of heat that surged madly into his limbs and bones. Pain. Not the pain of injury, but the sour ecstasy of cells being torn apart and forcibly reassembled. What potent medicine! Lin Ye dared not slack off. He immediately assumed a stance on the floor and began cultivating the basic body tempering method. This was the Federation's universally promoted cultivation method. Though basic, it was the best way to temper the body. There were 18 movements in total. Before, Lin Ye's execution had always been somewhat clumsy, and he could barely complete 2 rounds before panting heavily. But this time, detected host is cultivating basic body tempering method. Motion correction engaged. Third move, bull's horn thrust. Left leg insufficiently bent, center of gravity too high, efficiency reduced by 20. Lower by 3 inches. Seventh move, spirit monkey grasping branch. Breathing rhythm too fast. Coordinate with movement using 3 long short breathing. The system's cold prompts were like the strictest instructor, constantly correcting every minute movement of Lin Ye's body. He grit his teeth and persisted as sweat poured down like rain. Once, twice, 5 times, 10 times. Nourished by the perfect grade potion and guided with precision by the system, Lin Ye was like a tireless machine, breaking his physical limits over and over. His chi and blood boiled and roared within him. Every muscle cheered greedily, devouring the medicinal power. He did not know how much time had passed. When Lin Ye finished the 18th round and collapsed onto the floor, the sky outside was already turning pale. Though his body was utterly exhausted, his spirit had never been so exhilarated. System display status panel. Swoosh! A translucent light screen appeared. Host Lin Ye Chi and blood 0. 91-1-05. Realm Quasi Warrior, complete warrior, unverified strength 145 kilograms, speed 13. 5 milliseconds. Spirit 1. 6 martial skill, basic body tempering method, complete 1-0-5. He had surpassed 1. According to the Martial Association's standards, a chi and blood value above 1-0 meant an official warrior. Though he had yet to visit the association for certification or receive a warrior badge, his physical qualities had already stepped solidly into that privileged class. In a single night from 0-71 to 1-0-5, if word got out, jaws would drop across the city. People might even drag him off for dissection and research. So this is the power of perfect grade potion combined with system correction. Lin Ye clenched his fists, his knuckles crackling like a string of firecrackers. There's still 1 month until the college entrance exam. Zhang Hu and all those who once looked down on me. Lin Ye walked to the window and gazed at the rising sun, a brilliant yet dangerous smile curling his lips. Are you ready to face the storm? The next morning, Lin Ye arrived at school as usual. No sooner had he stepped into the classroom than he sensed that something was off. The once noisy classroom fell abruptly silent. Every gaze turned toward him, filled with surprised doubt and a faint fear. Yesterday's punch had spread. Lin Ye. A crisp shout shattered the silence. A girl in a white training uniform with a high ponytail walked over. Her skin was fair, her figure tall and slender, and her long legs especially eye-catching. Su Qingga, the class monitor and acknowledged school beauty of Class 3, was rumored to have long since surpassed 1-0 in chi and blood. A true favored daughter of heaven. She and a bottom-ranked student like Lin Ye had almost no interaction in the past. What is it? Lin Ye asked mildly. Su Qingga frowned slightly as her beautiful eyes swept up and down Lin Ye, as if seeing this classmate for the first time. I've heard about what happened yesterday, she said coolly. Teacher Zhao says you may have grasped some special power exertion technique. But let me remind you, technique is ultimately a minor path. Chi and blood are the foundation. Don't become complacent over a momentary trick. She meant well, but in Lin Ye's ears it sounded a bit condescending. Looking down from on high, lecturing him. Thank you for the reminder, monitor. Lin Ye shrugged, casually stepping past her toward his seat. But whether something is a great path or a small path is not necessarily decided by your words. You. Su Qingga had not expected the usually taciturn Lin Ye to talk back, and was momentarily choked. Just then a commotion erupted at the classroom door. Tigerge is here. Tigerge about yesterday. Zhang Hu entered the classroom, his expression dark, flanked by 2 lackeys. After a night of rest, he looked much better, but the way he stared at Lin Ye was even more venomous. He strode straight to Lin Ye's desk and slammed both hands down heavily. Lin Ye, that punch yesterday was a sneak attack. Zhang, who ground out through his teeth. Dare to come to the martial hall and fight me fair and square. Loser kneels and calls the other grandpa, then gets out of class 3. The class exploded. A challenge with dignity on the line. Su Qingge frowned and was about to intervene when she saw Lin Ye slowly lift his head, his eyes as calm as still water. Target Zhang Hu Qi and blood 0. 98 forcibly boosted by medicine. Weakness impetuous right rib opening still present, and due to medicinal side effects Qi and blood are hollow and unstable. Fair and square. Lin Ye laughed, a trace of mockery at the corners of his mouth. Fine. Since you're so eager to kneel, I'll oblige you. But just kneeling and calling grandpa is boring. Lin Ye stood meeting Zhang, whose eyes heated. Loser puts up 10,000 yuan as medical fees. Dare. 10,000. For students that was a huge sum. Zhang, who paused, then sneered. Fine. I'm just afraid you won't be able to pay up. I want to place a bet too. Suddenly a timid voice sounded. Everyone turned. A chubby boy who had been sleeping on his desk was now holding up a bank card. I'm betting on Lin Ye to win. 5,000. The room fell dead silent. Was this fatty crazy betting on Lin Ye to beat Zhang Hu? Lin Ye also cast a surprised glance at the chubby boy. This was Wang Xiaopeng, the class's hidden rich kid, an only true optimist usually interested in nothing but eating and sleeping. Thanks. Lin Ye nodded toward Wang Xiaopeng. Let's go to the martial hall. He walked out of the classroom first. Zhang Hu snorted coldly and followed close behind. Behind them trailed a long line of students eager to watch the show. Watching Lin Ye's back, Su Qingge knit her brows tightly. He actually dared to accept. Where does his confidence come from? Could yesterday's 0.91 have been real? After a moment's hesitation, she too lifted her foot and followed. This battle would completely reshuffle the hierarchy of Class 3. The martial arts hall of the school was bustling with activity. As the most central building of Jiangcheng Third Martial Arts High School, it not only housed various high-end training equipment, but also 10 standard alloy arenas. At this moment, the area around Arena No. 7 was packed to the brim. Have you heard? Lin Ye, the bottom-ranked student of Class 3, is challenging the class bully Zhang Hu. Are you crazy? Zhang Hu's vitality is almost at 1 while Lin Ye's is only 0.7, right? Hey, I heard that Lin Ye scored 128 kilograms in punch power during a simulation exam yesterday. It seems he has awakened some kind of extraordinary strength talent. That won't help. Actual combat and target practice are two different things. Zhang, who is trained in the Tiger Fist, an entry-level martial art. Among the murmurs, most people held a mindset of watching a joke. After all, the gap in vitality was a genuine chasm. A difference of 0.2 in vitality at the lower-tier martial artist stage was akin to the difference between an adult and a primary school student. On the arena, Zhang, who removed his school jacket, revealing his solid muscles. He flexed his wrists, the joints cracking, as he disdainfully stared at Lin Ye across from him. Lin Ye, if you kneel and bow down now, I can let you off the hook for that 10,000 yuan. Zhang, who sneered, otherwise, when the time comes, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Ye casually shoved his hand into his pocket, looking nonchalant, as if he didn't take the duel seriously at all. You talk too much, Lin Ye yawned. Get on with it, in a hurry. Looking for death. Zhang, who was thoroughly enraged by Lin Ye's indifferent attitude. Boom. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the alloy arena to emit a muffled sound. He shot out like an arrow from a bow, generating a gust of wind. Tiger descends the mountain. Someone exclaimed. This was the killing move from Tiger Fist, fierce and aimed straight down the center. Zhang Hu's fists were like two tiger claws striking towards Lin Ye's chest with a roar that ripped through the air. If that punch landed, at least 3 ribs would break. So fast. Lin Ye can't dodge it. Su Qing's eyes widened. If she were facing this move, she would have to evade. However, at the center of the storm, Lin Ye stood still, not moving an inch. Scared silly, just when everyone thought Lin Ye was about to be blown away by a punch. Lin Ye moved. No, to be precise, the world in his eyes slowed down. Target Zhang, who moved Tiger Fist, Tiger Pounce, weakness, overextending, leaning forward. The left abdomen's 3-inch gap is wide open, duration 0.5 seconds. The red weak point marker appeared vividly on Zhang Hu's body like a lighthouse in the night. Too slow, Lin Ye thought with a cold smile. After his vitality broke through 1.05, his dynamic vision and neural reaction speed had already surpassed that of ordinary people. At this moment Zhang He's fierce attack, which seemed terrifying to others, was filled with flaws in Lin Ye's eyes. Just as Zhang He's fist was only 10 centimeters from Lin Ye's nose, Lin Ye sidestepped and slightly crouched. His movements were fluid, as fast as lightning. Swish! Zhang He's fist grazed past Lin Ye's ear, the wind from the punch messing up his hair. What? Zhang He's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition surging in his heart. Before he could change his move, Lin Ye's right fist shot out like a cannonball. There were no fancy moves, just the simplest, most direct, straight punch. Bang! A dull, heavy sound of flesh colliding echoed throughout the arena. Lin Ye's fist accurately struck the red point 3 inches below Zhang He's left abdomen. Ow! Zhang, who let out a pitchy scream, his face instantly turning the color of pig liver, his eyes nearly bulging out. The tremendous impact arched his body like a prawn, his feet leaving the ground as he flew backward. He flew 4 to 5 meters away before crashing heavily at the edge of the arena, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground, foaming at the mouth, lacking even the strength to get up. One punch. Just one punch. The once boisterous martial arts hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's mouths dropped open, staring blankly at the scene. What just happened? The highly anticipated Zhang, whose vitality was nearly at 1-0, couldn't even take one move from Lin Ye, and was instantly defeated. This is impossible. Su Qing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She saw it more clearly than anyone else. Lin Ye's swift movement and punch just now, whether in timing or power explosion, were nothing short of perfect. That calm demeanor didn't resemble a student with a mere 0.7 vitality. He looked more like a seasoned martial artist. Could it be? He really concealed his strength. Su Qing's heart stirred with waves of astonishment. On the arena, Lin Ye slowly retracted his fist, his expression calm, not even a hint of breathlessness. Defeated an opponent with vitality 0.98. Combat experience 15. Free attribute points 0.2. Another 0.2 attribute points in hand. Lin Ye felt secretly pleased. He walked up to the still twitching Zhang, who squatted down, extending his hand. 10,000 bank transfer or cash. Zhang, who was sweating profusely from the pain, looking at Lin Ye's icy gaze, his fear completely overshadowing his anger. This Lin Ye was terrifying. If that punch had been any lower, it would have likely ruptured his intestines. Transfer. Zhang, who trembled as he took out his phone, shakingly transferring 10,000 yuan to Lin Ye. Ding! 10,000 yuan received on Alipay. The crisp notification sound rang out prominently in the silent arena. Lin Ye stood up satisfied and scanned the crowd. Those who had mocked him just moments ago instinctively lowered their heads when they met his gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. This was the intimidation that came with strength. Is there anyone else who wishes to come up for guidance? Lin Ye asked calmly. The crowd was utterly silent. With Zhang, who defeated in one punch, who would dare step up to meet their death? Since there's no one, I'll take my leave. Lin Ye jumped off the arena and walked straight to the dumbfounded chubby boy. Wang Xiaopeng, how much did you win? Wang Xiaopeng jolted back to reality, his body quaking with excitement. Yi. Brother Yi. You're awesome. The odds were 5-1. I won 25,000. Not bad. Lin Ye patted him on the shoulder. I'll treat you to a meal later. After speaking, Lin Ye left the martial arts hall with strides under the awed gazes of everyone. After leaving the school, Lin Ye didn't linger and went straight to a herbal shop. Having money in hand, he felt more confident. This time he didn't go to the black market to hunt for bargains, but directly went to the legitimate rejuvenation hall. Though cheap, the black market required luck and could easily cause trouble. Right now, what he lacked the most was time, and what he needed was a stable supply of resources. Boss, I'll take 10 portions of the Bodus refining fluid materials. I need earth dragon blood, red rhodiola, and 10-year-old ginseng. Lin Ye skillfully rattled off a list of herbs. These were all formulas he found in the system to create enhanced body refining fluid. It had stronger efficacy than the ordinary body refining fluid on the market and was cheaper to produce. Alright, that'll be 8,000 in total. Lin Ye paid without hesitation. The 10,000 he just earned quickly dwindled to 2,000. Carrying a large bag of herbs, Lin Ye hurried home. In the next 3 days, he took sick leave from school. He locked himself in his room, hardly stepping out except to eat and use the restroom. Alchemy, cultivation, and attribute allocation. Alchemy, cultivation, and attribute allocation. In this monotonous yet frantic cycle, Lin Ye's vitality skyrocketed like a rocket. Vitality 1. 0, 5, 1. 12 vitality 1. 12, 1. 18 vitality 1. 18, 1. 25. In just 3 days his vitality surged to 125. What does this mean? Many first-year students have an average vitality of around 1.2. Lin Ye's current strength has already met the admission standards for key martial arts universities. Even more terrifying was his combat ability. With the aid of the Eye of Insight, he had cultivated the basic body refining method to the true transformation realm, mastering the use of every muscle and meridian to the peak of human biomechanics. Even without using weak point attacks relying solely on his basic qualities, he could easily overpower the Lin Ye from 3 days ago. Huff! On the 4th morning Lin Ye woke from his meditation exhaling a long white breath. The white breath like a sword lingered in the air extending over a meter. Vitality like a rainbow exhaling into a sword. This is a sign of extremely vigorous vitality. Lin Ye clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him like a raging river. Time to return to school. Today was the day for the selection of the genius class at Jiangcheng 3rd Martial Arts High School. Only students ranked in the top 50 of the entire school were eligible to participate. Once selected, not only would tuition be waived, but they would also receive priority access to the school's key resources and even qualify for early exposure to high-level martial arts. The previous Lin Ye wouldn't have dared to even dream about this, but now that spot was as good as his. Upon returning to school, Lin Ye noticeably felt the way people looked at him had changed. All curiosity and scrutiny. The video of him defeating Zhang, who in one punch had already become a hot post on the school forum. As soon as Lin Ye entered the classroom, the homeroom teacher Old Lu hurried in. Old Lu was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, usually neglecting students like Lin Ye, but these days he looked at Lin Ye as if he were a piece of unpolished jade. Lin Ye, come to the office for a moment. Old Lu waved his hand, his tone so amiable it sent shivers down one's spine. In the office, besides Old Lu, there was a young woman dressed in a tight black combat suit with a striking figure. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, flipping through some documents, the Martial Arts Association badge on her chest shining brightly. A second-tier martial artist. Lin Ye, let me introduce you. Old Lu rubbed his hands together, looking very flattering. This is our instructor from Jiangcheng Extreme Martial Arts Hall, also our school's specially invited combat mentor instructor Lu Ruyan. Lin Ye's heart stirred. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall is one of the top 3 martial arts halls in Jiangcheng, and the headmaster is said to be a high-tier master. Hello, Instructor Lu. Lin Ye greeted respectfully. Lu Ruyan set down the documents, raised her head, and her captivating peach blossom eyes swept over Lin Ye, as if trying to see through him. Vitality is reined in, and your energy and spirit are full. Not bad, stronger than what's written in the data. Lu Ruyan's red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a lazy magnetism. I heard you defeated Zhang, who with one punch 3 days ago, and your vitality was only 0.9 at that time. It was just luck, Lin Ye replied casually. Luck? Lu Ruyan chuckled lightly, and suddenly made her move without any warning. She flicked her finger and a gust of wind shot towards Lin Ye's brow like a bullet. Though she used minimal force, the speed was exceptionally fast and the angle tricky. If it were an ordinary student, even someone like Zhang, who wouldn't be able to react in time. But Lin Ye was different. Target Lu Ruyan's second-tier martial artist attack, flicking wind trajectory directly on the brow, dodge plan, tilt head, right by 3 centimeters. Lin Ye's body instinctively reacted. He tilted his head slightly. Whoosh! That gust of wind grazed his temple and struck the wall behind, leaving a dent the depth of a pinky finger. Such powerful finger strength. Lin Ye's heart tightened. If that had hit his head, he wouldn't die but would definitely suffer a concussion. Nice reaction, Lu Ruyan said, her eyes flashing with surprise. Although she had only used 20 of her strength, it wasn't something an ordinary aspiring martial artist could dodge. This Lin Ye indeed has some skill. Are you interested in joining the genius class? Lu Ruyan asked directly. I am, Lin Ye replied decisively. Good. Lu Ruyan stood up, walking towards Lin Ye, a faint floral scent wafting over her. However, the genius class only accepts monsters, not waste. If you want to get in, you have to pass my test. How do I pass? Very simple. Lu Ruyan pointed outside the window. Go to the playground and last 3 minutes under my hand. As long as you don't fall, I'll give you a special admission spot and... She paused, a playful smile curling her lips. I can be your personal instructor and teach you the real killing techniques. Killing techniques. As those 3 words left her mouth, the temperature in the office seemed to drop a few degrees. Lin Ye's pupils slightly constricted. What schools teach are all forms, merely performances. True martial arts are meant to kill enemies. This was precisely what he lacked the most. Deal. Lin Ye replied without any hesitation, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Second-tier martial artist. Just right, a perfect chance to test the results of my training these past few days. At the schoolyard, the midday sun blazed with merciless intensity. Yet hotter still was the fervor of the surrounding students. Who is that, daring to spar with instructor Lu Ruyan? Looks like Lin Ye from Class 3. Rumor has it he accepted instructor Lu's trial. Survived 3 minutes, and he earns a spot in the genius class. Is he mad? Instructor Lu is a second-rank martial artist, nicknamed Black Widow, notorious for her ruthless strikes. 3 minutes. Most students wouldn't last 3 seconds. The news spread like wildfire across campus. Within 5 minutes, the yard was ringed with spectators. Even classroom windows brimmed with eager faces. Among the crowd, Su Qingge watched with conflicted expression. As a prospective genius class candidate herself, she knew full well instructor Lu's terrifying reputation. Lin Ye, you acted too rashly, she murmured softly. At the center of the arena, instructor Lu Ruyan shed her black combat jacket, revealing a form-fitting black tank top that accentuated her breathtaking silhouette. Yet no one dared linger on her figure. The oppressive aura radiating from her was palpable, suffocating. Ready. She rotated her wrists, eyes glinting with amusement. Don't say I took advantage. I'll use only 1/10 of my strength and no martial techniques. 1/10. Lin Ye's expression hardened. Even 1/10 of a second-rank martial artist's power delivered hundreds of kilograms of explosive force. Impact would be excruciating. Begin. Lin Ye drew a deep breath and assumed the defensive stance from the foundational body cultivation method. Courageous indeed. Before the words faded, instructor Lu vanished from sight. Incredible speed. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Warning. Abnormal air disturbance. Left side. Target Lu Ruyan. Attack trajectory left, whip kick targeting waist. Impact time 0. 2 seconds. Optimal evasion, crouch right roll. Crimson system alerts flared violently across his field of vision. Lin Ye had no time to think. His body obeyed the system's command instinctively. He dropped low, then rolled rightward in a clumsy but effective somersault. Whoosh! A long, powerful leg sliced through the air, just above his scalp, cracking the atmosphere with a sharp, thunderous snap. Instructor Lu let out a soft, surprised murmur. Clearly unprepared for Lin Ye to evade her seemingly inevitable strike. Quick reflexes. Then how about this? She tapped her toes against the ground, her torso coiling like a serpent. Her sweeping kick transforming seamlessly into a devastating downward axie kick, her right leg rising high before crashing down like a war axe. This was the vicious war axe cleaving strike. A direct hit would shatter the clavicle. Warning. High energy surge. Above. Evasion impossible. Recommend parry and deflect. Weakness alert. At the instant her right leg descends her left foot. The sole support point. Briefly loses stability. Striking her left ankle will disrupt her balance. No evasion possible. Then strike where she must defend. A flash of fierce resolve ignited in Lin Ye's eyes. He did not retreat. He surged forward like a cannonball, launching himself into instructor Lu's guard, and drove his right foot hard into her supporting left ankle. A classic feint. Attack the enemy's rear to save your front. What? Instructor Lu's expression flickered. This boy was insane, daring to clash head-on with a second-rank martial artist. If she pressed her axe kick downward, Lin Ye would certainly suffer grievous injury. But her ankle would also take the full force of his kick. Though her bones might withstand fracture, the searing pain would destabilize her balance. Perhaps even humiliate her publicly. For an instructor, losing composure before students meant defeat. In a lightning flash, instructor Lu aborted her strike. Her waist twisted midair, executing an impossibly graceful backflip to evade Lin Ye's kick and land firmly on both feet. A stunned silence fell over the crowd, then erupted into chaos. No way. Did I just see Lin Ye force instructor Lu to retreat? Is this really the so-called waste with mere 0.7 kiblad? Unbelievable. That counterkick was pure genius. Su Qingge stared, wide-eyed, lips parted slightly. She knew in her heart that faced with that same move she'd have no choice but to endure the blow head-on. How had Lin Ye in that split second devised such a near-suicidal yet flawless counter? On the arena floor, instructor Lu, having landed, gazed at Lin Ye with entirely new eyes. Not as an amusing insect, but as a genuine, budding rival. Fine young man, you've got grit. She moistened her crimson lips, her fighting spirit blazing brighter than ever. That one counts as your win. But now I hold nothing back. Whoosh. This time her speed doubled, leaving afterimages in her wake. Lin Ye saw only multiple Lu Ruyans closing in from all angles. 3, 4, perhaps more. Thud, thud, thud. Dull impacts rained down like torrential hail. Lin Ye was like a lone skiff tossed upon a storm-racked sea. Battered, unmoored, yet somehow still upright. Left shoulder. Evade. Right abdomen. Block. Back. Lunge forward. Streams of system data cascaded across his vision like a waterfall. His mind raced at breakneck pace, his body, pushed beyond its limits, performed maneuvers that defied belief. Pain. Though most blows missed vital points, even glancing strikes stung like lashes from an iron whip. 1 minute, 2 minutes. His uniform hung in tatters, bruises bloomed across his frame. A thin line of blood traced his lower lip. Yet he remained standing. His gaze stayed eerily calm, growing sharper, brighter even as the punishment mounted. He was adapting. He was learning by observation. With the aid of his insightful eye, every nuance of Instructor Lu's power generation, every micromovement was deconstructed into fundamental data, etched permanently into his memory. High-tier footwork detected dragonflow steps. Analysis progress 12. Combat technique detected silk entangling hands. Power generation analysis 25. Is this boy a monster? Instructor Lu grew increasingly unsettled. At first Lin Ye had barely escaped by rolling desperately across the ground. Now he evaded attacks with minimal precise adjustments. A slight tilt of the shoulder, a subtle shift of the torso, minimizing damage while occasionally landing sharp telling counters. Such monstrous learning capacity and battle intuition were unheard of. 10 seconds remaining. Her voice dropped low. Her aura shifted abruptly. If you withstand this final strike, you pass. Boom. Her ki-blood surged. Still restrained to 1/10, yet the pressure intensified tenfold. Her fingers curled into claws, shrieking through the air as they lunged straight for Lin Ye's throat. This strike moved at the absolute limit of speed. Even old Lu at the edge of the arena cried out, "Ruyin, hold back." Lin Ye's pupils constricted violently. Deadly technique warning. No evasion possible. No block possible. Only path to survival. Time seemed to freeze. Lin Ye stared at the rapidly expanding claw. Only one option flashed in his mind. It was a gamble with death. All in. He did not retreat. In fact, he stepped forward, deliberately exposing his chest. Simultaneously, his hands clamped down like iron vices onto her wrists, and his legs drove hard, pulling her off balance as he threw himself backward with all his might. A self-sacrificial technique. The rabbit's kick against the eagle. Thud. Her fingertips tore through his shirt, leaving 5 crimson furrows across his chest. Yet the immense momentum she generated was now turned against her. She pitched forward, losing control of her center of gravity. At the instant both were about to collapse, Lin Ye used the impact of falling to drive both legs upward, launching a brutal explosive kick into her lower abdomen, sending her flying backward. Thump. Lin Ye crashed heavily onto the ground, dazed and reeling. Instructor Lu executed a flawless midair somersault before landing with elegant poise. Yet everyone present understood. If this had been Mortal Kombat, though she might have killed Lin Ye, she would have been hurled off balance and vulnerable to follow-up strikes. For a second-rank martial artist, that constituted defeat. Beep. The stopwatch reached 0. 3 minutes had passed. A beat of utter silence. Then thunderous applause and cheers erupted like a storm. He actually held on. Incredible. That final desperate counter. It was absolutely electrifying. Lin Ye. Lin Ye. Someone began chanting his name. And soon the entire yard echoed with the resonant cry, Lin Ye. Lin Ye lay sprawled on the ground, gasping raggedly. His chest burned fiercely, but at the corner of his mouth a broad, exhilarated smile bloomed. Exhilarating, this intoxicating dance on the razor's edge of life and death. That was the martial path he craved. A slender, elegant hand extended toward him. He looked up, to meet Instructor Lu Ruyin's refined features now alight with undisguised admiration. "Rise, prodigy," she said, smiling. "Welcome to the genius class." In the infirmary, Lin Ye sat bare-chested while Instructor Lu applied a specially formulated medicinal wine to the bruises across his back. Any male student who witnessed the scene would surely have seethed with envy. "Oof, lighter." Lin Ye winced, grimacing. "Bear it. This is the Ultimate Path Martial Arts Academy's secret trauma liniment. Stimulates blood flow, disperses bruising, and strengthens the dermal layer." She gave him a light, exasperated pat. "Weren't you stoic moments ago?" "That was for show. Now there's no audience," Lin Ye replied honestly. Instructor Lu chuckled. "You're refreshingly candid, boy." After treating his wounds, she tossed Lin Ye a golden card. "What's this?" He turned it over. 2 characters gleamed: Ultimate Path. A Tier 1 VIP card from the Ultimate Path Martial Arts Academy. It grants 1 million credits, redeemable for any internal resource. And with this card, you may freely access the Academy's gravity training chamber. 1 million. Lin Ye's hand trembled slightly. Now this was real patronage. This is the resource allocation granted to genius class recruits by the school. I expedited your application. Instructor Liu spoke coolly. Also, given your performance today, I'll provide you with private instruction. Starting tomorrow 8 p.m. A report to the Ultimate Path Martial Arts Academy. I'll teach you that footwork and how to kill. Lin Ye gripped the golden card tightly, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Yes, instructor. Stepping out of the infirmary, Lin Ye walked with newfound confidence. 1 million credits. Access to the gravity chamber. Direct mentorship from a second-rank martial artist. His ascent had begun. Just then, a young man in a designer suit and slicked-back hair blocked his path. 2 burly men stood behind him, bodyguards radiating quiet authority. Lin Ye. The young man surveyed him with innate, effortless superiority. And you are? Lin Ye frowned. Zhao Tianyu, student council president and class leader of the genius class. He raised a single finger, wagging it lightly. I'm here to inform you, though Instructor Liu has recruited you, the genius class operates by its own rules. What rules? Might makes right, Zhao Tianyu sneered. Next Monday is our internal ranking match. Per regulation, newcomers must accept challenges from seniors. And if I lose, you forfeit that 1 million credit card, and you're expelled from the genius class. Oh! Lin Ye arched a brow. And if I win? Win? Zhao Tianyu laughed as if hearing a joke. You think beating Zhang Hu, the weakling, and surviving 3 minutes under Instructor Liu makes you strong? He leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. Let me tell you a secret. My Kiblood stands at 1, 4, and I rank only 3rd in the genius class. 1, 4. A faint ripple stirred within Lin Ye. No wonder the genius class teemed with hidden tigers and lurking dragons. Yet his face betrayed no fear, only a dazzling white-toothed grin. Excellent. I love fighting strong opponents, because stronger foes yield greater experience. Zhao Tianyu paused, confused by the term experience, yet unmistakably sensing the challenge embedded in Lin Ye's words. Very well. I hope next Monday your bones prove as unyielding as your tongue. He snorted coldly and strode away, flanked by his guards. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Ye's vision flickered with translucent data. Target Zhao Tianyu. Kiblood 1, 42. Rank first rank martial artist senior. Weakness: over-reliance on family-style leg techniques. Lower body stable, but upper body defense is notably vulnerable, especially the left shoulder, which bears an old injury causing a 0.1 second hesitation during power generation. 1. For aha. Lin Ye rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Looks like I'll need to spend this 1 million very wisely. Next Monday, 5 days remain. 5 days to close the gap from 1.25 to 1.4 or surpass it entirely. To others, such a leap was fantasy. But for Lin Ye, armed with the insightful eye and 1 million credits, anything was possible. Let's go. Ultimate Path Martial Arts Academy. Time to spend. Lin Ye swept his arm forward and strode confidently toward the school gates. This time he would forge his body into a true weapon of war. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Jiangcheng Branch. This magnificent building, covering dozens of acres, resembles a colossal steel beast looming in the city center. Constructed entirely of high-strength explosion-proof glass and alloys, it refracts a cold technological aura under the sunlight. Lin Ye stood in the hall of the Martial Arts Center, gazing at the 20-meter-high dome above him, and the martial artists bustling around, feeling a surge of admiration in his heart. This is the world of martial artists. Everyone in the hall exuded vitality, their movements creating a vigorous wind. Occasionally he would see powerful figures passing by adorned with 3rd grade or even 4th grade badges on their chests, and the crowd would instinctively part their eyes, filled with awe. Lin Ye approached the front desk and pulled out a golden VIP card. I would like to apply for access to the gravity training room, and also I want to exchange the resources listed on this card. He handed a pre-written list to the receptionist. The receptionist, who had been casually manicuring her nails, suddenly tensed upon seeing the golden card. She straightened up instantly, her face breaking into a professionally sweet smile. Esteemed VIP member, hello. Please wait a moment. I will process your request immediately. She took the list with both hands, and after a quick glance her hands couldn't help but tremble. 10 portions of the essence blood from the 3rd grade alien beast iron armored rhinoceros. 3 stalks of the century-old purple sun ginseng, a box of high-energy nutrient solution military version. This, sir, the total for these resources is approximately 800,000. Are you sure you want to exchange for all of them? The receptionist couldn't help but confirm again. These resources are typically used by second or even third-grade martial artists to break through. Can a boy who still looks like a high school student handle this? Confirmed. Lin Ye nodded. Also, please provide me with the highest specification single gravity room for 3 days. 3 days. Oh, the receptionist exclaimed, sir, the starting multiplier for the high-spec gravity room is 2 times gravity. Staying in there for long periods can exert pressure on your internal organs. In a hurry, Lin Ye interrupted her. Just do it. Understood. The receptionist did not dare to say more and quickly processed the paperwork. Moments later, Lin Ye carried a large box of resources and swiped his card to enter a gravity training room, numbered 007. As the heavy alloy door slowly closed, the external noise was completely cut off. The room was a closed space of about 50 square meters with walls made of a special silver metal. System initiate data analysis. Lin Ye did not rush to activate the gravity, but instead surveyed his surroundings. Environment: high-level gravity training room, gravity generator, functional, current gravity 1.0 standard. Environmental boost: the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is 3 times that of the outside world. Training recommendation: the host's current physical strength can withstand a maximum of 2.8 times gravity. It is advisable to start with 2.0 times for warm-up. 2.8 times. Lin Ye walked to the control panel and directly entered the command gravity multiplier 2.0. Buzz. The air seemed to freeze instantly. An invisible pressure surged from all directions, pressing down on Lin Ye. His shoulders sank, knees slightly bent, and every bone in his body creaked under the strain. Blood flow slowed, his heartbeats became labored, and even breathing became difficult. This is 2 times gravity. It's like carrying someone equal to his own weight while moving, and this pressure affects every inch of muscle, every blood vessel, and even every single cell. Refreshing. Lin Ye did not retreat. Instead, a hint of fervor appeared on his face. Under this pressure, he could distinctly feel every cell in his body crying out, protesting, yet also awakening. Let's begin. Lin Ye opened the box of high-energy nutrient solution and downed a bottle like it was water. This military-grade nutrient solution was worth 50,000 for a single bottle containing terrifying energy. Normally, consuming 1 bottle would probably make an ordinary person have a nosebleed for 3 days. Yet, under the pressure of 2 times gravity, his bogus craving for energy reached its peak. Boom! The energy exploded in his abdomen, and before it could scatter chaotically, it was ravenously consumed by the thirsty cells throughout his body. Lin Ye immediately assumed the stance of the basic body refinement technique. First move, second move. Under 2 times gravity, the difficulty of each movement escalated exponentially. Sweat began to seep through his skin, immediately dripping to the floor due to gravity forming a line. Movement precision: 99 muscle fibers tearing. Undergoing repair. Strengthening. Vitality slightly increased. Data streams flickered wildly before his eyes. Lin Ye completely immersed himself in this torturous training. When tired, he drank the nutrient solution. When hungry, he ate alien beast jerky. When sleepy, he rested in the gravity room's relaxation area. 1 times gravity for a while, then woke up to continue. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ye arrived on time at Lu Ruoyan's exclusive training ground. You're here. Lu Ruoyan still wore her tight combat uniform, holding a teaching rod, her gaze sharp. I heard you spent the entire afternoon in the gravity room. What multiplier did you set? 2.5 times, Lin Ye answered honestly. After adapting to 2 times in the afternoon, he increased it by 0.5. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lu Ruoyan's eyes, but was quickly concealed. Not bad, barely counts as a man. Today, I'll teach you the footwork. The swimming dragon step. Watch closely. I will demonstrate 3 times. Whoosh! Lu Ruoyan's figure instantly transformed into a blur, weaving through the plum blossom stakes like a dragon swimming through water, erratic and impossible to track. Lin Ye's eyes widened, fixated on her every movement. Detected: high-level footwork, swimming dragon step, motion capture in progress. Model being established. Key PowerPoints analysis: energy erupts from the Yongquan point on the soles combined with waist rotation to generate centrifugal force. Weakness flaw: there is a 0.5-second center of gravity pause during the turn. Did you understand? After demonstrating 3 times, Lu Ruoyan paused, a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead. Almost. Lu Ruoyan laughed in anger. This is a profound footwork. An ordinary person might take a month to grasp it, and you say you understand after watching 3 times. Fine, show me a performance. Lin Ye wasted no words and directly jumped onto the plum blossom stakes. Taking a deep breath, he infused his chi into his legs. Move. Whoosh. Lin Ye's figure shot out suddenly. Although his movements were somewhat stiff and lacked the fluidity of Lu Ruoyan, the trajectory and power points were surprisingly identical to her prior demonstration. In fact, at a certain moment during the turn, Lin Ye instinctively made a slight adjustment, eliminating that 0.5-second pause. Lu Ruoyan's smile froze on her face, and her teaching rod nearly slipped from her hand. Is this what genius looks like? She had assumed Lin Ye was merely intuitive in battle, but never expected his comprehension to be so extraordinary. Entering with a single demonstration. Continue. Don't stop. Lu Ruoyan snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Since you learn so quickly, you won't be sleeping tonight. I want to train you until you master this footwork. In the next 3 days, Lin Ye resembled an indefatigable machine. By day, he frantically consumed drugs and lifted weights in the gravity room, pushing his physical limits. By night, he was relentlessly tortured under Lu Ruoyan's guidance, honing his combat skills. Pain. Of course it was painful. Every time his muscles tore, every time his chi surged through his veins, the burning sensation made him wish for death. But every time he saw the numbers flashing on the panel, that sense of accomplishment overwhelmed everything. Vitality 1. 25 1. 32 Vitality 1. 32 1. 40 Vitality 1. 41. 48. On the third night. Gravity room. At this moment, the gravity multiplier had been set to a terrifying 3.0 times. Lin Ye stood bare-chested, his muscles like forged steel, distinct and emanating a fierce aura. In front of him lay the last portion of iron-armored rhinoceros essence blood. Just one last step. Once I absorb this essence blood, I will break through to 1.5. 1.5 is a threshold for low-tier martial artists. Crossing it means chi and blood will surge like mercury, strength will dramatically increase, and the chi-blood barrier effect can be produced. Lin Ye tilted his head back and swallowed the thick, bloody liquid. Boom! The violent energy exploded within him like a frenzied rhinoceros rampaging through his veins. Suppress it for me. Lin Ye roared, fully concentrating on operating the basic body refinement technique, channeling this wild power to scour his already resilient meridians. Crack! Bones thundered and blood surged. A faint red glow began to shimmer on Lin Ye's skin surface. That was the sign of overflowing chi and blood. Uncertain how much time passed. With a sound resembling the breaking of a lock, that wild energy was finally tamed and obediently integrated into his limbs and bones. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shooting forth. Host Lin Ye, Vitality 1. 51 Realm, 1st grade martial artist, senior strength, 280 kilograms, speed 22 milliseconds, martial skills, basic body refinement technique, perfect swimming, dragon step, minor completion. It worked. Vitality 1. 51. 3 days costing $1 million, coupled with relentless practice day and night. He finally stood at the same height as Zhao Tianyu, even higher, because Zhao Tianyu's 1.4 was built on time, while his 1.5 was forged through perfect potions and extreme pressure. Within the same tier, his physical strength and explosive power absolutely crushed Zhao Tianyu. Lin Ye stood up from the ground and casually turned off the gravity system. His body instantly felt incredibly light, as if he could float away. He glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. Monday, 7 a.m. 2 hours remained until the genius class ranking battle. I'll take a shower, have breakfast, and then... Lin Ye stretched his neck, a chilling smile creeping across his lips. Time to reap experience. The training facility dedicated to the genius class. It is more luxurious than the ordinary martial arts arenas outside, with the floor covered in energy-absorbing softwood, and advanced testing instruments rarely seen on the market placed around. At this moment, the atmosphere in the training hall is tense. 50 students from the genius class stand on either side, their eyes focused on the arena in the center. Today marks the monthly internal ranking battle, which will determine the allocation of resources for the next month. The higher the rank, the more points, pills, and guidance time one receives. The most eye-catching today is undoubtedly the newcomer Lin Ye, who has just entered the class, challenging the class leader Zhao Tianyu, who ranks 3rd. I heard Lin Ye has been soaking in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall these past few days. What's the use of that? Class leader Zhao has a family heritage, and his split wind leg has already reached minor success with his vital energy at an impressive 1.4. No matter how good Lin Ye's talent is, he doesn't have time to grow. What a pity he's going to be knocked out right after joining, and will also have to pay $1 million resources. That tuition fee is a bit steep. The voices of the spectators below overwhelmingly doubt Lin Ye. On the arena, Zhao Tianyu, dressed in a flashy silver combat suit, stands with his arms crossed looking down at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, I thought you wouldn't dare to show up, Zhao Tianyu sneered. You can still back out. Transfer that 1 million resources to me and apologize publicly. I can make your loss a bit more graceful. Lin Ye, wearing the ordinary training outfit issued by the school, calmly moves his ankles. You talk too much. He raises his head, his gaze indifferent. Isn't it about the law of the jungle? Let me see if your meat is tough enough. Arrogant. Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Before his words faded, Zhao Tianyu moved. Boom! The eruption of vital energy at one. For propelled him like a cannonball. He did not use his fists but kicked directly. The first move of split wind leg. Wind sweeps the clouds. His legs created a series of afterimages in the air, enveloping Lin Ye like a storm. Each kick carried a sharp howling sound that tore through the air, directly targeting Lin Ye's vital points. So fast! The students below exclaimed. Zhao Tianyu came out with everything he had, clearly wanting to defeat Lin Ye in one move and establish his authority. However, faced with the barrage of legs, Lin Ye stood still, seemingly stunned. Just as the first kick was about to hit his face, Lin Ye's pupils revealed the familiar red light frame once again. Target: Zhao Tianyu move, split wind leg, minor success, vital energy operation, left leg meridian, overload, fatal weakness, premonition of old injury recurrence. When the left shoulder sinks, the right leg's force will have a 0.15-second interruption. This is all your strength. Lin Ye's voice clearly reached Zhao Tianyu's ears. Immediately Lin Ye moved. No evasion, no retreat. He actually stepped forward to meet the storm of legs. This step, seemingly ordinary, just happened to land on the node where Zhao Tianyu's old force had exhausted and new force had yet to be generated. Dragon walking step. Hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. Swish! Lin Ye's figure shot through the dense barrage of legs like a ghost, appearing instantly at Zhao Tianyu's side. What? Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, only to feel a blur before his eyes as the target vanished. Before he could react, a hand like an iron claw had already gripped his throat. Too slow. A cold voice echoed by his ear. Lin Ye exerted force with one hand, unleashing 151 of vital energy without reservation. Boom! Zhao Tianyu felt an irresistible force surge through him, lifting him off the ground, as if Lin Ye were holding a chick. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone's expressions froze, their eyes nearly popping out. They anticipated the beginning but could not foresee the ending. This was no evenly matched battle. It was simply a father beating his son. How is this possible? Suchinga covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Zhao Tianyu has won. For a vital energy. Lin Ye. Could it be that Lin Ye has already? Zhao Tianyu, suspended in midair, struggled desperately, his legs flailing, his face turning red, filled with fear and humiliation. Let me go. Is this your law of the jungle? Lin Ye looked at him coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Since you lost, then fulfill the bet. Lin Ye flicked his wrist, throwing Zhao Tianyu out as if he were trash. Bang! Zhao Tianyu slammed heavily against the edge of the arena, rolling several times before stopping, clutching his throat, and coughing violently, utterly embarrassed. Lin Ye wins. The referee Lu Ruyan flashed a hint of brilliance in her eyes as she announced loudly. She looked at Lin Ye as if she were gazing at a rare treasure. Just 3 days ago he was at 125. And just 3 days later he could crush Zhao Tianyu at 1-4. Such a growth rate is rare even among the prodigies of the top institutions. Who else is unconvinced? Lin Ye surveyed the crowd, and wherever his gaze landed, the prideful students of the genius class avoided his eyes. With Zhao Tianyu, who ranked third, being defeated so swiftly, who would dare to challenge him? Very good. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction and walked up to Zhao Tianyu. 1 million, transfer it. Zhao Tianyu gritted his teeth, his face pale. This time he not only lost money but also lost face. From now on, his authority as the class leader in the genius class was completely shattered. Ding! 1 million transferred. Seeing the balance change, Lin Ye felt elated. With this money plus the school's monthly resource allocation, he wouldn't have to worry about resources until the college entrance examination. Lin Ye, your rank has risen to third. Lu Ruyan approached and patted Lin Ye's shoulder. However, don't get too complacent. The first place Mad Lion Lei Lai and the second place Sword Maniac Yifan are currently on missions in the wilderness area. When they return, your position may not be secure. I'll be ready anytime, Lin Ye replied with a faint smile. Additionally, there's some news to inform you. Lu Rian said seriously. Given that your strength has reached the peak of a quasi-martial artist, the school has decided to recommend you to participate in the martial artist combat assessment in 3 days. As long as you pass the assessment, you will be a registered martial artist eligible for national subsidies and can freely enter the wilderness area to hunt ferocious beasts. The martial artist combat assessment. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled. This is exactly what he had long awaited. Staying in school to spar even with a gravity chamber would ultimately limit his speed of improvement. Only through real life-and-death battles, only by hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness, can he gain more combat experience and attribute points. Those ferocious beasts in his eyes were all walking experience packs. I'll go, Lin Ye answered without hesitation. 3 days later, at the north gate of Jiang City, the military base. This is the only way to the wilderness area, heavily guarded. Heavy machine guns and laser cannons are mounted on the towering alloy city walls, their dark muzzles aimed at the endless wilderness beyond the city. Hundreds of elite students from various high schools in Jiang City gather in the square, each face showing a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Everyone listen. A scarred officer in camouflage combat uniform stood on the podium, his voice booming like thunder through the loudspeaker. Once you step through this door, you are no longer sheltered flowers but warriors. The wilderness area has no rules, the only rule is survival. Assessment content: survive for 24 hours in the abandoned town number 023 and hunt at least 3 first-level low-grade ferocious beasts, obtaining their ears as proof. The more you hunt, the higher your points. Now sign the death waiver and set off. Lin Ye signed, receiving a tactical backpack and a standard alloy combat knife. As the enormous city gates opened with a loud rumble, a wild, bloody scent rushed towards him. That was the smell of the wilderness. Go! The main force surged out of the city gates. Lin Ye did not crowd with the main force, but used dragon walking step to swiftly separate from the crowd and stealthily head towards the jungle on the side. While being in a large group is safer, there are also fewer prey and a higher chance of having the beast snatched away. He came to gain experience, not to tour. Not long after entering the jungle, rustle. A faint sound suddenly came from the bushes ahead. Lin Ye paused, instantly freezing like a hunting leopard. The Eye of Insight activated. Through the dense foliage, a faint red light frame emerged. Target: iron-skinned wild boar, first-level low-grade status, hungry, frenzied, weakness, the white spot below the neck, the weakest defense, and its eyesight is extremely poor while its hearing is exceptionally sensitive. Lin Ye held his breath and silently drew his combat knife. This was a wild boar nearly 2 meters long, covered in black scales, with 2 tusks sharp as daggers. If an ordinary quasi-martial artist encountered it, they would likely have to expend considerable effort and might even get injured. But in Lin Ye's eyes, die! Lin Ye's toes pressed down and his body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The iron-skinned wild boar heard the wind and suddenly turned its head, letting out a roar as it charged forward. If they collided head-on, the several tons of impact would definitely knock a person away. But Lin Ye did not engage it directly. At the moment of imminent collision, Lin Ye's body twisted, strangely sliding past the tusks. The combat knife turned into a beam of cold light, precisely stabbing into the white spot beneath the wild boar's neck. PFF. Like a hot knife through butter. The hard scales were as if they were non-existent before the weakness. The combat knife went straight to the hilt, instantly severing the wild boar's artery and windpipe. Oh! The iron-skinned wild boar let out a miserable cry, blood gushing out, its massive body twitching a few times before crashing to the ground. Killed a first-level low-grade ferocious beast. Iron-skinned wild boar combat experience 50, free attribute points 0. 5. Awesome. Lin Ye withdrew his combat knife, looking at the prompt on the panel, his heart filled with joy. Killing 1 beast gives 0. 5 attribute points. That's more than fighting with people. Today I'm going to clean out this abandoned town. Lin Ye cut off the boar's ear, his figure flashing, as he once again plunged deep into the jungle. The slaughter has begun. Abandoned town No. 023. Once a thriving human settlement has now become a paradise for plants and ferocious beasts. Amid the crumbling walls, thick vines coil like pythons and rusted car wrecks litter the streets. With a thud, Lin Ye withdrew his battle knife from the corpse of a beast, resembling a cheetah, casually flicking off the droplets of blood from the blade. This was the 12th beast he had hunted in the 2 hours since he entered the town. Kill confirmed, intermediate level 1 beast spotted, leopard combat experience 80, free attribute points 0. With the previous kills, his current free attribute points had accumulated to 5. 2. The speed of this upgrade is akin to riding a rocket. In just 2 hours, his practical combat experience has evolved from clumsy to deadly precision. With the Eye of Insight combined with his current physical condition, even an intermediate level 1 beast cannot withstand more than 3 rounds under his hands. However, the beasts on the outskirts are still too weak. Lin Ye frowned slightly. I need stronger opponents to temper my martial will. Let's head towards the central area. He put away the map. The central area of abandoned town No. 023 was once a large shopping mall rumored to be home to even more powerful beasts, possibly including intermediate level 2 beasts. For ordinary assessment students, that area is a forbidden zone. But for Lin Ye, it is a treasure trove. Half an hour later, he approached the central mall area. The atmosphere here is significantly more oppressive than the outskirts. The air is thick with a heavy scent of blood, and the surrounding buildings are relatively intact, but the walls are scarred with massive claw marks and cracks from impacts. Suddenly, Lin Ye halted. His ears perked up slightly. A faint noise of footsteps came through the wind. Many light and with a sense of discipline. A woo! A piercing wolf howl shattered the silence. Immediately, a pair of eerie green eyes lit up from the rubble surrounding him. Warning! Group of creatures detected. Target Gale Wolf, advanced level 1, quantity 15. Danger level extremely high. Gale wolves, one of the most troublesome beasts in the wilderness. Individually, they may not possess the high defense of ironhide boars or the speed of spotted leopards, but they are pack animals that understand tactical cooperation. 15 Gale wolves. Even a second-tier martial artist would have to turn and flee upon encountering them. Surrounded, Lin Ye tightened his grip on the battle knife, leaning against a broken wall, yet his eyes betrayed no fear, only a glimmer of excitement. Now this is interesting. The wolf pack did not rush to attack. A wolf significantly larger than the others stood atop an abandoned bus, gazing down at Lin Ye with a glint of intelligence in its eyes. With a low growl from the lead wolf, 3 Gale wolves launched a probing attack. Left, middle, right. A 3-pronged assault. They charged at astonishing speed, a foul wind rushing towards him. Come on. Lin Ye surged forward instead of retreating, his eyes glowing red. Left wolf jump height 1. 5 meters, exposed underbelly. Middle wolf mouth open to bite the throat, fragile nasal bone. Right wolf front paws scratching the lower body, hind legs force point on loose bricks. Everything was calculated. Lin Ye suddenly leaned to the right, appearing to evade the right wolf's attack, but his foot caught on a loose brick, striking it accurately. The right Gale wolf slipped, its attack misdirected, crashing into the middle wolf instead. Bang! The 2 wolves collided, letting out a pained howl. At this moment, Lin Ye's knife was already there. Whoosh! A flash of cold light. The Gale wolf, leaping from the left, had its belly slashed open, blood and entrails spilling to the ground. 1 strike, 1 kill. Awoo! The lead wolf roared in fury upon witnessing this. The probing was over, with a full-scale assault began. The remaining dozen Gale wolves charged simultaneously, flooding in from all directions like a tidal wave. In that instant, Lin Ye felt as if he were amidst turbulent waves. Yet his small vessel was as steady as a mountain. Dragon swim. Lin Ye's figure darted through the gaps in the wolf pack like a slippery fish. The battle knife in his hand transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. Every strike released a blossoming spray of blood, though his body was continuously marked with wounds. Wolf claws tearing at his clothes, skin, blood staining Lin Ye's battle attire. This only fueled his ferocity. The pain awakened him, the blood ignited his fervor. Kill confirmed, Gale Wolf experience 100, attribute points 1. Kill confirmed, Gale Wolf experience 100, attribute points 1. The notifications on the panel flooded his screen. 10 minutes later, the once ferocious wolf pack was down to the last 3, including the lead wolf. The ground was littered with wolf corpses, a river of blood flowing. Lin Ye leaned on his battle knife, panting heavily with numerous wounds across his body. Though not fatal, they made him appear particularly disheveled. Yet his eyes shone with terrifying brightness. The lead wolf finally panicked. It too was an intelligent creature, realizing that this human was not prey but a demon in human skin. Ugh! The lead wolf let out a low whimper, its tail tucked, attempting to flee. Wanna run? It's too late. Lin Ye sneered. After all this time, having killed all your underlings, if I let you escape, wouldn't my injuries have been for nothing? Leave the attribute points behind. Lin Ye took a deep breath, squeezing out the last remnants of his energy. He erupted. His speed broke through the limits, in an instant launching himself like a cannonball, even faster than the speedily fleeing Gale wolves. Close in. Jump. Slash. The actions flowed seamlessly. Crack. The battle knife struck hard against the lead wolf's spine. This once proud wolf king let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Kill confirmed. Gale Wolf King near intermediate level 2 combat experience 500. Free attribute points 5. A massive explosion. Taking down the Wolf King rewarded him with 5 attribute points. Lin Ye plopped down on the Wolf King's corpse, disregarding the blood-soaked ground, and grinned broadly. This round was a huge profit. He glanced at the panel. Current free attribute points 18. 5. All in health. Nothing is more tangible than health. In the wilderness, health equates to a life bar, endurance, and explosive power. Buzz. As 18. 5 attribute points were poured, in an unprecedented surge of warmth exploded within him. The previously depleted energy reservoir was instantly filled and began to expand. His wounds visibly stopped bleeding and scabbed over at a rapid pace. The feeling of fatigue vanished. Health 1. 51 1. 88. Realm 1st Tier Martial Artist Peak. 1. 88. Just a little more and he could break through to 2. 0. Entering the ranks of 2nd Tier Martial Artists. Lin Ye stood up, feeling as though he could punch a cow to death now. At my current strength, if I encounter Zhao Tianyu again, I could probably crush him with just a finger. As Lin Ye skillfully collected wolf ears and fangs, all high-value materials, he hummed a tune. Just then the sky in the distance suddenly darkened. Not clouds. It was the onset of night. The nights in the wilderness zone are truly hellish. Many powerful nocturnal beasts will emerge with danger levels 10 times higher than during the day. I should find a place to spend the night. Lin Ye glanced at the ruins of the nearby mall. Its complex terrain makes it easy to defend but difficult to attack. A good campsite. But just as he was about to move, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. In the shadows on the top floor of the mall, a pair of crimson eyes seemed to be staring at him. Those eyes were cold, cruel, and carried a hint of mockery. Lin Ye's hair stood on end. Target. Distance too far for complete analysis. Initial assessment, intermediate level 2 mutant. That is a terrifying existence equivalent to a peak 2nd tier or even a 3rd tier martial artist. Lin Ye's palm holding the battle knife began to sweat slightly. It seems tonight's show will be even more exciting. He did not retreat. Instead, he licked his lips and walked towards the mall's entrance. The hunter and prey often hinge on a single thought. Tonight, who will eat whom is still uncertain. Within the ruins of the shopping mall, an eerie silence prevailed. The shattered glass dome let in a pale moonlight, casting ghostly shadows throughout the interior. The escalator had long since twisted and deformed, resembling a dead giant python lying across the air. Lin Ye held his breath, pressing against the cosmetics counter on the first floor, moving slowly. It was too quiet. This unnatural stillness was alarming. Typically, such an environment would be teeming with rodents and insects, yet now not even a single insect chirp could be heard. This indicated the presence of an absolute dominator, whose aura intimidated all lower life forms into submission. A 2nd tier mutant. Lin Ye's hand gripping the knife began to sweat slightly. If it were an ordinary 2nd tier beast with his current vitality of 188 and the Eye of Insight, he might have had a chance to face it head-on. However, the term mutant signified unpredictable danger. They often possessed special abilities that ordinary beasts did not, such as deadly poison, invisibility, mental attacks, or even elemental manipulation. Tick-tock. A drop of viscous liquid suddenly splattered onto the glass counter in front of Lin Ye. His pupils constricted. It was blood. Fresh blood that hadn't yet congealed. He jerked his head up. Right above him at the 2nd floor railing, a completely black feline creature, the size of a calf, hung upside down, its crimson eyes fixated on him, as if it were staring at a mouse that had walked into a trap. Target Shadow Cat Demon, early 2nd tier mutant status, mocking hunting, mutant traits, shadow stealth. 50 speed increase in shadows, nearly undetectable corrosive claws, weakness, white fur on the abdomen, heart location, and bright light. Before Lin Ye could fully comprehend the information, the shadowy figure moved. There was no sound. It was as if a piece of darkness had detached itself from the shadows and pounced down in an instant. Quick. So fast that Lin Ye's dynamic vision could only capture a fleeting shadow. Get lost. Without time to think, Lin Ye instinctively raised his knife to block. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed. A tremendous force traveled down the blade, numbing Lin Ye's grip and forcing him to slide back uncontrollably for 7 or 8 meters, crashing into a row of shelves. What terrifying power! Is this really a feline creature? Lin Ye steadied himself and glanced at the battle knife in his hand. The alloy battle knife, forged from high-quality steel, had 3 deep claw marks on it, with sizzling black smoke rising from the wound, emitting a pungent acidic odor. Corrosive claws. If that claw had struck him, Lin Ye had no doubt that his bones would have melted. Meow. The shadow cat demon landed silently, elegantly licking its claws, its eyes filled with a human-like mockery. It seemed to revel in this Catan mouse game. You wanna play, huh? Lin Ye exhaled a breath of foul air, his gaze turning cold. Then let's play a little. He retrieved a high-explosive flash grenade from his waist. This was a tactical item he had specifically exchanged before setting out, originally meant for escape when ambushed, but now it came in handy. System notification weakness is bright light. Then let me blind your eyes. Go! Lin Ye hurled the flash grenade at the cat demon. The shadow cat demon had clearly never seen such a thing, and instinctively tried to swat at it with its paw. Boom! A light brighter than the sun erupted within them all. Ow! The shadow cat demon let out a heart-wrenching scream. As a creature that had lived in darkness for a long time, its retina was extremely sensitive to light. The damage caused by this flash grenade was utterly devastating. It covered its eyes in agony, rolling on the ground in a frenzy, its once perfect stealth mode completely shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye prepared to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ye, enduring the disorienting effects of the bright light, charged forward, guided by the system's red weakness marker. Dragon Dance Step, instant kill. Lin Ye pushed his vitality to the limit, the battle knife in his hand, transforming into a streak of silver, aimed directly at the exposed white belly of the cat demon. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh. But immediately Lin Ye's expression changed. It went 3 inches deep but got stuck. The creature's muscle density was so high that it clamped down on the battle knife. In excruciating pain, the shadow cat demon went wild, swinging its claws blindly. Whoosh! A sharp claw swept towards him with a stench. Lin Ye had no choice but to release the knife handle and retreat quickly. Rip! Even with his quick reflexes, his shirt was still torn, leaving 3 bloody gashes on his chest. The poison surged in, and a fiery pain and numbness spread from the wound. Damn it, it's poisonous! Lin Ye immediately sealed several vital points on his chest to prevent the toxin from spreading. With no weapon poisoned and facing a rampaging second-tier mutant beast. Was this the end? No. Lin Ye glanced at the battle knife embedded in the cat demon's abdomen. The handle was still trembling and blood was flowing from the wound. That knife was like a nail lodged in the cat demon's vital spot. As long as I can push it a little more. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He grabbed a rusty steel pipe lying on the ground nearby, which had been dismantled from a shelf. Come on, beast! Lin Ye shouted, deliberately provoking it. The keen-eared shadow cat demon immediately locked onto Lin Ye's position. It roared, filled with the smell of blood, and rushed at him wildly. Now's my chance. Lin Ye did not dodge. He was betting that his life was hard enough and that the system's judgment was accurate. Just as the cat demon lunged at him, Lin Ye suddenly slid down, executing a dangerously risky tackle. His body slid beneath the cat demon's belly as it leaped into the air. At the same time, he struck the handle of the knife embedded in the cat demon's abdomen with the steel pipe, using force against force. Bang! Lin Ye put all his strength into this blow. The battle knife, which had been stuck by muscle, was driven in fully with a loud thud. The blade pierced through the cat demon's heart, even exiting from the other side. Ow! The shadow cat demon let out a sudden lament in midair, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before going still. Lin Ye lay on the ground several meters away, his chest heaving violently. Cold sweat mingled with blood, soaking his whole body. I won. Killed the early second-tier mutant beast shadow cat demon, successfully challenged beyond his level. Battle experience 2000. Free attribute points 15. Achievement unlocked, first kill of a mutant beast. Reward 1 extra skill extraction opportunity. 15 attribute points. And 1 skill extraction opportunity. In an instant, Lin Ye felt no pain from his injuries at all. This was simply a gamble worth taking, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. He struggled to get up, first injecting himself with an antidote provided in his tactical backpack, then eagerly looking at the interface. System extract a skill. In this world, martial skills usually require learning and practice, but skills rewarded by the system are often directly imparted, and may even be innate skills that cannot be learned. The roulette spun rapidly before his eyes. Congratulations, host, you have gained the passive skill Danger Perception. Beginner skill description. Automatically triggers a neural warning 1 second before lethal danger, forcing the body to perform the best evasive action, limited to 3 triggers per day. A divine skill. Lin Ye was overjoyed. With this skill, it was equivalent to having 3 extra lives every day. Combined with the Eye of Insight, his survival ability in battle would increase exponentially. Next is allocating points. 15 free attribute points. Along with the leftover points from previous monster kills, He now had a total of 18. 2 points. Lin Ye pondered. My vitality is sufficient for now. Let's boost my speed first. He had deeply realized the importance of speed in this battle. If he could be a bit faster, he wouldn't have needed to engage in such a life-or-death style of combat. Add 10 points to speed, leaving 8. 2 points to vitality. Buzz. As the attribute points were allocated, Lin Ye felt his body becoming incredibly light, as if freed from some gravitational restraint. The muscle lines in his legs became longer and smoother, filled with explosive power. Host Lin Ye Vitality 1. 88-2. 35 speed, 22 milliseconds, 45 milliseconds, realm second tier, martial artist, early stage skills, eye of insight, danger perception, beginner. Vitality broke through to 2.0. Officially entering the second tier. His speed doubled, reaching an astounding 45 meters per second. This was the speed only peak second tier martial artists could achieve. Lin Ye clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Now he truly had the capital to stand his ground in the wilderness. He approached the corpse of the cat demon, preparing to collect materials. The fur of the shadow cat demon was the top-grade material for crafting stealth suits, and its poisonous claws could be forged into poison-type weapons. This corpse was worth at least 2 million. Just as Lin Ye bent down to get to work. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden applause echoed from the entrance of the mall. Wonderful, truly wonderful. A mocking voice rang out. I never expected to witness such a spectacular performance during this assessment. A mere first-tier martial artist, yet capable of single-handedly slaying a second-tier mutant beast. Lin Ye paused his movements, slowly straightening up and turning around. There stood 3 students dressed in high-quality combat gear. The leader was a tall figure with a head full of red hair, wielding a giant battle axe, exuding an air of arrogance. To his left was a cold-faced young man holding a long sword. To his right was a short-haired girl with a bow and arrow. Upon seeing these 3, Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Familiar faces, or rather names that resonated like thunder. Target Lei Lai, nickname Mad Lion, ranked first in the Genius class, Vitality 2. 5. Target Yi Fan, nickname Sword Maniac, ranked second in the Genius class, Vitality 2. 3. The strongest trio in the Genius class. Lin Ye right. Lei Lai approached greedily, eyeing the corpse of the shadow cat demon on the ground. I want that cat demon. What's your offer? Though he said offer, his tone clearly indicated an intent to seize it. In this lawless wilderness, killing for treasure was all too common. Lin Ye smiled. He had just been wondering if he could get some more experience packs to liven things up. Unexpectedly, they came knocking at his door. I want the cat demon's fur for a vest. The claws, will make a dagger. As for the meat, I'm planning to roast it for a meal. So, Lin Ye raised his head, his gaze colder than the steel pipe in his hand. Not for sale. Lei Lai's expression instantly darkened. You don't know your place. He slowly drew the battle axe from his back, terrifying vitality surging like flames. Since you won't sell, then you'll leave your life and belongings behind. A fierce battle was about to erupt. In the ruins of the shopping mall, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Lei Lai approached step by step, wielding a massive battle axe, with each step causing the ground to tremble. Surrounded by the violent force of his blood chi, a symbol of a high blood chi value of 2.5. A mid-level second-rank martial artist. Lin Ye, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Lei Lai sneered, his eyes full of disdain. You could only kill that cat demon by relying on luck and using a flashbang to catch it off guard. You are severely injured now, depleted of stamina. What can you use to fight me? In his view, Lin Ye was merely a dying ember at this moment. The dried blood on his chest, though it had crusted over, could not deceive anyone about the brutal battle scars. The sword maniac Yi Fan beside him remained silent, yet his long sword had already been drawn half an inch, its chilling sword energy locking onto Lin Ye's escape route. The girl with the bow had already drawn her bowstring fully, the arrowhead shimmering with a blue cold light. It was a specially crafted arrow coated with a tranquilizer. 3 against 1. Still attacking a heavily injured target in full form. No matter how one looked at it, this was a slaughter without suspense. Luck, you say? Lin Ye lowered his head, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised the rusty steel pipe in his hand, casually twirling it. Since you are so confident, then, let's all come at me. Seeking death. Lei Lai roared in anger. How dare a bottom-tier student who had just entered school for a few days look down on him, the top student of the Genius class. Flame slash. Lei Lai bellowed, his battle axe enveloped in a scorching wave of heat cleaving downwards. This strike was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. If it were the previous Lin Ye, he would have to dodge with all his might against this strike. But now, Target Lei Lai move flame, slash speed 28 milliseconds weakness, excessively forceful, leaving a large opening under the armpit. And his battle axe's center of gravity was too far forward, requiring 0.8 seconds to recover. Too slow. In the face of a maximum speed of 45 milliseconds, Lei Lai's movements were akin to a slow-motion elderly disco. Whoosh! Lin Ye's figure vanished into thin air. Lei Lai's axe struck empty air, crashing violently to the ground and sending debris flying. Where is he? Lei Lai's pupils constricted. Right here. A mocking voice came from behind him. Before Lei Lai could turn around, he felt a tremendous force kick him hard in the rear. Bang! Lei Lai flew away like a rubber ball, colliding heavily with a load-bearing pillar, landing in a heap. The entire arena fell silent. Yifan's hand holding the sword froze in midair, while the Bao girl had her mouth agape in shock. One move. He kicked away the 2.5 blood chi. Lei Lai. Damn it! You ambushed me. Lei Lai got up covered in dirt and utterly humiliated. He roared again and charged forward, this time with no reservations, his blood chi igniting as his battle axe whirled into a fiery storm. Yifan, get in there. This kid is a bit strange. Yifan no longer hesitated, his long sword instantly drawn. Clear wind sword technique. The sword light flowed like water, enveloping Lin Ye without gaps. Meanwhile, the girl in the distance released her bowstring. Whoosh! The poisoned arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at Lin Ye's back. A three-pronged attack. A deadly situation. Just then, danger sense beginner activated. Warning. Poison arrow threat from behind. High. Optimal solution: move half a step to the left to use Yifan's sword energy to block the poison arrow. Lin Ye's mind cleared in an instant, and at the critical moment his body made an illogical action. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, deliberately colliding into Yifan's sword net. Seeking death. A fierce look flashed in Yifan's eyes, and his sword momentum intensified. But just as the sword tip was about to pierce Lin Ye, his body bent inexplicably to the left as if he had no bones. Ding! The poisoned arrow, originally aimed at Lin Ye's back, collided perfectly with Yifan's long sword. Sparks flew. Yifan felt a jolt in his hands, and his sword momentum was instantly interrupted. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Ye slipped in like a wraith, instantly closing in on Yifan. Push and lean against the mountain. Boom! Lin Ye's shoulder jolted violently, unleashing a blood chi force of 2.35 at the point of contact. Yifan felt as if he had been hit by a rampaging rhinoceros, his breastbone creaking under the strain as he sprayed blood and flew backward. Second 1. Lin Ye showed no signs of slowing down, pushing off the ground, causing it to crack, and shot toward the Bao girl like a cannonball. Once the archer was close, she was like a lamb to the slaughter. The girl screamed in terror, trying to knock another arrow, but it was already too late. Lin Ye grabbed her longbow and yanked it. Crack. The alloy battle bow, worth over 100,000, was effortlessly snapped in half. I don't hit women, but the premise is that you don't provoke me. Lin Ye coldly glanced at her and casually tossed her into a nearby pile of rubble. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of the 3 were incapacitated. Only Lei Lai remained, still holding his battle axe, standing dumbfounded, his face full of existential doubt. What just happened? In less than 10 seconds. Yifan lay bleeding on the ground, the archer was taken out, and he himself was also kicked. Is this what they call a dying ember? Is this what they call heavily injured? This is clearly an ancient beast disguised in human skin. Who exactly are you? Are you really Lin Ye? Lei Lai's voice trembled, his battle axe shaking in his hands. He could not accept that the bottom-tier student he had always regarded as an ant was hiding such terrifying power. Who I am is not important. Lin Ye stepped closer to Lei Lai, dragging the steel pipe on the ground, creating a grating sound. What matters is that now I am the hunter and you are the prey. Hand over all your point cards and backpacks. Robbery. Lin Ye smiled brightly, but in Lei Lai's eyes that smile was more terrifying than a demon. You dare rob us? We are the genius class. Bang. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered with idle chatter and struck Lei Lai's thigh with the steel pipe. Ah! Lei Lai screamed, kneeling on one knee. Do you dare now? Lin Ye looked down at him from above. I dare. Sir, I'll give it all. Lei Lai completely collapsed. What genius dignity, what pride of being number one, all of it was nonsense in the face of absolute violence. 5 minutes later, Lin Ye contentedly gathered 3 bulging tactical backpacks. The Lei Lai trio had scored quite well in the wilderness area these past few days, with 7 or 8 materials from first-tier high-level ferocious beasts, as well as many precious herbs. Of course, the most valuable were their point cards. With this Shadowcat demon included, I should be secure in taking first place in this assessment, right? Lin Ye glanced at the three trembling in the corner, then turned and hoisted the corpse of the shadow cat demon striding out of the ruins of the shopping mall. The next morning, at the entrance of Town No. 023, morning mist enveloped the area. The assessment time was about to end and all the surviving students gradually returned to the assembly point. Fatigue was written all over everyone's faces, and some bore injuries clearly indicating that the night had not been easy. The air was thick with a mix of sweat, the smell of blood and disinfectant. On the giant electronic screen in the center of the square, the score rankings were scrolling in real time. First place, Lei Lai points 850. Second place, Yi Fan points 720. Third place, Su Qingge points 680. 50th place, Lin Ye points 0. What's going on? Why does Lin Ye still have 0 points? He must have found a place to hide. After all, he just broke through not long ago and the wilderness zone is still too dangerous for him. Ah, what a pity. It seems that was just a flash in the pan. In real combat, we still have to rely on veterans like Lei Lai. In the crowd, Su Qingge looked at the leaderboard, her delicate brows furrowed. She held a blood-stained long sword in her hand. Although she appeared somewhat disheveled, her demeanor remained cold. She did not believe that the boy who had stunned everyone on the arena would flee in battle. That gaze was certainly not the gaze of a coward. Just then a commotion arose in the distance. Look, Lei Lai and the others are back. Lei Lai Yi Fan and the others were seen supporting each other and limping towards them. They were ragged, bruised, and looked utterly miserable, having completely lost the spirited aura they had when they set out. Especially Lei Lai, whose iconic giant axe was dragging on the ground limping, as if he had suffered a serious injury to his backside. Oh my! Lei, what happened to you? Did you encounter a beast tide? To injure Lei and Yi like this, it must have been at least a second-tier ferocious beast. So strong. Even severely injured, still holding the top spot. This is the demeanor of a true powerhouse. Indeed, this is true courage. No matter how fierce the battle, one does not give up. Surrounding students rushed over to flatter him. After all, Lei Lai was still the exalted first place. Listening to these flattery, Lei Lai's face twitched uncontrollably, feeling like he could die. A true powerhouse demeanor, courage. I was beaten by that freak Lin Ye. My backside still hurts like hell. But he dared not speak the truth. As a top 3 talent in the genius class, robbing a newcomer only to end up robbed themselves. If this got out, how would they survive in Jiang City? How would they lead their juniors? Cough, cough. We did encounter a powerful beast. Lei Lai spoke vaguely, his eyes evasive. We were a bit careless. Yi Fan remained silent, lowering his head, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Just then the crowd surrounding Lei Lai suddenly parted again. A strong smell of blood filled the air, 100 times more intense than any other person present. Everyone instinctively covered their noses and turned to look. Then everyone's pupils dilated sharply, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps resonated in the morning light. A young man was seen dragging a massive black corpse, step by step approaching. The corpse was as large as a calf, completely black with claws like knives. Although it had been dead for some time, the suffocating aura of ferocity still made people's hearts race. And where the body passed, it left a long trail of blood. That is. And Shadow Cat Demon? The registering officer suddenly stood up, dropping the pen in his hand with a clatter. As an experienced veteran, he recognized the origins of this creature at a glance. Second-tier mutated species? How is this possible? The crowd erupted in chaos. What the hell? Second-tier mutated species. That's a terrifying existence that even third-tier warriors might not be able to kill alone. Lin Ye. This Lin Ye. He dragged it back. Lei Lai and Yi Fan, witnessing this scene, felt their legs cramping. In last night's darkness, they couldn't see clearly. Now, seeing the full form of the corpse, they realized what kind of monster Lin Ye had taken down. They actually thought about robbing someone who could single-handedly kill a second-tier mutated species. What a foolish act. Lin Ye walked to the registration desk and casually threw the heavy corpse onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook, shattering everyone's worldview. He then unstrapped 3 bulging backpacks from his back and poured their contents onto the table. Clatter! Various beast ears, teeth, and precious herbs instantly piled up into a small mountain. Instructor, could you please tally the points? Lin Ye wiped the blood off his face, revealing a bright smile like that of a cheerful neighborhood boy. The officer swallowed hard, trembling as he began to count. Iron-skinned wild boar ears, 30 pairs. Swift-winged wolf fangs, 15 pieces including a pair from the Wolf King. Second-tier Shadow Cat Demon complete corpse, 1 piece. And a large quantity of high-value herbs. The officer became increasingly astonished, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. What kind of assessment is this? This is simply restocking. It's a sweep. Finally, the officer took a deep breath, announcing in a voice that seemed to use up all his strength. Lin Ye base points 3,800 extra reward of 2,000 for killing a mutated species. Total points 5,800. 5,800 points. The moment this number was revealed, the leaderboard on the electronic screen was instantly refreshed. Lin Ye's name surged to the top with an overwhelming force, trampling the original first place Lei Lai beneath him. Moreover, it was a crushing victory. The meager score of second place Lei Lai, 850 points, couldn't even match Lin Ye's smallest fraction. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone looked at the young man standing in the morning light as if he were a monster. Su Qingge covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, her heart racing. She had thought Lin Ye would win, but never imagined he would do so thoroughly, so domineeringly. Lin Ye. Just then a loud voice broke the silence. A middle-aged man in military uniform with 2 stripes and 3 stars on his shoulders strode down from the command vehicle. He gazed intently at Lin Ye, as if staring at a rare gem. I am Wang Gang, the commander of the Jiang City garrison. I have seen the data just now. You are born to be a soldier. Wang Gang stepped in front of Lin Ye, waving his large hand. Are you interested in joining the military? As long as you nod, I will directly grant you the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Enjoy the benefits at the regular company level. Moreover, I can promise you a set of blood battle sword technique. It is a high-level martial art of the Xian rank, most suitable for battlefield slaughter. Wow! The crowd gasped again. The military big shot, personally recruiting, and even directly offering the rank of 2nd lieutenant. It is known that ordinary warriors also start as privates when joining the military. This treatment is simply against the heavens. Lei Lai's eyes turned red at the side, as this was the treatment he dreamed of. However, before Lin Ye could respond, a red figure suddenly descended from the sky like a ball of flame, landing in front of Lin Ye. Wang Datu, are you trying to steal someone? Did you ask me first? Lu Ruyan, dressed in a red tight combat suit, stood heroically in front of Lin Ye, her momentum not yielding in the slightest to Wang Gang. Lin Ye is one of us from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Institute. I have already reported his battle footage and information to the main branch. Lu Ruyan turned to Lin Ye, her eyes filled with enthusiasm. Lin Ye, the main branch just sent word. As long as you are willing to join the core layer of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Institute, you will be rewarded with an class contract. An class contract? A gasp echoed through the crowd. An class contract? That is a top-tier contract that only master disciples, or those with the potential to reach the master level by the age of 30, are qualified to sign. With an annual salary starting in the tens of millions, accompanied by villas, luxury cars, unlimited resource supply, and even specialized guidance from masters. What is the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Institute? Is being wealthy impressive? Our military is the backbone of the nation. Killing enemies and achieving merits on the battlefield is the true romance of a man. Commander Wang refused to back down, glaring fiercely. The military has too many rules and regulations which are not suitable for the development of talents. Our Martial Arts Institute is free. You can go wherever you want. Lu Ruyan retorted sharply, not giving an inch. The leaders of the 2 major forces actually quarreled in public over a high school student. This scene brought a profound sense of helplessness to all the students present. Why is there such a huge gap between people? Watching the 2 big figures argue for him, Lin Ye touched his nose, feeling unusually calm inside. In the past, he might have been flattered and even excited by one of the small conditions. But now, having the system and the ability to perceive everything, his vision had long surpassed the limits of Jiang City. His goal was the stars and the sea, the pinnacle of martial arts. To see through all the rules of this world and become the only true god. Elders, Lin Ye spoke, his voice not loud but carrying an undeniable determination. The quarreling ceased instantly and both turned to him. Thank you for your generous offers. Both the military and the Martial Arts Institute are excellent places. However, Lin Ye paused, his gaze passing over the crowd, looking toward the distant horizon. I do not want to join any faction just yet. I want to participate in the Provincial Martial Arts Champion Competition. The Provincial Champion. Only by becoming the Provincial Champion or even the National Champion can one enter the legendary 3 sacred grounds, Kunlun Academy, God of War Training Camp, and Starry Sky University. There the most elite resources of humanity, the oldest traditions, and the most powerful warriors converge. That is where he seeks the true power. Commander Wang and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances, both seeing shock and admiration in each other's eyes. This kid's ambition is even greater than they imagined. He is not content to be a genius in Jiang City. He wants to be the true dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. Good. Commander Wang slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. You have ambition. I like your boldness. Since you want to compete for the champion, old Wang cannot be stingy. He unstrapped a battle knife radiating a terrifying aura, caressing the sheath, then solemnly tossed it to Lin Ye. This breaking army battle knife was my weapon in the past, accompanying me in slaying countless ferocious beasts. Now I give it to you. I hope you can use it to carve out a future and bring glory to Jiang City. Lin Ye reached out to catch the battle knife. It felt heavy in his hand, the blade icy cold, a bloodthirsty desire coursing through his palm. Item: breaking army battle knife, Xian, rank medium, material deep sea cold iron, meteorite steel, traits armor piercing, 30 increased armor penetration, rending blood, drinking, slightly restores stamina. Upon killing enemies, evaluation: a weapon that has tasted countless blood, only a true powerhouse can wield it. Current compatibility 90. What a good knife. Not only does it have armor-piercing capabilities, but it also has the blood-drinking trait. It's simply a divine weapon born for group battles. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with brilliance, a surge of pride rising within him. Thank you for the knife, Commander. He held the knife with one hand, the blade pointing at the ground, his momentum reaching its peak at that moment. With this knife, combined with the danger sense skill and the vast resources he was about to exchange for a provincial champion, perhaps he could really contend for it. Lin Ye turned around, looking at the group of classmates with complex expressions behind him, and at Lei Lai, who was huddled in the corner. He said nothing, only smiled faintly, then shouldered the battle knife and strode towards the rising sun. His figure elongated, very long. At that moment everyone knew. Lin Ye, this hidden dragon, had finally emerged from the depths. The morning sun poured over the entrance square of Town 023, yet the atmospheric pressure around Lin Ye seemed a few degrees lower than the surroundings. Beneath his feet, the massive corpse of the Shadow Cat Demon emanated a chilling aura. Lin Ye, what do you plan to do with the corpse of this cat demon? Lu Ruyan gazed at the corpse, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her beautiful eyes. As an instructor at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, she was all too aware of the value of this creature. A second-tier mutant species, its entire body was treasure, especially its fur and poisonous claws, which were rare materials with no market value. Lin Ye pondered for a moment. Although he was currently short on cash, he lacked channels even more. Let's sell it to the Martial Arts Hall, Lin Ye said. However, I don't want cash. I want points instead. Internal points of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Cash is useful outside, but in the martial artist circle, many top resources only recognize points, not money. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Clever. Cash will depreciate, but points are always hard currency. According to market value, this corpse is worth about 3 million. I'll convert it into 3500 points for you, adding to your assessment score of 5800 points. Wait a minute, interjected the officer Wang Gang beside them. Assessment points are universal and can be exchanged for cash at a ratio of 11000 or for military merit. Lin Ye, are you really not considering exchanging for some military merit? With military merit, your father's leg. Mentioning his father's leg made Lin Ye's gaze sharpen suddenly. Commander Wang, can military merit be exchanged for a rebirth of severed limbs level pill? Wang Gang showed a troubled expression. Well, rebirth of severed limbs requires at least a 4th-tier pill, the lifebone blood-melting pill. Such strategic resources require even a major to queue for approval. Your military merit is probably insufficient. Lin Ye felt a bit disappointed, but it was within expectation. Then I'll just exchange for cash, Lin Ye said decisively. The most important thing right now was to quickly enhance his strength. With strength, what kind of medicine wouldn't he be able to obtain in the future? An hour later, Lin Ye sat in the military transport vehicle returning to the urban district of Jiang City. His account had suddenly increased by a full 8 million cash. This was the total from the materials in the backpacks of those 3 unfortunate guys, plus the cash obtained from exchanging assessment points. As for the corpse of the Shadow Cat Demon, it was exchanged for 3500 points in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, deposited into his VIP card. I've struck it rich. Lin Ye looked at the text message from his mobile banking, the long string of zeros giving him a sense of unreality. Just a few days ago, he was still worrying about a few $1,000s for medical expenses. Today he was already a millionaire, assets cash. Time to go home. Lin Ye's heart was racing. In the slums at the Lin family home, Lin Deshan was anxiously peering out from his wheelchair. His mother Lulan paced back and forth inside the house, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. Although Lin Ye had called back to say he was fine, they were still worried, since he had gone to the wilderness area. Old Lin, you're back. Xiao Yi is back. Lulan spotted the figure at the alley's end, carrying a tactical backpack and wielding a black longsword. Quick, push me over. Lin Deshan exclaimed excitedly. Lin Ye quickly walked over, and before he could speak his mother hugged him tightly. You've lost weight and gotten darker. Lulan touched Lin Ye's face, tears welling in her eyes. Why do you still smell of blood? Were you hurt? Mom, I'm fine. This is all the blood of the ferocious beasts. Lin Ye smiled reassuringly and casually placed the saber named Breaking Army aside. This knife exuded a strong murderous aura, and he feared it might scare his parents. As long as you're fine, that's good. That's good. Lin Deshan assessed his son from head to toe, his gaze landing on the saber, his expression tightening. As a former martial artist, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this blade. Xiao Yi, this sword. First place in the assessment awarded by the military. Lin Ye casually replied, then helped his father into the house. Closing the door, Lin Ye placed the tactical backpack on the table. Dad, Mom, I have 2 announcements to make. Lin Ye's expression turned serious. The 2 elders felt a tightening in their hearts, fearing something had happened. The first announcement. Lin Ye took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table. There's 5 million in here. How much? Lin Deshan's teacup clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Lulan was so shocked that her legs went weak, almost collapsing to the floor. 5 million. Xiao Yi, you're not joking, are you? Did you rob a bank? Lulan's voice trembled. Mom, where did that thought come from? Lin Ye said, half amused. I earned this by coming in first in the assessment and selling the materials from hunting ferocious beasts. Every penny is clean. Saying this, he opened his mobile banking app to show his balance. Seeing that string of numbers, the 2 elders were utterly stunned. They had worked hard their entire lives and had never even seen 500,000, let alone 5 million. The second announcement. Lin Ye looked at his father's empty pant leg, his gaze resolute. Dad, I've inquired at the military. The 4th-tier pill, Lifebone blood-melting pill, can heal your leg. Although I can't afford it right now, I promise that within a year I will make you stand again. Lin Deshan's body trembled violently. To stand again. This was a wish he didn't even dare to dream of. Looking at his son's determined eyes, this once tough man felt his eyes redden instantly. Okay. Dad believes you. Dad will wait. Lin Ye smiled. This was the meaning of his strengthening. And let's move. Lin Ye surveyed the dark and damp small house and said, I've already found a place right near the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall in Jinsho Garden. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with a good environment and close to the hall. Buying a house. Lulan hesitated. That would require a lot of money, right? Just over 2 million, not expensive. Lin Ye waved his hand. The rest of the money can be saved for Dad to buy supplements and improve our lives. Just over 2 million. The 2 elders exchanged glances, both seeing shock and joy in each other's eyes. Their son had truly grown up. After settling his parents, Lin Ye did not rest. He changed into a clean outfit, strapped on his saber, and set out once more. Destination: Jiang City Martial Arts Association. Although his vitality had already reached the 2nd rank, to enjoy national subsidies, receive discounts when purchasing resources, and even take on higher-level tasks, an official identity was required. Registered martial artist. The Martial Arts Association building, soaring 100 stories high, was a landmark in Jiang City. The lobby was bustling with people, mostly martial artists coming for certifications or to take on tasks. Lin Ye approached the front desk. Hello, I'm here for martial artist certification. The receptionist was a young woman who looked up at Lin Ye in surprise. Little brother, you aren't an adult yet, are you? Minors need a guardian or school proof for certification. I have a school recommendation letter. Lin Ye took out the letter stamped with the seal of Jiang City No. 3 High School and signed by Lu Ruyen. The receptionist took it and her expression changed slightly. Recommended by Instructor Lu from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. And directly recommended for 2nd rank certification. Her voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, attracting the attention of those around. 2nd rank. Are you kidding? This kid looks barely 18, right? 18 and at 2nd rank. It's impossible unless he practiced in the womb. He probably made a mistake. It should be 1st rank. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, the receptionist hesitated. Sir, are you sure it's 2nd rank? If you fill in the information incorrectly, you'll be blacklisted. If I'm not sure, wouldn't testing tell us? Lin Ye replied calmly. All right, please follow me. The receptionist, not daring to delay, quickly led Lin Ye to the advanced testing area on the second floor. This was different from the simple testing stones at school. It used a military-grade, fully enclosed testing chamber with data accurate to 4 decimal places. Go in, just unleash your vitality with all your might. Lin Ye nodded and stepped into the silver-white testing chamber. The chamber door closed. Lin Ye took a deep breath. This time he didn't plan to hold back. He wanted to obtain the highest rating with the most shocking data. Because the Martial Artist Association has regulations, the higher the certification level, the more monthly allowances and privileges. Boom! The vitality within him awakened like a sleeping dragon, instantly boiling. A vitality value of 235 erupted without reservation. Outside the testing chamber, the massive display screen showed the numbers jumping wildly. 1, 0, 1, 5, 1, 8, 2, 0. It's broken too. It really broke too. The receptionist gasped, covering her mouth. But that wasn't the end. The numbers kept soaring. 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. Finally, the number stabilized at 238. Inside the testing chamber, Lin Ye slowly withdrew his energy. After these few days of rest and the energy overflow from the Wolf King's tooth, his vitality had slightly improved. Ding! Testing complete. Vitality value 238. Bone density high, second rank. Comprehensive evaluation, second rank, martial artist senior. When Lin Ye walked out of the testing chamber, the entire second floor hall fell silent. Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. At 18 years old, vitality 238. What does this mean? It means that, as long as he doesn't die, he is certainly a potential master in the future. Quick! Notify the president. A middle-aged man who looked like a manager reacted the quickest, his voice trembling with excitement. Our Jiang City branch has produced a genius. 10 minutes later, in the reception room, the president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, a peak 4th-rank martial artist, Chen Tiannan, was amiably pouring tea for Lin Ye. If outsiders saw this scene, their jaws would drop. The dignified President Chen, when had he ever poured tea for the younger generation? Heroes emerge from the youth. Chen Tiannan looked at the testing report in his hand, increasingly pleased. Lin Ye, are you interested in joining the Martial Arts Association? We can offer you. President Chen. Lin Ye interrupted him, smiling politely. I'm still in school and want to focus on my college entrance examination for now. It was the same old line. Chen Tiannan was not angry, chuckling. I understand. Since you want to be the top scorer, our association will naturally support you. So I will personally expedite your certification process and directly issue you a silver martial artist badge, granting you 3rd-rank martial artist benefits. From now on, you'll get a 30% discount when shopping at the association's mall. A 30% discount. This was a concrete benefit. Thank you, President. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Additionally, Chen Tiannan took out a black invitation letter from his drawer. Next month, there will be a city-wide college entrance examination. I heard that a genius named Xiaohan from No. 1 high school has also broken 2.0 in vitality. Are you confident in keeping this top scorer in Jiang City? Xiaohan. No. 1 high school. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. As long as he dares to come. Lin Ye stood up, taking the badge and invitation, exuding a powerful confidence. I dare to bury him. After bidding farewell to President Chen, Lin Ye did not rush to leave the Martial Arts Association. He held the newly acquired Silver Warrior emblem in his hand and headed straight to the Internal Resource Exchange on the 3rd floor. This is an area only accessible to official warriors, where the offerings are not the mundane goods outside, but rather true treasures. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? The sales assistant's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Ye's silver emblem, and her attitude became exceedingly respectful. Such a young 2nd-tier warrior and a holder of a silver emblem. Definitely a valuable customer. I want to buy a combat technique. Lin Ye said straightforwardly, specifically a blade technique, and it needs to be the best. With the breaking army battle blade in his possession, he urgently needed a profound blade technique to unleash his combat power. The basic blade techniques taught at school no longer kept pace with him. All right, please follow me. The sales assistant led Lin Ye to a massive virtual screen and skillfully pulled up the list. Here we have directories for yellow tier, Zuan-tier, Earth tier, and even Heaven-tier blade techniques. However, the Heaven-tier techniques require the permission of a president-level member to exchange for, and their prices are astronomical. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the screen. Yellow tier upper grade water severing blade price 200000. Shen tier lower grade gale blade technique price 500000. Shen tier middle grade thunderbolt 9 slashes price 100000. Lin Ye scrolled down, directly skipping over those lower tier techniques. Since he was going to learn, he would learn the strongest. His gaze finally landed on the very bottom of the list on the icon marked with a red steer recommendation. Earth tier lower grade Azura 7 kills. Description originating from ancient battlefield, ruins, it carries a heavy aura of slaughter. There are 7 forms, each stronger than the last. When perfected, it can invoke Azura's malevolent energy, intimidating the mind, allowing one to kill enemies across levels as easily as plucking something from a pocket. Price 50000001000 warrior points. Training requirement vitality 2. 0 and above for those with a resolute will. Enter with caution. If one's will is not strong, it is easy to fall into madness. Earth tier. Martial techniques are divided into Heaven Earth Shen and Yellow tiers, and Earth tier is already a rare high-grade commodity. Ordinary masters only use Earth tier techniques. Moreover, the characteristics of Azura 7 kills are slaughter and intimidation, which are simply tailor-made for him. This is the one. Lin Ye pointed at the screen. The sales assistant was startled. Sir, while Azura 7 kills is powerful, its side effects are also significant. It is said that the last 3rd-tier warrior who bought it nearly went mad from the malevolent energy. Would you like to reconsider Thunderbolt 9 slashes? That one is more moderate. No need. Lin Ye's eyes were resolute. Madness. With insightful eye active, he could detect and correct any deviations or negative states in the operation of any technique at the first moment. Entering madness. Impossible. Swipe the card. Lin Ye took out his bank card and the newly issued warrior certificate. With 5000000 in cash along with the points awarded for being first in the assessment, which are interchangeable between the Warrior Association and the military, it was just enough. Watching the balance in his card shrink by more than half in an instant, Lin Ye felt a pang of pain. But this money was well spent. 5 minutes later, Lin Ye exited the association with a black metal USB drive and a copy of an ancient book with yellowed pages. Next, it's time for resources. He made another trip to Extreme Dao Martial Hall. Using the 3500 Martial Hall points, he exchanged for a large quantity of 2nd-tier vitality pills and bone-quenching liquid. Only when he had spent all his points and the remaining money down to just a few 100,000 did Lin Ye return contentedly to his newly purchased house, Jinsho Garden. The new house was spacious and bright with a dedicated practice room. Lin Ye sat cross-legged in the center of the practice room with the manual for Azura 7 kills placed before him. System scan the manual. Detected high-tier combat technique Azura 7 kills Earth tier lower grade. Analyzing. Analysis progress 10. 50. 100. Technique model established. Training tip: this blade technique requires the unique malevolent energy breathing method. The first form Blood Shadow Slash requires channeling the Foot Xiao Yang gallbladder meridian's energy and then bursting forth through the Tai Yin Lung meridian. A detailed guide appeared before Lin Ye's eyes, even indicating where the difficulties were and where mistakes were likely to occur. In Lin Ye's vision, a golden virtual figure was repeatedly demonstrating the movements of wielding the blade. This is what it feels like to be cheating. Lin Ye drew the breaking army battle blade. The blade shimmered with a bloodthirsty cold light under the illumination. First form Blood Shadow Slash. Lin Ye closed his eyes, simulating the movement in his mind over 100 times before suddenly opening his eyes. Boom! Vitality surged like a rushing river, operating frantically according to the system's guidance. Kill! A low shout. The battle blade was swung. In the air, a faint red afterimage appeared as if blood had congealed in the atmosphere. The alloy dummy ahead, a specially made high-strength training device capable of withstanding 3rd-tier attacks, was instantly cleaved in two with a cut as smooth as a mirror. Congratulations, host. You have successfully executed the first form of Azura 7 kills for the first time, achieving a compatibility of 65. Damage increase of 50. This was an alloy dummy that could withstand attacks from 3rd-tier warriors. It couldn't withstand a single strike from Lin Ye, who was only at 2nd tier. Earth-tier techniques are indeed terrifying. Lin Ye looked at the blade in his hand, his eyes filled with fervor. Although the strike drained a third of his vitality, its power was simply explosive. Continue. I have perfect grade pills to replenish my vitality and the system to correct my movements. Tonight I will master the first form. For the next 3 days Lin Ye seemed to have vanished. He locked himself in the practice room, practicing the blade aside from eating and sleeping. If anyone could see the scene in the practice room, they would surely be unable to sleep from fright. The room was engulfed in a thick red malevolent energy, resembling the realm of Azura. Lin Ye was bare-chested, his muscles rippling like dragons, and snake sweat mixed with expelled impurities pooling on the ground. 99th/. Lin Ye's eyes were bloodshot as he mechanically and precisely swung the blade. Movement deviation of 0.01, correcting. Qi and blood are running perfectly. Malevolent energy condensation at 99. Boom! As this slash was executed, a piercing wail echoed through the air. The blood-colored blade light had condensed to its utmost, flying half a meter away from the blade. Blade energy separated from the body. This is a technique only third-tier warriors can master. Congratulations, host. The first form Blood Shadow Slash of Azura 7 kills has been perfected. Gained passive trait Azura Intimidation. When drawing the blade, it carries a mental shock causing a 0.5-second fear paralysis in opponents of the same tier. Vitality value passively increased to 38/55. It's done. Lin Ye stood with his blade exhaling a long breath of turbid air. In just 3 days the first form was perfected and his vitality increased to 255. If this speed were to spread, President Chun would probably be so shocked he'd swallow his dentures. Ding ling ling. At that moment the phone that had been tossed in the corner rang. Lin Ye walked over and saw it was a call from Wang Xiaopeng. Hello. Yi. Brother Yi. It's bad. The anxious voice of Wang Xiaopeng came through the phone, even tinged with tears. Hurry to school. Squad Leader Su. Squad Leader Su has been trapped on the back mountain by Lei Lai and his men. What? Lin Ye's expression instantly turned icy, and the surrounding malevolent energy erupted violently, scaring the birds outside to flee in panic. Lei Lai. Wasn't he subdued by me? It's not just Lei Lai. There's also his brother, the eldest son of the Lei family, Lei, who, that's a third-tier warrior. Wang Xiaopeng said with a mournful face. They said Squad Leader Su informed you, and they want to take out their anger on her, and also said they want you to get there within half an hour or else. Or else what? Or else they will ruin Squad Leader Su's face and break her legs. Crack. The screen of Lin Ye's phone instantly filled with cracks. A third-tier warrior. Lin Ye's lips curled into a cruel arc, the killing intent in his eyes colder than the battle blade in his hand. It seems the lesson given last time wasn't deep enough. Lei family, since you want to play big, then I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Ye grabbed the breaking army battle blade and pushed open the door. Since the blade technique has been perfected, then I shall use you as the offering. On the 3rd Martial Arts High School in Jiang City at the back mountain. This place was once an abandoned quarry littered with jagged stones and overgrown with weeds rarely visited by anyone. But at this moment the air was thick with a strong murderous intent. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Su Qingge was tied to a stone pillar, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, and a clear palm print appeared on her pale cheek. Yet her gaze remained defiant, staring fiercely at Lei Lai in front of her. If you have the guts, kill me, Su Qingge coldly said. Using such despicable means to force Lin Ye to show up, Lei Lai, you will always be a waste in this life. Bitch! Shut up! Lei Lai, humiliated and furious, slapped her again. He looked somewhat ferocious at this moment. The injuries he sustained in the wilderness had yet to heal completely, causing him to walk with a limp. But that didn't hinder his arrogance, for standing beside him was a backing. It was a tall young man in black martial arts, attire nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging as hard as granite. He simply stood there quietly, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The eldest son of the Lei family, Lei, who, a third-tier initial stage martial artist with a blood value as high as 3.5. Enough? Lei, who said indifferently, his voice low like distant thunder. If you break her, it won't be fun anymore. This is someone valued by the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. If she gets seriously injured, that crazy woman Lu Ruyan will definitely cause trouble. Brother, are we just going to let it go? Lei Lai shouted unwillingly. That Lin Ye stole my first place and took my points and equipment. I can't swallow this anger. Who said we are letting it go? A cruel light flashed in Lei Hu's eyes as he cracked his knuckles, producing a series of popping sounds. Lu Ruyan can protect him at school, but this is the back mountain, a lawless place. When he arrives, I will break his limbs, ruin his qi, and turn him into a complete waste. At that time, even if the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall values him, they won't go against our Lei family for a waste. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai immediately became excited, his face flushed. Brother, can I do it myself? I want to break his fingers one by one. As you wish, Lei Hu replied carelessly. Just then hurried footsteps approached from the mountain path. "He's here," Lei Hu said with a cold smile, turning to look at the mountain entrance. The wind howled, stirring up the dried leaves on the ground. A slender yet upright figure holding a black battle knife approached step by step. His steps were not fast, but with each step it felt as though he was stepping on the heartbeat of everyone around. Lin Ye. Seeing Lin Ye truly come alone, Su Qing's eyes turned red instantly as she struggled desperately and shouted, "Lin Ye, run! They have an ambush." Lei Hu is a third-tier martial artist. "Run!" Lei Hu mocked. "You think you can run after coming here? Dream on." He pushed off with his toes, leaping like a rock into the wind, landing steadily 10 meters in front of Lin Ye, blocking his path. At the same time, Lei Lai and several lackeys sealed off the retreat. Lin Ye halted, his gaze sweeping over Su Qing, bound to the stone pillar. Seeing the palm print on her face, the killing intent in his eyes surged instantly, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. "Let her go," Lin Ye's voice was eerily calm. "I will leave your corpses intact." "Ha ha ha." Lei Lai laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, clutching his stomach and laughing wildly. "Lin Ye, have you lost your mind? Leave us intact. Who do you think you are? A grandmaster?" Lei Hu shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. "Boy, with a bit of talent, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Since you are so arrogant, I will teach you what the gap in ranks means." Boom! Before he finished speaking, Lei Hu's imposing aura erupted without reservation. A visible wave of pressure centered around him spread outwards, sending debris rolling across the ground. An ordinary second-tier martial artist would be unable to stand under such pressure. Third-tier martial artist blood like mercury strength penetrating the body, Lei Hu proclaimed proudly. "You, a novice barely breaking through to the second tier, can't even break through my protective energy. Kneel. I might consider giving you a quick death." Lin Ye remained expressionless, slowly raising the broken army battle knife in his hand. Target: Lei Hu, realm 3rd tier, initial stage, blood value 352, technique thunderous hand, mid-tier mystic, perfected status, underestimating arrogant, fatal weakness, overuse of forbidden drugs in early training led to damage to the left kidney's meridians. Whenever the blood value exceeds 80, there will be a 0.2-second stagnation at the left waist. Under the eye of insight, Lei Hu's seemingly impeccable and powerful body was suddenly covered in red marks indicating flaws, especially the flashing red dot at the left waist, glaringly bright. Protective energy. Lin Ye smirked with a mocking curve on his lips. "That kind of thing is nothing but paper in front of my blade. Seeking death." Being provoked like this by a second-tier Ant, Lei Hu was completely enraged. Thunderous hand. He roared, his hands instantly turning a purplish red, as if lightning were jumping in his palms. With a push off the ground, he charged towards Lin Ye like a cannonball. The speed was extremely fast. Unstoppable. If this palm struck true, Lin Ye's head would definitely explode like a watermelon. Su Qing despairingly closed her eyes. However, just as Lei Hu closed in on Lin Ye 3 meters away, Lin Ye moved. Not to evade, not to block, but to draw his sword. Azura 7 kills, blood shadow slash. Clang. The clear and resonant sound of the blade echoed through the valley. Following that was a strikingly beautiful blood-colored blade light. This slash was fast to its peak, fierce to its extreme. What was even more terrifying was that as this slash was unleashed, a terrifying aura erupted instantly, as if countless wronged souls were screaming in Lei Hu's ears. Azura's dread triggered. Lei Hu's originally ferocious attack unexpectedly froze for a moment under this mental shock, though it was only a brief 0.5 seconds. But in a duel of experts, 0.1 seconds is enough to determine life and death. The blade light flashed. Lei Hu's proud protective energy was as fragile as tofu in front of that mystic tier battle knife with armor-breaking characteristics. Blood splattered. Lei Hu let out a terrible scream, clutching his chest and staggering backward. There was a deep knife wound on his chest, revealing bone with flesh rolling and blood gushing. One strike. Third-tier martial artist Lei Hu injured. The entire scene fell silent. Lei Lai's laughter came to an abrupt halt like a duck being choked. The little brothers were so scared that their legs went weak and their sticks fell to the ground. "This? How is this possible?" Su Qing opened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene. Lei Hu's face was filled with terror as he looked down at the wound on his chest, then looked up at the boy standing with the knife like an Azura. "What? What kind of sword technique is this?" Not only did it break his defense, but it also wounded his spirit. The aura that had entered his body was wreaking havoc on his meridians, causing him excruciating pain. A killing sword technique. Lin Ye flicked the blood off the blade and stepped closer. That last slash was interest. Next it's time to pay back the principal. No. Impossible. Lei, who roared his arrogance, replaced by fear followed by madness. I am a third tier. How can I possibly lose to a waste like you? He took out a blood-red pill from his pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! A violent aura erupted from within him, and his original blood value of 3.5 surged to 4.0 in an instant. Blood explosion pill? Su Qingge exclaimed. Lin Ye, be careful. He is exhausting his life force for power. Die! Lei Hu's eyes turned crimson like a mad beast, disregarding his chest wound, charging again. This time his speed and strength were more than doubled. Die! He threw a punch, the air exploding with a piercing sonic boom. Facing this deadly strike, Lin Ye's gaze remained as calm as ice. Warning. Enemy's blood value in rampage. Weakness refreshed due to taking the blood explosion pill. The left kidney's meridian load has reached its limit. Just hit this spot and the blood will reverse, causing the meridians to snap. Now's the time. Lin Ye took a deep breath, channeling his blood value along the route of the second style of Azura 7 kills. Not retreating but advancing. Against Lei Hu's iron fist, Lin Ye twisted his body like a swimming dragon, narrowly avoiding the frontal strike. Then the blade was reversed and fiercely thrust towards Lei Hu's left waist. Azura 7 kills, soul-severing thrust. The strike accurately pierced the flashing red dot. Time seemed to freeze. Lei Hu's movements instantly stiffened, the frenzied expression on his face froze, replaced by extreme pain and despair. Ah! Eh! A piercingly tragic scream echoed through the sky. The violent blood within him lost control, akin to countless sharp knives running amok. Bang, bang, bang! Lei Hu's body erupted in clouds of blood, missed, his meridians shattered, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, blood flowing from all 7 orifices with only intake and no exhale. One strike incapacitated a third tier. Lin Ye withdrew the battle knife, coldly watching the twitching Lei Hu beneath him. Third tier. Is that all? Then he slowly turned his head to look at Lei Lai, who was already terrified and frozen on the ground. Now it's your turn. In the back mountain at the quarry, the air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. The third-grade warrior Lei, who lay slumped among the rubble like a dead dog, his limbs twitching as blood mixed with bits of his internal organs flowed from his mouth. His martial arts foundation was destroyed, destined to be a useless person for the rest of his life. Lin Ye, gripping the bloodied broken army battle knife, walked step by step toward Lei Lai. Don't come any closer. Lei Lai's heart was shattered with fear as he sat on the ground, desperately moving backward with his hands. His pants were soaked, emitting a foul odor. At that moment, any trace of the arrogance of being the top student of the genius class had vanished. You just said you would break my fingers one by one. Lin Ye stood before Lei Lai, looking down at him with a gaze as indifferent as that of a person observing an ant. On a rainy night in Jiang City, heavy rain poured down, washing over the steel jungle. Lin Ye held a black umbrella, walking on his way home. Though he had moved to the safer Jingxiwa garden, the road back from the martial arts school was still somewhat remote. Raindrops pounded on the umbrella, creating a crackling sound that drowned out all surrounding noises. But suddenly Lin Ye's footsteps came to a halt. Danger perception beginner activated. Warning. 30 meters to the left, rear killing intent detected. Warning. 50 meters to the right, front sniper lock detected. Danger level high risk. 2 red warning messages pulsated across his retina like blood. 2 groups of people. Lin Ye squinted slightly, gripping the umbrella handle tighter. It seemed that the bounty of 5 million had indeed attracted a number of desperate criminals. Since you're here, don't hide anymore. Lin Ye suddenly folded the black umbrella, letting the cold rain drench him, his gaze coldly sweeping towards the shadows in the left rear. Come out. A low voice laced with a hint of demonic energy pierced through the rain curtain. He. Such sharp perception. From the shadows came an unpleasant, eerie laughter. Then 2 figures slowly emerged. The one on the left was short and hunched, playing with 2 poison daggers, his eyes venomous like a snake. The one on the right was a bald, muscular man, bare-chested with grotesque skull tattoos all over his muscles, wielding a spiked club. Target: poison snake Lisan, bounty hunter, realm peak, 2nd rank, weakness right leg. Previously broken, rheumatism in rainy weather, reduces movement speed by 20. Target: bone crusher Wangdali, bounty hunter, realm initial stage of 3rd rank, fake. Notes: of fake 3rd rank, forcibly enhanced by drugs, has high explosive power but extremely poor endurance. Weakness: excessive heart load. If 3 full force attacks are unleashed consecutively, the heart will stop for 0.5 seconds. 1 peak 2nd rank and 1 fake 3rd rank. Lin Ye sneered inwardly. This lineup was more than enough to kill an ordinary second-rank warrior, and they might even be able to surround and kill a typical third rank. But to him they were all flaws. Kid, someone offered 5 million for your head. Wang Dali, the bald man, grinned maliciously, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. We initially wanted to give you a quick death, but since you've discovered us, then we'll just have to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Boom! Before the words fell, the cement ground beneath Wang Dali exploded violently. He charged forward like a raging bull, the spiked club in his hand, whistling as it swung towards Lin Ye's head. The force was immense. At the same time, the short Li San also moved. He slithered like a slippery eel along the ground, quickly circling behind Lin Ye, the dagger aimed straight at his lower back. One in front, one behind, perfectly coordinated. Die! The attacks of both men almost reached Lin Ye simultaneously. Just at that critical moment, Lin Ye moved. Azura 7 kills, sky-cleaving slash. Clang. The battle knife was unsheathed, the blade's light flashing like lightning. Lin Ye ignored Li San behind him and met Wang Dali's spiked club, Hedon swinging his knife. Going head-to-head, Wang Dali's eyes flashed with joy. Was this kid crazy? To challenge him, a fake third rank known for his strength in a direct confrontation. However, the next second his smile froze. That seemingly flimsy blade light upon contact with the spiked club unleashed a terrifying penetrating power. Trait armor break triggered. Reduces opponent's defense by 50. The hard spiked club was cut open, as if slicing tofu. The blade continued unabated, instantly carving through Wang Dali's chest. Ah! Wang Dali let out a miserable scream, blood gushing from his chest, his entire body being sent flying by the immense impact. At the same time, Li San's dagger also struck. Ding! A clear collision sound rang out. Li San felt as though he had struck a steel plate, his hands going numb from the impact. To his surprise, a faint blood-colored aura membrane had emerged on Lin Ye's back. This was the protective demonic energy derived from reaching a certain level in the Azura 7 kills. How is this possible? Li San's face turned pale with fright. There's nothing impossible. Lin Ye abruptly turned around, his gaze as cold as a blade. You can accompany him now. Swish! The blade flickered. Li San didn't even have time to retreat before he felt a chill at his neck. His vision began to spin, and he ultimately saw his headless corpse gushing blood. Instant kill. In just 3 seconds. One dead, one severely injured. In the rainy night, Lin Ye carried his knife step by step, approaching the fallen Wang Dali. Don't kill me. Wang Dali clutched his chest, fear filling his eyes. I was ordered by someone. It was the Lei family, Lei Zhentian. I know. Lin Ye walked up to him, looking down from above. So you can rest easy now. A knife to the throat. Kill, a peak second rank warrior experience 2000 attribute points 2 kill, an initial stage third rank warrior experience 3000 attribute points 3 2 corpses, contributed a total of 5 attribute points. Lin Ye showed no signs of emotion. He sheathed his knife and picked up the tactical backpacks from the 2 men. And that sniper. Lin Ye looked up at a distant tall building. Warning lifted. The sniper has retreated. He runs pretty fast. Lin Ye snorted coldly. The sniper was clearly a clever person, having seen his companions instantly killed. He immediately abandoned the mission. Lei Zhentian. Lin Ye glanced at the corpses on the ground, his eyes filled with killing intent. We will settle this score slowly. 3 days later. Jiang City Sports Center. This is the gathering place for the citywide high school martial arts examination. Thousands of elite students from more than a dozen high schools in Jiang City had gathered here, the sound of chatter filling the air. This was not just an examination, but a gateway that would determine the fates of countless individuals. The top scorer would gain admission to the 3 great sacred grounds. Look, that's the team from the 3rd high school. Is that Lin Ye leading? I heard he crippled the Lei family's 2 young masters. Shoo! Keep your voice down. The Lei family is acting like rabid dogs, biting anyone they can. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Lin Ye, dressed in a black combat uniform carrying a battle knife, walked calmly at the front of the team. Behind him were Su Qingge and Wang Xiaopeng and others. After a few days of settling down, the demonic energy around him had completely receded, making him look just like an ordinary neighborhood boy. But only true experts could sense the terrifying power hidden beneath that serene exterior. Vitality 3.05 Realm 3rd rank warrior initial stage. In these 3 days, using the 5 attribute points and a wealth of resources, Lin Ye finally crossed that threshold and officially stepped into the 3rd rank. An 18-year-old 3rd rank warrior. This was unprecedented in Jiang City's history. Lin Ye. Just then a cool voice rang out. The crowd parted automatically. A team dressed in white uniforms approached. At the forefront was a handsome boy with an icy demeanor holding a long sword that was as transparent as crystal ice. The surrounding air seemed to freeze into frost upon his arrival. From Jiang City No. 1 High School, Xiao Han, the genius with the highest acclaim to win this examination, rumored to have already broken through 2.5 in vitality, possibly even higher. What's the matter? Lin Ye glanced at him indifferently. Target Xiao Han Realm initial stage of 3rd rank vitality 3.12. Talent Ice Element Affinity Attack carries Ice, Slowing Effect Technique Ice Sword Technique High Grade, Profound Perfected Weakness Excessive Pursuit of Swordplay Elegance, leads to an unstable foundation. And extremely arrogant, also a 3rd rank, and his vitality was slightly higher than Lin Ye's. No wonder he was hailed as Jiang City's #1 genius. I heard you are quite strong. Xiao Han stared at Lin Ye, his eyes filled with combat spirit and disdain. But to me you are just a brute who relies solely on strength. In this examination I will show you what true martial arts are. The top scorer will only be me. Saying this, Xiao Han turned and left, leaving behind a proud silhouette. Wow, so cool. So aloof. Xiao Han is indeed Xiao Han. His aura is simply invincible. Lin Ye is done for this time. I heard Xiao Han awakened his ice talent. He's unbeatable at the same rank. The discussions around him rose and fell. Lin Ye merely smiled, reaching out to pat Wang Xiaopeng's trembling shoulder. Let's go, it's time to enter. Brute strength, huh? I hope he can remain this confident in the examination later. The first event of the examination strength test. In the center of the huge gymnasium, 10 of the latest elemental strength testing drums were set up. First group, Jiang City No. 1 High School, Xiao Han. As the examiner called out the names, Xiao Han stepped onto the stage. He made no extra movements, simply unsheathing his sword casually and unleashing a sword energy. Bang! The drum sounded dull. The display screen showed the numbers: explosive power 3,200 kilograms. Rating S level. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 3,200 kilograms. This was already the data of an ordinary midstage 3rd rank warrior. Xiao Han sheathed his sword without even glancing at the data, walking straight off the stage. As he passed Lin Ye, a smirk of provocation appeared on his lips. Your turn. Next, Lin Ye from the 3rd High School. Lin Ye stepped onto the stage. He didn't draw his knife or circulate his energy, just standing calmly before the drum. What is he doing? Why isn't he making a move? Is he stunned by Xiao Han's data? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Just as everyone was growing impatient, Lin Ye moved. He simply threw a punch. No fancy moves, no impressive momentum. Just an ordinary straight punch. But at the moment of contact with the drum, Azura 7 kills power technique power amplification 100. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted like a thunderclap in a clear sky. The specially designed elemental strength testing drum began to shake violently and cracks appeared on its surface. The numbers on the display screen surged wildly, instantly surpassing 3,000, then continued to soar. 3,500. 4,000. 4,500. Finally, the number settled at explosive power 5,000 kilograms, instrument limit. Rating SSS level. Crack! The testing drum could not bear the load and exploded, releasing a plume of black smoke. Silence. Total silence. Everyone's mouths fell open, their eyes nearly popping out. Xiao Han's smile froze on his face, the ice sword in his hand nearly dropping to the ground. 5,000 kilograms. Destroying the instrument. Is this something a human can achieve? Lin Ye retracted his fist, brushed off the dust, and turned to look at the dazed examiner. Sorry, I couldn't control my strength. This instrument. I don't have to compensate for it, right? Inside the gymnasium, a deathly silence lasted for a full 10 seconds. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the testing drum emitting black smoke, as well as the innocent-looking boy. This instrument is a military-grade product capable of withstanding attacks from a 4th-grade initial-stage warrior. The recording examiner swallowed hard, his voice as dry as if he were swallowing sand. Even Xiao Han only managed to hit 3,200 kilograms. This kid. He exploded it with a single punch. 5,000 kilograms. What does that even mean? The maximum punch power of an ordinary peak 3rd-grade martial artist is around 4,000 kilograms. Only a newly entered 4th-grade martial artist combined with combat techniques could possibly reach this figure. But how old is Lin Ye? Teen. Moreover, judging by his appearance, he didn't even use his full strength. He hardly unleashed his chi and blood, relying entirely on pure physical strength and explosive techniques. Compensation. The The chief examiner, an elderly man with gray hair, suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with excitement as he laughed heartily. What compensation? Exploding it is great. It shows that our Jiang city has produced a true dragon. This instrument counts as mine. I will personally pay to replace it. Lin Ye, your strength test score SSS grade. Full marks. Next item. Below the stage, Xiao Han's face was so dark it seemed about to drip with water. He stared fiercely at Lin Ye's back, his fingers gripping the hilt of his sword, turning white from exertion. 5,000 kilograms. Xiao Han gritted his teeth. The 3,200 kilograms he prided himself on seemed like a joke in front of Lin Ye. That last punch not only shattered the instrument, but also brutally crushed his pride. Don't get too smug. Xiao Han took a deep breath, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Great strength doesn't mean strong in actual combat. Raw power is merely a target in front of real skill. In the practical assessment, I will let you know what despair truly means. The first round of the basic test quickly concluded. Without any suspense, Lin Ye dominated the leaderboard with full marks. But this was just an appetizer. The real main event was the afternoon's practical assessment. Ghost Island Survival Battle. Ghost Island, located 50 kilometers east of Jiang City, in the center of the Yangtze River, is a largely undeveloped, pristine island. The island is teeming with ferocious beasts, featuring complex terrain, and even unknown mutated plants. Everyone listen up. The chief examiner stood in front of a massive transport plane, his expression serious. The rules for this practical assessment are as follows. 1. Survive for 3 days and 3 nights. 2. Each person is issued a distress bracelet. In case of life-threatening danger, you can crush it to forfeit. 3. Scoring rules. First tier ferocious beasts yield 10 points, second tier 100 points, third tier 1,000 points. Additionally, seizing another examinee's scoring bracelet will grant you half of their score. Seizing. The moment these 2 words were uttered, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. This meant that this assessment required not only battling ferocious beasts but also fighting against each other. This encouraged slaughter. Martial path must contend. The chief examiner said coldly, once on the battlefield your enemies will not discuss rules with you. Those afraid of dying can withdraw now. No one withdrew. Those who could stand here were all elites from their respective schools, each harboring a bit of pride. Set off. Half an hour later, dozens of transport planes flew over Ghost Island. Jump. As the doors opened, thousands of examinees jumped down like dumplings. Lin Ye adjusted the direction of his parachute, scanning the surroundings from the air. Eye of insight activated. Through the clouds, he clearly observed the situation on the island. Dense forests, swamps, ruins. And to the north of the island, there was an area shrouded in thick fog, emanating a heart-pounding red glow. Warning. High-energy reaction area. Suspected presence of peak third-tier ferocious beasts or special heavenly materials. Peak third-tier, huh? Lin Ye licked his lips. Prey of that level was his target. Whoosh. Lin Ye landed quickly, cutting the parachute cord, rolling on the ground, and hiding in a patch of bushes. First, find a place to adapt to the environment. However, just as he was about to move, danger sense beginner activated. Warning. For assassins are rapidly approaching 200 meters directly behind you. Target locked, host. Killing intent level extremely high. They arrived so quickly. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Without needing to think, he knew these were surely the death soldiers arranged by Lei Jintian. Being able to pinpoint his location right at the start of the assessment, it seemed the Lei family had infiltrated quite a number of people in this assessment. Since you're so eager to seek death, I shall grant you that. Lin Ye did not flee. Instead, a cruel smile crept onto his face. His figure flickered and vanished into the dense. In the northern part of Phantom Island, Misty Valley is shrouded in a faint layer of red miasma year-round with visibility below 50 meters. The air is thick with a nauseating stench of decay, and occasionally a low, deep, beastly roar can be heard from within. Lin Ye moved through the desolate trees like a nimble monkey, silently weaving between the dead branches. The map in his hand was already memorized in his mind. The location of the skull symbol lies deep within this valley. What exactly is Lei Jintian hiding here? Lin Ye thought warily. Since the Lei family dared to set a trap here, they must be fully confident in their ability to kill him. The deeper he ventured, the quieter the surroundings became. This was an unnatural silence, as if even the insects dared not make a sound here. Suddenly Lin Ye halted in his tracks. The Eye of Insight has been activated. Warning. High concentration of lure agent detected 500 meters ahead. Composition feces of the third-tier ferocious beast blood fury bear beast lure fragrance. Effect attracts ferocious beasts within a 10-mile radius and puts them into a berserk state. Lin Ye's pupils constricted. Beast lure fragrance. This is a banned substance. How dare the Lei family use such things during the practical exam of the college entrance examination? They are trying to create a small beast tied to kill him with a knife. Such ruthless methods, Lin Ye scoffed. If he didn't know the inside story and rashly charged in, he would be torn to shreds by the rampaging beast horde. By then there would be no bones left, and even if the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall wanted to investigate, they wouldn't find anything. However, since I've seen it. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He did not retreat, but continued to sneak forward, quietly hiding behind a massive rock at the edge of the valley. Through the mist, he saw the scene in the center of the valley. There was a clearing with a black metal rod planted in the ground, at the top of which hung a pouch emitting a peculiar fragrance. This was indeed the beast lure fragrance. Surrounding the clearing, hidden among the cliffs, were 7 or 8 figures. They wore camouflage suits that blended with the environment, holding powerful crossbows and sniper rifles fixated on the entrance of the valley. Target Lei family's death squad team number 8 people strength, all at the initial stage of 3rd tier. Equipment: armor-piercing crossbows, high-explosive grenades, and a beast trap net. 8 3rd-tier warriors. This is a significant investment from the Lei family. To kill a high school student, they are willing to go all out. Captain, why hasn't that kid arrived yet? One of the death squad members whispered. The 4 from Scarface have already gone dark. Could something have happened? Shut up. The leader, a one-eyed man, coldly replied. Scarface and the others are just bait. This misty valley is the real killing ground. As long as that kid steps into the valley entrance, we will activate the beast trap net to trap him inside, then detonate the beast lure fragrance. By then hundreds or thousands of ferocious beasts will rush in, and even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die. But the smell of this beast lure fragrance is too strong. What if it attracts that big guy? What are you afraid of? That big guy is sleeping. As long as we act quickly, we can finish and retreat before it wakes up. Lin Ye, hiding in the shadows, listened intently. That big guy. Lin Ye's heart stirred. The big guy that even these death squad members fear is definitely not an ordinary 3rd-tier beast. At that moment, Lin Ye's danger perception suddenly jolted. It wasn't directed at him, but came from underground. Buzz. A faint tremor emanated from beneath his feet. The eye of insight, deep scan. Target: underground life form type: burrowing rock dragon, peak 3rd tier, pseudo 4th tier. Status: awakening, stimulated by beast lure fragrance, weakness reverse scales, on the abdomen extremely hidden, and its auditory system is extremely sensitive to high-frequency sound waves. Burrowing rock dragon. Lin Ye gasped in shock. This is a true dominant level ferocious beast. Its defense is comparable to a tank, and its power is even more terrifying. Pseudo 4th tier means it has touched the threshold of the 4th tier, just one step away from evolving. How could the Lei family wake such a monster? Since you want to play big, I'll help you out. Lin Ye's mouth curled into a manic smile. He pulled out a high-frequency sound wave detonator he had looted from Scarface. This was originally meant to interfere with communications, but now, go! Lin Ye suddenly threw the detonator towards the clearing in the center of the valley, targeting the metal rod planted with the beast lure fragrance. Whoosh! The black detonator sliced through the mist and accurately landed beside the metal rod. Who is it? The one-eyed captain reacted quickly, instantly noticing the anomaly. But it was already too late. Boom! There was no fire or explosion sound, only a high-frequency sound wave that humans cannot hear but sounded like thunder to ferocious beasts instantly spread out. Roar! A terrifying roar filled with brutality and waking rage erupted from the ground. The entire valley shook violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had occurred. Not good. It has awakened. The one-eyed captain's face turned pale. Retreat. 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 It's too late. Lin Ye hid behind the boulder, watching the ground in the center of the valley suddenly explode. A massive rock-scaled dragon head broke through the earth. It opened its bloody maw and bit down on the metal rod planted with the beast lure fragrance. Crack! It swallowed it along with the beast lure fragrance. Stimulated by the strong scent of the beast lure fragrance, the burrowing rock dragon's already rampaging emotions instantly spiraled out of control. Its crimson eyes locked onto the 8 death squad members on the cliff. In its perception, these humans carried the same repulsive aura. Roar! The burrowing rock dragon violently swung its tail against the cliff. Rumble! The cliff collapsed and debris flew everywhere. 2 unfortunate death squad members were directly crushed into a mushy paste by the falling boulders. Open fire! Fire quickly! The one-eyed captain shouted frantically, desperately shooting with the crossbow in his hands. Ding ding ding. The armor-piercing bolts capable of piercing steel only sparked against the scales of the burrowing rock dragon, failing to even penetrate its skin. Despair. This is true despair. In front of the peak third-tier burrowing rock dragon, these third-tier warriors look like a group of children wielding toothpicks. Roar. Like a mobile mountain, the earth cavern rock dragon's colossal form shook the ground with every step. It bared its blood-dripping maw, unleashing a torrent of ochre-hued petrifying breath straight at Lin Ye. Danger sense. An alarm blared in Lin Ye's mind. His body twisted leftward at the very last instant, sliding several meters sideways. SSSSSS. Where he had stood moments before, the stone instantly turned ashen gray, then crumbled into fine dust. What terrifying petrification power! A trace of solemnity flickered across Lin Ye's eyes. Even as a third-rank martial artist, a single graze from this would strip him to the bone. Yet size has its drawbacks. With a light tap of his toe, Lin Ye surged forward. Not retreating but advancing. Darting between scattered boulders like a nimble ape, rapidly closing the distance to the dragon. Azura 7 slaughter sky-splitting cut. Whoosh! He leapt high into the air. In his hand, the battle saber Pujuan blazed with a dark red aura as it crashed down upon the dragon's armored back. Clang! Sparks erupted in all directions. A strike potent enough to cleave steel and shatter jade left only a faint white scratch upon the dragon's carapace. Target's defense is excessively high. Armor-piercing effect reduced to 30 only. So tough. Lin Ye's brow furrowed tightly. The defensive resilience of a quasi-4th-rank ferocious beast was indeed no mere boast. Roar. Enraged by the pain, the dragon lashed out with its thick club-like tail. A battering ram roaring through the wind. Swift, precise, ruthless. A direct hit would pulp Lin Ye into crimson paste. No escape. Suspended midair, he had nowhere to push off. At that life-or-death threshold, his gaze grew unervingly calm, then edged with feral intensity. Eye of Insight Deep Analysis activated. Target Earth Cavern Rock Dragon's tail joint. Weakness 3rd vertebral articulation. Damage during infancy. Calcified bone reduces local defense to merely 20 of surrounding areas. That crimson dot expanded infinitely within Lin Ye's vision. All or nothing. Instead of bracing for impact, he wrenched his torso midair, executing an impossible physics-defying Ironbridge arch. Whoosh! The tail reeking of raw gore swept past his nose by a hair's breadth. In that split second, Lin Ye's blade moved. Azura 7 slaughter Azura cut. Half his vital chi drained away in an instant. A 3-meter-long blood-colored crescent of killing intent, shrieking like a legion of tormented spirits, struck the crimson weak point with flawless precision. Thwip! Under the combined force of critical targeting and the Azura cut, even that impregnable scale finally yielded. Crimson geysered forth. 1/3 of the dragon's tail severed cleanly, left hanging only by a flap of sinew and skin. A. The Earth Cavern rock dragon unleashed a world-shaking scream of agony, thrashing violently and toppling boulders in all directions. Now's my chance. Lin Ye landed hard, ignoring the hollow exhaustion gnawing at his limbs, and charged forward once more. Strike while the foe is wounded. Finish him while he's dying. Yet just as he prepared the final blow, boom! The dragon abruptly stilled its convulsions. Its crimson eyes locked onto Lin Ye with murderous fixation, and its scales began to glow with an eerie pulsating red light. Warning! Target entering berserk state. All attributes increased by 50. Defense reduced by 30. Imminent area effect skill activation stone spire assault. Not good. Lin Ye's face paled. He didn't hesitate, whirling and sprinting away, almost the moment his feet left that spot. With no warning, hundreds of razor-sharp stone spires erupted from the earth across a 100-meter radius. Each 2 meters long, needlepoint spear-like. Had Lin Ye delayed half a second, he'd have been skewered like a porcupine. Huff a huff. He crouched behind a massive boulder, gasping raggedly, sweat slicking his brow. A quasi-4th-rank ferocious beast. Indeed not so easily slain. That earlier burst nearly cost him his life. But it's nearly spent. Lin Ye cautiously peered out. There it was. The dragon's greatest vulnerability, the inverted scale upon its belly now fully exposed amid its berserk fury. Moreover, the wide-area attack had left it locked in a brief, vulnerable paralytic state. Only one opening. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the saber and dumped every last spirit-replenishing pill from his pack into his mouth. Boom! Medicinal energy surged. His desiccated sea of chi swelled anew with vitality. Kill! Like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, he became a blur streaking across the ground. This time he held nothing back. All his blood essence, all his strength, all his focus, converged into a single transcendent stroke. Azura 7 Slaughter Azura Cut. The blade light blazed like a reversed river of blood, staining the entire valley crimson. The dragon sensed death's approach. It writhed, desperately attempting to turn its armored back toward the strike. Too late. At 45 meters per second, the absolute limit of human velocity, Lin Ye became pure light. Whip. His saber pierced the dragon's white inverted scale with surgical precision. Buried to the hilt. No resistance. No obstruction. Only deep, unbroken penetration. Then, within the beast's vitals, the blade's devastating energy detonated. Awawu! A final guttural cry of defiance escaped the dragon's throat. Its colossal frame stiffened, then collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dust billowed skyward. Quasi-4th rank ferocious beast. Earth cavern rock dragon slain. Crossdire victory. Combat experience 10000. Free attribute points 10. Loot acquired rare material. Earth dragon heart usable in refining 4th rank pills. Earth dragon vital blood. Proficiency in Azura 7 Slaughter significantly increased. Deep within the misty valley, the atmosphere was tense and charged. The air was thick with the scent of blood and a faint chill. Xiao Han stood 10 meters away, his ice sword radiating a piercing cold light, and a thin layer of white frost had formed on the surrounding blades of grass. He gazed at the wavering Lin Ye, his greed unabashed. To him, although Lin Ye had slain the cavern rock dragon, he was surely at the end of his strength. He had seen the might of that blade Azura slash from afar. It was undoubtedly a desperate move that overexerted one's vitality. Right now Lin Ye was like a piece of meat on a chopping block. What? Are you unwilling to give it? Xiao Han stepped forward, his imposing aura suddenly exploding. 12 in vitality. The cold energy surged and the temperature around them dropped by several degrees. Lin Ye, one must know how to read the times. This rock dragon's corpse is worth a fortune, and you cannot consume it alone. Hand it over to me and I will owe you a favor. Xiao Han appeared magnanimous, yet he was tightening the noose step by step. Lin Ye leaned against his battle blade, gasping for breath, but a mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. A favor? How much is your favor worth? Lin Ye raised his head, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Who told you I am at my wit's end? With a thought he commanded, system allocate points. He had not touched the 10 free attribute points gained from killing the cavern rock dragon, waiting for this very moment. 5 points to vitality. 5 points to strength. Boom! A familiar and violent flow of heat erupted within him. The previously dried-up reservoir of energy was instantly filled as if after a long drought, and it even threatened to overflow. His wounds healed at a visible rate and his pale complexion instantly regained its color. Vitality 3,053. 55 strength, 5,000 kilograms, 6,500 kilograms, status peak. Just as Xiao Han was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a tremendous change in Lin Ye's aura. The once listless aura erupted in an instant like a volcano. What? Xiao Han's pupils constricted sharply. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. Or had he taken some forbidden potion? No matter what it is, die. Xiao Han no longer hesitated. With a shake of his ice sword it transformed into a myriad of sword shadows. Xian tier high-grade ice sword technique, frost 3 feet. Swish, swish, swish. Countless ice-blue sword energies poured down on Lin Ye, like a torrential rain, each carrying extreme cold power, capable of freezing blood and slowing movement. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Lin Ye did not retreat but advanced instead. Come on! With a loud roar, Lin Ye's breaking army battle blade was instantly stained blood-red. In peak condition coupled with the newly comprehended Azura blade intent. Azura 7 kills, Sky Splitter Slash. Boom! A blood-red blade light soared into the sky, carrying searing malevolence, crashing directly into the myriad of sword shadows. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The clash of ice and fire. Those icy sword energies capable of freezing steel melted and evaporated instantly upon encountering the Azura malevolence like snow meeting a hot iron. Impossible! Xiao Han was utterly astonished. His ice-true energy was of a mutated attribute rare among peers. How could it be so thoroughly suppressed by Lin Ye's blade energy? Before he could react, Lin Ye's figure had already torn through the sword net and charged in front of him. Your sword is too soft. Lin Ye coldly exclaimed, bringing his battle blade down with the force to split mountains and shatter stones. Clang! Xiao Han raised his sword to block. A terrifyingly immense force surged along the blade. 6,500 kilograms of force erupted. Xiao Han felt his arms go numb, his tiger's mouth split open, and his whole body was smashed down, nearly kneeling on the ground. The rocky ground beneath him instantly cracked, creating a deep pit. Is this your pride? Lin Ye pressed down the blade with one hand, his gaze cold, as he looked down at Xiao Han. Is this what they call the number one genius? Do you even deserve it? Bang! Lin Ye suddenly kicked hard, striking Xiao Han's chest. Xiao Han let out a miserable scream, flying backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the rock wall, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. One strike. Just moments ago, the invincible Xiao Han was now as wretched as a dog. You! Xiao Han clutched his chest, his face filled with terror and disbelief. Your strength. How can it be so strong? You were clearly exhausted just now. Lin Ye brandished his blade, stepping toward Xiao Han. I told you to be careful not to burn yourself. Just as Lin Ye prepared to completely resolve this trouble rumble, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently once more. This time the source of the tremor was not from underground but from all directions. Roar! Ah! Hiss! Countless roars of ferocious beasts converged, forming a terrifying sound wave that made one's eardrums ache. Outside the misty valley, dust flew and trees collapsed. Thousands of ferocious beasts, their eyes red, surged toward this side like a tide. Warning! Detected a super large-scale beast tide. Reason: the effect of the beast attractant spreading the dragon blood aura released upon the death of the cavern rock dragon, attracting them. Estimated number 3,000. Danger level: hell level. Roar! The deafening roar of the beast echoed behind, shaking the earth. In the northern part of Ghost Island, thousands of ferocious beasts surged into the valley like a flood that had broken its banks. Iron-skinned pigs, swift wolves, fiery lizards. Various ferocious beasts that usually do not disturb each other, even being mortal enemies, were now converging into a destructive torrent driven by some frenzied will. Lin Ye quickly climbed up the steep rock wall, his fingers clawing into the crevices like iron hooks, each exertion propelling his body several meters higher. 7 or 8 meters below him, Xiao Han was also struggling desperately. This top talent from the first high school had long lost his previous demeanor. His white school uniform was tattered by branches, and his face was covered in dirt and cold sweat. Hurry! Faster! Xiao Han shouted while climbing. That pack of beasts is about to charge up. Shut up! Save your strength! Lin Ye shouted back without turning his head. He glanced down briefly. He saw a few second-tier ferocious beasts. The saber-toothed tiger had already reached the bottom of the rock wall. Although they could not climb, their incredible jumping ability allowed them to leap over 10 meters high, their sharp claws gouging deep gashes into the rock. Crack! A rock beneath Xiao Han's feet was shattered by a leaping saber-toothed tiger, sending fragments flying. Xiao Han's face turned deathly pale, nearly losing his footing and falling. Damn! There are too many. Lin Ye frowned. Although they had climbed the rock wall, it was not a long-term solution. The rock wall was only 100 meters high, and among the tide of beasts there were several climbing-type ape-like beasts and even flying beasts. There's a cave above. Lin Ye activated his Eye of Insight and 20 meters from the top discovered a concealed entrance obscured by withered vines. Head that way. Lin Ye swung his body, grabbing a dangling root and swinging towards the cave entrance. Whoosh! He landed steadily, slicing through the obstructing, withered vines with a swift motion. Go in. Lin Ye did not enter himself, but instead took out a rope from his backpack and tossed it to the still struggling Xiao Han below. Xiao Han was momentarily stunned, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. He did not expect that Lin Ye, who had almost killed him moments ago, would lend him a hand now. But he did not hesitate, grabbing the rope firmly. Lin Ye exerted his strength, unleashing a terrifying force of 6,500 kilograms, pulling Xiao Han up as easily as lifting a chick. The two entered the cave. Roar! Just as they did, several black monstrous birds screeched as they crashed against the rocks at the entrance, feathers flying everywhere. Huff! Huff! Xiao Han collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, still shaken. We're safe. Thanks. Don't celebrate too soon. Lin Ye did not sit down. Instead, he vigilantly surveyed the cave. It was not deep, only about 10 meters dry and cool, with a faint scent of blood. This is the nest of the scarlet constrictor. Lin Ye picked up a shed piece of snake skin from the ground, his expression serious. The scarlet constrictor was a third-tier high-level ferocious beast, extremely venomous. However, judging by the weathering of the snake skin, this place had likely been abandoned for a long time. Temporarily safe. Lin Ye sighed in relief, moved several large stones to block most of the cave entrance, leaving only a small observation hole. Looking down from there, the entire valley had turned into a scene of carnage. Wherever the beast tide passed, trees were completely uprooted, and many other examinees who had been hiding nearby did not have time to escape, instantly swallowed by the beast tide, unable to even scream. This is troublesome. Xiao Han looked at the scene outside, his face darkened. So many ferocious beasts, they've blocked off the way. How do we get out? Only one day left in the assessment. Wait. Lin Ye sat cross-legged, pulled out a piece of jerky, and tossed it into his mouth. The beast tide was triggered by the beast attractant and dragon blood. This frenzied state won't last long. We wait for it to disperse, or for the military's rescue. Rescue? Xiao Han smiled bitterly. With such a large-scale beast tide, the military's transport aircraft wouldn't dare to fly low. Unless a grandmaster intervenes, no one can come in. Lin Ye said nothing, silently circulating the basic body refining method to recover his strength. At that moment, his danger perception suddenly pulsed again. Not from outside, but from Xiao Han. Lin Ye's eyes widened as he instantly unsheathed his battle blade half an inch. Xiao Han was about to drink from a vial when he saw Lin Ye's movement and jumped in shock. What are you doing? I'm just drinking some water. Lin Ye stared at him for 2 seconds before slowly sheathing his blade. Nothing, just a habit. Xiao Han's mouth twitched. This madman. The two sat silently facing each other in the cave, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Half an hour ago they had been fighting for their lives. Now they were forced to huddle together in a small cave for shelter. Lin Ye. Xiao Han suddenly broke the silence. What's the name of your sword technique? Not at liberty to disclose. Alright. Xiao Han hit a soft wall, not angry, but rather continued, speaking to himself. I admit I underestimated you before. Your strength is indeed above mine. This time I accept my defeat. Lin Ye looked at him with some surprise. This arrogant fellow actually admitted defeat. However, Xiao Han's tone shifted, his eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. This is only temporary. Once we get to the provincial city and enter the genius training camp, I will win it back. I'm always ready. Lin Ye replied nonchalantly. Just then, boom, a loud crash came from above. Immediately after, the entire cave shook violently, debris falling all around. What's happening? An earthquake! Xiao Han exclaimed. Lin Ye's expression changed, rushing to the cave entrance to look, his pupils constricting. He saw a gigantic black gorilla that had appeared at the mountain top without anyone noticing. It stood 5 meters tall, its body bulging with muscles, and was wielding a massive tree it had uprooted, wildly smashing against the rock wall. Target: Diamond Demon Ape, Peak 3rd Tier, Status Rampaging, Purpose: it has caught the scent of residual earth dragon blood inside the cave. Damn it! Lin Ye cursed under his breath. The earth dragon blood was in his backpack, though sealed to a beast with keen senses. It was like a beacon in the night. It's found us. Bang! The Diamond Demon Ape slammed down again. This time it struck directly above the cave entrance. Crack! A huge fissure instantly opened in the caves, sealing large rocks tumbling down. This place is going to collapse. Xiao Han shouted. Run. Where to? Outside is filled with the beast tide. Lin Ye's mind raced. Going out meant death. Staying here would also lead to being buried. A dead end. Since there's no way out, then let's carve a path. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He grabbed his backpack and pulled out a glass vial containing the still slightly pulsating heart of the earth cave rock dragon. Xiao Han, are you willing to take a gamble? Gamble on what? Xiao Han looked at Lin Ye's frenzied eyes, feeling uneasy. Gamble on our lives. Lin Ye pointed at the rampaging Diamond Demon Ape outside. It wants that heart. I'll throw it out to distract it, and then we take the chance to rush out and break through this wave of ferocious beasts. Are you crazy? Xiao Han's eyes widened. That's the earth dragon heart. Worth millions. Plus, the beast tide below is so dense, how can we possibly fight our way out? Not fighting our way out means waiting to die. Lin Ye didn't waste words, directly kicking aside the stones blocking the cave entrance. Roar! The Diamond Demon Ape saw the cave entrance open and immediately roared, trying to reach its claws inside. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly hurled the earth dragon heart towards the center of the boom. As the two fell, the ice sword in Xiao Han's hand plunged fiercely into the ground. Ice domain! A wave of extreme cold erupted from him, instantly freezing the ground within a 10-meter radius. The dozen or so iron-skinned pigs with their gaping mouths were instantly turned into ice sculptures, frozen in a grotesque pose. Lin Ye took the opportunity to land, stepping onto the back of a frozen iron-skinned pig, and his battle blade-breaking army swept horizontally. Azura 7 killings, sky-splitting slash. The blood-red blade light spread like a crescent moon. Crack, crack. The bodies of the frozen beasts shattered under the impact of the blade energy, turning into a ground covered with red and white ice shards. Don't get caught up in battle. Break through to the east. There are fewer beasts over there. Lin Ye shouted, activating Eye of Insight at full power. His vision was filled with countless red dots representing the beasts, but to the east there was a relatively sparse gap. Good. Xiao Han didn't waste words and followed closely behind Lin Ye. At this moment he could no longer care about any pretentiousness of being a genius. In the face of the beast tide, if they didn't fight desperately, they would turn into dung in the next second. The two moved in tandem like a sharp knife, forcefully penetrating the belly of the beast tide. Lin Ye was responsible for clearing the path. His swordsmanship was bold and sweeping, each strike aimed at the beast's weak points. Throats, eyes, or abdomens. No beast could withstand a single strike before him. Xiao Han was responsible for holding the rear and controlling the battlefield. His icy true energy was difficult to deal with. Any beast that approached would be slowed down, or even frozen, buying precious time for Lin Ye to strike. One fire, one ice, one firm, one gentle. The two opponents, who originally couldn't stand each other, were now cooperating seamlessly. Roar! Just as the two were about to break free from the encirclement, a huge black shadow suddenly pounced from the side. It was a mid-tier flame lion of the 3rd rank. Its body was engulfed in flames 3 times larger than an ordinary lion. A paw struck down, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. Get away! Lin Ye's eyes turned cold, and he did not evade. Target: flame lion. Weakness: 3rd section of the spine at the waist. There is an old injury there. Xiao Han. Seal its movements. Understood. Xiao Han gritted his teeth, his face pale. The continuous high-intensity release of true energy had drained him, but he still squeezed out his last bit of strength. Earth-grade high-quality ice seal 1,000 miles. He pressed both hands onto the ground. Crackle, crackle. Countless ice spikes shot up from the ground, instantly wrapping around the flame lion's limbs, pinning it firmly in place. The flame lion roared in anger, its flames burning wildly, trying to melt the ice layer. But this brief second of rigidity was already enough for Lin Ye. Azura 7 killings, Azura slash. Lin Ye jumped high, and in midair his battle blade had transformed into a blood-red sun. All of his blood energy, all his killing intent, all his vitality converged into this one strike. The blade light flashed. The massive head of the flame lion soared into the sky, blood spraying up 3 meters from its severed neck, resembling a rain of blood. A mid-tier beast of the 3rd rank slain. Kill a mid-tier beast of the 3rd rank, experience 5,000 attribute points 5. Go! Lin Ye didn't even glance at the corpse, pulling up the exhausted Xiao Han. Seizing the moment when the surrounding beasts were stunned by that strike, they dashed out of the encirclement. 10 minutes later the two finally escaped to the edge of Ghost Island, standing on a cliff. Below was a surging river, and the beast tide was left behind in the jungle. Who? The two lay on the rocks without any dignity, gasping for breath, their bodies covered in blood, unable to distinguish whether it was their own or that of the beasts. Surviving the ordeal, Xiao Han looked up at the moon in the sky, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! The laughter grew louder, tinged with a hint of madness and exhilaration. What are you laughing at? Have you gone mad? Lin Ye glanced at him, busy bandaging the wound on his arm, with a roll of bandage from his backpack. That felt great. Xiao Han sat up, wiping the blood from his face. Lin Ye, I've never felt this exhilarating in my life. In the past at school, those so-called sparring sessions felt like child's play. But this battle was the true martial way. Lin Ye ignored him, silently staring at the panel. Though that wave of breaking through was perilous, the rewards were immense. Just the 2nd-tier beasts that died under his blade numbered in the dozens, plus that flame lion. His free attribute points had accumulated to 18. Allocate points. Lin Ye said without hesitation. 10 points to blood energy, 8 points to spirit. After experiencing this beast tide, he realized the importance of mental strength. Keeping Eye of Insight and danger perception active for a long time drained his spirit significantly. During the breakthrough just now, he almost fell victim several times due to mental disorientation. Buzz. A cool stream of energy surged into his mind, instantly clearing the previously sharp pain in his brain. Blood energy 3. 55.4. 0.5 inch. Spirit 2. 8.3. 6 inch. Realm 3rd-tier warrior midstage for 0.5 blood energy. Formally stepping into the midstage of the 3rd tier. Feeling the power replenishing within him, Lin Ye stood up and looked towards the river. Their several military speedboats were racing towards them. The searchlight's beam cut through the night sky. Rescue has arrived. Lin Ye dusted off the dirt from his bottom. Let's go, top scorer. Xiao Han also stood up, watching Lin Ye's silhouette with a complex expression. Top scorer. Xiao Han chuckled bitterly. Don't humiliate me. How many points did you score in this assessment? I haven't counted. Lin Ye shrugged. But the heart of the rock dragon is still in my bag. It should be quite a bit. Xiao Han's mouth twitched. The heart of the rock dragon, combined with the ones he killed before his points, must be over 10,000. Lin Ye. Xiao Han suddenly said seriously, although I lost this time, we will meet again. In the provincial city at the genius training camp. At that time I will definitely win back. I'll be waiting. Lin Ye waved his hand without turning back. The next morning at the Jiangcheng Sports Center, it had become the focus of the entire city. In front of the huge electronic screen, parents, teachers, and media reporters crowded to await the results. It's out. It's out. The rankings have refreshed. Someone shouted excitedly. All eyes instantly focused on the screen. The one who had been ranked first was Xiao Han from the first high school with 3,800 points. But in the next second that name suddenly jumped, being pushed to second place. A new name accompanied by a terrifying number suddenly appeared at the top. First place, Lin Ye, Jiangcheng Third High School. Points 15800. 1. 15,008. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Even the host responsible for commentary stuttered. Is there a system malfunction? How could anyone score more than 10,000 points higher than the second place? Just then, a video shot by a drone began to play on the big screen. It showed Lin Ye and Xiao Han teaming up against the beast tide, culminating with Lin Ye slaying the flame lion in one strike. Though it lasted only a few seconds, the suffocating pressure and unstoppable momentum made everyone hold their breath. Especially that final Azura slash. Even through the screen one could feel the overwhelming killing intent. That is a mid-tier third-rank beast, the flame lion. One strike kill? Heavens! Is this still a high school student? Shock. Unparalleled shock. In the crowd, Lin Ye's parents were so excited that tears filled their eyes. Lu Ruyan proudly puffed out her chest, saying to the surrounding peers, "Did you see? That's one of our extreme martial arts academy's people." Meanwhile, at the position of the Lei family, Lei Jintian watched the footage on the screen, crushing his teacup in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! Did all the people sent die? Couldn't even kill him with the underground rock dragon. Instead, he racked up over 10,000 points. Lei Jintian felt a surge of anger in his chest, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He lost both the woman and the soldiers. Lin Ye. Lei Zhenqian's eyes glinted with a vengeful light. Don't you get too proud. When you get to the provincial city, that's the real slaughterhouse. My Lei family's influence in the provincial city will make you understand what despair is. On the stage, when Lin Ye received the golden trophy symbolizing top scorer of Jiangcheng from the chief examiner, the entire audience erupted into applause. At that moment, he was the king of Jiangcheng. Lin Ye. The chief examiner, who was also the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau, looked at him with a beaming smile. In light of your outstanding performance in the assessment, especially your achievement of slaying the rock dragon, albeit with the aid of terrain, and the flame lion with special approval from the provincial education department, you not only earned the title of top scorer of Jiangcheng, but also secured an class spot directly into the Jiangnan Provincial Genius Training Camp. Class spot? Hearing this term, Xiao Han in the audience flashed a hint of envy in his eyes. There were only 3 of these spots in the entire Jiangnan province. Once inside, one would directly enjoy the best resources, the best mentors, and even have a chance to challenge the legendary young master list. Lin Ye accepted the trophy with a calm expression. He looked at the cheering crowd below, at his ecstatic parents, and at Lu Ruyan, who wore a satisfied smile. In his heart there were not too many ripples, because he knew this was just the beginning. Jiangcheng was too small. His journey was towards a broader world. 3 days after the joint exam, in the top-level conference room of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Institute, Lin Ye overlooked the entire Jiang city from the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. The sunlight today was exceptionally bright, much like his mood at this moment. Lin Ye, this is the level contract approved by headquarters. Lu Ruyan, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, pushed a thick document in front of Lin Ye. Even she had a hint of envy in her eyes at this moment. To be honest, after so many years in the Martial Arts Institute, this is the first time I've seen such generous terms offered to a newcomer. Lin Ye picked up the document and quickly skimmed through it. Extreme Dao Martial Arts Institute S-Level Genius Training Agreement Party A. Extreme Dao Martial Arts Institute Jiangnan Province Branch Party B. Lin Ye 1. Resource Benefits 1. Signing Fee 50 million Huaxia coins, one-time payment. 2. Base annual salary 10 million, increases with the enhancement of realm. 3. Resource allocation 5 million worth of cultivation resources provided monthly including, but not limited to pills exotic beast meat special potions. 4. Equipment support free custom-made set of high-grade combat gear, and weapons value not exceeding 20 million. 2. Privileges 1. Possess the authority of inspector of the Extreme Tao Martial Arts Institute with status equivalent to that of the deputy director of the branch. 2. Free use of all training facilities at the institute including gravity chambers, virtual combat pods, etc. 3. Obtain the opportunity for personal guidance once every quarter from a 6th grade master. 3. Obligations 1. Cannot join other martial arts factions, military and martial arts associations excluded, but must prioritize the interests of the institute. 2. Must complete at least 3 A-level difficulty tasks for the institute each year. 3. Maintain the image of the institute in public settings. 50 million signing fee, high-grade equipment and guidance from a master. Lin Ye closed the document and took a deep breath. This treatment was practically a meal served right to his lips. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Lu Ruyen asked with a smile. If not, we can negotiate. No need, I am very satisfied. Lin Ye picked up the pen and signed his name without hesitation. One shouldn't be too greedy. The Extreme Tao Martial Arts Institute had shown great sincerity, and naturally he would reciprocate. Welcome to the core team. Lu Ruyen extended her hand and shook firmly with Lin Ye. From today on, you are the pride of our Jiang City branch. Even when I see you, I have to call you Inspector Lin as per the rules. Please don't embarrass me, instructor. Lin Ye forced a smile. Once a teacher, always a teacher. You will always be my instructor. At least you have some conscience, kid. Lu Ruyen shot him a glance, then stated seriously, the money has already been transferred to your card. As for the equipment, just let me know your requirements and headquarters will expedite the production, which should arrive in about 3 days. No rush on the equipment. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. Instructor, I want to use this 50 million signing fee to buy something from the institute. What do you want? A 4th grade pill, blood integrating bone pill. Lu Ruyen was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized, is it for your father? Yes. Lin Ye nodded, his gaze resolute. I promised him that I would help him stand up again. You child. Lu Ruyen's eyes softened slightly. The blood-integrating bone pill is indeed precious, but it is available on the Institute's internal exchange list. However, it costs 30 million points, which is equivalent to 30 million in cash. Are you sure you want to spend that much? 30 million? For an ordinary person, this is money that could take a lifetime to earn. But Lin Ye didn't even blink. Buy it? Alright. Lu Ruyen didn't waste any time and directly operated on her tablet. Just so happens that we have one in stock at the Jiang City branch. I will have someone retrieve it now. Half an hour later, Lin Ye walked out of the Martial Arts Institute, holding a delicate purple sandalwood box. He had lost 30 million in his card, but his steps were lighter than ever. Money can be earned again, but his father's leg could not wait. Upon returning home, Lin Ye didn't immediately take out the pill. Instead, he first had his mother prepare a large bucket of hot water and added the blood-activating powder he bought at the pharmacy. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Lin Deshan looked at his busy son with some confusion. Dad, today is a good day. Lin Ye wiped his hands and walked to the wheelchair, crouching down to hold his father's rough hands. Do you remember what I told you before? To help you stand up again. Lin Deshan trembled all over, his voice shaking. You mean that pill? Yes. Lin Ye opened the purple sandalwood box. A rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire room. Inside the box lay a red pill the size of a longan, its surface shimmering with faint golden patterns, as if it had a life of its own. A 4th grade pill, blood-integrating bone pill. This is... Lin Deshan stared at the pill with tears streaming down his face. Dad, take it. Lin Ye handed the pill over. The process may be a little painful. That is a reaction to the rebirth of the bones. You must endure it. Okay, good. Lin Deshan trembled as he took the pill and swallowed it whole. Boom! The pill dissolved in his stomach, instantly transforming into a rolling heat. Ah! Lin Deshan let out a suppressed low roar, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down. He felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his severed leg, and it felt like flames were burning. That was the necrotic cells shedding while new bones and flesh were growing wildly. Old Lin. Lu Lan watched from the side, heart aching, wanting to step forward, but was stopped by Lin Ye. Mom, don't move. This is a crucial moment. Lin Ye activated his insight eye, closely monitoring his father's condition. Detecting vitality infusion. Bone reshaping in progress. 10, 30. Meridians reconnecting. A full 2 hours passed. The excruciating pain gradually subsided, replaced by a tingling sensation. Lin Ye uncovered the blanket on his father's leg. In the originally empty right trouser leg, a section of tender new flesh had actually grown. Although still weak, it was undoubtedly a complete leg. Ankle, toes, knees. All present. This. Lin Ye looked at his new leg, unable to speak from excitement. He tentatively moved his toes. They moved. They really moved. Dad, tried to stand up. Lin Ye supported his father's arm. Lin Ye took a deep breath, using his hands to push against the armrest of the wheelchair, slowly exerting strength. Under Lu Lan's anxious gaze, Lin Ye trembled and stood up. Though his legs felt a bit weak, he was truly standing on his own 2 feet. I've stood up. Old lady, I've stood up. Lin Ye embraced Lu Lan, sobbing uncontrollably. 3 years. A full 3 years. He was finally no longer a useless person. Lin Ye stood by, watching his parents embrace and cry, a genuine smile spreading across his face. At that moment, he felt that spending this 30 million was worth it beyond measure. Even if it meant exchanging all his cultivation for it, he would willingly do so. Dad, Mom. Once the 2 elders' emotions calmed down a bit, Lin Ye spoke. With your leg healed, it's time for us to move. Tomorrow we will head to the provincial city. Provincial city? Lin Ye was taken aback. What are we going to the provincial city for? We just bought this house not long ago. I have a spot at the genius training camp in the provincial city. I will need to cultivate there for an extended period. Lin Ye explained. Moreover, the Lei family's influence in Jiang City runs deep. I have thoroughly offended them this time, and I can't leave you here. Although Lei, who is crippled, and Lei Lai is injured, the peak 4th grade patriarch of the Lei family is still around. The only safe option is to take my parents to the provincial city under the protection of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Institute. Alright, I will listen to my son. Lin Ye now fully complied with his son. Let's move. The next day, a black business car drove away from Jiang City. Inside the car sat Lin Ye and his family of 3. Watching the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, Lin Ye's gaze gradually deepened. Jiang City, farewell. When I return, it will be the day the Lei family falls. For now, he had only one goal: the provincial city, the genius training camp. There gathered the most outstanding prodigies of Jiangnan province, the necessary path to the 3 sacred lands. Xiao Han said he would win back what was lost there. Lin Ye touched the new battle knife hanging at his waist. The high-grade battle knife Moonslayer sent overnight by the Martial Arts Institute. I hope the geniuses there are a bit stronger than Xiao Han. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. On the highway from Jiang City to the provincial capital, a modified black bulletproof business vehicle sped along. The emblem of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was emblazoned on both sides of the vehicle, which was specially equipped for the core members of the school. The body was made of grade alloy capable of withstanding the impact of 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Inside the car, Lin Ye closed his eyes to rest, gently stroking the newly acquired Moonslayer battle blade. This blade was lighter and sharper than the previous Breaking Army. Its blade exhibited a peculiar translucent sheen, as if it were formed from condensed moonlight. A superior-grade mystical weapon, it could slice through iron like mud. His parents sat in the back seat, nervously gazing at the desolate scenery outside. Beyond the safety zone of Jiang City lay the true wilderness. Though it was a highway, low-tier ferocious beasts could occasionally be seen wandering by the roadside. Xiao Yi, how much longer until we arrive? His mother Lu Lan asked softly. About 2 more hours. Lin Ye opened his eyes and reassured her mom, don't worry. This is the school's special vehicle, it's very safe. Before he could finish his sentence, a warning blared in his mind. Danger perception beginner activated. Warning. High-energy landmines buried 500 meters ahead under the overpass. Warning. 2 4th-tier martial artists detected on the left hillside. Warning. There is a fast-approaching flying unit from behind. A series of piercing red alarms erupted in Lin Ye's mind. His expression changed in an instant. 2 4th-tier martial artists. And landmines and flying units. This was definitely not an ordinary robbery. This was a premeditated military ambush. The Lei family, besides that rabid dog-like Lei family, Lin Ye couldn't think of anyone else who would be bold enough to act against the escort route of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Stop the car. Lin Ye shouted sharply. The driver, a 2nd-tier martial artist from the school, was startled and asked Lin, Inspector, what's wrong? We can't stop here. I told you to stop. There are landmines ahead. The driver's face changed drastically, and he instinctively slammed on the brakes. Screech. The tires screeched against the pavement, emitting a horrible burnt smell as the vehicle came to a halt barely 50 meters from the overpass. Boom. Almost the instant the car stopped, flames erupted from under the overpass. A violent explosion severed the bridge's support, and massive concrete blocks fell instantly, sealing off the original road. Had they not stopped, the car would have been crushed into a pancake. Enemy attack. The driver screamed in terror, frantically trying to reverse. Whoosh! A rocket propelled with a long tail flame shot down from the left hillside, heading straight for the business vehicle. Seeking death. Lin Ye's killing intent surged. He kicked open the car door and shot out like lightning. In midair, the Moon Slayer battle blade was already unsheathed. Azura 7 kills Sky Rift Slash. Swish! A 5-meter-long crescent-shaped blade aura burst forth, precisely cleaving the rocket in two. Boom! The rocket exploded in midair, engulfing Lin Ye's figure in a fireball. Xiao Yi. His parents in the car screamed in terror. As the smoke cleared, Lin Ye stood unscathed atop the car, enveloped in a faint layer of blood-red malevolent energy, blocking all residual explosions. He coldly stared at the left hillside. There 2 figures clad in black battle armor slowly emerged. The leading figure was burly, with a sinister face, wielding a ghostly-headed broadsword. His aura was profound as the sea, far surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier martial artist. Lei Jintian. Beside him was a mysterious masked man, his aura equally unfathomable, fiddling with 2 short daggers. Quick reaction. Lei Jintian looked at Lin Ye, his eyes filled with malice. I didn't expect you to dodge the first round of ambush. However, it ends here. To kill you, I even went so far as to utilize the family's resources and invite a gold medal killer from the Blood Kill Tower. Today, this wilderness will be your grave. Lin Ye stood atop the car, looking down at Lei Jintian. Lei family master, are you planning to fight me to the death? Fight to the death. You think you're worthy? Lei Jintian sneered. I am at the pinnacle of 4th tier. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Tack. No more talk. Quick battle, quick resolution. The masked assassin beside him coldly spoke, his figure flickering and vanishing from sight. So fast. This must be some sort of invisibility or speed combat technique. Eye of Insight activated. Target masked assassin, 4th tier, initial stage speed, 60 ms, trajectory prediction, left rear dead angle, attack target. Parents in the back seat. Despicable. Lin Ye's eyes flared with red light. They dared to target ordinary people. You dare. Lin Ye roared, his feet crushing the alloy car roof. He did not attempt to intercept the assassin, but instead slashed at a point in the air with his blade. To save Zhao by attacking Wei. If the assassin insisted on killing, this slash would also take his head. Humph! A cold snort echoed from the void. The masked assassin was forced to reveal himself, clashing his short dagger against Lin Ye's battle blade. Clang! Sparks flew. Lin Ye staggered back 3 steps, shattering the car's glass roof. The masked assassin was also knocked back 5 to 6 meters, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Such great strength. Is he really a 3rd tier? He was a 4th tier martial artist, his power having undergone a 2nd transformation, yet he gained little advantage in a direct clash. Altogether, Lei Jintian, seeing this, no longer hesitated and charged forward with the ghostly-headed broadsword. Thunder Blade technique, 5 thunder strikes. He slashed down, and indeed strands of lightning curled around the blade, creating a terrifying spectacle. The power of a pinnacle 4th tier martial artist was fully displayed. With Lei Jintian in front and the masked assassin behind, it was a desperate situation. Lin Ye's parents in the car were already pale with fear, covering their mouths, tightly afraid to make a sound lest they distract their son. Lin Ye took a deep breath. The blood and chi within him burned wildly. What of being a 4th tier? Today I will use you to consecrate my new blade. Azura 7 kills, 3rd style Azura slash. Lin Ye did not retreat but advanced, actively confronting Lei Jintian. He wanted to deal with the strongest first. Arrogant. Lei Jintian was furious. The 2 blades collided fiercely in midair. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept around, shattering all the windows of the business vehicle. Lin Ye felt a massive current surge through the blade into his body, numbing his meridians. The quality of the true chi from a 4th tier martial artist was indeed far superior to blood and chi. But he did not retreat. Azura dread triggered. Lei Zenshin's movements momentarily froze. In that instant, Lin Ye's left hand suddenly produced a dagger. One he had seized as a trophy from Ghost Island, smeared with deadly poison. Die! Lin Ye's left hand darted out like a poisonous snake, stabbing fiercely towards Lei Zenshin's armpit. That was the weakest point of Lei Zenshin's protective true chi. Thud! The dagger plunged into flesh. Ah! Lei Jintian screamed in agony, retreating frantically. The deadly poison spread rapidly, turning the left half of his body black in an instant. You actually used poison? Lei Jintian was both shocked and furious. In life and death struggles, it's all about survival, not methods. Lin Ye said coldly. Before he could catch his breath, the masked assassin attacked from behind. Kid, come and take your life. The two short daggers like poisonous fangs aimed straight for Lin Ye's back. At this moment Lin Ye was exhausted from the old strength and had not yet regained new strength. It seemed he was bound to die, but a strange smile crept across Lin Ye's lips. Danger perception, extreme eruption. At the critical moment his body twisted at an incredible angle, evading the lethal strike. Thud! The short dagger pierced through his shoulder. But Lin Ye's battle blade also swung out simultaneously. This slash was neither a hack nor a stab, but a spin. Azura 7 kills whirlwind kill. The battle blade along with Lin Ye's body spun like a blood-soaked grinding mill. The masked assassin did not expect Lin Ye to retaliate even while injured and could not dodge in time. Crack! A head wearing a mask soared into the sky. The fourth-tier initial stage assassin fell. Second brother. Lei Jintian was terrified at this sight, his soul nearly leaving his body. That was a gold medal assassin from the Blood Kill Tower. He was actually killed in retaliation. What kind of monster is this kid? Fear instantly drowned out his vengeful fury. Lei Jintian turned to flee. Poisoned and Jiangnan Province, the provincial capital. As the political, economic, and martial arts center of the entire Jiangnan region, the prosperity of the provincial capital is beyond compare to Jiang City. A massive energy shield envelopes the entire city with flying cars and high-level martial artists, riding flying beasts occasionally soaring through the sky. Skyscrapers soar into the clouds and huge holographic advertisements flicker between the buildings, showcasing the latest battle armor commercials and highlights of martial arts competitions. Is this the provincial capital? Lin Dashan and Lu Lan leaned against the car window, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Ye gazed out the window. His expression was calm, but he felt a ripple of emotions inside. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least double that of Jiang City. In such an environment, even a pig could become enlightened. No wonder the quality of geniuses in the provincial capital far exceeds that of the lower-level cities. The business vehicle drove directly into the Jidao Martial Arts Hall Jiangnan headquarters, located in the city center. This is a giant building reaching a height of 1,000 meters, resembling a sharp sword piercing the clouds. Under Lu Ruoyan's arrangement, she had already made prior arrangements. Lin Ye quickly completed the necessary procedures and settled his parents in the luxurious villa area allocated by the martial arts hall. The security here is strict, with 6th-grade masters stationed, ensuring absolute safety, unless a beast tide breaks through the provincial capital. Dad, Mom, you can stay here in peace. Lin Ye handed a card containing 5 million to his mother. Buy whatever you want, don't be stingy. Xiao Yiyu. Lu Lan's eyes turned red. You must be careful outside. Don't worry. After bidding farewell to his parents, Lin Ye strapped on his battle knife and headed alone to the Genius Training Camp, located in the north of the city. The Genius Training Camp is established within a massive military fortress. It gathers all the top geniuses from the 13 prefecture-level cities under Jiangnan Province, as well as the local prodigies from the provincial capital. As soon as he reached the entrance, Lin Ye felt a wave of killing intent rush toward him. There were no guards at the door, only 2 10-meter-tall black mechas, their heavy cannons aimed at the entrance. Beep. Identity verification passed. Welcome, Lin Ye S-Class Special Admission. An electronic voice sounded as the door slowly opened. Lin Ye stepped inside, his vision suddenly widening. This was a vast plaza already filled with a number of people clustered in groups, clearly delineating their affiliations. Look, new arrivals are here again. Humph, carrying a broken knife looks ordinary enough. I heard he came from some rural place in Jiang City. As soon as Lin Ye appeared, he drew numerous gazes. He could clearly sense that there was little goodwill among those looks, or more were filled with scrutiny, disdain, and even provocation. This is the world of martial artists where strength reigns supreme, yet it is also filled with regional discrimination. The geniuses of the provincial capital look down on those from lower-level cities, and the big cities dismiss the smaller ones. Are you Lin Ye? A haughty voice rang out. Lin Ye turned to see a boy dressed in a golden combat uniform with slicked-back hair, approaching accompanied by several followers. Target Jin Yao, side branch of the Jin family, in the provincial capital realm, midstage of the 3rd grade, Vitality 4. 2 evaluation, a greenhouse flower, nurtured by family resources, average combat experience but excellently equipped. Is there something you need? Lin Ye replied indifferently. I heard you got an S-class contract. Jin Yao sized Lin Ye up from head to toe, jealousy evident in his eyes. A country bumpkin from a rural area, how could you obtain an S-class? Do you know what it means to be S-class? That's a privilege that even I haven't received. It means I'm stronger than you, Lin Ye stated bluntly. Ha! Jin Yao was momentarily stunned, then he laughed in anger. Stronger than me? What a big claim. Kid, don't think that just because you topped the exams in that backwater Jiang City you're invincible. Here you're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Exactly. Jin Xiao is one of the top 50 geniuses in the provincial capital. Be smart and hand over your S-class contract, or you'll have to give up half of your resources every month. Jin Xiao might protect you then. The followers nearby began to jeer. Lin Ye shook his head. Such self-righteous fools exist everywhere. Get lost. Lin Ye spat a single word and prepared to leave. You're seeking death. Jin Yao was furious. No one in the provincial capital dared to speak to him like that. He suddenly reached out, aiming for Lin Ye's shoulder. His fingertips glimmered with golden light, clearly indicating he had practiced some finger technique. Great strength, Vajra finger. If this claw were to grip firmly, even an ordinary third-grade martial artist's shoulder blade would be crushed. But to Lin Ye this movement was as slow as a snail. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Lin Ye countered with a slap, arriving first, striking Jin Yao hard on the face. Ah! Jin Yao screamed in agony, spinning like a top 3 times in place, half of his face instantly swelling into a pig's head, a few bloody teeth flying out. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene. Jin Yao is a mid-stage third-grade warrior. How could he be sent flying by a single slap? You dare hit me? Jin Yao covered his face and shouted incoherently. Get him. Ruin him. A few followers were about to rush forward. Stop! A cold shout rang out from the high platform in the plaza. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area, rendering everyone motionless. 6th grade master. A middle-aged man dressed in a black instructor's uniform descended from above, crashing into the center of the plaza, like an iron pillar, causing cracks to form on the ground. This is a training camp, not a marketplace. The instructor's gaze was sharp as he scanned the crowd, finally landing on Lin Ye, a flash of unusual expression in his eyes but quickly returning to a cold severity. Engaging in private fights will result in a deduction of 100 points. Points? Lin Ye frowned slightly. In the training camp, points are everything. The instructor said coldly, eating, lodging, cultivating, even breathing in the spiritual energy here requires points. If your points hit 0, you will be kicked out. Want points? Then go steal. Go compete. Go complete tasks. And the instructor's lips curled into a cruel smile. As per tradition, the orientation meeting for new and old students will commence shortly. Old students treat these newcomers well. Just don't kill them. As soon as the words fell, several large doors around the plaza suddenly opened. Hundreds of senior students clad in identical black uniforms surged out. Each of them had eyes like hungry wolves fixating on the several hundred new students in the plaza. More new piglets have arrived. This batch of new students seems decent. I hope they can take more hits. That kid who hit Jin Yao is mine. I have my eye on his knife. A suffocating malice instantly enveloped all the newcomers. This is the first lesson in the Genius Training Camp. Establishing dominance. In the plaza of the talent training camp, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Hundreds of senior students surrounded them like wolves, exuding a murderous aura, honed from countless battles. Each of them possessed at least mid-stage 3rd rank cultivation, with a few giving off a deep breath that almost touched the threshold of high-stage 3rd rank. In contrast, this group of newly enrolled students appeared like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, most being peak 2nd rank or just entering 3rd rank. Faced with this intimidating presence, many had already turned pale, their legs trembling. Is this what they call the welcome ceremony? Lin Ye stood at the front of the new students, arms crossed, calmly observing the approaching seniors. Indeed, this is the rule. A bald senior with a face full of flesh approached with a sneer. His bare chest was covered in scars, and he wielded a wolf-tooth club, his blood chi reaching a staggering 4.5. In this training camp, strength is the only truth. If newcomers want to survive here, they must learn to keep their tails between their legs. The bald senior pointed at Lin Ye, and then at the other new students behind him. Hand over your initial points cards. Each of you can keep only 10 points as a minimum, the rest is our protection fee. Otherwise, he swung the wolf-tooth club, violently stirring up a gust of wind. Otherwise, you'll be lying in the infirmary for half a month. That's too much bullying. A new student shouted angrily. Each of us only has 100 initial points. If you take 90 points, how are we supposed to cultivate? That's your problem, the bald senior scoffed. Don't want to pay? Then we'll beat it out of you. Tack. With the bald senior's command, the other seniors rushed forward with wild cries. Don't hit. I'll pay. I'll pay. The scene descended into chaos. Many new students were knocked down before they even realized it, their cries of despair echoing throughout. This was not sparring. It was a one-sided beating and robbery. 5 seniors surrounded Lin Ye. "Kid, I heard you're the top scholar from Jiangcheng, and you even got an rank contract." The leader, a tall and skinny senior, twirled a dagger in his hand, greedily staring at Lin Ye's Moon Slayer battle knife at his waist. "That knife looks good. Let me borrow it for a couple of days." Saying this, he reached out to grab Lin Ye's knife handle. "Don't touch it," Lin Ye said flatly, his gaze instantly turning icy. "Oh, quite bold." The tall skinny one laughed. "It seems you need to see some colors to understand why the flowers bloom so red." Swish! The dagger struck like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Lin Ye's shoulder. The attack was vicious, clearly not intending to hold back. Looking for death, Lin Ye moved. He did not draw his sword. Simply lifting his leg, he kicked out. The speed was so extreme that the air exploded with a sharp crack. Bang! The tall skinny one couldn't even scream before he was sent flying, as if hit by a speeding truck, his chest caving in as he spat blood, and flew several meters, crashing into the crowd and knocking over several seniors. Silence. The once noisy plaza fell silent for a second. Everyone stared in shock at Lin Ye, who still held his kicking stance. One kick. He incapacitated a mid-stage third-rank senior. "Let's all go together." The remaining 4 seniors, seeing this, not only did not retreat, but their ferocity was ignited. Having mingled in the training camp for years, they were used to group fights. The 4 worked together, seamlessly attacking Lin Ye from above, middle, and below. Fists, legs, and blades. They sealed off all of Lin Ye's escape routes. Too slow. Lin Ye shook his head. Under the eye of insight, this seemingly perfect coordination was riddled with flaws. Left target, unsteady base weight centered to the right. Rear target, chi and blood flow stagnant, old injury on the left rib. Right target. Lin Ye's figure swayed, executing the drifting dragon steps. He strolled leisurely amidst the 4's siege, each strike precisely hitting their critical points. Smack! A slap sent the one on the left flying. Crack! A kick shattered the leg bone of the one on the right. Bang! A punch slammed into the gut of the assailant from behind, causing him to vomit bile. In just 3 seconds, the 5 seniors who had been so aggressive moments ago were all lying on the ground wailing. Lin Ye clapped his hands, his gaze sweeping over the other seniors still watching. "Who else wants my points?" No one spoke. The seniors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. This new top scholar was a bit fierce. "Humph, not bad." At that moment, the bald senior, who had been leading, pushed through the crowd. He looked at the injured on the ground, his expression dark and terrifying. "You think you can get away after beating our wolf gang members?" The bald senior's aura erupted, his blood chi soaring to 4, 5 like flames, creating an overwhelming pressure. "Wolf gang? Just a bunch of useless thugs." Lin Ye scoffed. "You're seeking death." The bald senior roared with fury, swinging his wolf-tooth club, charging at Lin Ye like a tank. Rampaging bull charge. This was a high-grade yellow martial skill combined with his innate strength, powerful enough to shatter rocks. Facing this ferocious strike, Lin Ye did not dodge. He slowly drew out the Moon Slayer battle knife. "Perfect, let me try this new technique I've comprehended on the road." Buzz. Lin Ye's aura suddenly transformed. If he had been calm like a placid lake before, now he was a volcano ready to erupt. A disturbing aura of slaughter surged from his body, wrapping around the blade. Azura 7 Killings 4th Style Whirlwind Slash. Lin Ye's body spun violently, the battle knife becoming a blood-red tornado. Clang, clang, clang. The wolf-tooth club and battle knife collided dozens of times in an instant. Sparks flew. The bald senior felt waves of terrifying power coursing through the wolf-tooth club, causing his hands to split and his arms to go numb. Even more terrifying was the murderous aura that had entered his body, crazily damaging his meridians, causing his blood chi to backflow. "Break for me!" Lin Ye roared, bringing down the final strike. Crack! The wolf-tooth club, forged from fine steel, was actually cleaved in half. The blade's momentum remained unyielding, stopping just an inch from the bald senior's forehead. A few strands of hair drifted down. The bald senior stood frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He could clearly sense the deathly aura emanating from the blade. As long as Lin Ye's hand trembled slightly, his head would split open like a watermelon. I lost." The bald senior swallowed hard, his voice dry. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Even the bald senior, ranked within the top 100 and known for his ferocity, lost. And it was a complete and utter defeat. "Hand over your points." Lin Ye sheathed his knife and extended his hand. "What?" The bald senior was taken aback. "Can't you understand? Hand over all the points on you. Each of you can keep only 10 points as a minimum. The rest is my protection fee." Lin Ye returned the bald senior's earlier words verbatim. "Why are we going too far? The bald senior gritted his teeth. Our Wolfgang has backing. Smack. Lin Ye swiftly struck back, slapping him across the face with the flat of his blade. I don't want to hear any nonsense. Hand over your points or not. Looking into Lin Ye's emotionless eyes, the bald senior finally caved. I'll give them. A few minutes later, Lin Ye looked at the more than 5,000 points that appeared on his identity card, nodding in satisfaction. This was not merely a show of strength. This was clearly a windfall. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the shivering seniors and the newly admiring students. In the future, anyone who wants to rob points, feel free to come find me. My name is Lin Ye. I'm always available. With that, Lin Ye strode towards the accommodation area deep within the training camp under everyone's watchful gaze. On the high platform, the master instructor, who had been observing coldly now, had a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement. Interesting. This year's newcomers are wilder than I expected. However, being too ostentatious is not a good thing. The top 10 monsters are all in seclusion. The conditions of the new student dormitory area in the training camp are quite good, resembling a standalone villa. While it cannot compare to the Slevel contract in the city center, having an independent space within the training camp where every inch of land is precious is already quite luxurious. Lin Ye had just set down his luggage and had not yet had a sip of water when the electronic doorbell at the entrance rang incessantly. Upon opening the door, he found a group of over 10 aggressive senior students standing outside. At the forefront was a young man dressed in a floral shirt, spinning 2 iron balls in his hands with a false smile on his face. You must be junior brother Lin Ye, right? I am the vice leader of the money gang Chen Duodua, the young man said with a grin. I heard you made quite an impression in the square earlier, snatching a lot of points. Not bad, promising. However, in the training camp, having only strength is not enough, you need connections as well. Spit it out quickly. Lin Ye leaned against the doorframe, looking impatient. Chen Duoduo's smile froze momentarily, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Well said. I like straightforward people. I just wanted to invite you to the dueling arena for a few rounds of fun. Fun with what? A points gambling battle. Chen Duoduo gestured to the group behind him. These are all senior brothers who want to spar with you. The minimum bet per match is 500 points with no. The trial tower, towering into the clouds, is entirely constructed from black energy-absorbing stones that exude a heavy sense of oppression. At the base of the tower, the grand hall is bustling with people. Look, that's the 10th place on the leaderboard, Mad Dog Zhang Kuang. Is he about to challenge the 6th level? I heard that the guardian of the 6th level is a 3rd-grade mid-tier iron-armored rhinoceros with an absurdly strong defense. I wonder if he can make it this time. It's tough. He lost at this level last time. In the center of the hall, a giant light screen displays the rankings and levels of the challengers in real time. Currently ranked first is someone named Yi Wudao at the 8th level. 8th level. Lin Ye stands before the light screen, stroking his chin. According to the rules, the difficulty of each level in the trial tower increases geometrically. First level, 10 first-grade beasts. Second level, 50 first-grade high-tier beasts. Third level, 10 second-grade initial stage beasts. Fourth level, 50 second-grade high-tier beasts. Fifth level, 1 third-grade initial stage beast lord level. Sixth level, 3 third-grade mid-tier beasts. Seventh level, 10 third-grade high-tier beasts. 8th level, peak third-grade beasts, beast tide mode. To clear the 8th level means that Yi Wudao possesses at least half a step into the 4th grade or even the ability to escape from a 4th-grade beast. No wonder it's the provincial city. There are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Ye did not feel discouraged. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Swipe card, enter tower. Lin Ye approached the front desk and swiped the fee of 100 points. Beep. Identity confirmed. Lin Ye, new student. Current level 0. Please enter the first teleportation lift. First level. This is a gigantic circular arena surrounded by towering walls. Roar. As Lin Ye appeared, the iron bars around him opened and 10 swift-winged wolves, simulated bodies, charged out, their eyes glowing red. Though they are energy simulations, their ferocity and real attack power are no less genuine. Too weak. Lin Ye didn't even draw his sword. He merely tapped his toes and his figure swept through the wolf pack like the wind. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds. Before the 10 swift-winged wolves could even register their enemy's location, their heads exploded into light dots and dissipated. First level cleared. Time taken 3 seconds. Second level. 50 iron-skinned pigs. Azura 7 kills, whirlwind slash. Lin Ye drew his sword and waved it casually. A circular blade aura swept across the field. Second level cleared. Time taken 5 seconds. Third level. 10-second grade initial stage shadow cats. This kind of beast, known for its speed, is a nightmare for ordinary new students, as it is hard to catch their trajectories. But under Lin Ye's eye of insight, their movements were as slow as a slideshow. 3 on the left, 4 on the right, 3 above. Lin Ye closed his eyes and struck back with a single slash. Whoosh! The precise blade aura instantly severed the throats of the 10 shadow cats. Third level cleared. Time taken 2 seconds. Outside the tower hall, everyone had initially been focused on Mad Dog Zhangquang's progress, but suddenly someone exclaimed, "Holy crap! You guys, look at that new student's stats." Which new student? The one Lin Ye, the one who just faced 10 opponents at the martial arts arena. Everyone turned their heads to the corner of the light screen. They saw the name Lin Ye with the levels rapidly fluctuating at an alarming speed. First level, second level, third level. In the blink of an eye, it changed to fourth level. What? Is he riding an elevator? How can it be so fast? Is there a bug in the system? Impossible. Trial Tower, 7th floor. This is a gloomy primeval forest with ancient trees towering high and vines like snakes. Hisses. A chilling hissing sound echoed from all directions. 10 spiders, each the size of a millstone and sporting fearsome visages, crouched on the tree trunks, and in the grass, their compound eyes fixated on the intruder. Ghost-faced spider. A third-grade high-tier ferocious beast. Not only is it incredibly fast, but its silk is as tough as steel, and it is also laced with corrosive venom. 10 of them working together can weave a death net that can strangle any intruder. Interesting. Lin Ye stood in the center of the clearing, his moon-slicing blade angled toward the ground. Faced with the siege of 10 third-grade high-tier ferocious beasts, his gaze remained calm, even revealing a hint of excitement. Perfect, I can use you to hone my body technique. Whoosh! The first ghost-faced spider sprang into action, spitting a white silk thread directly at Lin Ye's face. At the same time, 3 other ghost-faced spiders pounced from the side. Coordinating seamlessly, they sealed off the escape route. Danger perception all around, lock-on. Optimal evasion route up. Lin Ye leapt off the ground, propelling himself into the air as if defying gravity. Shura 7 kills, whirling kill. He forcefully twisted his body midair, the blade radiating like a full moon. 2 ghost-faced spiders caught in mid-flight were cleaved in half, their green blood splattering everywhere. 8 more to go. Lin Ye landed without a moment's pause, his figure darting into the swarm of spiders. Under the eye of insight, what appeared to be an impenetrable web formation was actually riddled with gaps. The one on the left has weak abdominal defenses. The one on the right has a 0.5-second delay before spitting silk. Lin Ye moved like a dancer on the edge of a blade. With each strike, a ghost-faced spider fell. Each evasion barely avoided the deadly fangs. 1 minute later, as the last ghost-faced spider let out a wail and collapsed, the entire 7th floor returned to silence. 7th floor cleared. Time taken 1 minute 12 seconds. Outside the tower, the hall was now packed with people. Even the instructors and staff members were stirred, gathering around the light screen. When the words, 7th floor cleared, lit up, a gasp of shock erupted from the crowd. Did he pass? 1 minute 12 seconds. Is this for real? Even the top 10 seniors didn't clear the 7th floor this quickly on their first attempt. Right in a corner, a tall and slim young man carrying a long spear wore a serious expression. He was Zhao Yunlong, ranked 9th among the seniors. I took a full 10 minutes to clear the 7th floor for the first time, and I was even slightly injured. This kid, could he be a monster trained by some major family? Murmured Zhao Yunlong. Just then the light screen flickered again. Notice challenger Lin Ye has entered the 8th floor. 8th floor. This is also the highest record currently held by the training camp students. Only the first-ranked Yi Wudao has ever lasted here for half an hour, killing over 100 ferocious beasts before being forced to retreat due to exhaustion. The 8th floor is a beast tide mode, led by third-grade peak ferocious beasts with hundreds of lower-tier ferocious beasts. Attacking it's simply not something a human can handle. How long can he last? 1 minute? 2 minutes? Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the light screen. 8th floor. This is a desolate gravel plain. As soon as Lin Ye appeared, he was struck by the sight before him. Dense clusters. Everywhere he looked there were ferocious beasts. Fire lions, gale wolves, armored rhinos. There were at least 300 to 400 of them. Each one exuded a brutal aura. In the center of the beast horde stood a giant elephant towering 5 meters high. Guardian boss Quake Mammoth, 3rd grade peak lord level. Roar. The quake mammoth let out a roar swinging its trunk. Boom! Hundreds of ferocious beasts surged forth like a tide, the ground shaking and dust flying. Such a scene would make even a fourth-grade warrior's scalp tingle. But Lin Ye smiled. This isn't a test at all. This is clearly a gift of experience. Shura 7 kills, Shura mode activate. Boom! The blood and energy within Lin Ye erupted, without reservation, his entire being enveloped in a layer of blood-red murderous aura, as if a Shura had crawled out of hell. He charged forward instead of retreating, plunging headlong into the tide of beasts. Kill! The moon-slicing blade transformed into a 10-meter-long blood-red streak, sweeping through the masses. The dozen Gale wolves at the forefront were instantly cut in half. Kill 2nd grade, ferocious beast experience 100. Kill 2nd grade, ferocious beast experience 100. The system's notification sound flooded the screen. Lin Ye was blinded by rage. In such a dense tide of beasts, aiming was unnecessary. Every strike claimed several lives. And the attacks from those ferocious beasts under the warning of danger perception couldn't even graze his clothes. Occasionally a few unavoidable attacks were withstood by the protective murderous aura around him. One man, one blade. He carved a bloody path through the tide of beasts. That is. Lin Ye's target was clear, the quake mammoth. To capture the thief, first capture the king. As long as he kills the lord, this wave of beast tide will collapse on its own. Moo! The quake mammoth seemed to sense the provocation, charging forward with a furious roar. Its massive tusks were like siege drills carrying an unstoppable momentum. Come at me! Lin Ye stepped on the back of an armored rhino, using it to propel himself into the air. Suspended in midair, his momentum peaked. The strike was his strongest yet. Shura 7 kills, 5th style break army slash. This was a glimpse of the blade intent he had just comprehended during the slaughter. Though still immature, the momentum of charging forward against 1,000 foes had already taken shape. But it seemed as if only the strike existed in the world. The blood-colored blade light transformed into a long rainbow, crashing down upon the quake mammoth's head. Crack! The hard skull shattered instantly. The blade light pierced down, splitting the colossal creature in half. Boom! The quake mammoth's corpse fell to either side, blood staining the gravel. The surrounding ferocious beasts instantly fell silent, looking fearfully at the blood-red figure standing atop the corpse. The lord is dead. In the next moment, the beast tide collapsed. Outside the tower, the numbers on the light screen froze. 8th floor cleared. Time taken 3 minutes 5 seconds. Historical record refreshed. Previous record not cleared. Did it break? Not only did it break, but it's a clear pass. 3 minutes. Killed the lord. This is too unbelievable. The entire hall erupted in chaos. Everyone was rubbing their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were dreaming. Even the usually calm master instructor was no longer composed. He suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming. What a kid! He actually comprehended the embryonic form of blade intent in battle. As a master, he saw more clearly than others. The data fluctuation from earlier was undoubtedly a manifestation of a realm-level power. 3rd grade comprehension of blade intent. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Quick! Encrypt his data. Rank him as an S-seed. The instructor shouted into the communicator. Also inform the hall master. This kid, we must secure him. While chaos reigned outside. 9th floor. Lin Ye stood in a void. There were no ferocious beasts here, only a white-robed phantom. 9th floor guardian, first camp leader, 4th grade early projection. Young man, reaching this point is quite impressive. The phantom spoke slowly, its voice ethereal. As long as you can take 3 of my strikes, you will have passed. 4th grade early stage. Lin Ye took a deep breath and gripped his moon-slicing blade tightly. Though he had just expended a great deal of energy on the 8th floor, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. Senior, please enlighten me. 5 minutes later, the doors of the trial tower slowly opened. Lin Ye walked out. He was covered in blood, his clothes tattered, and he wobbled slightly as he walked. But the light in his eyes was terrifyingly bright. I lost. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. Even though it was just a projection, the power control and realm suppression of a 4th grade being was all-encompassing. After taking the second strike, he was blasted away. However, even in defeat, he held his head high, because he had truly touched the threshold of blade intent in that battle. Lin Ye is out. Someone shouted out of nowhere. The previously noisy hall fell silent in an instant. Hundreds of eyes stared at him, filled with awe, admiration, and fear. He cleared the 8th floor, which even Yi Wudao could not pass. From today onwards, the top student of the training camp has changed. Lin Ye Jr. Qian Duodua, who had been beaten by Lin Ye, earlier squeezed out of the crowd, with a fawning expression, handing him a bottle of high-grade recovery potion. This is the finest revitalizing, you must drink it. You were absolutely magnificent earlier, like a deity descending to the mortal realm. Looking at Qian Duoduo's sycophantic demeanor, Lin Ye found it somewhat amusing, but did not refuse taking the potion and downing it in one gulp. The gravity tower located on the west side of the training camp is a fully enclosed silver high tower. Not only is it a sacred place for cultivation, but it is also an excellent venue to test the limits of one's body. Each level increases the gravity, with the highest, the 9th level, reaching a terrifying 10 times the normal gravity. Lin Ye swiped his card to enter. As N-level student, Lin Ye enjoyed free access. He was instantly teleported to a luxurious cultivation room on the 5th floor. The default gravity here is 5 times normal, adjustable to 8 times. 5 times gravity. As soon as Lin Ye stepped in, he felt his body grow heavy, as if a small mountain was placed on his back. The flow of blood slowed, and his heart beat heavily like a drum. If it were before, I might not even be able to stand. But now, Lin Ye took a deep breath, circulating his qi, and his body quickly adapted to the pressure. System activate the auxiliary cultivation mode. Auxiliary mode activated. Real-time monitoring of body status. Lin Ye sat cross-legged and took out the vitality infusion voucher. A crystal emitting dazzling light. This is a pure vitality crystal compressed by a high-level master, equivalent to 3 years of hard cultivation for an ordinary person. Let's begin. Lin Ye swallowed the crystal in one gulp. Boom. The terrifying energy exploded in his abdomen like a flood breaking through a dam, wildly washing through his meridians and bones. Pain. Extreme distension. His meridians felt as if they were about to burst, and his bones creaked under the unbearable weight. Suppress it. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, his will as sharp as a knife, forcibly guiding the raging energy to circulate according to the basic body refinement method and slaughtering blade of Shura. Once. Twice. 10 times. Under the pressure of 5 times gravity, his bodis absorption efficiency of energy reached its peak. Every cell was greedily devouring vitality, as if it were starving, then splitting, strengthening, and reorganizing. Time passed second by second. Lin Ye's aura grew stronger, and a layer of black dirt seeped from his skin. This was the deep cleansing of marrow and impurities. Uncertain how much time passed. Crack! It felt as if some shackles within him were broken. A surge of unprecedented power flooded through his body. Vitality 4. 0, 5, 4. 55, 4. 88. 5. 15. Realm 3rd grade warrior advanced. 5. 15. A breakthrough. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze emanating a palpable intensity. 3rd grade advanced. This is a realm that many veteran students might not achieve even after 2 years of cultivation, yet he accomplished it in just 1 month. But this is not enough. Lin Ye did not stand up, but drew his Moonslayer battle knife. The increase in vitality was merely foundational. True combat power lies in techniques. It lies in the realm of understanding. The breaking army slash he comprehended on the 8th level of the trial tower had immense power, but was extremely unstable, sometimes effective, sometimes not. While my condition is good, I must stabilize it completely. Lin Ye closed his eyes, replaying the image of that earth-shattering slash in his mind. The momentum of charging forward, undeterred by the multitude ahead. The resolve to disregard life and death. That, Shura-like killing intent. Shura's 7 kills to kill others is to also kill oneself. Only by facing death can one be reborn. Lin Ye murmured, his hand unconsciously swinging the knife. At first it was slow and unsteady, but gradually the speed of the knife increased, the momentum deepening. A blood-red storm seemed to sweep through the entire cultivation room. Without using any vitality, just the blade slicing through the air emitted a chilling wail. The knife was weeping, the wind was lamenting. In a moment of enlightenment, the embryonic form of knife intent is coalescing. 50. 80. Suddenly Lin Ye's knife came to a halt. Silence fell. The next second, slash. Lin Ye shouted softly, casually swinging his knife. No deafening sound, no dazzling light. Only a faint red line flashed through the air. Sizzle. On the alloy wall capable of withstanding a 4th grade attack, a fissure as fine as a hair appeared, bottomless. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, even severing the molecular structure of the metal. This is knife intent. Congratulations, host. Comprehended. Shura knife intent, minor success. Characteristics: ignores defense. 100 ignores defenses below 3rd grade, weakens 4th grade defenses by 80. Shocking the soul. Infusing malevolence into the body. It's done. Lin Ye looked at the knife in his hand, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the minor success of knife intent, his attack power underwent a qualitative leap. Now if he were to encounter someone like Lei Jintian at the peak of the 4th grade, he wouldn't need to use poison or sneak attacks. A direct strike would suffice to teach him a lesson. 3rd grade advanced minor success in knife intent. Lin Ye stood up, his bones crackling. I should be qualified to go to that place now. He gazed out the window towards the direction of the training camp's mission hall. There a task location designated as an grade restricted area awaits, the Abyssal Demon Cave. The next day, mission hall. This is where students take on tasks to earn points. Look, it's Lin Ye. Is he here to accept another task? What will he take on this time? Hunting a 3rd grade ferocious beast. He has been in the limelight these past few days, even the veteran students can't lift their heads against him. Lin Ye ignored the surrounding discussions and walked straight to the S-level task window. I want to take on a task. The person at the window was a sweet-looking female instructor. Seeing Lin Ye, she immediately put on a professional smile. Lin Ye, which task would you like to accept? Recently, a new batch of tasks has been released. I want to take that one. Lin Ye pointed at the task at the very top of the list, the one marked in blood-red ink. Task name, Abyssal Demon Cave, grade location 300 kilometers north of the provincial city underground fissure. Content, explore the outskirts of the demon cave, collect 10 demonized crystals, and ascertain the cause of the magical energy leak. Danger level, extremely high. Recommended for 4th grade and above or in teams. Reward, 50000 points. 1 premium Shen level pill. The female instructor's smile froze. The Abyssal Demon Cave. She widened her eyes, staring at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, are you sure? That is a real forbidden zone. Not only are there demonized ferocious beasts inside, but there may also be cultists lurking. Cultists. At the mention of these 3 words, the surroundings fell silent. They are traitors to humanity, a group of madmen who sell their souls to otherworldly demon gods for power. They are cruel and bloodthirsty, using methods more sinister than ferocious beasts of the same grade. I know. Lin Ye's expression remained calm. I will take this one. But the female instructor wanted to dissuade him. Register him. A commanding voice interrupted. The master instructor, who had appeared at some point, cast a deep glance at Lin Ye. Since he wants to go, let him go. A true dragon cannot be raised in a greenhouse. The instructor looked at Lin Ye with a hint of expectation in his eyes. But come back alive. Definitely. Lin Ye took the task card and turned to leave. As he walked away, the hall erupted in discussion. Crazy. He really accepted the task for the Abyssal Demon Cave. Is that a place for people? I heard a 4th grade squad went in last month and only one came back alive, and he went mad. This Lin Ye. Too reckless, he will probably face a downfall this time. 3 hours later, Lin Ye drove an off-road motorcycle, stopping in front of a massive underground fissure. This is the entrance to the Abyssal Demon Cave. Dense black magical energy spewed forth from the fissure, blocking out the sun. The surrounding plants had all withered and the ground exhibited an eerie purplish-black hue. Such heavy magical energy. Lin Ye activated Insight Eye and his vision instantly turned blood-red. Warning. High concentration magical energy environment. Long-term exposure can lead to cognitive dissonance and physical mutations. Recommended to activate Qi protection. Lin Ye circulated his Qi, forming a faint red light around his body to block the erosion of magical energy. Let's go in and take a look. He drew his Moonslayer battle knife, leaped, and jumped into the bottomless fissure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled past his ears. After falling for several hundred meters, Lin Ye finally landed on solid ground. This is a vast underground cave filled with bizarre rocks, dim and damp. Hiss, hiss. As soon as he landed, several dark figures lunged at him. Target, demonized rat, peak of 2nd grade status, bloodthirsty, frenzied. Get lost. Lin Ye didn't even look, swinging his knife behind him. Swish. Several demonized rats were instantly sliced in half, black blood splattering everywhere. Too weak. Lin Ye frowned. Creatures of this level were not even a proper warm-up for him. He continued deeper. The further he went, the larger the space became and the denser the magical energy grew. Along the way, he killed no less than 100 demonized creatures and collected over a dozen demonized crystals, far exceeding the task requirements. But he did not stop. His danger perception kept pulsing subtly, as if something deep within was calling to him, or waiting for him. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead accompanied by screams. Is someone there? Lin Ye's heart stirred, and he immediately concealed his presence, sneaking closer. In a spacious underground hall, several figures dressed in black robes with eerie symbols painted on their faces were surrounding a group of students in training camp uniforms. Lin Ye. Zhao Yunlong's eyes widened as he gazed at the youth, standing amidst the pool of blood, resembling a god or demon, disbelief filling his gaze. He knew Lin Ye was formidable, not only the top scholar of Jiang City, but also a record-breaker in the training camp's trial tower. However, he never imagined Lin Ye could be this powerful. That black-robed leader was a peak third tier, even half a step into the fourth tier occultist. Moreover, bolstered by demonic energy, his strength far exceeded that of warriors of the same tier. He was actually slain in a single blow by Lin Ye. What's wrong? Don't recognize me. Lin Ye casually wiped the blood from his blade and walked over to Zhao Yunlong, tossing him a vial of rejuvenation elixir. Can you still move? If so, take everyone and retreat. And you? Zhao Yunlong instinctively asked as he received the potion. Me. Lin Ye looked towards the altar deep within the hall, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. I still have some unfinished business. Inside I deep scan. Warning. High energy reaction detected inside the altar. Source: a fourth tier demon core is summoning some existence through the formation. Danger level extremely high. Trying to summon a demon god. Lin Ye sneered. Did you consult the knife in my hand? Clap, clap. At that moment, a chilling applause came from behind the altar. Wonderful, truly wonderful. A figure clad in a crimson robe wearing a pale white mask slowly emerged. With each step he took, a charred footprint was left on the ground, and the surrounding demonic energy seemed to bow before him, swirling madly towards him. Cardinal. Zhao Yunlong's face turned pale upon seeing this figure. Lin Ye, run. This is the cardinal of the demon sect. At least a mid-tier, fourth-tier powerhouse. In the demon sect, black robes signify followers while red robes signify bishops. Each cardinal is a blood-soaked executioner, terrifyingly powerful. Run. The cardinal let out a hoarse laugh. You've ruined my good deed, destroyed my offering, and now you want to escape. Today none of you will leave. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted instantly. Mid-tier, fourth tier. And it was a mid-tier, fourth tier filled with demonic energy. Zhao Yunlong and the two girls felt a sudden tightness in their chests, spitting out blood and collapsing to the ground. Under this pressure, standing became a luxury. Only Lin Ye stood tall like a pine. The Azura killing chi around him automatically formed a protective barrier, isolating that demonic might. A mid-tier, fourth tier, huh? Lin Ye tightened his grip on the Zhan Yu battle knife, his fighting spirit not only unyielding but intensifying. Since comprehending the sword intent, he had yet to encounter a true opponent. The previous black-robed leader was too weak, unable to withstand even a single strike. The red-robed cardinal before him was just right to serve as a blade-testing stone. Lin Ye, don't be impulsive. That's a fourth tier. Zhao Yunlong shouted anxiously. So what if it's a fourth tier? Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a row of white teeth. Not like I haven't killed one before. Before his words could settle, Lin Ye moved. Azura 7 kills, instant step. Boom. The rocks beneath his feet shattered. Lin Ye's figure vanished from sight, turning into a blood-red lightning bolt, lunging at the red-robed cardinal. Seeking death. The red-robed cardinal didn't expect this third-tier insect to dare initiate an attack. Enraged, he raised his withered hand, gathering a ball of black demonic fire in his palm. Demonic flame palm. Whoosh. The black flames morphed into a massive hand, exuding an aura of corrosion, crashing towards Lin Ye. This hand could easily melt a tank. Break. Lin Ye did not dodge, meeting the demonic flame palm with a slash. Azura 7 kills, breaking army slash. Buzz. The blood-red sword intent exploded. It was pure killing will, a determination to sever all. Hiss. The seemingly terrifying demonic flame palm was torn apart like cloth before this blade. The residual blade energy continued unabated, heading straight for the red-robed cardinal's throat. What? The red-robed cardinal was taken aback. Sword intent. This youth, who appeared to be under 20, had actually comprehended sword intent. He dared not be careless, retreating swiftly, while whipping out a black bone whip from his sleeve, coiling around the battle knife like a venomous snake. Clang. The battle knife clashed with the bone whip, sparks flying. A tremendous recoil surged, causing Lin Ye to stumble back 3 steps. The red-robed cardinal was also pushed back a step, his eyes filled with astonishment. What immense strength! What a domineering sword intent! He was a mid-tier, fourth tier. His physical body had been tempered by demonic energy as hard as iron. How could he suffer a disadvantage at the hands of a third-tier warrior? Bring it on. Lin Ye did not give his opponent a moment's respite. He charged forward like an unyielding battle machine. Azura 7 kills whirlwind slash. Azura 7 kills space rending slash. Azura 7 kills soul-piercing stab. Each slash faster and fiercer than the last. The sky was filled with blade shadows enveloping the redrobed cardinal. Each slash carried a breach defense characteristic and Azura deterrence. The redrobed cardinal grew increasingly frustrated. Clearly his realm was higher than his opponent's, his strength superior, yet he felt as though he was unable to unleash his full power. The opponent's blade was too elusive, always finding the weak points in his defenses, and that mental impact kept him in a daze, causing his demonic energy to circulate unevenly. Damn it, kid. You've thoroughly enraged me. The redrobed cardinal roared, his red robe suddenly bursting apart. His body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Black scales sprouted from his skin surface. His fingers transformed into claws and bony spikes protruded from his back. Demonic transformation. This was a desperate measure of the cultists burning their life force to temporarily gain the power of a demon god. Roar. After the transformation, the redrobed cardinal's aura surged to the peak of the 4th tier. He swiped out with a claw, his speed doubling. Rip. Although Lin Ye had the danger perception warning, his body was still a beat too slow. The combat suit on his chest was torn, leaving 3 deep wounds visible to the bone. Little Yi. Zhao Yunlong exclaimed. Die. The redrobed cardinal grinned, savagely seizing the upper hand and launching a frenzied assault. Lin Ye found himself at a disadvantage. He struggled under the storm of attacks, new wounds constantly appearing on his body. Blood stained his clothes. Pain. A piercing agony. Yet Lin Ye's gaze grew increasingly bright and cold. Detecting host's life threatened. Azura sword intent resonating. The greater the pressure, the stronger the explosion. In this life-and-death moment, Lin Ye felt as though he was touching the higher realm of Azura 7 kills. That was no self, no form, only a single strike. Now's the time. Lin Ye suddenly abandoned all defense. He allowed the redrobed cardinal's claws to pierce into his left shoulder. The claws pierced through his shoulder, blood gushing forth. A glint of wild joy flashed in the redrobed cardinal's eyes. Got you. But in the next second his smile froze, because he saw Lin Ye not only in pain but instead revealing a sinister smile. I've got you too. Lin Ye's right hand tightened around the Zhan Yu battle knife. At this moment all of his blood vitality, spirit, and sword intent surged into the blade without reservation. The knife emitted a mournful hum, as if it might shatter at any moment. Azura 7 kills, ultimate meaning Azura Purgatory. This was the 6th move he hadn't fully mastered, yet at this moment he unleashed it. Boom! Centered around Lin Ye, a bloodred storm erupted instantly. This was not ordinary blade energy. It was a meat grinder composed of countless fine blade energies. No! The redrobed cardinal let out a desperate howl. Because the two were too close, coupled with his claws stuck in Lin Ye's shoulder, he simply couldn't evade. Hiss, 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 hiss. As if countless scalpels were cutting. The redrobed cardinal, once so proud of his demonic form, was instantly shredded into pieces before this terrifying blade energy storm. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. In just 1 second, the redrobed cardinal, who had just been invincible, was reduced to a pile of minced meat. Only a head still holding a look of terror rolled on the ground. Victory! Lin Ye swayed slightly, the Zhan Yu battle knife falling to the ground with a clatter. He was gasping heavily, his face as pale as paper, the wound on his left shoulder still bleeding profusely. But he had won. He had slain a peak 4th-tier demonic state opponent. Kill redrobed cardinal, demonic experience 50,000. Attribute points 20. Comprehended the rudiments of Azura Purgatory. Achievement unlocked, Demon Slayer. However, before he could catch his breath, boom! The entire underground hall suddenly shook violently. The demon core on the altar lost control and energy began to run rampant. A pitch-black beam of light shot skyward, piercing through to the surface. Not good. The demon cave is going to collapse. Lin Ye's expression changed. When Lin Ye and the others returned to the training camp, it was already deep into the night. The camp gate was brightly lit with several military ambulances and a fully armed enforcement team waiting for a long time. Quick! Take the injured to the medical room. Seal the information. The matter regarding the abyssal cave is classified. No one is allowed to leak it. The master instructor personally took command, and upon seeing Lin Ye get off the vehicle, even this usually cold-blooded, iron-willed man couldn't help but show a hint of fluctuation in his eyes. Lin Ye, come to my office for a moment. The atmosphere in the instructor's office was somewhat heavy. Lin Ye sat on the sofa, his bare upper body wrapped in bandages. The penetrating wound on his left shoulder had already been treated with advanced healing equipment and was healing rapidly. You've caused quite a stir this time. The instructor looked at the report in his hand, his tone complex. The abyssal cave has completely collapsed, a cardinal-level cultist has been slain, and an altar has been destroyed. Lin Ye, do you know what you have done? I know. Lin Ye took a sip of hot tea, his expression calm. I killed someone who deserved to die. Deserved to die? The instructor smiled bitterly. That was a cardinal. One of the leaders of the cult in Jiangnan province. A mid-level 4th grade powerhouse who could reach the peak of 4th grade after a breakout. Even I would have to exert considerable effort to kill him. You, a 3rd grade, actually managed to take him down. The instructor stared at Lin Ye, as if trying to discern what kind of monster was hidden within this young man. It was just good luck. Lin Ye didn't elaborate much. It was better to keep some trump cards regarding the sure blade intent. Luck is also a form of strength. The instructor did not press further, but instead took out a black magnetic card from the drawer and pushed it in front of Lin Ye. This is your reward for this mission. Given your outstanding performance in the mission slaying, a cardinal destroying the altar, rescuing students, the evaluation of your mission from the training camp's higher-ups, and the military is S grade. S grade. This is an evaluation that has never occurred in the history of the training camp. The specific rewards are as follows. 1. Points originally set at 50000 doubled to 100000. 2. Military merit, first-class merit once can be exchanged for rare resources from the military. 3. Special reward, free repair and upgrade of one weapon limited to Earth grade top quality and below. 4. Permission upgrade, access to the God of War ranking challenge qualification. 100,000 points. Lin Ye's breathing quickened slightly. This large sum of money was enough for him to soak in the gravity chamber for a year or to exchange for several Earth grade combat techniques. Not to mention the weapon upgrade reward. His Moonslayer had already developed cracks during the recent battle, and he was worried about where to repair it. Thank you, instructor. Lin Ye pocketed the magnetic card. Don't be too quick to thank me. The instructor tapped the table, his expression turning serious. You've received the reward, but trouble has also come. The cult will definitely find out it was you. The death of the cardinal is a significant loss for them. From now on, you will be placed on the cult's kill list. Be very careful when you go out. Additionally, the instructor paused. The Lei family has also made some moves. I've heard that a genius from the Lei family is on his way back from the capital to participate in this provincial competition. His target is likely you. A genius of the Lei family. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Lei Dongtian. The instructor uttered a name, currently the number 1 on the God of War ranking, a 4th grade initial stage cultivator, who has awakened the Thunder Battle Body. A 4th grade initial stage, huh? Lin Ye touched the battle knife at his waist, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let him come. It's just right. I also want to test how capable the so-called number 1 on the God of War ranking really is. After leaving the office, Lin Ye went straight to the equipment department. This knife is ruined. The old man in the equipment department looked at the Moon Slayer, covered in cracks, a pained expression on his face. How could such a fine Earth grade top weapon be ruined like this? Did you take it to chop tanks? Close enough. Lin Ye shrugged. Can it be repaired? It can be repaired, but if you don't add some good materials, it will easily break again even after fixing it. The old man glanced at Lin Ye. Since you have the privilege of free upgrades, I recommend adding some Starfall iron into it. Starfall iron. That's right, this is the primary material for forging Earth-grade weapons. It is extremely hard and has excellent conductivity for true energy. Luckily, there is still a piece in the storage. The old man's eyes sparkled. As long as it is melted in, this knife can be upgraded to Earth-grade lower quality. An Earth-grade divine weapon. That is a weapon only worthy of a 5th grade master. Then I'll trouble you with it. Lin Ye said without hesitation. All right, come back in 3 days. 3 days later, Lin Ye returned to the equipment department. When the old man handed him the long rectangular box, Lin Ye felt a weight in his hands. Opening the box, a pitch-black battle knife, shimmering with tiny starlights, lay quietly inside. The blade was no longer the previous silver-white, but had taken on a dark blood color as if yearning for blood. This knife. Lin Ye grasped the hilt. Buzz. A feeling of connection surged in his heart. The Shura blade intent within him seemed to respond and began to operate on its own. A good knife. Lin Ye couldn't help but exclaim. Naturally. The old man proudly stroked his beard. It has incorporated Starfall iron and has been reforged in structure. Now this knife weighs 360 pounds, its sharpness enhanced threefold. Moreover, it possesses the dual effects of rend and heavy strike. Since it has been reborn, let's give it a new name. Lin Ye gently caressed the blade. From now on you shall be called Star Scar. As if in response to him, the blade trembled, slightly emitting a clear ringing sound. With this Earth-grade divine weapon, Lin Ye's combat power would at least increase by 30%. Next, it's time for points. Lin Ye walked out of the equipment department, glancing at the identity card, showing a staggering balance of 120000 points. First, ill exchange for a movement technique. His dragon swimming steps was only a yellow-grade top quality, which was somewhat insufficient against 4th-grade powerhouses. Arriving at the points hall, Lin Ye directly flipped to the Earth-grade area of the movement technique exchange list. Earth-grade lower-quality movement technique Phantom Trace price 30000 points. Earth-grade middle-quality movement technique Thunder Escape price 50000 points. Earth-grade upper-quality movement technique Shrink the Earth to an Inch fragment price 80000 points. Lin Ye's gaze lingered on Thunder Escape for a moment. This movement technique is renowned for its explosive speed, making it very suitable for his combat style. This is it. He boldly spent 50000 points. Coupled with some 4th-grade cultivation pills, he purchased. Lin Ye instantly spent 80000 points. Is this what it feels like to be suddenly wealthy? Lin Ye looked at the book in his hand that radiated with thunderlight, filled with anticipation. In half a month, the provincial competition will begin. In this half-month, I need to master Thunder Escape and push my cultivation to the peak of 3rd grade. Lei Dong Tian. I hope you won't let me down. Training Camp Class Gravity Cultivation Chamber. Hum. A deep resonant vibration trembled through the air. With the octuple gravity field fully activated, the very space within grew thick and viscous. Lin Ye stood bare-chested, every muscle taut, sweat instantly squeezed from his pores and drawn downward by crushing gravitational force. Before him floated a dozen specially forged metal spheres darting at irregular trajectories. So fast their motion blurred into afterimages. Thunderflash Step demands instantaneous eruption like lightning cleaving the void. One vanishes into emptiness. The core principles of the Thunderflash Step flashed through Lin Ye's mind. This Earth-tier mid-rank movement technique was not merely about speed. It hinged upon that explosive lightning-quick burst of power known as the sudden surge. Ha! Lin Ye drew a deep breath. Within him, Ki-blood surged wildly along precise meridian pathways. Crackling, faint azure arcs flickered across his thighs. A rare phenomenon born of hyper-concentrated Ki-blood friction against his meridians. Move! A flash of piercing light ignited in Lin Ye's eyes. Boom! The floor exploded inward, erupting into a deep crater. Lin Ye's figure vanished. Instantly, not an illusion, not mere visual deception, but sheer velocity transcending the retina's capture threshold. Bang, 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 bang. All dozen high-speed metal spheres detonated midair, shattered in a single synchronized instant. The next moment, Lin Ye reappeared at the far end of the chamber, settling into a calm, controlled stance. Agility attribute increased 60 milliseconds, 85 milliseconds. Trait acquired Thunderflash. Short-range burst speed enhanced by 50, with paralytic effect. 85 meters per second. Lin Ye glanced at the chronometers, reading a faint, satisfied smile curling at the corner of his lips. This velocity rivaled that of an ordinary Grade 4 initiate cultivator. And with Thunderflash engaged, he could momentarily surge to 120 meters per second. Nearly one-third the speed of sound. At the Grade 3 tier, such speed was utterly overwhelming. And this is only the beginning. Lin Ye clenched his fist. With this technique, and his recently repaired and upgraded Xinghan battle blade, his overall combat prowess had at least doubled since his time in the Abyss Demon Caverns. Lin Ye. Just then, the chamber's comm unit chimed urgently. Zhao Yunlong's voice crackled through. Tense, agitated. What is it? Lin Ye strode over and tapped the receive button. Get to the training camp plaza now. Something's happened. Zhao Yunlong's tone bristled with anger. Those so-called secluded cultivation seniors have returned. Clearing the plaza. Clearing. Lin Ye's brow furrowed. Exactly. The top 10 on the War God list. Their faction claims this year's freshmen are too arrogant. They're forcing a complete reshuffle of the rankings. They're already blocking people down there. Anyone who resists gets struck down. Qian Duodwa's already been hospitalized. Oh! A glacial chill flickered in Lin Ye's gaze. He hadn't sought them out. Yet they'd come knocking first. How intriguing! Lin Ye snatched up his outer robe and slung the Xinghan battle blade across his back. If they wish to play, I shall oblige them, with full measure. Training Camp Plaza. A dense crowd already thronged the open expanse. At its center, the designated activity zone for freshmen, stood a group of senior cultivators radiating formidable aura, having seized control. Sprawled across the ground lay 7 or 8 bruised and bloodied freshmen, among them even several seniors, including Chen Duo, groaned in pain. Before them stood 5 imposing youths. At their forefront loomed a towering figure clad in crimson battle armor, his hair blazing red, like a living inferno. Chun Lai, 8th on the war god list, a grade 3 peak cultivator. So this is your so-called strongest freshman generation. On the arena, a wave of heat surged. Chun Lai, ranked 8th on the war god list, unleashed his palm technique, blazing flames of heaven with fury, causing the peak-level blood chi of the 3rd rank to transform into a torrential torrent that warped and distorted the very air. Die! Chun Lai's eyes were filled with ferocity. He intended to cripple this arrogant newcomer in the most brutal manner, thus upholding the dignity of the older students. However, in the face of this overwhelming wave of flames, Lin Ye's expression remained terrifyingly calm. He neither dodged nor drew his sword. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, a flash of lightning appeared beneath his feet. Lightning escape, boom! As Wang Lei stepped onto the arena, the alloy-reinforced floor groaned under unbearable strain. The aura of a 4th-rank martial artist pressed down like a tangible mountain, so overwhelming that freshmen nearby struggled to breathe, while even some senior disciples instinctively retreated, their expressions grim. Tyrant Wang Lei, his name spoke truth. His combat style was defined by a single word: brutality. I won't bully you. Wang Lei cracked his neck with sharp popping sounds. I'll use no spiritual energy, only raw physical strength. If you force me back even half a step, you win. Arrogance. This was absolute, unshakable confidence in his own corporeal might. A 4th-rank cultivator, having undergone secondary bone tempering, possessed physical resilience far surpassing that of any 3rd-rank practitioner. Moreover, Wang Lei cultivated the Earth-rank body refining art Primal Wilderness Body Refinement Manual, rumored to have reached the bronze skin iron bones realm, impervious to ordinary weapons. No need. Lin Ye slowly drew his battle blade star trace, its tip angled downward toward the ground. To fight with full power is the greatest respect one can offer an opponent. And a faint sharp smile curved Lin Ye's lips. I also wish to see whether my blade can cleave through your bronze skin iron bones. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Wang Lei roared with laughter, admiration blazing brighter in his eyes. Since you possess such courage, I shall hold nothing back. Beware. If you die, don't blame me for lacking martial virtue. Before the final syllable faded, Wang Lei moved. No flashy footwork. Only a direct, unadorned charge in a straight line. Yet his speed was blinding, his force colossal. The air compressed into a white shock cloud. He surged forward like a heavy tank at full throttle, bearing down upon Lin Ye with crushing, annihilating momentum. Primal Wilderness Charge. Simple. Savage. Unanswerable. Faced with this terrifying assault, Lin Ye did not evade. In the past, he might have chosen Hitandran tactics. But now, he had just broken through to the high-stage 3rd rank and wielded an Earth-rank divine weapon. He yearned to test the very limits of his own potential. Azura 7 Slaughter, Breaker Star Slash. Lin Ye gripped the blade with both hands. His vital energy surged like a torrential river, converging into the blade itself. Upon Startrace's obsidian surface, a radiant crimson light flared. Slash! A thunderous shout. Blade and body collided with devastating force. Clang! A deafening clang of metal on metal reverberated across the entire arena. A shockwave erupted from the point of impact, radiating outward. The arena's protective barrier flared with blinding brilliance, flickering violently as if on the verge of shattering. Several freshmen standing too close were instantly struck senseless, blood streaming from ears and nostrils. As they stumbled backward in terror, dust billowed thickly. When visibility cleared, every spectator gasped sharply. At the arena's center, Lin Ye remained frozen mid-swing, his battle blade buried deep into Wang Lei's crossed forearms. A thin golden keratin layer shimmered over Wang Lei's arms, the ultimate manifestation of Primal Wilderness Body Refinement Manual pushed to its zenith. Yet now, across that supposedly indestructible golden carapace ran a deep, glistening wound, blood dripping steadily from his forearm. And Wang Lei's feet, they had sunk deep into the alloy floor, carving twin furrows as he slid backward. 3 full meters. He had been forced back, and even pierced. Immense strength. Wang Lei stared at the wound on his arm, astonishment flashing across his gaze. Though unarmed, his iron-hard arms rivaled supreme-grade, profound-tier weapons. Yet a third-rank cultivator had shattered his defense. Hidden. Is this blade intent? Wang Lei flicked his tongue across his lips, battle lust igniting fully within his eyes. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Again. Boom. Muscles across Wang Lei's frame swelled violently. His already monstrous physique swelling further into something truly fearsome. His fourth-rank spiritual energy surged forth, no longer restrained. Primal wilderness fist. Mountain-shattering impact. He hurled a single punch. The air detonated. Not once but repeatedly. Sonic booms cracking like thunderclaps. Its destructive force dwarfed his earlier charge by at least double. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. Peril perception, extreme danger. Recommend immediate evasion. Yet he did not retreat. That first strike had revealed Wang Lei's threshold. His defense, though formidable, was not impenetrable. Not against Startrace and the Azura blade intent. If it could be breached, then kill. Lightning veil dash. Instant shift. Whoosh. At the instant the fist wind grazed his skin, Lin Ye vanished. Wang Lei struck empty air. His momentum punching through, carving a vacuum channel clean through the rear atmosphere. Behind you. Wang Lei reacted instantly, swiveling and driving a massive elbow backward. But Lin Ye was faster. Azura 7 slaughter, whirlwind kill. Blade light arced like a crescent moon, slipping past the elbow strike to land with surgical precision across Wang Lei's back. Sizzle. Sparks erupted. His tunic exploded outward, revealing a chiseled, corded spine. The blade struck true, but left only a pale white scar, no blood drawn. Unbelievably dense. Lin Ye's mind recoiled inwardly. Indeed, the primal wilderness body refinement manual was monstrous. The dorsal defense even stronger than his arms. Got you. Wang Lei absorbed the blow without flinching, whirled around and lunged. A palm like a giant fan aimed squarely at Lin Ye's shoulder. A solid grip would crush his bones to powder. Too slow. Lightning flashed beneath Lin Ye's feet. He reappeared 10 meters away. This was the decisive advantage of an agile cultivator facing brute strength. So long as he evaded capture, he stood unassailable. For the next 3 minutes, the arena became a stage for a heart-stopping dance of offense and evasion. Wang Lei raged like a maddened bear. Fists flying, each blow detonating air and cratering the floor. Lin Ye danced like a swift swallow, darting effortlessly through the storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each evasion ended in a counterstrike. Wounds multiplied across Wang Lei's body. Not deep yet relentless, until crimson stained half his torso. Ruer. Frustration finally boiled over. You're like a flea. Stand still and fight me face-to-face. Face-to-face. Lin Ye halted 10 meters away, watching Wang Lei pant heavily, and smiled coldly. As you wish. The warm-up ends now. Startrace let out a piercing, resonant cry. A wave of Azura malevolence erupted from Lin Ye, tenfold more intense than before. His eyes turned blood red, the air behind him warped and coalesced into the snarling spectral visage of an Azura. Azura 7 slaughter, 5th form breaker star slash. But it did not end there. Lin Ye's vital energy burned fiercely. Lightning veil dash power flooded his legs. Speed, strength, blade intent. All three fused into one. This slash decides victory or defeat. Lin Ye vanished, reappearing like a crimson lightning bolt cleaving the sky, unimaginably fast. Wang Lei's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed the terror of this slash. It carried genuine lethality. Primal wilderness golden body hold. Wang Lei bellowed, his skin instantly darkening to burnished gold, transforming him into a living Vajra Arhat. He crossed his arms tightly before his chest, the ultimate defensive stance. Boom! Crimson lightning slammed into the golden Arhat with cataclysmic force. Time seemed to freeze for one breathless instant. Then, crack, a clean, chilling snap of bone echoed clearly. His invincible golden body defense shattered. The sheer force sent him hurtling backward like a cannonball, smashing through the arena railing, soaring dozens of meters, and crashing violently into a stone pillar at the plaza's edge. Crumble. Stone collapsed, burying him beneath rubble. Silence, absolute and suffocating, descended upon the crowd. Every eye widened in disbelief, fixed upon the youth, standing motionless on the arena, blade still extended. A single drop of golden blood fell from his blade's tip, the refined essence blood of a 4th-rank cultivator. He won. Zhao Yunlong whispered, stunned as if dreaming. a high-stage 3rd-rank cultivator defeating a 4th-rank body refiner Hedon. This transcended mere tier-transcending combat. It was myth made flesh. Cough, cough. From the distant ruins came a ragged cough. Wang Lei shoved aside broken stone and staggered upright. A deep bone-exposed gash split his chest to his arms streamed blood. But his face held no rage, only burning fervor. Exhilarating. Absolutely fucking exhilarating. Wiping blood from his lip, Wang Lei grinned at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, I yield. From today onward the 5th position on the War God rankings belongs to you. But a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Once I heal, I'll seek you out again. Next time I won't lose. Lin Ye sheathed his blade. The murderous aura vanished, leaving only the calm, unassuming boy next door. He gave Wang Lei a quiet nod. Anytime. Then beneath the awestruck gazes of all present he turned and walked away. That single battle cemented his title newcomer king. No, more than that. He had officially ascended into the elite echelon of the training camp's most formidable warriors. 5th on the War God rankings Lin Ye. With the defeat of Wang Lei, Lin Ye's name officially ascended onto the massive War God ranking stone tablet in the center of the training camp. 5th place, Lin Ye freshman realm high stage of 3rd grade record defeated Wang Lei initial stage of 4th grade above his level. This news spread like wildfire throughout the entire training camp, even alarming the major forces in the provincial city. A freshman having been in school for less than a month overturned the 5th-ranked senior. This was truly a humiliation to the very idea of genius. However, Lin Ye remained deaf to the clamor of the outside world. At this moment he was sitting in the exclusive villa designated for the top 5 of the War God ranking counting his spoils. Indeed, the benefits of being ranked 5th are substantial. Lin Ye looked at the additional zeros on his identity card and the few exquisite boxes placed on the table. 5th place on the War God ranking monthly base rewards 1. Points 50000. 2. Earth grade low quality pill body refining pill 3 pieces. 3. Unlimited free use of the gravity training room and virtual combat chamber. 4. Gain access to the S-Class resource library exchange rights. Just these 50000 points are enough for me to indulge for a while. Lin Ye picked up a body refining pill. This item was a treasure that had no market value outside. Just one could elevate the physical strength of a 3rd grade warrior by a small step. However, the most important thing now is not the points but time. There were still 2 weeks left until the provincial competition. Lei Dongtian from the Lei family was at the initial stage of 4th grade and had awakened the Thunder Battle body, making his combat power far superior to Wang Lei. Wang Lei was merely strong in physicality and lacked versatility. But Lei Dongtian, as a scion of a noble family, must have mastered top-tier combat techniques and secret arts. I must break through to the peak of 3rd grade within 2 weeks. Even touch the threshold of 4th grade. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. System formulate an extreme training plan. Analyzing host's physical condition. Plan generated morning body refinement in 10x gravity room with body refining pill. Afternoon virtual combat chamber. Simulating a mid-stage 4th grade opponent to hone blade intent. Evening cultivate lightning escape to small accomplishment and practice the 6th style of Azura 7 kills. Warning: this plan has an extremely high intensity requiring a large amount of recovery potions and the body will endure great pain. Pain? Lin Ye laughed, a hint of madness in his smile. As long as I don't die from training, I'll push myself to the limit. In the following days, a legend began to circulate within the training camp. The red light indicating in use in the gravity training room hardly ever went out for 24 hours. Every time the old man in charge of guarding the gravity room saw Lin Ye crawl out, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. That state of blood seeping from every pore and muscle spasms would have sent an ordinary person straight to the ICU. Yet this kid, after downing a bottle of potions and resting for 2 hours, would dash back in full of energy. A madman. This was everyone's evaluation of Lin Ye. Yet it was precisely this reckless determination that caused his strength to soar at a terrifying speed. On the first day he adapted to 8x gravity. On the third day he adapted to 9x gravity. By the 7th day, under 10x gravity, he executed lightning escape with the grace of a swallow. Meanwhile, his blade intent was being honed to an increasingly pure state within the virtual space. In the virtual chamber, he set his opponent to a powered-up version of the demonic Red Cardinal. From initially being killed in seconds to being able to withstand 10 moves and then to exchanging attacks and defenses, every day's progress was visibly remarkable. On the 10th day, in the villa's training room, Lin Ye sat cross-legged, surrounded by empty potion bottles. The 3 Earth-grade body refining pills had all been refined by him. At this moment his skin exhibited a bronze sheen. With a light flick it made a sound akin to metal clashing. Bronze skin and iron bones. This was a mark of the physical body reaching a certain strength. Though I haven't reached the 2nd stage of 4th-grade bone refinement, my current physical strength is already on par with Wang Lei. Lin Ye felt the blood and qi surging like the sea within him. Blood and qi 5. 15-5. 85 realm, high stage of 3rd grade limit, only a fine line remains to reach the peak of 3rd grade. 6. 0. Just this last push. Lin Ye took a deep breath and drew out the last item. It was a small piece of demonic core fragment that he had snatched from the altar after slaying the Red Cardinal in the abyssal cavern. Though just a fragment, the energy contained within was extremely violent. If an ordinary warrior dared to directly absorb it, they would be instantly invaded by demonic energy and fall into madness. But Lin Ye had Azura 7 kills. Azura is fundamentally about certifying the path through killing, feeding on the aura of slaughter. This demonic energy is a tremendous tonic for Azuras. Fortune favors the bold. A glint of resolve flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Swallow it. He clenched the demonic core fragment, tightly activating the heart method of Azura 7 kills. Boom! A chilling, bone-piercing black energy surged into his body through his palm, instantly transforming into a black venomous dragon, rampaging through his meridians. Pain that pierced to the bone. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his entire body trembling. Refine it for me. He summoned all the Azura killing energy within him, transforming it into sharp blades, wildly slicing, strangling, and devouring that black venomous dragon. This was a battle within his body. He didn't know how long it had been. That frenzied black venomous dragon finally let out a mournful cry, completely devoured by the Azura killing energy, turning into the purest energy, merging into his Qi Sea. Buzz! The Qi Sea trembled. The blood and Qi, which had already reached their limit, surged once again. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. A powerful aura erupted from Lin Ye's body, instantly sweeping across the entire villa. Congratulations, host. Breakthrough successful. Blood and Qi 6. 05. Realm peak of 3rd grade warrior. Azura blade intent elevated to middle accomplishment. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of blood-red light flickering in his gaze. Done. Peak of 3rd grade. Moreover, he possessed middle achievement in blade intent, bronze skin, and iron bones, as well as earth grade body skills. If he were to encounter Wang Lei now, he wouldn't even need to use tricks. Within 3 strikes, he would surely defeat him. Is this the feeling of power? Lin Ye clenched his fist, sensing a force within him that seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. Just then, the villa's emergency communicator suddenly blared with a piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Was this a level 1 combat readiness alert? Lin Ye's expression changed. He quickly answered the call. Within the holographic projection appeared the serious face of the master instructor. Lin Ye, immediately report to the combat command room. Something big has happened. In the command room of battle, a massive holographic sand table hovered in the center, displaying the terrain map surrounding Jiangnan province. At this moment, a region in the northeastern part of the map was flashing with blinding red light. When Lin Ye pushed the door open, the room was already filled with people. Among the familiar instructors, there were also several students ranked in the top 10 of the God of War list, including Wang Lei Qinlai, who had just been discharged from the hospital, and the elusive top student, Yiwu Dao. Yiwu Dao sat in a corner dressed in white, carrying an ancient sword on his back, exuding an aura of restraint, appearing just like an ordinary person. Yet Lin Ye's eye of insight immediately discerned his terrifying presence. Target Yiwu Dao, mid-level 4th rank, vitality 12. 5 cultivation technique, Taishang sword, classic earth grade, superior evaluation, extremely dangerous. The sword intent has reached the realm of unity of man and sword. Mid-level 4th rank. This level of strength indeed deserves the title of top student. Lin Ye found an empty seat and sat down, and Wang Lei immediately leaned over and whispered, Lin Ye, you also came. It seems this situation is serious enough to involve us students. Quiet. The master instructor strode in his face, dark enough to drip water. To make a long story short, the instructor pointed at the area of red light on the sand table. 3 hours ago, all communication from the outposts in the Black Wind Ridge area went dark. Satellite reconnaissance shows that a massive beast tide is gathering with numbers exceeding 100,000. 100,000. The entire room erupted in an uproar. A beast tide of 100,000 is already at a disaster level. It is enough to breach the defenses of an ordinary prefecture-level city. Moreover, The instructor's tone grew heavier. This beast tide is not a natural occurrence, but shows signs of being artificially controlled. We suspect that remnants of the demon sect are behind this, attempting to use the beast tide to attack the energy core of the provincial city, the Tian Shu Tower. Demon sect. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a cold light. Once again, it was this group of persistent rats. The main military force has already been dispatched to suppress the uprising in the abyssal demon cave, leaving the provincial city vulnerable. Therefore, the higher-ups have decided to urgently summon you. The elites of the genius training camp. The instructor's gaze swept over everyone present. Mission code decapitation. Mission objective: infiltrate behind the beast tide, identify and eliminate the beast king controlling the tide along with the demon sect commander behind it. This is an S-level mission with an extremely high level of danger, but the rewards are equally generous. Each person receives a basic score of 100,000. Killing the Beast King yields a superior Earth-grade battle method, and a special merit from the military. A superior Earth-grade battle method. Special merit. Everyone's breathing became heavy. Such a level of reward would even be hard for Yi Wu Dao to refuse. This mission is divided into 3 teams. The first team, led by Yi Wu Dao, will be responsible for a frontal feint. The second team, led by Zhao Yunlong, will be responsible for flanking maneuvers. The third team, the instructor looked at Lin Ye, led by Lin Ye with Wang Lei and Chun Lai as assistants, will be responsible for deep infiltration behind enemy lines to execute the decapitation operation. What? Chun Lai suddenly stood up, looking discontented. Instructor, why should he lead the team? I am a senior student. Because he is stronger than you. The instructor coldly interrupted. What do you want to practice with him here? Chun Lai glanced at Lin Ye, who was casually polishing his battle knife with a smirk, and immediately shrank back. The psychological shadow from being killed in one strike last time still lingered. No objections. Chun Lai sat down, but his eyes still bore resentment. Lin Ye, your task is the heaviest and most dangerous. The instructor walked up to Lin Ye. You possess the talent of the Eye of Insight. The military has deduced from previous combat analyses that Lin Ye has a perceptive talent, making you the most suitable for this reconnaissance and decapitation mission. Do you have confidence? Yes. Lin Ye stood up, his expression calm. I guarantee the completion of the mission. Good. Depart immediately. Black Wind Ridge, located 300 kilometers northeast of the provincial city. This area is constantly shrouded in black gale winds with treacherous terrain and jagged rocks. At this moment, the mountains and plains were filled with fierce beasts with crimson eyes. They did not engage in their usual infighting, but instead they lined up like an army slowly advancing towards the provincial city. In the center of that dark beast horde, there was a massive moving palace. An enormous throne constructed from countless bones carried by 4 gigantic elephants. On the throne sat a mysterious figure clad in a black robe, holding a bone flute, playing a strange melody. At his feet lay a beast over 10 meters long, covered in golden scales. Target: Golden Scale Beast King, peak 4th rank, Lord level status, controlled by demonic sound and raged weakness, 3rd eye, on the forehead, defenses extremely low. When not activated, Lin Ye crouched on a cliff, observing the situation below through a telescope, actually activating his Eye of Insight. It is indeed the demon sect. Lin Ye retracted his gaze and signaled to Wang Lei and Chun Lai behind him. Target confirmed. 5 kilometers away, 1 Beast King, 1 demon sect commander. Surrounding them are about 3,000 elite guards, all 3rd rank fierce beasts. 3,000 3rd rank. Chun Lai gasped in shock. How can we fight this? We would be trampled into meat paste before even getting close. Who said we have to charge in Hedon? Lin Ye pointed to the sky. Yi Wu Dao and the others are about to make their move. Once the front line engages, the beast horde's attention will be diverted and we will slip through that canyon. Remember, our only objective is decapitation. Boom! Just as his words fell, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. A beam of sword light shot down from the sky like divine punishment, instantly tearing a massive gap in the forefront of the beast tide. Yi Wu Dao has made his move. It's our turn. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with intensity. Action! Whoosh! 3 figures shot forward like arrows released from a bow, using the cover of night and terrain to rapidly infiltrate the core area of the beast tide. The true hunt has begun. The night was as dark as ink, and the winds of Black Wind Ridge howled like the cries of ghosts and wolves. The trio of Lin Ye glided through the rocky canyon like phantoms. Be careful. Lin Ye suddenly raised his hand, signaling to stop. Chun Lai and Wang Lei immediately halted and held their breath. Although Chun Lai had previously been unconvinced by Lin Ye throughout this journey, He could not help but admire Lin Ye's perception, which was as if he had activated a map hack. They had avoided several patrols of beast hordes, and even discovered a concealed marsh trap in advance. 300 meters ahead there is a pack of iron-backed wolves. Lin Ye lowered his voice. There are 12 of them with a third-tier leader. They are blocking the exit of the canyon. Wang Lei frowned. These fierce beasts have an extremely keen sense of smell, and once they detect an enemy, they will howl to call for their companions. If we can't take them out instantly, we will be exposed. So we can't force our way through. Lin Ye activated the Eye of Insight, his gaze piercing through the darkness. Target Iron-backed Wolves Squad. Status on alert. Patrol trajectory. A wolf will turn back to check every 30 seconds. Environmental factors. There is a loose boulder above the left rock wall. Lin Ye suddenly asked Chun Lai, you can use fire control, right? Of course, my fiery palm is not to be underestimated. Chun Lai snorted. Alright, when I count to 3, use fireball to blow that boulder down from the left rock wall. Wang Lei, you are responsible for pushing the wolves into the canyon when the stone falls. I will handle the harvest. Understood. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in tacit understanding. 3, 2, 1. Go. Boom. Chun Lai raised his hand and struck a fiery palm precisely at the support point of the rock wall. That boulder weighing several tons crashed down, sending a cloud of dust perfectly landing behind the wolf pack. Awoo! The wolves were startled by the sudden noise and instinctively retreated deeper into the canyon. At that moment, Wang Lei charged out like a heavy tank. Get back. He spread his arms, unleashing his brute force like an iron wall, forcibly pushing the fleeing wolves back. At the same time, a ghostly blue lightning flashed through the darkness. Lightning shadow, instant kill. Lin Ye's figure moved like a phantom, wielding the Starscar battle blade, tracing deadly arcs. Thud, thud, thud. Where the blade light passed, wolf heads fell to the ground, unable to even let out a cry. In just 3 seconds, all 12 iron-backed wolves had turned into corpses. Quick, clean up the blood. Move forward. Lin Ye showed no signs of pausing, taking out deodorizing powder from his backpack and sprinkling it on the corpses before leading the 2 through the canyon swiftly. The deeper they went, the more bizarre the atmosphere became. The fierce beasts, which should have been wild, now stood like puppets, either dazed in place or patrolling mechanically. There was no spark of spirit in their eyes, only a dead crimson silence. These beasts. Something is off. Wang Lei whispered, feeling a chill run down his spine. It's as if the corpses are walking. They are under the control of a demonic sound. Lin Ye's expression grew serious. The bone flute in the hands of that demonic commander is a magical artifact capable of manipulating minds. Although these ferocious beasts are not dead yet, their souls have already been drained. This is truly lunacy. Chun Lai cursed. These cultists are simply not worthy of being called human. Shoo! Lin Ye's face suddenly changed as he hastily pressed the 2 into a rock crevice behind them. Hold your breath. Don't move. Just as they hid, a terrifying aura swept overhead. It was a gigantic flying beast, the black-feathered demon eagle. On its back stood 2 figures in black cloaks. Strange, I clearly sensed a fluctuation of vitality here just now. One of the cloaked figures looked down in confusion. Stop being paranoid. The other cloaked figure said impatiently, the forces of Yi Wudeo's group ahead are aggressive. The master has ordered us to divert our elite here for support. Hurry up and leave. Indeed. Just a few mice can't stir up much trouble. The black-feathered demon eagle flapped its wings and flew away. Once it completely disappeared, Lin Ye and the others let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Wang Lei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Those 2 cloaked figures were at least peak 3rd-tier strength. The elite has been diverted. Lin Ye grasped the crucial information, his eyes shining. This means our opportunity has come. The fiercer the battle at the front, the more vacant the back becomes. Let's go. Full speed ahead. 20 minutes later, the 3 finally reached the core area of the beast tide, beneath the massive white bone throne. At this moment, most of the 3,000 third-tier beasts that were originally guarding the area had been diverted, leaving fewer than 500 scattered around. And on the throne, the cloaked commander was still playing the bone flute, seemingly unaware of the impending death. However, the golden scale beast king lying at his feet suddenly opened its eyes, its nostrils slightly flaring. We've been discovered. Lin Ye's heart sank. The 4th-tier peak beast king indeed had terrifying perception. Since we can't sneak attack, we'll have to launch a full assault. Lin Ye drew his battle blade, releasing the murderous aura without reservation, erupting like a volcano. Wang Lei, Chun Lai, you 2 are responsible for holding back those elite guards. Leave the commander and the beast king to me. What? You want to take on 2 opponents? Chun Lai exclaimed in shock. That's a 4th-tier peak beast king. Don't waste time. Follow the plan. Lin Ye shouted loudly, transforming into a streak of lightning and charging forward. Shura 7 kills, breaking army slash. Boom! A blood-red blade aura 10 meters long struck down with an unstoppable momentum at the commander on the white bone throne. Looking for death. The commander finally stopped, playing a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A mere third tier dares to assassinate me. He didn't even move, just lightly waved the bone flute in his hand. Golden scale, kill him. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. The golden scale beast king suddenly stood up, its massive body resembling a golden mountain. It raised a giant claw and struck casually. Clang! Lin Ye's lethal strike was unexpectedly blocked by this giant claw. Sparks flew. Lin Ye felt a terrifying backlash being sent flying over 10 meters, his palms tingling. Such hard defense. Lin Ye steadied himself, his expression grave. The defense of this golden scale beast king was even stronger than that of the earlier buried rock dragon. Moreover, its speed was incredibly fast. Roar! The golden scale beast king did not give Lin Ye a moment to breathe, exerting its strength on all fours, causing the ground to collapse instantly. It transformed into a golden streak, opening its massive jaws wide, lunging at Lin Ye. Its speed surpassed even Lin Ye's lightning shadow. Damn it! Lin Ye could only barely raise his battle blade to block. Bang! Both man and blade were knocked away, crashing heavily into the rock wall behind. Lin Ye, Wang Lei and Chun Lai, who were fighting the beast horde in the distance, were taken aback. Cough cough. Lin Ye crawled out from the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 2 of his ribs were broken and his organs were shaken. This was the oppressive feeling of a 4th-tier peak beast king. It was a completely different level. He. An overreaching little mouse. On the throne, the commander let out a chilling laugh. The golden scale possesses the bloodline of an ancient beast king. Even an ordinary 4th-tier peak warrior is no match for it. What can a 3rd tier do against it? Fight with my life. Lin Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning wild. He did not retreat, but charged forward instead. Shura 7 kills, Shura mode full release. Boom! The blood and vitality within him burned furiously, and the intent of the Shura blade was pushed to its limits. Behind him, a blood-colored Shura phantom seemed to appear, merging with him. Kill! Lin Ye charged once more towards the golden scale beast king. This time he did not go head-to-head, but utilized his agility to dance around. Swish! 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 Blade light rained down, continuously striking at the beast king's scales. Although most of the attacks were deflected, Lin Ye was undeterred. He was searching for the monster's weakness. Eye of Insight is deeply analyzing. Target's defense is extremely high, conventional attacks are ineffective. Searching for flaws. Warning. Target is about to unleash its innate skill, Golden Scale Storm. Roar. The Golden Scale Beast King was annoyed by this slippery little bug. Its scales suddenly stood on end and countless golden energy blades shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Not good. Lin Ye's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly activated Lightning Shadow to evade. Thud, thud, thud. Although he avoided the critical hits, he was still slashed by several wounds. Are you despairing? Are you in pain? The commander looked down at Lin Ye from a high position, as if he were observing a dying ant. This is the gap in strength. In the face of absolute power, your skills, your courage are nothing but jokes. Is that so? Lin Ye knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, blood staining his battle attire. Yet he suddenly smiled, because just an instant ago he had seen it. Weakness captured successfully. The Golden Scale Beast King's third eye will briefly open at the moment of releasing Golden Scale Storm for 0.5 seconds due to energy depletion. That is its vital point. This defense is 0. Only one chance. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the star scar. The blood and vitality within him had already dwindled to half, and his injuries were worsening. But the light in his eyes was brighter than ever. That was the glimmer of a hunter who had spotted a flaw in its prey. Here I come again. Lin Ye roared, charging forward once more. This was the final charge. Roar! As if sensing Lin Ye's desperate life or death strike, the golden-scaled beast sovereign's crimson beast eyes flickered with savage fury. It threw its head back, golden light coalescing in its maw. The surrounding air was instantly vacuumed away, forming a colossal vortex of raw energy. Golden Scale Tempest. A cruel smile curled the corner of the black-robed commander's lips as he sat upon his obsidian throne. This was the beast sovereign's innate divine ability, the ultimate killing technique it possessed. Countless golden energy blades erupted outward like a typhoon, striking indiscriminately in every direction. Each blade sharp enough to cleave through the protective Kibblood aura of a third-rank martial artist. Die insect! Faced with this overwhelming assault, Lin Ye neither retreated nor could retreat. His gaze locked onto a single fleeting opening, the third eye at the beast sovereign's forehead moments from cracking open. Thunderlight-apex shadow. Lin Ye channeled every last drop of his remaining ki-blood into his legs, and in an instant he became a blurred streak of lightning weaving through the dense storm of energy blades. Blossoms of blood burst across his body. Left shoulder, thigh, abdomen. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen deep bone-exposing wounds scarred his frame. Blood soaked his battle armor, transforming him into a blood-soaked azure risen from a crimson abyss. Yet not a single muscle in his brow twitched, for he was drawing ever closer to the beast sovereign. 50 meters, 30-10. Precisely as the golden scale tempest reached its climax, and the beast sovereign's old force exhausted new force yet unformed. The vertical fissure sealed tight upon its forehead slowly split open, revealing a pallid orb-like eye, the core of its power and its most vulnerable fatal point. Now! A blinding flash of resolve ignited in Lin Ye's eyes. His warblade, stellar scar, hummed hungrily, thirsting for blood. Azura 7 slaughters. 6th form Azura Hell. An embryonic insight he had grasped within the abyss demon caverns. Now, under the absolute pressure of life and death, it finally crystallized into perfect form. Boom! A terrifying maelstrom of murderous aura erupted from Lin Ye's center. Countless blood-red blade energies interwove, forging a flesh-grinding domain. A slaughter vortex that enshrouded both Lin Ye and the golden scale beast sovereign. What? The commander on the throne paled. That aura. Even he felt a tremor of dread. Ruawar. The beast sovereign too sensed the approach of death. It frantically tried to seal its third eye shut while swinging its massive claws to crush the human before it. Too late. Lin Ye's figure had already closed the distance. Blade light descended like hell itself. Slaughter intent surged like a tidal wave. PFFTCH. With unstoppable peerless sharpness, the stellar scar pierced directly into the newly opened third eye, its edge vanishing entirely beneath the beast's skull. Straight to the hilt. A woof! A shriek of unimaginable agony tore through the heavens, shaking boulders loose from the surrounding cliffs. The beast sovereign's colossal body convulsed violently, thrashing its head wildly, in a final desperate attempt to fling Lin Ye off. Die? Lin Ye gripped the hilt with iron resolve, refusing to yield no matter how fiercely the beast writhed. His Azura blade energy surged up the blade, flooding the beast's brain, eroding its very life force cell by cell. Crash! At last, the massive form of the golden scale beast sovereign collapsed, sending up a thunderous plume of dust. From its third eye, golden blood seeped forth as its vitality rapidly ebbed away. A 4th-rank apex beast sovereign. Fallen. Silence fell over the battlefield. Far away, Wang Lei and Shen Lai, locked in their own brutal struggle, stood frozen in disbelief. That was a 4th-rank apex. Even a true 4th-rank martial artist might not have slain it alone. Yet Lin Ye had done exactly that. Though at a devastating cost, he had truly succeeded. Ha ha! Lin Ye slid down from the beast's corpse, dropping to one knee, using his blade to prop up his swaying broken body. His condition was dire. His ki-blood utterly depleted, his body crisscrossed with grievous wounds, his strength sapped to the point where he could no longer even stand. Clap, clap, clap. A cold mocking applause echoed down from above. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The black-robed commander rose slowly from his throne, gazing down upon Lin Ye, with eyes burning with avarice. I never imagined a mere 3rd-rank martial artist could slay my golden scale. Your talent, your blade art, that pair of extraordinary eyes. If I were to refine you into a corpse puppet, you would be nothing short of a masterpiece. Raising his bone flute, the commander unleashed a chilling wave of spiritual pressure that instantly enveloped Lin Ye. Now, submit and become my puppet. Vrum! Lin Ye's skull pierced with searing pain, as if countless needles stabbed relentlessly into his mind. This was the demon sect's signature mental assault, soul-capturing demon chant. In his prime, his formidable spiritual sense might have resisted it. But now, he was spent, a bow drawn to its breaking point. Consciousness blurred. Vision darkened. Lin Ye, watch out! Wang Lei's and Chun Lai's cries rang out from afar, but they remained pinned down by waves of beasts unable to break through. So, is this where I fall? Lin Ye bit down hard on his tongue, trying to shock himself awake with the sharp sting. But exhaustion weighed heavier than stone. Just as his consciousness began to drown in darkness, a faint ripple stirred deep within his dantian. The residual energy of the demon core fragment he had once absorbed. A strange warm current flooded his entire being. No, this was not demonic energy. It was rebirth born from shattering one's limits. Host detected at the precipice of life and death. Potential ignition in progress. Kiblood undergoing fundamental transformation. Gangchi Coalescence 1, 10, 50. Within his previously desiccated dantian, a slender thread of golden energy suddenly manifested. Denser than Kiblood, more domineering than true Qi. This was the hallmark of a fourth-rank martial artist, Gangchi. Lin Ye snapped his eyes wide open. His one set of fused pupils refocused instantly, burning now with golden flame. You wish to refine me? Slowly, deliberately, Lin Ye rose to his feet. His wounds sealing scabbing over before the commander's very eyes. A terrifying aura erupted from his core, shattering the commander's mental suppression in an instant. You dare! Boom! A stream of golden energy erupted from Lin Ye's body, instantly scattering the air around him. The chilling spiritual force that had enveloped him melted away like snow under the sun. What kind of power is this? The black-robed commander on the throne's pupils constricted sharply, and the bone flute in his hand almost fell to the ground. He could clearly feel that the youth before him, who had been on the brink of defeat, was experiencing a terrifying surge in his aura. Peak of the third tier, breaking through the limits. Fourth tier, and not just an ordinary fourth tier. That golden energy exuded an overwhelming, indomitable aura. Gangchi, you actually broke through to the fourth tier in the heat of battle. The commander's voice became sharp and shrill. Impossible. Even if you broke through to the fourth tier, it is impossible to condense Gangchi directly. That is a power that can only be mastered in the midstage of the fourth tier. Warriors train to cultivate their blood and Qi from the first to third tier and cultivate true Qi in the fourth tier. When true Qi is refined to its peak, it becomes Gangchi. Gangchi protects the body impervious to blades and fire. When Gangchi leaves the body, it can kill from 100 paces. This is the realm that countless warriors dream of. Lin Ye did not respond. He slowly raised his head, feeling the golden flood of energy surging within him like the mighty Yangtze River. His previous injuries were healing at a visible speed under the nourishment of Gangchi. The broken ribs reconnected and the torn muscles swiftly grew back. Congratulations, host. Breakthrough in the heat of battle. Realm 4th tier warrior initial stage. Blood value 10. 5 base 5. 0 Gangchi bonus 15. 5. Awakened trait Azura Gangchi, a mutated Gangchi infused with Azura killing intent dealing 200 damage to demonic beings. Status peak. Huff. Lin Ye exhaled a breath of turbid air, which congealed into a white mist that lingered in the air. Nothing is impossible. Lin Ye clenched his fist, the air exploding under his palm. You were enjoying yourself just now, weren't you? He raised his head, his cold gaze locking onto the commander on the throne. Now it's my turn. Boom. The ground beneath him instantly collapsed, creating a 5-meter-wide pit. Lin Ye's figure vanished. Fast. At least twice as fast as before. If the previous speed was lightning, then this was teleportation. Stop him. Stop him now. The commander shouted in terror, wildly waving the bone flute in his hand. With the deaths of the beast sovereign and the commanding officer, the once frenzied yet orderly beast tide instantly lost its core command. Instinct reasserted itself. The beasts trampled one another in blind panic, fled in disarray, and even turned fangs upon their own kind. Kill. Nai Wudao and Zhao Yunlong led their main force in a sweeping counteroffensive, delivering the final blow to a broken enemy. And this battle raged relentlessly through the entire night. At dawn, the first golden rays of sunlight fell upon Hafeng Ridge. Only then did the fighting cease. And corpses lay strewn across the land, rivers of blood stained the earth. Yet upon every surviving disciple's face bloomed the radiant joy and quiet pride of those who had stared death in the eye and walked away. They were students, still ungraduated. Yet together with the military department they had quelled a beast tide of 10,000 strong. Not feat destined to be enshrined in the academy's annals. 10 o'clock in the morning. And dozens of heavy transport aircraft descended slowly onto the provincial capital's military airfield. And outside the tarmac, journalists, representatives from powerful clans, and countless citizens, drawn by word of mouth, had already gathered in fervent anticipation. They're here. They've returned. And as the cargo bay doors hissed open, one by one emerged young figures drenched in blood, their combat armor shattered and scorched. At the forefront stood not Yi Wudao, the undisputed number 1 on the divine warrior list, but a bare-chested youth, his shoulder bound in bandages, a black warblade slung across his back. Lin Ye. and behind him walked Yi Wudao, Zhao Yunlong, and the others. And this order was not accidental. It had been deliberately seeded by Yi Wudao himself. Lin Ye, and hero, and cheers erupted like a tidal wave, though official battle reports remained classified. Whispers of his decapitation of the beast sovereign had already swept through the upper echelons of the provincial capital. A freshman, enrolled for less than a month, had slain a peak 4th rank beast sovereign, and it was nothing short of legend. Yet Lin Ye gazed upon the roaring crowd with unshaken calm. The adulation did not cloud his judgment. None who has danced with death views such hollow glory with serene detachment. And Dad, Mom. Amidst the throng Lin Ye spotted two familiar faces. Lin Dashan and Lu Lan waving frantically, tears streaming down their cheeks. A warmth stirred in Lin Ye's chest as he strode forward. And Xiao Yi, are you hurt? Lu Lan cried, her eyes brimming as she stared at the bandages wrapped tightly around her son's shoulder. Just surface wounds. Nothing serious, Lin Ye replied with a gentle smile. In truth, the injury was grave, but for one possessing peak 4th rank physical cultivation and hardened chi, so long as his foundation remained intact, recovery was merely a matter of time. Good. Excellent. Lin Dashan clapped his son's shoulders, overcome with emotion, stammering incoherently. You've brought honor to the Lin family. True honor. As the family reunited, a group of officers approached, impeccably uniformed, their epaulets gleaming with star insignia. At their head stood Li Jintian, Supreme Commander of the Jiangnan Military Region, a peak 6th rank Grandmaster. Silence fell over the entire airfield, and Li Jintian halted before Lin Ye, his tiger-like gaze, piercing, incisive, sweeping over the youth from head to toe, then softening into a rare, approving smile. Truly heroes rise from the ranks of youth? And Lin Ye, you have done exceedingly well. And Li Jintian extended his hand and struck Lin Ye's shoulder with firm, resonant force. Come. Let us go to the military department. Your deeds will not be forgotten by the nation. And, in the highest conference chamber of the Provincial Military Command, a solemn award ceremony unfolded, attended only by senior officials. Lin Ye, during the Hafeng Ridge Beast Tide incident, displayed extraordinary valor, slaying a peak 4th rank beast sovereign and a demon sect guardian, thereby averting a catastrophic crisis at the provincial capital's energy core. By special decree of the military department, he is hereby awarded the highest meritorious service medal, and he is commissioned as a federal major, and he receives 10,000 merit points, and he may select any upper-tier earth-rank martial technique of his choice. NAS. The proclamation concluded. Li Jintian himself affixed the gleaming gold medal, symbol of the highest meritorious service, to Lin Ye's chest, a major at 18 years old, and such an appointment was unprecedented in Jiangnan's history. And from their seats below, Yi Wudao, Zhao Yunlong, and the others watched with unmasked admiration and envy. Though they too had earned distinction, their honors amounted only to 2nd or 3rd class merit, their ranks capped at lieutenant or captain, dwarfed utterly by Lin Ye's meteoric ascent. Thank you, Commander. Lin Ye rendered a crisp, textbook-perfect salute. And this is what you have earned, Li Jintian replied with a faint smile. Then his expression sobered. But rank carries responsibility. Lin Ye, you are a rare talent. After graduation, would you consider joining the military department directly? I will grant you command of an independent special operations unit. Resources, personnel, all yours to choose. It was an unmistakable direct recruitment, and Lin Ye paused, thoughtful. And Commander, for now, I wish only to complete my studies and compete in the provincial martial tournament. Ha ha. Understood, Li Jintian chuckled, offering no further pressure. We'll speak again after the tournament. But beware. Your recent fame has made you a marked man in the eyes of the demon sect. And Li Jintian lowered his voice, his tone laced with quiet warning. And the Lei family has grown restless of late. Tread carefully. Understood? Na glint of frost flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, and the Lei family. It was time for reckoning. At that very moment, in the Lei family estate of the provincial capital, and crash. An antique porcelain vase shattered violently upon the marble floor, shards scattering like frozen lightning. Lei Patian, the patriarch of 5th rank Grandmaster and elder brother of Li Jintian, sat rigid in his master's chair, his face a mask of storm-dark fury. Before him knelt several intelligence officers, trembling uncontrollably. And what did you say? That Lin Ye not only survived, but slew the beast sovereign. Awarded the highest meritorious service medal, promoted to major. Lei Patian roared. The sheer weight of his aura shook the entire hall. And Yai's patriarch, the intelligence officer stammered. And he has ascended to the 4th rank. and condensed his chi into steel-hard Gang Chi. And 4th rank, Gang Chi. Lei Patian drew a sharp, ragged breath. And 18 years old, 4th rank, with Gang Chi condensed, and this was no longer genius. This was a celestial anomaly. If left unchecked within a few short years, he would become unstoppable, and the Lei family would be erased from existence. And for the feud between Lin Ye and the Lei family had long since passed the point of no return. He must die, before the tournament. And murderous intent blazed in Lei Potion's eyes. And Patriarch acting openly now would be perilous, whispered the steward beside him. And he is now a favored protege of the military department. Striking him publicly would provoke their wrath. Then strike in shadow? And Lei Patian inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his seething rage. Has Dongtian returned? And the young master is en route. He will arrive tonight. Good. A flash of cold cruelty lit Lei Potion's gaze. And tell Dongtian, this tournament is non-negotiable. He must defeat Lin Ye in open combat upon the arena stage, publicly, gloriously, and without mercy. Also, Lei Patian withdrew a small black jade vial from his inner robe, and give this to Dongtian. It is the madness demon pill. In extremis, it grants him fleeting strength to contend with a 5th rank cultivator. Its side effects are severe, but for the sake of the clan we have no choice. And yes, sir. And the steward accepted the vial, his heart turning to ice. And the madness demon pill, a forbidden elixir that devoured one's life essence. And the Patriarch was truly desperate. 3 days later, and the provincial capital sports center, Jiangnan's largest stadium, capable of seating 100,000 spectators. And today banners fluttered in the wind, cheers thundered like distant storms. The annual Jiangnan Provincial Youth Martial Tournament had officially begun, and elite prodigies from all 13 prefectural cities, top universities, martial academies, and ancient clans converged upon this sacred ground. This was a true contest of dragons and tigers. And look, there's the Jidao Martial Academy delegation. And is that Lin Ye leading them? He looks so young. And rumor says he's the overwhelming favorite, so formidable that even Yi Wudao yields precedence. NAS Lin Ye strode into the entrance corridor clad in sleek black combat fatigues, every eye in the stadium locked onto him. He was no longer the nameless youth who had arrived from Jiangcheng, and he was the young hero of Jiangnan, the strongest major in history. Lin Ye. And at that moment a voice thick with challenge cut through the air from the side, and Lin Ye turned. Na squad clad in violet battle armor advanced toward him. Their leader stood tall, graceful of form, handsome of face. Yet his eyes held a venomous stillness, and a jagged purple lightning mark burned above his brow. And from him radiated an aura of terrifying volatility, ruthless, domineering, as though a thunder beast slumbered sealed within his flesh. Lei Dongtian, the Lei family's peerless prodigy. And long have I heard your name? And Lei Dongtian halted before Lin Ye, barely a meter separating them. Their gazes collided mid-air, sparks of silent defiance flaring between them. So it was you who killed my uncle, Lei Jintian. Lei Dongtian murmured, voice low and intimate. Meant for Lin Ye alone. And he sought his own end. Lin Ye replied, calm and detached. And excellent. Na cruel smile curled Lei Dongtian's lips. And I hope your spine remains this unbending when you stand upon the arena stage. I shall break your bones, one by one, to honor my uncle's spirit. And I'll be waiting. And Lin Ye remained impassive, brushing idly at a speck of dust, non-existent, upon his sleeve. The last who spoke so boldly lies buried beneath 3 meters of grass. And boom, and their auras erupted simultaneously, clashing, repelling, refusing to yield. The very air congealed thick with tension. And battle loomed, imminent, inevitable. All participants, please enter the virtual combat chamber. Preliminary rules of free-for-all battle. Each participant starts with 10 points and can take half of their opponent's points by defeating them. The top 100 in the final rankings will advance. Scene: abandoned city, randomly refreshed, ferocious beasts, interruptions. With the referees command, hundreds of holographic simulation chambers in the center of the arena lit up simultaneously. Lin Ye lay inside the chamber and his consciousness was instantly extracted. The light and shadow shifted. When Lin Ye opened his eyes again, he was already standing on the rooftop of a dilapidated building. Surrounded by a gray sky everywhere, he looked was a scene of collapsed skyscrapers and a jungle of rusted steel. An abandoned city, a perfect setting for hunting. Lin Ye moved his body slightly. Although it was a virtual body, the data was a perfect 1:1 replica. His foundation establishment realm Azura Chi, and even the star mark battle knife in his hand were indistinguishable from reality. I wonder where Lei Dongtian has been allocated. Lin Ye stood on the rooftop activating the Eye of Insight. His vision instantly expanded, capturing all life responses within several kilometers. 300 meters to the left front, 3 second-grade martial artists were forming an alliance. 500 meters to the right rear, 2 third-grade martial artists were engaged in combat. On the street directly below, a third-tier ferocious beast, the iron-armored lizard, was wandering. Let's gather some points first. Lin Ye's figure swayed as he jumped down from the 100-meter-high building. Everyone back to back. Be careful of sneak attacks. With the three of us working together, even a third-grade martial artist would be a worthy opponent. At the corner of the street, 3 students from a regional city were nervously forming a defensive formation. They knew their strength was weak, so they chose to huddle together to secure their rankings. However, boom! A golden figure descended from the sky, crashing down among them like a meteor. The massive shockwave sent the 3 of them flying. Who is it? The 3 scrambled up in terror, and before they could see who came, they saw a blood-red blade light magnifying before their eyes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 beams of white light flashed by. The system instantly judged the 3 as dead, forcibly ejecting them from the virtual space. Killed 3 participants. Points 15. Current ranking 890. Too slow. Lin Ye shook his head. Although this kind of easy prey was effortless, the points increased too slowly. To secure a spot in the top 100, or even contend for first place, he had to hunt those fat sheep. Go where the crowd is. Lin Ye's gaze fixed on the direction of the city center. Their intense energy fluctuations were erupting. City Center Square. This place had already turned into a battlefield. Dozens of students were engaged in a chaotic fight, various martial arts lights flashing everywhere. In the center of the battlefield, a young man clad in purple battle armor was rampaging. He wielded a spear crackling with lightning, and with each thrust someone fell. A prodigy from the side branch of the Lei family, Lei Yun. Peak of the 3rd grade. Ha ha ha. A bunch of useless trash. Hand over your points. Lei Yun laughed madly, his spear like a dragon, unstoppable. In just a few minutes he had eliminated over 10 people, and his points soared to several hundred, temporarily placing him at 50th on the leaderboard. Master Lei is mighty. Follow Master Lei and we'll have meat to eat. A few students attached to the Lei family shouted encouragement and opportunistically picked up the scraps. Just as Lei Yun was about to charge towards the next wave of prey, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura rapidly approaching. What is that? Lei Yun turned around abruptly. At the end of the street, a black figure was charging at a terrifying speed. Everything in its path, whether students or wandering ferocious beasts, was sent flying. It was not running, it was crushing. That's Lin Ye. Lei Yun's pupils constricted. As a member of the Lei family, how could he not recognize that face? The family head had issued a death order to cripple him at all costs during the competition. Why do you go to heaven when there is a path, and why do you come to hell when there is no door? A hint of cruelty flashed in Lei Yun's eyes. Although I've heard you've broken through to the 4th grade in the virtual space, pain can be adjusted. I don't believe you can exert your full strength. Everyone listen up. Focus fire on Lin Ye. Kill him and the family head will reward you greatly. Kill. Although the dozen or so lackeys around felt some trepidation under the promise of heavy rewards, they still howled and charged forward. A bunch of ants. Lin Ye looked at the approaching crowd, his pace unyielding. Opening Azura Chi. Buzz. A layer of golden-red protective aura instantly emerged. Bang, 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 bang. The blades, fireballs, and ice spikes that struck him felt like mere tickles, unable to even create ripples on the protective aura. 4th grade Chi, impervious to all methods. What? Lei Yun was horrified. Before he could react, Lin Ye had already charged into the crowd. Azura 7 kills whirlwind slash. Lin Ye spun his battle knife, transforming into a blood-red tornado. Puff, puff, puff. The dozen or so lackeys were instantly shredded into white light, their screams rising and falling. Killed 12 participants. Points 60. Current ranking 120. Now it's your turn. Lin Ye stopped, his gaze coldly fixed on Lei Yun. Lei Yun swallowed hard, his hand gripping the spear, trembling slightly. So strong. This was not a battle of the same level at all. Lin Ye, don't get too cocky. My cousin Lei Dongtian will avenge me. Lei Yun shouted with a fierce tone, then turned and ran. Run. Lin Ye scoffed, throwing the battle knife in his hand. Go. The star mark battle knife transformed into a streak of flowing light, instantly crossing a distance of 100 meters. Puff. It struck Lei Yun in the back, pinning him to the ground. Ah! Lei Yun let out a tragic scream, turning into white light and dissipating. Killed. Lei Yun points 320, gained 160 points. Current ranking 18. Lin Ye walked over and pulled out the battle knife embedded in the ground. For every member of the Lei family, kill one when you see one. His gaze shifted further ahead. There more prey awaited him. In an abandoned city, the skies were overcast. A black figure moved like a ghost through the steel jungle. The 58th one. Lin Ye effortlessly pinned a third-grade martial artist, who attempted to ambush him against the wall, watching indifferently as the opponent transformed into white light and dissipated. Killing a contestant. Points 45. Current ranking 3rd place. The preliminary rounds had already lasted 2 hours. Most of the survivors were either powerful or exceptionally skilled in survival. The fluctuations on the leaderboard were becoming increasingly intense. First place Bi Wudao points 2,800. Second place Lei Dongtian points 2,650. Third place Lin Ye points 2,400. It seems those two are also racking up kills quite quickly. Lin Ye glanced at the leaderboard, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yi Wudao and Lei Dongtian were both 4th-grade powerhouses, and in this preliminary round they were akin to max-level characters slaughtering in the novice village. However, there aren't many fat sheep left now. Lin Ye activated the Eye of Insight, and the red dots in his vision had noticeably thinned out. Moreover, most were congregating towards a few specific areas. Those were the safe zones where several strong contenders gathered. Cohorting for warmth. Lin Ye sneered. In the face of absolute strength, numbers are merely a statistic. In the eastern district of the city, within an abandoned gymnasium, over 30 students gathered here. Most hailed from second-rate families or martial arts schools in the provincial city. Although they couldn't match top-tier geniuses in unknown combat, their numbers gave them an advantage. Everyone guard the entrance. As long as we survive the last half hour, we can advance to the top 100. Don't worry, this place is easy to defend and hard to attack, and we've set traps. Before he finished speaking, boom. The dome of the gymnasium suddenly exploded. Huge concrete blocks fell like meteor showers, causing everyone to scurry for cover. Immediately after, a golden-red figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the center of the venue, stirring up a cloud of dust. Traps? Such childish toys shouldn't be brought out to embarrass yourselves. As the dust settled, Lin Ye's cold face came into view. The star-mark battle knife in his hand pointed diagonally to the ground, and the Azura aura swirling around him burned like a tangible flame, exuding an overwhelming pressure. It's Lin Ye, that murderous maniac. Run! Names carry weight, and Lin Ye had already carved out a fearsome reputation in the preliminary rounds, especially with his instant kill on sight style, which instilled terror in everyone. Can you escape? A flash of lightning appeared beneath Lin Ye's feet. Lightning escape phantom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was as if over a dozen Lin Yes appeared in the venue simultaneously, each wielding a knife. Azura 7-kill whirlwind slash. A blood-red storm engulfed the entire arena. The sounds of screams, pleas for mercy, and the shattering of weapons intertwined, composing a melody of death. This was a massacre. Over 30 third-grade martial artists were like lambs to the slaughter before Lin Ye, unable to mount any effective resistance. In less than a minute, the venue fell silent. Only Lin Ye stood, surrounded by dissipating white light. Killing 32 contestants. Points 680. Current ranking 1st place. Finally at the top. At this moment, within the entire virtual space, all contestants received a prominent system announcement. Announcement: contestant Lin Yes points exceeded 3,000. Temporarily ranked first. On the other side of the city, Yi Wudao, who was polishing his sword, looked up at the gigantic red name in the sky, a glimmer of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Interesting. It seems this competition won't be boring. In the northern district of the city, Lei Dongtian crushed the skull of a third-grade beast. With one stomp, his expression darkening as he gazed at that name. Lin Ye. Just a temporary lead. Once the official arena competition starts, it'll make you understand what despair truly means. Countdown to the end of the preliminary rounds: 10 seconds. Lin Ye stood atop the ruins, gazing at the silent city beneath him. His points were fixed at 3,200. No one could shake it. Ding! The match is over. Transmitting. A flash of white light. When Lin Ye opened his eyes again, he had returned to the real-world gymnasium. As soon as he exited the pod, he felt countless gazes focused on him. There was awe, admiration, but also jealousy and hatred. Lin Ye! Lin Ye! The audience erupted with thunderous cheers. In this era that revered martial prowess, the strong always received the loudest applause. Lin Ye stepped out of the simulation pod and encountered Lei Dongtian, who had just exited as well. Their eyes met. Lei Dongtian made a slashing motion across his throat, his gaze venomous. Yet Lin Ye merely smiled faintly, giving a thumbs up, then turned it downward. The crowd gasped. This was a blatant provocation. Lei Dongtian's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple, and if not for the referee's intervention, he might have attacked on the spot. Very well. Lei Dongtian gritted his teeth. Cherish your remaining time. Lin Ye ignored his threat and strode toward the resting area of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. There Lu Ruyan and Zhao Yunlong were eagerly waiting for him. Well done. Lu Ruyan handed Lin Ye a bottle of water, first in points. This is a great start. It's just the preliminary round. Lin Ye took a sip of water, his expression calm. The main event is yet to come. That's right. Lu Ruyan's expression turned serious. The upcoming top 100 competition is the real test. Moreover, I've received news that the Lei family has invoked privileges. Privileges? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. As one of the sponsors, the Lei family has the right to intervene in the groupings. Lu Ruyan lowered her voice. They placed you in the death group. Oh! Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The death group, huh? I hope the opponents in there can provide me with a bit more excitement. On the massive screen in the gymnasium, the final rankings of the preliminary round scrolled continuously. Lin Ye's name stood unchallenged at the top. 3200 points, an overwhelming lead. Yi Wudao ranked second with 3100 points. Lei Dongtian third with 2980. The outcome left countless spectators stunned. A freshman had decisively surpassed two veteran powerhouses to claim first place in the preliminaries. A sharp crack echoed. The teacup in Lei Potion's hand shattered into fragments on the VIP seating platform. Worthless. All of you, worthless. Lei Potion's face turned ashen with fury. He had invested enormous sums and deployed numerous operatives to ambush Lin Ye. Yet not only had they failed to halt him, they had unwittingly become his walking score boosters. Especially Lei Yun, ranked peak third tier, cut down in a single stroke. Master, please calm yourself. The steward hurriedly handed over a fresh towel. The preliminaries are merely an appetizer. The true contest begins with the group stage and knockout rounds. Per your instructions, I've activated our influence within the organizing committee. The steward gestured toward the newly refreshed group draw displayed on the main screen. Lin Ye has been assigned to Group G. Within this group reside 3 seniors ranked among last year's top 20, and 2 elite assassins secretly cultivated by the Lei family, each armed with specialized, chi-shattering weapons. More importantly, the steward lowered his voice. The seated competitor in this group is Meng Yan, the so-called illusionist. Meng Yan. Lei Potion's eyes lit up. The psychic cultivator. Precisely. His mental assaults are inscrutable, especially lethal against martial artists whose physical prowess far exceeds their spiritual resilience. Though Lin Ye's body was shielded by invincible chi armor, spiritual fortitude had always been his weakest link. Once Meng Yan struck, Lin Ye would emerge either dead or stripped bare of vitality. Excellent. Outstanding work. A rare smile finally surfaced on Lei Potion's face. Tell Meng Yan, should he cripple Lin Ye, the Lei family pledges 100 million credits and a heavenly tier manual of psychic cultivation. Meanwhile, in the rest area, Lu Ruyan stared grimly at the group draw in her hand. Group G. This is trouble. What's wrong? Lin Ye looked up from polishing his battle blade. See for yourself. Lu Ruyan pointed to several names on the list: Zhang Li, the Iron Fist, rank 18, Lu San, the Poisonous Bee, rank 15, Meng Yan, the Illusionist, rank 12. Each is a senior powerhouse from last year, peaking at 3rd tier or even hovering at the threshold of 4th tier. Most notably Meng Yan, a rare psychic cultivator said to have gravely wounded a 4th tier martial artist through sheer mental assault. To gather all 3 in one group, with you added to the mix. This isn't a group stage. It's a championship-level deathmatch. Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth in outrage. This reeks of manipulation. The Lei family intends to eliminate you before the group stage even concludes. Per tournament rules, only the top 2 from each group advance to the Sweet 16. In such a death group, a single misstep meant elimination. A psychic cultivator. Lin Ye stroked his chin, a spark of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Since absorbing the demonic core fragment, his spiritual energy had surged dramatically. Though he hadn't yet awakened psychic abilities, the insight I granted him extraordinary resistance to mental attacks. far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Rest easy, instructor. Lin Ye rose and stretched lazily. Whether Iron Fist Poisonous be, or the so-called Meng Yan, before me they hold only one identity point generating assets. At 2 p.m., the group stage officially commenced. Group G's arena was a circular coliseum. The opening match pitted Lin Ye against Zhang Li, the Iron Fist. Zhang Li stood 2 meters tall, his arms sheathed in massive alloy gauntlets studded with razor-sharp spikes. "Kid, I hear you're arrogant." Zhang Li clanged his gauntlets together, producing a grating metallic shriek. "But before my iron fists even dragons must coil, and tigers lie low." "Too much talk." Lin Ye held his blade in one hand, expression languid. "Referee, begin. I'm pressed for time." "Arrogant fool." Fury ignited in Zhang Li. At the referee's signal, he charged like a maddened rhinoceros, fists swinging with earth-shaking force. Rock-splitting fist. The air detonated, gale-force wind roared. Facing that devastating blow, Lin Ye didn't so much as blink. At the instant the fist neared his face. Shink! A flash of steel. No thunderous impact. Only a soft, clean, slicing sound. Zhang Li froze mid-motion. He stared, disbelieving at his own hands. The gauntlets, forged from ultradense alloy capable of deflecting mystic-tier weapons, had been severed cleanly down the center. The cut gleamed mirror-smooth. Lin Ye's blade tip rested against Zhang Li's throat, less than a millimeter from his skin. "You've lost." Lin Ye spoke calmly. Zhang Li swallowed hard, cold sweat drenched his back. Too fast, too sharp. He hadn't even glimpsed the motion of the blade. "I surrender." Zhang Li bowed his head in defeat. The arena erupted in shock. One move. Again. Just one move. And he'd severed his opponent's weapon. The peerless sharpness of the stellar scar blade fused with the Azura blade. Intense, invincible cutting power elevated Lin Ye's offensive might to terrifying heights. The following matches became Lin Ye's solo spectacle. Second match versus Lu San, the poisonous bee. Lu San, a devious martial artist specializing in toxins and hidden projectiles, immediately blanketed the arena in a cloud of paralyzing poison dust. But Lin Ye's chi armor rendered him immune to all venoms. He stormed straight through the toxic haze and kicked loose and clean off the platform. Third match against a Lei family assassin. Before the man could even draw his chi-shattering crossbow, Lin Ye cleaved his arm from his shoulder with a single slash. Victory after victory. An unstoppable streak. In under an hour, Lin Ye had swept nearly all opponents in Group G, his score soaring far ahead of the rest. Only one match remained, the decisive one. Opponent Meng Yan, Group G's seeded competitor, the illusionist. Finally someone interesting. Lin Ye watched the pale, slender youth in violet robes step onto the platform, his eyes narrowing slightly. Meng Yan appeared frail, easily toppled by a gust of wind, yet his eyes shimmered with an eerie lilac hue, like bottomless vortices drawing the gaze inward until the viewer drowned in their depths. "Lin Ye." Meng Yan's voice was soft yet carried an uncanny cadence. "Your blade is swift, but can even the swiftest blade sever a dream? Try it and see." Lin Ye tightened his grip on the blade. Insight eye warning. Detecting intense spiritual fluctuations. Recommendation: anchor your mind. Do not meet his gaze directly. Match begins. At the referee's call, Meng Yan did not advance. Instead, he slowly raised both hands. The air above the arena warped violently. Lin Ye's vision blurred, and in an instant the roaring gymnasium vanished. Before him stretched a battlefield of corpses and blood-soaked earth. Screaming specters clawed from crimson pools, surging toward him in frenzied assault. "An illusion," Lin Ye sneered. "Such petty tricks dare ensnare me." "Break!" he roared, unleashing the Azura chi armor. Boom! Golden red aura blazed forth like a miniature sun, seeking to dispel the phantoms. To his astonishment, the specters did not vanish upon contact. They shrieked in genuine agony, spraying real blood. One even pierced his chi barrier and sank fangs deep into his forearm. Pain. Searing, undeniable pain. What? Lin Ye's heart lurched. Could this illusion inflict real injury? "Behold my true dream." Meng Yan's voice echoed from nowhere and everywhere. "Here, everything you see is false, but every wound you suffer feeds back into your flesh and spirit." Lin Ye drowned in despair. With Meng Yan's laughter, more specters descended, and now colossal fourth-tier beasts joined the onslaught. Lin Ye fought desperately, cleaving monster after monster, yet they multiplied endlessly, and each strike drained his spiritual reserves. "This won't do." He realized he was losing ground. Within this dream Meng Yan ruled absolute. Unless he shattered the illusion, he would be exhausted to death. Insight Eye. Activate at maximum output. Lin Ye's eyes burned crimson as he forced his innate talent to its limit, heedless of the searing toll on his spirit. The chaotic world dissolved beneath the Insight Eye's gaze. The snarling specters resolved into writhing knots of distorted spiritual energy. And deep within the blood sea glowed a pulsating violet core, the source of all control. That was Meng Yan's true self. Found you. A cruel grin twisted Lin Ye's lips. He ignored the phantom assaults, letting the specters tear at his chi armor. Converge. He channeled every ounce of essence, spirit, and will into his blade. The Azura blade, intent, the Azura chi armor, and the Insight Eye all fused as one. Tear it open. He slashed. Not at the phantoms, but at the violet core suspended in the void. Riot, like silk tearing. The hyper-real blood hell shattered like glass beneath that world-shaking blade. In reality, Meng Yan spat a fountain of blood and hurtled backward, eyes wide with terror. Impossible! How could you perceive my true form? His spirit recoiled violently. His skull felt split apart by agonizing pressure. I told you. Lin Ye sheathed his blade, gazing coldly at the fallen illusionist. Before absolute power, all ornamentation is mere farce. The referee declared, Lin Ye wins. First in Group G, advancing to the Sweet 16. The arena exploded in euphoria. This battle proved Lin Ye's terrifying physical dominance, and more astonishingly, his impregnable spiritual resilience. A true hexagonal warrior. On the VIP platform, Lei Potion's face darkened to storm gray. Even Meng Yan had fallen, and so utterly. Then it falls to Dongtian. A venomous glint flashed in Lei Potion's eyes. Lin Ye, you may survive the first day, but not the 15th. The finals will be your grave. The group stage has concluded and the list of the top 100 has been announced. After a day of rest, the atmosphere at the Provincial Sports Center is even more electrifying, for today marks the beginning of the brutal elimination rounds. Single elimination format. Lose once and you're going home. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the elimination round of the Jiangnan Province Youth Martial Arts Competition. The commentator's passionate voice resonated throughout the arena. After the fierce battles of the group stage, the remaining 100 contestants are the creme de la creme of martial artists. The upcoming matches will decide who is truly the number one in Jiangnan. First up is the match to determine the top 32 from the top 100. The system will randomly match the opponents. On the big screen, countless names began to scroll feverishly. Lin Ye sat in the resting area, closing his eyes to meditate. After yesterday's battle, he gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. With first stage 4th grade cultivation combined with his mastery of the blade intent and Azura Chi, he definitely belongs to the top tier in this competition. Aside from Lei Dongtian and Yi Wudao, it is difficult for anyone else to pose a threat to him. Ding! The names froze on the screen. Match 3, Lin Ye Jiang City versus Zhao Taizhu Hung City, Zhao Taizhu. Lin Ye glanced at his opponent's profile. A peak 3rd grade martial artist, he practiced a horizontal training technique known as Iron Shirt, reputed to be a human tank. Lucky me, he's a good warm-up opponent. On the stage, Zhao Taizhu looked at Lin Ye across from him with a somewhat bitter expression. Damn! How did I draw this monster? Although he was among the top talents in Hung City, facing Lin Ye, the score collector, he found it hard to muster any confidence. Lin Ye, I know you're strong. Zhao Taizhu took a deep breath, his muscles bulging, and his skin turned a bluish-gray, resembling granite. But I'm not made of clay. To beat me won't be easy. Iron Shirt, diamond body. Boom! Zhao Taizhu planted his feet firmly on the ground, adopting an extremely stable defensive stance. He knew his speed couldn't match Lin Ye's, so he chose to defend. Courage is commendable. Lin Ye nodded, his star-scar battle knife remaining sheathed. Since you're so confident, I shall fight without a knife. What? Zhao Taizhu was taken aback, then immediately erupted in anger. Do you dare to look down on me? No, it's just a test of skill. Lin Ye's figure flickered and instantly appeared before Zhao Taizhu. He raised his right hand, the golden-red Azura Chi condensing on his fist, faintly forming the shape of a dragon's head. This was a new application of his Chi after breaking through to the 4th grade Chi transformation. Take this punch. Boom! A punch was unleashed. The air exploded, producing a roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry. Zhao Taizhu felt a darkness engulf him, as if a mountain was crashing towards him. The iron shirt he prided himself on made a sound of unbearable cracking under the force of this punch. Crack! His protective chi shattered. Zhao Taizhu was launched off the stage like a cannonball, smashing into the protective wall, embedding himself half a meter deep. Cough, cough. Zhao Taizhu slid down, staring at Lin Ye in shock. One punch. Without using a knife, relying solely on chi and his physical body, he shattered his defense. Thank you for the match. Lin Ye retracted his fist and turned to leave the stage. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. This is the power of the favorite to win the championship. No matter who the opponent is, they are utterly crushed. In the next few rounds, Lin Ye surged forward with unstoppable momentum. From 64 to 32. His opponent was a martial artist skilled in leg techniques who was completely outpaced by Lin Ye using lightning escape kicked off the stage. The top 32 have emerged. As the number of contestants dwindled, each remaining fighter was formidable. In the VIP section, Lei Potion's expression grew increasingly grim. That useless Zhao Taizhu couldn't even force him to draw his sword. Master, in the next round. The steward said cautiously, Lin Ye's opponent is Yu Family Spear Yu Shan. He was a top 10 finalist from the last session, quite strong. Yu Shan. Lei Potian snorted coldly. I hope he can put up a fight and at least wear Lin Ye down a bit. The draw ceremony for the 32 to 16 round. Lin Ye looked at the names on the big screen. Lin Ye versus Yu Shan, a tall young man carrying a long spear. He stood at a distance, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Ye, the intent of his spear concealed yet palpable. A master. Lin Ye's eyes brightened slightly. Yu Shan's aura was stronger than that of Lin Ye's previous opponents, approaching the 4th grade limit. Lin Ye. Before stepping onto the stage, Yu Shan intercepted Lin Ye. On the arena, a fierce wind howled. Yu Shan held his spear with both hands, the tip trembling, slightly emitting a buzzing sound like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. In this moment, his aura surged to its peak, as if he had merged with the spear in his grasp. The unity of man and spear. This is the realm pursued by many masters of spear techniques throughout their lives, yet unexpectedly Yu Shan at such a young age has touched the threshold. Please! Yu Shan exclaimed in a low voice, initiating the attack first. Breaking army spear technique. Dragon emerges from the sea. A flash of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. This strike was devoid of any flashy changes, only featuring ultimate speed and penetrating power. The spear tip, enveloped in sharp true energy, tore through the air, directly targeting Lin Ye's throat. Fast, accurate, ferocious. The audience below only caught a glimpse of a silver flash. Excellent spear technique. A glint of appreciation flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. Yet he still did not draw his sword. Just as the spear tip was merely 3 inches away from his throat, Lin Ye moved. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, his right hand forming a sword finger, as he precisely flicked the side of the spear. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Yu Shan felt a tremendous force surge through, causing the spear in his hand to veer off course, missing Lin Ye's neck. What? Yu Shan's pupils constricted sharply. How could he possibly have deflected his full-force strike with just a finger? This was impossible. Your spear is fast but not heavy enough. Lin Ye commented indifferently. He had battled against a 4th-grade beast king in the abyssal demon cave, and the collisions of power had given him an understanding of weight beyond that of ordinary people. Although Yu Shan's spear was fast, it lacked the power to match Lin Ye by more than 1 tier. Not heavy enough. Then let me show you this move. A flicker of anger flashed in Yu Shan's eyes as he shook his wrist, and the spear transformed into a myriad of spear shadows enveloping Lin Ye like a torrential storm. Breaking army spear technique. Rain of pear blossoms. Each spear shadow contained real lethality, blocking all of Lin Ye's escape routes. Interesting. Lin Ye finally gripped the hilt of his sword behind him. Since you wish to compete with weapons, I will ensure you lose convincingly. Star mark draw. With a clang, a flash of black sword light suddenly appeared like a shooting star across the night sky, instantly cutting through the myriad spear shadows. Azura 7. Inside the gymnasium, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. In the quarterfinals, every match was a clash of titans. Lin Ye stood on the left side of the arena, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze calmly fixed on the young man opposite him. Xie Yun. True to his name, he was like a cloud, elusive and unpredictable. He cradled an ordinary-looking iron sword in his arms, the scabbard even showing signs of wear. But as he stood there, the surrounding air seemed to be sliced into countless tiny fragments. Sharp. This was Lin Ye's first impression of him. Lin Ye. Xie Yun spoke slowly, his voice soft and slightly hoarse. Your sword is quick and powerful, but I've practiced swordsmanship for 10 years focusing on one word. Fast. My sword draws blood as soon as it is unsheathed. Are you ready? Lin Ye's lips curled slightly as his thumb gently pushed aside the guard of his sword. Come. There was no unnecessary chatter. The next second, clang, a clear crisp sound of a sword echoed throughout the arena. Xieyun moved. No, to be precise, he vanished. In Lin Ye's eye of insight, he could only catch a faint residual shadow cutting into his defensive circle with an impossible zigzag trajectory. Fast. So fast it was terrifying. Even faster than Lin Ye using Thunderlight Escape. Hiss. Lin Ye felt a chill at his neck and instinctively leaned back. A few strands of black hair fell. A thin line of blood appeared at his throat. If he had been even 0.01 seconds slower, his throat would have been sliced open. So fast. Lin Ye's heart jolted, and as the thunderlight erupted beneath his feet, he quickly distanced himself. But Xieyun was like a shadow that followed him, chasing wind sword in tangle. The ordinary iron sword in his hand seemed to come alive, transforming into a myriad of sword threads that enveloped Lin Ye. Each thread was razor-sharp, not only targeting Lin Ye's vital points but also blocking his escape routes. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Ye wielded Star Mark, where sword met blade sparks flying. Too passive, Lin Ye frowned. Xieyun's speed was indeed too fast, and his movements were incredibly bizarre, always striking at impossible angles. Although Lin Ye had the protective aura of Shura, it was rapidly depleting under such intense slicing. If I can't keep up with your speed, then I will anticipate your speed. Lin Ye's eyes turned crimson as the eye of insight reached its peak. The entire world seemed to slow down in his eyes. Every movement of Xieyun, every contraction of his muscles, even the rhythm of his breathing was quantified. Target Xieyun analyzing attack patterns. Sword drawing habit inclined to cut in from the right tip, trembling at a frequency of 85 times per second. Weakness prediction: after the third consecutive thrust, there will be a 0.1 second gap at the left rib. Found it. A glint of light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Just as Xieyun transformed into a residual shadow again, unleashing a flurry of sword petals, Lin Ye did not retreat but charged towards the sword tip. Seeking death? A flicker of surprise crossed Xieyun's eyes as the sword in his hand accelerated, aiming directly at Lin Ye's brow. But just as the tip was about to strike, Lin Ye's body twisted at an incredible angle. Thunderlight Escape, folded flash. Whoosh! The sword tip grazed past Lin Ye's ear. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's blade had already appeared at Xieyun's left rib. What? Xieyun's face changed drastically, and he realized it was too late to retract his sword to block. Bang! Lin Ye did not use the blade but slammed the back of his sword hard against Xieyun's rib. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Xieyun was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. PFT. Xieyun spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, but the intense pain in his ribs rendered him powerless. You! Xieyun looked at Lin Ye, his eyes filled with complexity. How did you see through my sword path? His chasing wind sword was known for its peculiar nature, never having been predicted by anyone. Your sword is fast. Lin Ye sheathed his sword and replied lightly, but as long as one is human, there are habits. Where there are habits, there are weaknesses. I have been taught. Xieyun forced a smile, clasping his fists in acknowledgement of defeat. Lin Ye wins. Advancing to the top 4. The audience erupted in cheers. Lin Ye stood on the arena, his gaze, however, pierced through the crowd to the VIP seats. There Lei Dongtian was staring at him intently, the teacup in his hand crushed to powder. Don't rush, Lin Ye mouthed. Your turn is coming up soon. Half an hour later, the list of the top 4 was announced. Lin Ye, Jiangchang, Yi Wudao Provincial City, Lei Dongtian Provincial City, Su Chanqian Provincial City. Dark Horse skilled in water-based techniques. The semi-final draw results. First match, Lin Ye versus Yi Wudao. Second match, Lei Dongtian versus Su Chanqian. Boom! Upon seeing this matchup, the entire arena erupted in excitement. Heavens! Is this the final in advance? Lin Ye against Yi Wudao? These are the two biggest favorites for the championship. What a pity if only they could meet in the finals. In the resting area, Yi Wudao walked slowly in front of Lin Ye, carrying an ancient sword on his back. I've finally waited for this moment. Yi Wudao looked at Lin Ye, his eyes burning with unprecedented fighting spirit. From the moment you killed the Beast King in the Abyssal Cave, I knew we were destined to battle. To determine not just our strengths but our very lives. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. No, Yi Wudao shook his head. Only to prove martial arts. Good. Lin Ye smiled. Then let's have a fair fight. On the arena, Lin Ye and Yi Wudao stood facing each other. This time there was no killing intent in the air, only two surging wills of battle. One like a Shura bathed in blood, domineering and cold. The other like a solitary peak, piercing the clouds sharp and revealing. Blade intent versus sword intent. Please. Yi Wudao slowly drew his sword. His sword, named Qingming, was a divine weapon unearthed from ancient ruins, its blade resembling a pool of autumn water emanating a chilling aura. Please. Lin Ye also drew out Star Mark. Buzz. Before the sword and blade even touched, the two realms clashed in the void, producing a sharp hissing sound. Supreme Sword Classic First Style. Inquire the Dao. Yi Wudao was the first to strike. The strike was very slow, so slow that even an ordinary person could see its trajectory. But in Lin Ye's eyes, the strike seemed to seal off the entire world. No matter where he tried to dodge, the strike would hit him. This is momentum. Sword momentum. What a powerful sword momentum. Lin Ye did not dare to be careless, and the Shura aura erupted instantly. Shura 7 kills, break army slash. He countered with an attack. Since he couldn't dodge, he would slash through it. Boom! The clash of blade and sword unleashed a terrifying shockwave that swept through the entire arena, even causing the protective barrier to vibrate. Both retreated 3 steps. It was a tie. Good. Yi Wudao laughed heartily, his eyes shining even brighter. Again. Supreme Sword Classic Second Style. Forget feelings. This sword was as fast as a startled swan, cold as ice. Lin Ye felt a bone-chilling coldness approaching, freezing his very thoughts. Shura 7 kills, soul-piercing thrust. Lin Ye refused to back down, the blade intent transforming into a tangible killing, while clashing fiercely with the sword intent. Clang, 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 clang. On the arena, 2 figures turned into 2 beams of light, colliding fiercely. Blade energy surged, sword energy howled. The hard alloy arena was cut into countless cracks. The spectators below were already dumbfounded. Is this the battle of the 4th grade level? This was no mere student match. It was as if 2 war gods were fighting. Exciting! Lin Ye became increasingly exhilarated. Since his debut, aside from that time, he fought beyond his level. This was the first time he encountered an equally matched opponent among his peers. Yi Wudao's swordsmanship was exceptionally profound, with every move flowing flawlessly, leaving no weaknesses. If it weren't for Lin Ye having the eye of insight to assist in predictions, he would have long fallen into a disadvantage. Is the warm-up over? At this point, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. Yi Wudao suddenly paused, retreating 10 meters. He looked at Lin Ye, his expression becoming extraordinarily serious. Lin Ye, your strength has earned my respect. The next strike I make will be my strongest move to date. It is also something I have just comprehended. Sword intent manifestation. Buzz. As Yi Wudao's words fell, the Qingming sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue light. Behind him, a 3-meter-tall blue phantom slowly emerged. It was a phantom dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a long sword exuding an aura that was both ethereal and capable of severing all. Supreme Sword Classic Ultimate Meaning. Celestial Fairy descending. Yi Wudao became one with his sword, transforming into a brilliant blue rainbow descending from the heavens. The strike locked onto Lin Ye's aura, making it impossible to evade. Lin Ye felt the threat of death. The power of this strike had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th grade level. If that's the case, Lin Ye took a deep breath, his eyes instantly turning blood red. Let me show you my blade. Shura aura fully unleashed. Blade intent manifestation. Shura descends. Boom. Behind Lin Ye, the previously vague Shura phantom solidified completely at this moment. 3 heads, 6 arms, with a ferocious visage, wielding a blood-colored war blade, exuding a terrifying aura. Shura 7 kills, final style. Shura purgatory slash. Lin Ye gripped his blade with both hands, facing the blue rainbow descending from the heavens, and swung it down fiercely. Blood-colored blade light versus blue sword rainbow. Boom. The entire gymnasium seemed to experience a massive earthquake. The blinding light made it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. The tremendous explosion shattered countless glasses. When the light dissipated and the dust settled, everyone nervously looked toward the center of the arena. The arena had entirely vanished, replaced by a massive pit. At the bottom of the pit, Lin Ye and Yi Wudao faced each other. Yi Wudao's Qingming sword had broken in half. Lin Ye's star mark blade was resting against Yi Wudao's neck. However, Lin Ye's chest was also pierced by a sword aura, blood flowing abundantly. I lost. Yi Wudao looked at the broken sword in his hand, a bitter smile on his face. What was that blade called? Shura purgatory. Lin Ye sheathed his sword, pressing against his chest wound, his face slightly pale. A good name. Yi Wudao nodded, then his body went limp as he fell backward. He had exhausted his true energy in the clash and was severely injured. Lin Ye wins. Advancing to the finals. The referee announced in a trembling voice. The entire arena fell silent for a second before erupting into thunderous applause. This match would be recorded in history. Just as everyone was cheering for Lin Ye on another arena. Die! Lei Dongtian, with an impatient look, shattered Su Qianqian's water curtain defense with a punch, causing her to spit blood and faint. He was completely indifferent to his own match. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Ye. Did you win against Yi Wudao? Very good. Such a huge consumption and you're injured. Lei Dongtian's lips curled into a sinister smile. In tomorrow's finals, let's see what you can use to fight me. He touched the black pill bottle in his pocket. Lin Ye, your luck has run out. In the villa area exclusive to the Extreme Martial Arts School in the provincial capital, the night was deep and quiet, with the moon hidden and the wind howling. Lin Ye sat cross-legged in the training room, surrounded by several empty bottles of life restoration liquid. Lin Ye slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the healing condition of the wound in his chest. The recovery ability of a fourth-rank warrior is indeed monstrous. Coupled with the nourishment of the Shura Qi, the wound pierced by Yi Wudao has already scabbed over. However, my internal energy consumption has not fully recovered. Although he had won this battle, it was extremely brutal. Yi Wudao's sword move, Celestial Immortal from Beyond, undoubtedly touched the threshold of 5th rank. If it weren't for his sudden realization of Shura's descent during the battle, he might be lying in the infirmary right now. Tomorrow's finals, my opponent is Lei Dongtian. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He could sense that Lei Dongtian was determined to kill him. Moreover, being from a prominent family like the Lei family, they surely had prepared some lethal trump card for him. I must hurry to recover. Lin Ye closed his eyes, preparing to continue his training. At that moment, a warning flashed in his mind. Danger perception, extreme danger. Source outside the window. Without hesitation, Lin Ye rolled to the side abruptly. Thud. A silent black ray pierced through the bulletproof glass, embedding itself in the spot where he had just meditated. It was a pitch-black poison needle glimmering with green light, and a large hole was instantly corroded into the floor. Who? Lin Ye drew his Xinghan war blade, vigilantly staring out the window. Hee. Not a bad reaction. A chilling voice echoed. From the shadows outside the window, a figure dressed in tight black clothing and wearing a mask slowly emerged. He appeared like a shadow lacking substance and presence. And Shadow Assassin. Lin Ye's brow furrowed. This was the most elite assassin organization in the underground black market, capable of killing even masters for a price. Someone paid 100 million for your head. The assassin's voice was hoarse. I thought it would be an easy job, but I didn't expect your perception to be so sharp. Sent by the Lei family, Lin Ye sneered. He couldn't think of anyone else who would spend so lavishly. The dead don't need to know too much. The assassin's figure swayed and directly merged into the darkness. Eye of Insight target disappeared. Warning. Target is in shadow stealth state, cannot be visually captured. Disappeared. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the war blade, his mind highly focused. In this small training room, facing an invisible assassin was exceedingly dangerous. Shura Qi body protection. Buzz. The golden-red protective aura instantly expanded. Hiss. A pitch-black dagger suddenly pierced out from the shadow behind Lin Ye, fiercely stabbing into the protective aura. Sparks flew. The protective aura trembled violently, and a thin crack appeared. A puncturing dagger. Lin Ye was taken aback. This assassin was well prepared. Quick reaction, but how many can you block? The assassin's voice echoed from different directions. Hiss. 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 In the next few seconds, the dagger struck from various tricky angles, each time precisely targeting the weak points of the protective aura. Lin Ye fell into a passive state. Wanna play hide and seek? Lin Ye took a deep breath, his eyes instantly turning blood red. Eye of Insight full power activate. Thermal imaging mode. Energy perception mode. In his vision, the originally pitch-black room transformed into a world of data. In the corner, a faint warmth was moving. Found you. Lin Ye's lips curled into a sinister smile. Thunder escape, instant kill. Boom. He did not turn around, but directly charged backward. The war blade in his hand stabbed out like a bolt of lightning. What? The assassin, preparing for a sneak attack, felt a blur before his eyes, as a terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped his entire body. Thud. The Xinghan war blade accurately pierced into the shadow. A scream rang out. The assassin's form materialized, pinned against the wall. His eyes were filled with terror, unable to believe that his proud stealth technique had been seen through. You? How could you? Go to hell and ask. Lin Ye flicked his wrist, the blade energy erupted, directly shredding the assassin's heart. Killed, a 4th-rank shadow assassin, experience 50,000. Lin Ye sheathed his blade, looking at the assassin's corpse with cold eyes. Lei family, you've crossed the line. Even before the finals began, they sent an assassin to kill him. Since you don't abide by the rules, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Ye took out his phone and dialed Zhao Yunlong's number. Yunlong, help me check one thing. Who is the judge for tomorrow's finals? The judge? I think it's the vice president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Why? It's nothing, just asking. Lin Ye hung up the phone, his gaze directed towards the Lei family's manor outside the window. There the lights were bright. Tomorrow I will prepare a grand gift for you. The next day, Provincial Sports Center. A venue that could accommodate 100,000 people was packed. Countless media and drones hovered in the air, broadcasting this peak showdown live throughout the province. Dear viewers, the thrilling moment has arrived. Jiangnan Province Youth Martial Arts Competition. Finals. About to begin. Competing sides, this year's biggest dark horse, the strongest major, Lin Ye, vs Provincial City's #1 genius champion of the War God ranking, Lei Dongtian. Boom! The crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Ye, dressed in black battle attire and carrying his war blade, walked calmly onto the arena. After a night of recovery, he had returned to his peak condition. On the other side, Lei Dongtian donned purple gold battle armor, wielding a long spear entwined with thunder light, with arcs of electricity, dancing beneath his feet with each step. Lin Ye. Lei Dongtian walked to the center of the arena, looking at Lin Ye with unabashed killing intent. Did you sleep well last night? Thanks to you, I slept soundly. Lin Ye smiled faintly, but that friend who delivered supper might be sleeping a bit too deeply to wake up. Lei Dongshan's expression stiffened. Dead. That 100 million worth shadow assassin actually failed. Waste. Lei Dongtian cursed inwardly, yet a cruel smile appeared on his face. No matter. Killing you myself will be more interesting. I will make you kneel before me like a dog in front of the entire province, begging for mercy. So much nonsense. Lin Ye drew his war blade, pointing the tip at Lei Dongtian. Come, let's fight. As you wish. Boom. With the referee's command, two terrifying auras instantly collided. Shura Qi versus Thunder True Qi. Blood red and purple split the arena in half. The finals begin. On the arena, two terrifying auras collided and tore at each other like ancient ferocious beasts. The purple lightning intertwined with the blood-red malevolence, ionizing the air with a sharp, burnt smell. Die. Lei Dongtian struck first. The long spear in his hand was named Thunderstrike, a low-grade earth-tier divine weapon, weighing 500 pounds. At this moment, infused with true Qi, the spear's body surged with lightning, transforming into a purple thunder dragon that roared towards Lin Ye. Thunder Spear Technique, Thunder Dragon Break. A killing blow right from the start. The might of the strike was more than double that of the previous matches. Nice try. Lin Ye advanced instead of retreating. Facing this world-destroying strike, the Star Scar battle knife in his hand similarly erupted with dazzling blood light. Azura 7 kills, breaking army slash. Boom! The clash of knife and spear echoed like two meteors colliding. A massive shockwave instantly swept across the arena, shattering the hard alloy platform and creating a 10-meter-wide pit. Debris flew everywhere, shooting towards the surrounding protective barrier like bullets, causing it to buzz ominously. Such powerful strength. Lin Ye felt his palms tingle, and he was pushed back 3 steps. The strength of Lei Dongtian was even greater than that of Wang Lei, who possessed innate divine strength. Ha ha ha! Is this all your strength? Lei Dongtian laughed, maniacally relishing his advantage. Too weak, too weak. Let me show you what true thunderous power is. Boom! Lei Dongshan's muscles bulged, purple lightning patterns appearing on the surface of his skin. His pupils turned pure purple, as if containing boundless thunder. Thunder Battle Body Activate. This was an extremely rare special physique innately attuned to the lightning element, with explosive power more than 3 times that of other warriors of the same rank. Die! Lei Dongshan's figure flashed, moving at an incredible speed, even faster than Lin Ye's thunder light escape. Bang! Before Lin Ye could react, he was struck in the chest by the spear. Although he had a protective Qi shield, the violent thunderous power still penetrated, numbing his entire body. Cough! Lin Ye was sent flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Lin Ye. The crowd below, including Lu Ruyan and Zhao Yunlong, gasped in shock. Is that it? Lei Dongtian approached step by step, brandishing his long spear with a mocking expression. I haven't even exerted myself yet. Get up. Stand like a man. Let me torment you properly. Lin Ye slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Azura true chi within him was wildly circulating, expelling the invading thunderous power. The thunder battle body. It does have some merit. Lin Ye looked at Lei Dongtian, his eyes filled not with fear, but with a burning battle intent. However, if this is all your strength, then today you may well lose. Arrogant. Lei Dongtian was enraged, charging forward again in a flash of lightning. Then I'll break your limbs and see how tough you can be. Eye of insight, full power. Lin Ye's eyes instantly turned blood red. Lei Dongtian's lightning-fast figure began to slow and decompose in his vision. Target Lei Dongtian thunder battle body state analyzing energy flow. Weakness detected after each use of his ultimate. Move the lightning pattern under his left rib dims, for a moment indicating a shift in energy flow. I see it. Lin Ye, facing the oncoming Lei Dongtian, suddenly closed his eyes. He was feeling the flow of the wind, sensing the direction of the killing intent. Just as Lei Dongtian's spear was about to pierce his heart, Lin Ye moved. Thunderlight escape, folded flash. Whoosh! His body shifted at an odd angle, narrowly avoiding the spear. At the same time, the battle knife in his hand slashed upwards. Azura 7 kills, soul-piercing stab. Stab. The tip of the knife precisely pierced the dim lightning pattern under Lei Dongtian's left rib. Ah! Lei Dongtian let out a mournful cry, his previously violent aura momentarily stalling. That was his weak point. Get lost. Lei Dongtian endured the intense pain, unleashing a burst of lightning, sending Lin Ye flying. He clutched his bleeding ribs, staring at Lin Ye in disbelief. How is this possible? How did you know my weak point? This was the secret of the Thunder Battle Body, known only to the core members of his family. I told you. Lin Ye wiped the blood off his knife coldly. In front of me you have no secrets. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Boom! The Azura true chi within Lin Ye surged again. The previous passive beating was just to find a flaw. Now the hunting moment had begun. Azura 7 kills, 4th style chaotic dance. Lin Ye transformed into a blood-colored whirlwind, charging towards Lei Dongtian. The blade light fell like rain, relentless. Each slash aimed directly at Lei Dongtian's vital points, each strike imbued with lethal determination. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew on the arena. The previously dominating Lei Dongtian was unexpectedly being suppressed and beaten by Lin Ye. Bastard! Bastard! Lei Dongtian roared continuously, but due to his injury, his energy flow was disrupted, forcing him into a passive defense. Impossible! How could I lose to you, a lowly peasant? A hint of madness flashed in Lei Dongtian's eyes. He could not afford to lose. The Lei family could not lose. You forced me. Lei Dongtian suddenly retreated, pulling out a black medicine bottle from his pocket and swallowing the pill inside in one gulp. Frenzy pill. Boom! A wave of black energy erupted from within him, intertwining with the purple lightning, transforming into a bizarre black-purple hue. His momentum began to surge wildly. Mid-stage of the 4th tier. High stage of the 4th tier. Peak of the 4th tier. He even faintly touched the threshold of the 5th tier. Roar! Lei Dongtian let out a roar that resembled no human voice, his eyes turning completely black with no trace of white. Lin Ye, I will tear you to shreds. Roar! Lei Dongtian's roar shook the heavens like a primordial beast, unleashing boundless fury. As the effects of the mad demon pill surged, his aura underwent a complete transformation. Not pure thunder energy anymore, but a savage chaotic force laced with black demonic chi. His muscles swelled to twice their size, bursting his violet gold battle armor, and revealing a granite-like body crisscrossed with bulging corded veins. Most terrifying of all were his eyes. Pitch black. No pupils, only an abyssal hunger for slaughter. Status: mad demon, loss of reason, pain perception, nullified, strength, speed, and defense increased by 300. Side effect: vital essence is burning away at an alarming rate. Estimated duration: 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Lin Ye's gaze hardened. Those 3 minutes would be the longest of his life. If he failed to endure them, death would be certain. Die? Lei Dongtian moved. Boom! The alloy arena floor shattered beneath his feet. He employed no martial technique. Only raw, terrifying, explosive power. To close dozens of meters in an instant. Too fast. So fast that even Lin Ye's inside eye could barely register a streak of violet-black afterimage. Spirit armor. Activate. Lin Ye instinctively summoned the Azura spirit armor. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed. That golden-red barrier, capable of deflecting peak 4th rank attacks, shattered like glass beneath Lei Dongtian's fist. The colossal impact slammed into Lin Ye's chest. Pooh! He spat a mouthful of blood hurtling backward like a severed puppet crashing violently against the protective dome. The dome trembled, violently blaring a piercing alarm. Incredible! Lin Ye felt his internal organs shift violently within him. Was this the power of a pseudo-5th rank grandmaster? It was incomprehensibly beyond his own realm. Ha ha ha! Lin Ye, weren't you arrogant? Didn't you claim you could see through my weaknesses? Lei Dongtian strode forward, each step carving deep footprints into the arena floor. Before absolute power, your techniques are nothing but farce. Now, I shall crush you like an ant. Boom! Lei Dongtian charged again. Though he had discarded his spear, his fists, swathed in demonic chi, were more terrifying than any divine weapon. Cannot trade blows. Gritting through agony, Lin Ye activated the Thunderlight Evade technique. Boom! 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 Each of Lei Dongtian's punches struck empty air, yet gouged deep craters into the ground. Shrapnel flew. Surging chi rippled outward. Lin Ye danced on the edge of a blade. Every evasion a hair's breadth from annihilation. Running. Let's see how long you can dodge. Furious Lei Dongtian slammed both fists into the earth. Thunder demon quake. Rumble. A devastating shockwave erupted from him, radiating outward in all directions. The entire arena fractured into countless shards. Lin Ye's footing vanished. His movement faltered. Got you! Lei Dongtian snarled, instantly materializing before Lin Ye and seizing his throat with one massive hand. GHK. Suffocation seized Lin Ye. His cervical bones cracked audibly under pressure. Die! With his other hand, Lei Dongtian gathered monstrous black lightning into a crushing fist and drove it toward Lin Ye's skull. If that blow landed, Lin Ye's head would explode like a watermelon. Lin Ye! Spectators in the stands cried out in horror. At that razor-thin threshold between life and death, Lin Ye's eyes flashed with unyielding resolve. You want to kill me? Dream on. Lin Ye withdrew his Azura spirit armor from defense and channeled every ounce of it into his eyes. Spiritual secret art Azura gaze. A mental technique he'd mastered after absorbing the spiritual essence of a demonic sex guardian elder. Not as potent as a dedicated mind cultivator's arts, yet devastating at point-blank range. Boom! 2 crimson beams lanced from Lin Ye's eyes, piercing straight into Lei Dongtian's void-black orbs. Ollie! Lei Dongtian shrieked, a raw, agonized wail. His mind, already fractured and fragile from the mad demon pill, suffered catastrophic damage. Clutching his skull, he recoiled, his grip on Lin Ye's throat loosening for a fleeting instant. Opportunity! Lin Ye seized the opening. His Starscar battle blade thrust forward with lethal precision. Shunk! The blade pierced Lei Dongtian's shoulder. Azura spirit armor. Detonate. Boom! Golden red chi erupted inside Lei Dongtian's body, blasting half his shoulder into mangled ruin. Lei Dongtian staggered back, screaming, but his ferocity had now fully awakened. I'll kill you! Kill you! Ignoring his grievous wound, he lunged again, like a rabid hound. This time he fought without form or discipline, pure primal slaughter instinct. And precisely because it was formless, it became infinitely more dangerous. For how could one predict the next move of a madman? Lin Ye gritted his teeth and endured. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Dozens of wounds now scored his body. His battle robes soaked crimson. His Azura spirit armor neared exhaustion. Lei Dongtian's aura, though dimmed, remained violently unstable. 30 seconds left. Lin Ye counted silently in his heart. He was waiting. For the moment the pill's effect faded. For the instant Lei Dongtian plummeted from heaven to hell. Final strike. Sensing the waning potency of the pill, Lei Dongtian committed everything. His entire strength, his very life force, into this single desperate blow. Demon thunder, world annihilation. Rumble. Thunder roared across the sky. A colossal black thunder orb coalesced in Lei Dongtian's palms, radiating despair pure and absolute. This attack alone could slay a true 5th-rank grandmaster. Lin Ye, descend to hell with me. Laughing wildly, Lei Dongtian hurled himself forward, dragging the black thunder sphere behind him. No escape, no defense. Spectators shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to the coming carnage. But Lin Ye did not blink. He watched the thunder sphere draw nearer, watched Lei Dongtian's contorted face, and smiled. Hell! No! Only you will descend to hell. Lin Ye sheathed his blade. Then he assumed an unfamiliar stance. Left hand gripping the scabbard, right hand resting on the hilt. His body bent slightly, taut as a drawn bow. All his blood, spirit, armor, spiritual sense, and unwavering will converged inward, compressed to absolute stillness. Like the eerie calm before a cataclysm. Azura 7 kill, hidden form. Draw blade cut, instant hell slaughter. This was his ultimate technique, forged in countless life-or-death duels, sacrificing all defense for a single transcendent burst of power. Shying. A clear ringing blade song pierced the thunderous din. A blade light, thin as a strand of hair yet radiant as the Milky Way, flared in the darkness. Time itself seemed to freeze. That light pierced the thunder sphere, cleaved Lei Dongtian's body, and sliced through the very fabric of the world. Boom! The detonation followed, delayed yet apocalyptic. The black thunder sphere split cleanly in two, then exploded midair, showering the arena in starburst embers. Amidst the pyrotechnic haze, Lei Dongtian stood frozen, still lunging forward. His black demonic chi receded rapidly from his eyes, replaced by raw terror and utter bewilderment. What is this blade? His voice rasped broken. The blade that kills you. Lin Ye stood 10 meters behind him, calmly sliding his blade back into its scabbard. Click. As the guard met the scabbard, a thin red line appeared on Lei Dongtian's forehead. It descended swiftly, across his nose, his jaw, his chest. I do not accept. Thud. Lei Dongtian's body split cleanly down the center, collapsing sideways in twin halves. Blood gushed forth, staining the shattered arena crimson. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Only the youth, backlit by the fading embers, black blade slung across his back, stood alone in the pool of blood, a god or demon carved from stillness. Move, heaven! A heart-wrenching roar shattered the silence of the VIP seats. The head of the Lei family, Lei Potion, suddenly stood up, emanating a terrifying aura of a fifth-tier master. His eyes were blood-red, fixated on the two halves of the corpse on the arena and the boy standing beside it. He is dead. The most outstanding genius of the Lei family, their future hope, has just died like this. Moreover, he died in front of everyone, severed in two. Lin Ye, I want you to pay for his life. Lei Patian completely lost his sanity. Boom! The platform beneath him instantly collapsed, and he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, filled with a destructive killing intent, recklessly charging towards the arena. A furious strike from a fifth-tier master. Even a peak fourth-tier would undoubtedly die. Not good. Lei Patian has gone mad. Lu Ruyan and Zhao Yunlong shouted in terror, but they were too far away to provide any help. On the arena, Lin Ye looked at the frenzied Lei Patian charging towards him, his eyes devoid of fear, only a hint of faint mockery. He did not dodge, because he knew someone would intervene, just as Lei Potion's hand was about to crush Lin Ye's skull. Impudent! A voice like thunder resounded throughout the venue. Immediately after, a gigantic golden hand appeared out of nowhere, as if swatting a fly, slamming hard against Lei Patian. Bang! Lei Patian was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall of the VIP seats, collapsing the entire wall. PFF. Lei Patian spat out a mouthful of blood, sliding down in a disheveled manner. He looked up in terror towards the direction of the main stage. There Li Zhentian slowly stood up, emanating a suffocating sixth-tier peak aura. In the arena, life and death are fated. Li Zhentian's voice was cold and filled with authority. Lei Potion, are you trying to kill my army's major right under my nose? Major. The mention of these two words caused an uproar in the entire arena. Many people suddenly remembered that Lin Ye was not just a student. He had just been awarded the title of Federal Major for exceptional merit. Killing an active major is treason. Lei Patian trembled, his reason finally returning a bit. He looked into Li Zhentian's eyes, filled with murderous intent, knowing that if he dared to move again, the next to die would definitely be himself. Well, very well. Lei Patian gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Lin Ye. Commander Li, I admit my defeat, but to kill is to pay with a life. Debts must be repaid. This account my Lei family will remember. We shall meet again under better circumstances. After saying this, he picked up the body of Lei Dongtian and left the gymnasium with the Lei family members in a dejected manner. Their retreating figures were desolate, filled with a tragic sense of a hero meeting an end. Is that it? Lin Ye watched Lei Potion's back, a cold smile forming in his heart. He knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The Lei family would not let this go easily. But so what? Today he could slay Lei Dongtian, and tomorrow he could slay Lei Patian. As long as he was given time, the entire Lei family would be trampled beneath his feet. Lin Ye, Lin Ye, Lin Ye. At this moment, the cheers from the audience finally erupted. 100,000 voices called out a single name in unison, the sound waves surging like a tide reaching for the heavens. Lin Ye stood on the shattered arena basking in countless adoring gazes. He slowly raised his star-scar battle knife, pointing it towards the sky. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the king. The award ceremony. When Li Jintian personally handed over the solid gold championship trophy to Lin Ye, the entire venue erupted in applause. Congratulations, Lin Ye. Li Jintian patted Lin Ye on the shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. You not only won the competition but also earned respect. This card contains 5 million in prize money and this is your championship reward. Li Jintian took out an exquisite Zeton wood box. Upon opening it, inside lay a fruit radiating a strange aura. Heavenly spirit fruit. People who recognized its value gasped from below. This is a top-grade spirit fruit capable of enhancing mental strength without side effects. Priceless. Thank you, Commander. Lin Ye accepted the reward. With this heavenly spirit fruit, his mental strength could elevate to another level, possibly awakening true mental power. There is one more thing. Li Jintian paused, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. In light of your outstanding performance, the Federal Department of Education and the military have jointly decided to grant you an rank special admission quota. And rank special admission. This meant that Lin Ye could freely choose any top martial arts university within the Federation, and he would enter with the highest standard of treatment. Have you decided where to go? Li Jintian asked. Lin Ye did not hesitate. His gaze turned northward. There lies the heart of the Federation, a place where the strong congregate. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Lin Ye slowly uttered 6 words. Good ambition. Li Jintian laughed heartily. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University is the top academy of the Federation and also the most fiercely competitive place. Their prodigies abound. I hope you can continue your legend in that broader world. The competition ended. But Lin Ye's name spread overnight throughout Jiangnan province, even reaching other provinces. Azura Lin Ye, strongest major godslayer. Various titles followed in succession. Meanwhile, the protagonist Lin Ye was hiding at home, enjoying the rare tranquility. Xiao Yi, are you really going to the imperial capital? At the dining table, Lulan was serving her son food, while asking with red-rimmed eyes. A mother worries for her son, traveling 1,000 miles. The imperial capital is so far away, and such a dragon's den of danger. How could she not worry? Mom, don't worry. Lin Ye took a bite of rice and smiled. Your son is now a major, who would dare bully me? Besides, only by going there can I become stronger and protect you better. Lin Dashan, drinking quietly, finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Go. A man's ambition lies in the 4 corners of the world. But remember, if you can't make it, come back. Dad will support you. Got it, Dad? Lin Ye felt a pang in his nose. After dinner, he returned to his room. He took out a bank card and placed it on the table. This card contained all the prize money from this competition, along with what he had left from previous tasks, totaling a full 10 million. There were also a few bottles of high-grade longevity potions exchanged from the military. Dad, Mom, keep this money for yourselves. Remember to take the potions on time. Lin Ye wrote a note and placed it under the card. He knew that if he gave it to them in person, his parents would definitely refuse. After doing all this, he shouldered his bag, took up his battle knife, and took one last look at the home he had lived in for 18 years. Goodbye, Jiang City. When I return again, I will make this city proud of me. At this moment, the night outside was deepening. A black military SUV had already parked downstairs. Zhao Yunlong leaned out of the window, waving at Lin Ye. Brother Lin. Get in. Let's head to the imperial capital and take down those Dragon Clan people. Lin Ye's lips curled up as he strode forward. A new journey begins. On the high-speed train Fuxing, heading to the imperial capital. Lin Ye and Zhao Yunlong sat in the first-class carriage. This carriage is specially prepared for the talented individuals from various provinces, heading to the imperial capital equipped with high-level defenses, even featuring a small energy shield. Lin Ge, what do you think the Imperial Martial University looks like? Zhao Yunlong excitedly gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery outside. I heard that even a janitor there might be a retired 3rd-grade martial artist. That sounds about right. Lin Ye was closing his eyes to rest, playing with a heavenly spirit fruit in his hand. He planned to refine it during the journey, aiming to awaken his mental power as soon as possible. However, don't think too highly of the imperial capital, Lin Ye said calmly. It's the center of power for the Federation, a true den of dragons and tigers. We outsiders, if we don't show some strength, can easily be marginalized. What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Yunlong waved his fist. With Lin Gu around, who dares to provoke us, we'll just smash them. Lin Ye smiled lightly, just about to say something. Suddenly, danger perception, extreme danger. Source ahead on the tracks. Distance 3 kilometers. Lin Ye's eyes shot open, a glint of sharp light flashing in his gaze. Enemy attack. Before he could finish speaking, boom! A deafening explosion. The high-speed train seemed to crash into an invisible wall, shaking violently. The lights in the carriage instantly went out and a piercing alarm rang out. What's happening? Are we derailing? The students in the carriage were thrown into chaos. Everyone stay calm. Lin Ye immediately stood up, unleashing his Shura aura to stabilize the swaying carriage. Prepare for battle. At that moment, countless blood-red lights suddenly lit up in the wilderness outside the window. He. No wonder it's a first-class carriage, the reaction is quite fast. A sinister voice came through the loudspeaker. Welcome, talented babies, to the death train. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of black energy cannons roared towards the train from all directions. Although the energy shield blocked some, it visibly thinned under such a dense barrage. Cult of Darkness. Zhao Yunlong's face turned pale. This is the blood god cannon of the Cult of Darkness. Have they gone mad? How dare they ambush a student train on a national road? They are coming for me. Lin Ye gazed through the window at the distant fluttering black skull flag, his eyes cold. On that flag, a bloody character for thunder was embroidered. Is the Lei family colluding with the Cult of Darkness? Lin Ye's mind instantly formed a judgment. Although Lei Patian did not dare to act openly, he could use others to do his dirty work. And it would be a grand scheme. These beasts. Zhao Yunlong cursed angrily. Crack! The energy shield finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered completely. Dozens of black figures burst through the windows like ghosts charging into the carriage. Kill them all. Leave not one alive. The leader, a man in a black robe wielding dual blades, radiated the terrifying aura of a peak 4th grade. Seeking death. Lin Ye drew his Star Scar battle blade, stepping forward instead of retreating, directly confronting them. Shura 7 killings, whirlwind slash. The blade light resembled a blood-red tornado, instantly shredding the first 3 3rd-grade cultists into minced meat. Zhao Yunlong, you hold the rear door. Leave these scoundrels to me. Lin Gu, be careful. Zhao Yunlong knew it was not the time for hesitation and quickly organized the other students to form a defensive formation. Are you Lin Ye? The peak 4th-grade leader glared at Lin Ye, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Someone paid 200 million for your head. I initially thought it would be difficult, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my door. 200 million. Lin Ye scoffed. Is my life worth so little? Too little. Then let's add your life to the mix. The black-robed leader roared, swinging his dual blades, which transformed into 2 bolts of pitch-black lightning, striking directly at Lin Ye's throat. Demon Shadow Blade Technique, Dual Ghost Strike. This move was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Moreover, it carried a strange mental interference. If it were the previous Lin Ye, it might have taken some effort to deal with. But now, too slow. Lin Ye didn't even use his aura to form a shape, simply swinging his blade. Shura 7 killings, breaking army slash. Clang. A crisp sound. The dual blades in the black-robed leader's hands were directly severed. What? The leader was taken aback, wanting to retreat. But Lin Ye's blade momentum was unyielding, following through with a downward slash. Puff. An arm flew high into the air. Ah! The leader cried out in horror, retreating with fear in his eyes. You just broke through to 4th grade, right? How can you be this strong? In his intelligence reports, Lin Ye was merely a beginner in the 4th grade. Yet the power and speed of that last strike clearly reached the high or even peak level of the 4th grade. The intelligence is outdated. Lin Ye stepped closer, his killing intent boiling like a tangible substance. In the next life, remember to be more perceptive. Don't kill me. I'm from the Cult of Darkness. Puff. The blade light flashed. The head fell to the ground. I don't care who you are. Lin Ye sheathed his blade, scanning the entire scene. The remaining cultists, seeing their leader killed in an instant, were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. Want to run? Lin Ye snorted coldly, pulling out the heavenly spirit fruit he hadn't had the chance to eat, and swallowed it in one bite. Boom! A vast surge of mental energy exploded in his mind. Congratulations, host. Mental power has broken through its limits. Awakening talent, telekinesis control, beginner. Give me, stop. Lin Ye's eyes erupted with piercing silver light. An invisible wave of telekinetic energy instantly spread, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. The fleeing cultists froze in place as if a pause button had been pressed on them. Die! Lin Ye's mental command moved. Countless shards of glass and metal fragments on the ground flew up, autonomously transforming into a rain of hidden weapons whistling outward. Puff, 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 puff. Blood splattered. Dozens of cultists were pierced through their bodies, simultaneously collapsing to the ground and dying. The entire place fell silent. The students in the carriage stared in shock at this scene. One person, one blade, one thought. The entire ambush team of the Cult of Darkness annihilated. Is this the power of the strongest major? Huff! Lin Ye exhaled a breath of turbid air, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That last burst of telekinesis nearly drained his mental energy. But the effect was astonishing. Lin Gu, you can fly a sword now. Zhao Yunlong rushed over, looking at the fragments floating around Lin Ye with excitement, stammering. Just a little trick. Lin Ye smiled and withdrew his mental energy. Let's go clean up the battlefield. The real trouble hasn't ended yet. He glanced toward the distant darkness outside the window. There an even more terrifying aura was approaching. A 5th grade master. In the dark wilderness, the howling wind echoed. The ominous aura that made Lin Ye's heart tremble drew ever closer. Unlike the formidable aura emitted by a 4th grade warrior, this presence was far more restrained, as if it merged with the surrounding heavens and earth, instilling a sense of oppressive dread, as if the sky were about to collapse. 5th grade. Master. Lin Ye stared intently at the sky in the distance. There a dark figure was stepping through the air. He needed no external force. He simply floated in midair, each step covering hundreds of meters. Walking in the air. This was the hallmark of a 5th grade master. All students, listen up. Lin Ye's voice reverberated through the train. Everyone retreat to the special carriage. Activate the backup defense system. No matter what happens, absolutely do not come out. Lin Gu, what about you? Zhao Yunlong shouted anxiously. Me. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the star-mark battle knife, a hint of a manic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I will go meet this master. Don't be foolish. That's a 5th grade. You'll die. Rest assured I have a hard life. Lin Ye stopped wasting words, his figure flashing, as he dashed out of the train, standing atop the iron tracks of the wilderness. He had to draw the battlefield far away, otherwise if a fight broke out the entire train would be shattered by the aftermath. Oh, you dare to come out and seek death. The shadow in midair halted, looking down at Lin Ye from a high vantage point. It was an old man dressed in a gray robe, gaunt in appearance, yet his eyes flickered like ghostly flames. He radiated a dense aura of death, clearly an elder of a demonic sect who had cultivated some evil technique. Demonic sect elder Withered Bones. Lin Ye activated the Eye of Insight and instantly recognized the identity of his opponent. Target Elder Withered Bones, 5th grade, initial stage, status vitality, waning lifespan, nearing end, technique, Withered Bone, demonic art, earth grade, meteor, perfected weakness. The Dantian has been severely injured. Whenever he exerts full force, there will be a stagnation of energy below the left rib. 5th grade, initial stage, and he's just an old man on the brink of death. Lin Ye felt a bit more reassured. If it were a 5th grade peak, he would have turned and run without hesitation. But if it were this half-dead 5th grade initial stage, perhaps. There was a glimmer of hope. Little brat, you have good eyesight. The elder Withered Bones grinned ominously. Since you recognize me, then obediently surrender. I'll refine you into a corpse puppet, and perhaps I can extend my life for a few more years. Old fool, you want to eat me. Lin Ye's aura exploded, the golden red light illuminating the night sky. You won't even be able to shatter my teeth. Sharp-tongued. The elder Withered Bones snorted coldly, his bony hand suddenly pressing down. Withered Bone hand. Boom. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged, violently coalescing into a massive white bone claw dozens of meters long, filled with corrosive death energy, fiercely clawing at Lin Ye. This claw sealed off the space, making it impossible to evade. Azura aura fully unleashed. Lin Ye charged forward instead of retreating, his feet cracking the earth as he shot up like a cannonball. Azura 7 kills aura version, breaking army slash. The star-mark battle knife expanded to 10 meters long, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it struck down upon the palm of the bone claw. Clang! A sound loud enough to shatter eardrums erupted. A terrifying shockwave spread outwards, stripping away a layer of earth from the ground within 100 meters. Lin Ye spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body like a shooting star being slammed back to the ground, creating a deep pit. The massive bone claw also suffered a deep crack, pausing for just a moment. Cough, cough. Lin Ye crawled out from the pit, every bone in his body crying out in agony. The gap between 4th grade and 5th grade was simply too vast. Even with his Azura aura at the 4th grade facing a master strike, he still suffered internal injuries. Ha! You didn't die. The elder withered bone's eyes flickered with surprise. It seems your physical body is indeed extraordinary. No wonder someone offered such a high price for your life. However, can you block 1 strike? Can you block 10? The elder withered bones raised his hand again. This time 3 bone claws coalesced simultaneously. Damn it! Lin Ye's face changed drastically. If he couldn't block 1, he would definitely die from 3. I must take the initiative. Attack his weakness. A hint of madness flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. Thunder light, escape, overload, instant prison. Boom! He burned a third of his vitality, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Swish! In the split second before the 3 bone claws fell, Lin Ye's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind the elder withered bones. What? The elder withered bones was taken aback. A 4th grade could actually reach such height, and at such speed. Old fool. Die! Lin Ye gripped his knife with both hands, pouring his mental energy frantically into the blade, locking onto the stagnation point of energy beneath the elder's left rib. Azura 7 kills, ultimate secret art Azura purgatory. The strike gathered all his power. A guaranteed lethal blow. Arrogant. The elder withered bones, being a master, reacted extremely quickly. He countered with a palm strike, a layer of grayish-white protective true essence instantly manifesting. Bang! The blade struck against the protective true essence. Crack! The true essence shattered. The star mark battle knife surged forward like a bolt, piercing into the elder's left rib. Ah! The elder withered bones let out a piercing scream. That was his old injury. His vital weakness. Get away! The elder withered bones, furious, unleashed his true essence wildly. Boom! A terrifying energy shockwave sent Lin Ye hurtling away. Eft! Lin Ye coughed up another mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, spinning through the air for dozens of revolutions before barely landing. The battle knife in his hand trembled and his grip was thoroughly shattered. Yet a smile appeared on his face. Because in the sky the elder withered bones was clutching his left rib, black blood continuously leaking from between his fingers. His aura had dropped significantly in an instant. I hit him. Lin Ye felt ecstatic. As long as he could injure him, there was a chance to buy time. You little beast. You dare to hurt me? The elder withered bones' eyes turned crimson, completely going mad. I will extract your soul and refine your essence. You will never be able to reincarnate. Boom. He no longer held back, transforming into a massive gray skeletal cloud overwhelming Lin Ye. This was his desperate ultimate move. Demonic bone devouring heaven. It's over. Lin Ye gazed at the sky-darkening skeletal cloud, a sense of helplessness rising within. The previous strike had already exhausted his trump cards. Right now, even moving a finger was difficult. Looks like this time I really might fall. Lin Ye forced a smile, but his gaze remained unyielding. He tightened his grip on the battle knife, preparing for a final desperate struggle. Just then, a clear sword chime suddenly rang out from the horizon. Zhang! A purple sword light, as if flying from the 9 heavens, instantly tore through the darkness and the terrifying skeletal cloud. The Martial Arts University of the Imperial Capital is located in the northern suburbs of the capital, built against the mountains, covering an area of over 10,000 acres. This is not just a university. It is clearly a heavily guarded military fortress. The massive school gate is carved from 2 blocks of obsidian, each 50 meters high, with the powerful characters Stop War and Honor Martial Arts engraved upon them. It is said that these characters were personally inscribed by the first principal, the legendary 9th rank martial saint, and they contain a terrifying martial will. Just a glance is enough to make an ordinary person dizzy, even causing them to kneel on the spot. What an overwhelming aura! Standing at the gate, Zhao Yunlong took just one look at those 2 characters and turned pale, having to lower his head. However, Lin Ye stared directly at the 4 large characters. In his eye of insight, they were not merely characters but countless intersecting sword energies and knife intents. Buzz. His mental energy stirred slightly in his mind. Lin Ye felt an invisible pressure coming at him, as if a great mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. But he did not flinch. The Azura energy within him activated, automatically standing firm against that pressure. Interesting, Lin Ye said with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Just 2 gate pillars could hone the spirit. The Imperial Capital Martial University is indeed worthy of its reputation. Let's go, Lin Ye said, patting Zhao Yunlong on the shoulder as he stepped towards the school gate. At the gate, there were no security guards, just a light barrier. Ding! New student Lin Ye identity verification passed. Class special recruit entry approved. Ding! New student Zhao Yunlong identity verification passed. Class student entry approved. As they entered the school gate, a rich, almost liquefied spiritual energy rushed towards them. Wow! The concentration of spiritual energy here. Zhao Yunlong gasped, astonished. It's at least 5 times that of the outside. Training here for 1 day is equivalent to 5 days outside. After all, there is a large dragon vein buried beneath us. Lin Ye glanced around. The architectural style of the campus was rugged and grand, filled with a beauty that combined science fiction and ancient martial arts. On the road, hurried students were everywhere. Each of these students exuded an extremely powerful aura. Look over there. Zhao Yunlong pointed at an open-air arena not far away. Their 2 students were sparring. Boom! Boom! As their fists and feet collided, a dull explosive sound echoed. The dispersing energies made the surrounding alloy railings buzz. Peak 3rd rank. Lin Ye quickly discerned their strength. And they are the type that is on the verge of breaking through to 4th rank with a solid foundation. In Jiangnan province, peak 3rd rank is already considered a top genius in major universities. Yet here they seem to be just ordinary students found everywhere. So this is the imperial capital, Martial University. Zhao Yunlong swallowed hard, his initial excitement gradually replaced by solemnity. A place where hidden talents abound. Lin Ye nodded. But isn't that what makes it more interesting? Just as the 2 were preparing to head to the new student registration area. Move aside. Move aside. A rush of sound cutting through the air came from behind. A hovering flying car zipped past at low altitude at speed, causing several new students by the roadside to stumble. Do you have no eyes? A good dog shouldn't block the way. A young man with dyed yellow hair stuck his head out of the flying car, arrogantly cursing before speeding away. What a cocky attitude! Zhao Yunlong said angrily. Aren't races banned on campus? Rules are made for the weak. Lin Ye remarked, his gaze turning cold as he watched the flying car disappear. That car had military insignia on it. Looks like it's from some military 2nd generation. Lin Ye said. Come on, let's go check in first. The new student registration area is located in the central square of the school. At this moment, a long line had formed here. Top geniuses from 36 provinces of the Federation were all obediently queuing up. Name? Zhang San. Where are you from? Xizjiang province. Potential rating B. Go over there to pay the fee and collect your supplies. The receptionists were not teachers, but several student council officers dressed in senior uniforms. Each of them had a haughty attitude, as if they were dispensing charity. Next. Finally, it was Lin Ye's turn. Lin Ye stepped forward and presented his admission notice. Lin Ye, Jiangnan province. The officer in charge of registration took the notice, glanced at it, then raised an eyebrow and revealed a playful smile. Oh, so you are the Lin Ye, the one from Jiangnan province. The strongest major. His voice was loud, causing the surrounding crowd to suddenly fall silent, with countless gazes focusing on Lin Ye. Recently, the name Lin Ye has resonated through the new student circles. Having slain a 4th rank beast king, received a special merit and awarded the rank of major. These achievements have made many self-important geniuses feel immense pressure. That's me, Lin Ye replied indifferently. Is there a problem? No problem, of course not. The officer smiled, but he did not proceed with the formalities for Lin Ye. Instead, he tossed the notice onto the desk. However, we have a rule at the imperial capital, Martial University. What rule? New students must first pay a protection fee. The officer rapped on the desk. It's not much, just 1,000 credits per person. If you don't have credits, you can use equivalent resources or kneel and bow your head in submission. Credits. Lin Ye frowned slightly. At the imperial capital, Martial University, credits are hard currency, even more valuable than money. 1 credit can be traded for 10,000 federal coins outside. 1,000 credits equates to 10 million. This is not a protection fee, this is outright extortion. Is this the school's regulation? It's not the school's regulation, it's our longmen regulation. The officer proudly pointed at the badge on his chest. Here at the imperial capital, Martial University, if you don't join a club, you won't get far. Our longmen is the top club, charging you a protection fee is showing you respect. What if I don't pay? Not paying. The officer's expression darkened, and several senior students, responsible for maintaining order, surrounded Lin Ye, all rolling up their sleeves, their eyes unfriendly. If you don't pay, your enrollment procedures will probably be impossible to process. Moreover, the officer leaned closer to Lin Ye, lowering his voice to threaten. You will find that every day at the Imperial Capital Martial University will feel like hell. Is that so? Lin Ye looked at the ugly face close to him and suddenly smiled. Then I would like to see whether it is hell or heaven. Before the words could finish, Lin Ye suddenly made a move. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap resonated through the square. The officer had not even reacted before he was slapped away, spinning 3 times in the air before crashing heavily onto the table behind him, smashing it to pieces. Pfft! The officer spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth, holding his swollen face in disbelief as he pointed at Lin Ye. You dare hit me? Hit you? Lin Ye took out a wet wipe and wiped his hands as if he had touched something dirty just now. I am teaching you the rules. What nonsense, Long Men. In my eyes, if it's a dragon it must coil. If it's a tiger it must lie low. Those who don't want to die get lost. Boom! A terrifying Azura energy erupted from Lin Ye, instantly sweeping across the entire area. Those senior students who initially wanted to rush up were scared back by this momentum, their faces pale. 4th rank. Moreover, one that had killed people and seen blood. The scene fell silent. All the new students stared dumbfoundedly at Lin Ye. So arrogant. How could he dare to hit a student council member right after enrollment and even offend the top club Long Men? Does this guy want to get expelled? Good. You have guts. The officer climbed up from the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Lin Ye, right? Just wait. Soon someone will come to teach you a lesson. Calling for help. Lin Ye pulled over a chair and sat down casually. Sure, I will wait. 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if no one comes, I will tear down your registration area. 10 minutes. The bruised official clutched his cheek, his eyes filled with resentment. All right, you've got guts. Just wait here. Whoever runs is a grandson. He pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed a number. Hello, Brother Biao. It's Xiao Lu. We were attacked at the registration desk. Yes, it was a new student. He was particularly arrogant, saying he would tear down our Longman sign. He specifically called for you to come and die. After hanging up, the official glared fiercely at Lin Ye. Kid, you're finished. Brother Biao is on his way. He's a senior in his 3rd year, ranked in the top 50 of the combat power list. Just wait to be beaten and crawl out. Lin Ye completely ignored him, lowering his head to play with his phone, while sending Zhao Yunlong a message. Go buy a few bottles of water, I'm a bit thirsty. Although Zhao Yunlong felt anxious seeing Lin Ye's calm demeanor, he could only brace himself and go. The number of new students around them was steadily increasing. Someone recognized Lin Ye. Isn't that Lin Ye, the strongest major from Jiangnan province? Damn, it really is him. No wonder he's so fierce, daring to challenge Long Men right after arriving. But a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Long Men is a massive entity at the D Capital Martial University, and I heard the president is a monster in the top 3 of the combat power list. A violent aura rapidly approached from afar amidst the discussions. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled slightly with each heavy footstep. A towering figure over 2 meters tall with muscles bulging like granite charged over with a dozen students in black uniforms exuding a fierce aura. Who? Which blind fool dares to touch my Longman's people? The muscular man bellowed, his voice booming like a bell, causing the nearby new students' eardrums to ache. Brother Biao. It's him. The official, seeing a savior, pointed at Lin Ye and shouted. It's this kid. He even said our Longmen is trash. The man known as Brother Biao strode up to Lin Ye, looking down from his height at Lin Ye sitting in the chair. Kid, are you the one who hurt my people? Brother Biao cracked his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Allow me to introduce myself, Vice Captain of the Longmen Law Enforcement Team, Wang Biao. 4th rank mid-tier, specialized in dealing with various forms of disrespect. 4th rank mid-tier. Lin Ye finally raised his head and glanced at him indifferently. With that level of strength, how dare you come out to collect protection fees? What did you say? Wang Biao exploded with rage. At the D Capital Martial University, very few new students dared to speak to him like that. You're seeking death. Wang Biao wasted no time and directly threw a punch. Mountain-crushing fist. This punch was powerful and heavy, accompanied by a thick, earthy aura, as if a mountain was pressing down. The surrounding air was compressed and exploded, emitting a piercing shriek. So strong. Is this the power of a 3rd-year senior? If that punch lands, he would either die or be crippled. The surrounding new students were so frightened that they all stepped back. However, facing this terrifying punch, Lin Ye remained seated in the chair, completely unmoving, until the fist was merely 3 inches from his nose. He slowly raised his right hand. No fancy moves, simply a straightforward palm strike. Azura aura thunder in the palm. Clap. A crisp explosion sounded. Wang Biao's massive fist was unexpectedly caught firmly by Lin Ye's palm. The terrifying momentum vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. What? Wang Biao's pupils constricted. He felt as if his punch had struck a wall of size. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not advance even a bit. What was even more terrifying was that an extremely domineering force emanated from Lin Ye's palm, ruthlessly eroding his protective aura. Is this all the strength you have? Lin Ye's lips curled into a mocking smile. Haven't you eaten? Get away from me! Wang Biao roared, trying to retract his fist, but found his hand as if trapped in a vice, unable to move. Since you are here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Lin Ye slowly stood up. With every inch he rose, his aura surged explosively. When he stood fully upright, the Azura aura belonging to a 4th-rank warrior erupted, completely overpowering Wang Biao's presence in an instant. The one who should roll is you. Lin Ye flicked his wrist. Crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed. Ah! Wang Biao let out a scream, his entire arm twisted into a spiral. Then Lin Ye kicked him in the stomach. Boom! Wang Biao flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the crowd behind and toppling 7 or 8 Longmen members. The entire scene fell into silence. Everyone stared, dumbfounded at this spectacle. Instant kill. Another instant kill. And this time the one killed was a 3rd-year senior of the 4th-rank mid-tier, vice-captain of the Longmen law enforcement team. This? How is this possible? The official was completely dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground, trembling all over. Lin Ye clapped his hands, walked over, picked up the admission notice that had been thrown on the ground, and gently blew away the dust on it. Now can we proceed with the formalities? He looked at the official with a warm smile, but in the official's eyes the smile was more terrifying than that of a demon. Proceed. Do it immediately. I'll handle it right away. The official scrambled to his feet, hurriedly stamping and entering Lin Ye's information, his hands shaking. Ding! Formalities completed. Lin. Brother Lin, your dormitory is in Villa No. 1 of Area S. Here is the key. The official handed over a golden key, trembling. Thank you. Lin Ye took the key and turned to look at the group of Longmen members still lying on the ground wailing. Go back and tell your president. I don't want to pay protection fees, but if he wants to give me some, I might consider accepting it. After saying that, Lin Ye took the water Zhao Yunlong bought, twisted it open, took a sip, and strode away, leaving behind an extremely arrogant silhouette. In the distance, on the rooftop of a teaching building, 2 figures stood watching everything happening in the square. One of them, a woman in a red trench coat, was the swordmaster of Ziyun Qin Hongyi. Beside her stood an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit with graying hair. Is this the little guy you brought back from Jiangnan? The old man asked with a smile. What do you think, principal? Is he a tough nut? Qin Hongyi crossed her arms with a smile at the corners of her mouth. He is indeed a tough nut. The old man nodded, a flash of brilliance passing through his eyes. A 4th-rank beginner who can instant kill a 4th-rank mid-tier. That golden red aura somewhat resembles the legendary Azura Dao. Longmen has indeed gone too far these years. It's good to let this kid stir things up a bit. However, the old man changed his tone. Offending Longmen right after arriving, his upcoming days will likely not be easy. The president of Longmen, Xiang Tian, is extremely protective of his own, and he has already been in seclusion in his 4th year, pushing for the 5th rank. What is there to be afraid of? Qin Hongyi shrugged nonchalantly. A jade that isn't carved won't become a tool. If he can't even solve this little trouble, he isn't worthy of being someone I, Qin Hongyi, value. True. The old man smiled. Let's see if this dragon crossing the river can suppress the local snakes of the D capital. By the way, for tomorrow's freshman ranking battle, arrange and S-level difficulty for him. S-level? Doesn't that mean facing 3 beasts of the same rank? Qin Hongyi raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Harsh? The old man looked at Lin Ye's retreating figure, saying meaningfully, for him it might just be a warm-up. Zone S, located at the back mountain of the imperial capital Martial University, is surrounded by mountains and rivers rich in spiritual energy. Each villa here is equipped with an independent gathering array and a gravity training room, making it the dream residence of countless students. However, to live here one must not only have strength but also academic credits. There are only 10 villas in Zone S, traditionally reserved for the top 10 on the combat power ranking or S-level specially recruited freshmen. Brother Lin, this place is amazing. Zhao Yunlong exclaimed, staring at the luxurious villa cluster, hidden among the green trees and red flowers. Compared to this, the place we used to live in was a doghouse. Stop lamenting, Lin Ye said as he carried his luggage, his gaze directed towards the entrance of the villa area. There a group of over 10 people were sitting haphazardly. Dressed in sophomore uniforms, some were polishing weapons while others were playing on their phones. Upon seeing Lin Ye and his companion approach, they all revealed mocking smiles. Here they come. The new king of freshmen has arrived. Tsk tisk, is this the kid who challenged Longmen Wang Biao at the registration desk? He doesn't look like much. Skinny and weak, can he withstand a punch from me? A young man with a buzz cut and a robust physique stood up to block their path. Stop right there. The buzz-cut youth scrutinized Lin Ye from head to toe and extended a hand. Do you understand the rules? What rules? Lin Ye feigned ignorance. Ha, playing dumb are we? The buzz-cut youth scoffed. At Imperial Capital Martial University, there's a tradition for new students entering Zone S. They must first pass through the 3 gates. The first gate is the toll, 500 credits per person. The second gate is to serve tea. You must serve a cup of tea to each of the seniors present and call them something nice. The third gate is to endure a beating. If you don't pay the credits or serve the tea, then each of us will hit you once. As long as you can walk into the villa on your own, this matter will be considered settled. After he finished speaking, the surrounding seniors burst into laughter. This was the welcome culture of Imperial Capital Martial University. Although it was called a welcome, it was essentially a way to assert dominance over the new students, suppress their arrogance, and conveniently make some easy credits. The school turned a blind eye to this, even tacitly allowing such competition. Brother Lin. Zhao Yunlong's face turned ugly. These guys are deliberately looking for trouble. That buzzcut guy is Zhang Kuang, 98th on the sophomore combat power ranking, a 4th grade beginner. Only 98th. Lin Ye chuckled. Looks like the threshold for Zone S isn't so high after all. What did you say? Zhang Kuang's expression darkened. Kid, don't think you're invincible just because you beat Wang Biao. Someone like Wang Biao, who relied on drugs to get to the 4th grade, is not comparable to us who trained hard. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Ye put down his luggage and flexed his wrist. You guys want to rob me of credits, right? Rob? What do you mean by that? Zhang Kuang shrugged. This is called sparring and exchanging ideas. Fine then, let's spar. Lin Ye pulled out the student card he had just received. I have 1,000 initial credits just issued by the school in my card. I'll bet this 1,000 credits against you guys. If you win, you can take the credits and I'll leave immediately. But if I lose? Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. You have to leave all the credits in your cards behind. The crowd fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, is this kid crazy? He wants to rob us back. 1,000 credits. That's a huge amount. Brother Zhang, accept his bet. This is a fat sheep coming to our door. Zhang Kuang was also amused. He had never seen such an arrogant freshman. All right, you've got guts. I have 3,000 credits in my card. If you can beat me, they're all yours. However, punches are blind. If I accidentally make you cry, don't go complaining to the teacher. Rest assured. Lin Ye beckoned with a finger. You can all come at me together, I'm in a hurry. Arrogant. Zhang Kuang was furious. As a senior, being looked down upon by a freshman like this was intolerable. How could he continue to mix in Zone S after this? I can handle you alone. Stone-shattering palm. Zhang Kuang stomped the ground and dashed forward like a cheetah, striking towards Lin Ye's chest. The palm wind howled, carrying a solid earth-type vigor, indeed much more substantial than that of Wang Biao. But in Lin Ye's eyes it was still insufficient. Too slow. Lin Ye stood his ground, waiting until the palm wind approached, then suddenly raised his leg. He struck first with a simple yet brutal side kick. Before Zhang Kuang's palm could even touch Lin Ye, he received a heavy kick to the stomach. Ugh! Zhang Kuang's eyes nearly bulged out, his entire body arched like a boiled shrimp, and he flew backward over 10 meters, crashing hard into the roadside landscaping. Instant kill. The laughter abruptly ceased. The remaining 10 or so seniors were like ducks caught by the throat-mouth's agape but unable to make a sound. Next. Lin Ye retracted his foot, his expression calm, as if he were swatting a fly. Come at me together, oh, don't waste time. Damn, this kid's too much. Let's all go together. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. I don't believe he can take on more than 10 of us. The seniors exchanged glances. Although shocked, they were even more reluctant to lose face and credits. Boom, boom, boom. The auras of over 10 third-grade peak and even fourth-grade experts erupted simultaneously. Various martial techniques and weapons came raining down on Lin Ye. Now this is getting interesting. Lin Ye smiled slightly as the Azura vigor erupted. Thunderlight escape phantom. Whoosh! His figure instantly transformed into several afterimages weaving through the crowd. Bang! Bang! Crack! With a series of dense impacts and screams. In less than half a minute, the battle ended. The entrance of the villa area was littered with bodies. Some groaned while holding their stomachs, others rolled around clutching their legs, and one was even hanging from a tree. Lin Ye stood on the chest of one senior, holding a stack of student cards, swiping credits one by one on his phone. Thank you for the gifts, seniors. In total, that's 15000 credits. Though not a lot, it will be enough for me to spend for a while. Lin Ye tossed the emptied cards back in the person's face, picked up his luggage, and waved at the dumbfounded Zhao Yunlong. Let's go home. Zhao Yunlong swallowed hard, looking at the moaning seniors on the ground, with only one thought in his mind: the skies over Imperial Capital Martial University were about to change. The news of Lin Ye defeating seniors and stealing over 10000 credits spread through the campus forum like wildfire. Shocking! The strongest freshman Lin Ye on his first day at school beat Long Men and swept away the seniors in Zone S. 15000 credits. The most brutal counter-robbery incident in history. The seniors are humiliated. Who can punish this madman? One post after another climbed to the trending topics. Lin Ye's name entirely exploded across Imperial Capital Martial University. Villa No. 1 in Zone S. Lin Ye remained unconcerned. At this moment he was sitting in the spacious training room contemplating how to spend the more than 10000 credits he had just obtained. The exchange system at Imperial Capital Martial University is indeed rich. Lin Ye browsed the exchange list on the campus network. Earth-grade superior battle technique, 9-fold Thunderblade, 5000 credits, 4th grade training room, usage rights, 10 hours, 100 credits, a grade gene potion, 2000 credits, comprehension stone, one time, 10000 credits, comprehension stone. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This was a good item. It was said to allow people to enter a state of sudden enlightenment, significantly enhancing their understanding of martial techniques and concepts. Though his Azura vigor was strong, it was still at a relatively superficial application stage. If he could achieve sudden enlightenment, he might be able to develop even stronger techniques. Exchange. Without hesitation, Lin Ye spent 10000 credits to order a comprehension stone. The credits he had just acquired were instantly reduced by more than half. Looks like I need to keep earning credits. Lin Ye sighed. Just then the doorbell rang. Zhao Yunlong rushed in with a nervous expression. Brother Lin. It's bad. Someone's come outside again. Who is it this time? The president of Long Men. Lin Ye did not even look up. No, it's the student council. And it's the discipline department. Zhao Yunlong swallowed hard. The leader is the third-year discipline minister Shen Junlin, a ruthless person ranked 10th on the combat power list. Discipline department. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Bringing in the old after having dealt with the young, this plot is quite cliché. Let's go take a look. Lin Ye stood up and walked out of the villa. He saw a group of students dressed in white uniforms with golden scales embroidered on the cuffs standing at the villa entrance. At the forefront was a person clad in white with hair tied back carrying an ancient long sword. His demeanor was elegant yet exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. Shen Junlin, ranked 10th on the combat power list in the third year of 5th grade beginner master. Are you Lin Ye? Shen Junlin looked at Lin Ye as he walked out, his gaze calm as still water. I am, Lin Ye replied without humility or servility. Someone reported you for gathering to fight, causing serious injury, and stealing someone else's property. Shen Junlin took out a notebook. Come with us for a while. Stealing. Lin Ye laughed. They blocked my way and robbed me first. I was just defending myself and taking some compensation for mental distress. Is that wrong? The school has its own rules. Shen Junlin replied coolly. Welcoming new students is a tradition but counter-robbery. Although not explicitly prohibited, you've gone too far. 15000 credits. This is already a serious incident. So, surrender the credits, publicly apologize, and be confined for 3 days. Shen Junlin issued the verdict. What if I don't? Lin Ye countered. Shen Junlin closed his notebook and a sharp sword intent suddenly shot from his calm eyes. Then don't blame me for bullying the weak and coming to take you myself. Boom! The aura of the 5th grade master fully unleashed. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and invisible sword pressure enveloped Lin Ye, making his skin tingle. 5th grade. Lin Ye took a deep breath, his azura vigor operating frantically to resist this pressure. If he were on the train facing a 5th grade master, he might only have the option to escape. But now with the enhancement from the comprehension stone, though not yet used, his mindset had changed, and since this was school where the opponent wouldn't dare to kill, he might not be unable to fight back. You want to take me? Lin Ye drew his Xinghan battle knife, pointing the blade at Shen Junlin. Then let's see if your sword is fast enough. You have guts. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Shen Junlin's eyes, but his movements were still unfaltering. Then receive my sword. Gentleman's sword Howren. Clang. The long sword was unsheathed. A sweeping surge of sword energy, resembling a vast white river, rushed towards Lin Ye with overwhelming force. This was not merely sword energy, but a momentum infused with Confucian righteousness. There was no way to evade. He could only take it hidden. Azura 7 kills, broken army slash. Lin Ye roared, unleashing his vigor without reservation, transforming it into a 10-meter-long blood-red blade light, fiercely cleaving towards that white sword river. Boom! The collision of sword and blade. A terrifying energy storm instantly destroyed the garden at the entrance of the villa. Lin Ye felt an unmatchable force surge through him, sliding back over 10 meters, his feet carving deep ruts into the ground. Peft! A mouthful of blood surged to his throat, which he forced down. He had blocked it. Although he was in a sorry state, he had faced the sword of a 5th grade master Hedon. Shen Junlin stood his ground, unmoving, yet the astonishment in his eyes was impossible to conceal. A 4th grade beginner, yet you could withstand my Howren sword energy. It seems the rumors are true. You are indeed a prodigy. Shen Junlin sheathed his sword, and the pressure surrounding him receded like a tide. Since you can take one of my swords, it shows you have the capital to be arrogant. Let this matter end here. However, Shen Junlin looked at Lin Ye, speaking meaningfully. I hope you can still be this tough in tomorrow's entrance assessment. After all, there are more than just me keeping an eye on you. After saying this, Shen Junlin turned and left with the members of the discipline department. Watching them leave, Zhao Yunlong let out a long breath, his legs feeling weak. Brother Lin, you're amazing. You didn't even give Shen Junlin face. Lin Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing deeper. 5th grade. Still not strong enough. He tightened his grip on the battle knife. Tomorrow's assessment would likely be the real Azura battlefield. The next morning, the central square of the imperial capital, Martial University, was once again filled with crowds. 3,000 new students stood in orderly lines according to their provinces and numbers. Although everyone was a genius from different regions, the faces of all were marked by tension. Today was the entrance examination. This was not merely a test. It would determine the allocation of resources for the next 4 years. Srank a rank brank crank. The treatment for each rank was worlds apart. The content of the assessment is quite simple. A middle-aged man in a tang suit announced from the podium. He was Zhang Dowling, the head of the Academic Affairs Office, a 6th grade master. Do you see that black tower behind you? Everyone turned around. In the center of the square stood a towering black spire, reaching a height of 100 meters. The tower was constructed from an unknown metal, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. This is the trial tower Zhang Dowling introduced. Inside the tower is a virtual space comprising 9 levels. Each level houses corresponding ranks of ferocious beasts and guardians. First level peak 1st grade. Second level peak 2nd grade. Third level initial 3rd grade. And so on. Assessment rules: the higher the level cleared, the shorter the time taken, the higher the score. The final ranking will determine your initial rating, especially for the top 10 who will directly receive SRANK treatment, reside in Area S, and enjoy unknown mentorship. SRANK. The eyes of all new students sparkled with excitement. At the imperial capital, Martial University, SRANK meant an immediate ascent to greatness. Now the assessment begins. With Zhang Dailing's command, the first batch of new students rushed eagerly into the trial tower. Outside the tower, a massive holographic screen displayed real-time updates of the tower's progress. Most new students noticeably slowed down after entering the 3rd level. After all, 3rd grade ferocious beasts were no mere vegetables. Even these geniuses needed considerable effort to defeat them. Look, that one named Li Xiantong has already reached the 4th level. Oh my, isn't he the genius from the Li family in the capital? I heard his grandfather is an 8th grade grandmaster, and that Wang Teng has also entered the 4th level. No wonder he's the heir of the Northern Underworld Blade. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. This is the foundation of the imperial capital Martial University. Just pulling someone out would leave one in awe. Lin Ye stood at the back of the crowd, not in a hurry to enter. He was observing. Insight I activated target trial tower energy wave analysis high-intensity mental projection technology. Used internally pain simulation accuracy 100. Death means elimination. Current record holder, Xiao Tianhe current principal, who entered the 7th level 42 years ago, taking 15 minutes. The 7th level Lin Ye stroked his chin. The 7th level corresponds to the combat power of initial 5th grade. The principal back then actually possessed the strength to contend with 5th grade while in his first year. Truly deserving of the title Martial Saint. Lin Ye, let's go in as well, Zhao Yunlong said eagerly, although I don't expect to achieve rank, getting a rank should be feasible. Anchem, let's go. Lin Ye nodded and stepped toward the entrance. As soon as he entered the tower, the surroundings changed drastically. The first level was a vast grassland. Roar! A dozen peak first-grade gale wolves howled as they charged toward him. Too weak. Lin Ye didn't even draw his sword. He merely released a slight tremor of his chi. Bang! 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 Before the gale wolves could get close, they were shattered into blood mist. Past the first level. Time taken 1 second. What they? Outside the tower, the spectators who were initially focused on Li Xiantong suddenly noticed a name shooting up from the bottom of the leaderboard. Moreover, the time next to that name was blinding to their eyes. 1 second. Is the system malfunctioning? Takes more than 1 second to walk right. Did he fly through? Before everyone could react, the name on the big screen jumped again. Past the 2nd level. Time taken 2 seconds. Past the 3rd level. Time taken 3 seconds. The name shot up like a rocket, instantly moving from thousands behind to the top 100. Lin Ye. Is that Lin Ye? The strongest young master from Jiangnan province. Isn't this speed a bit too exaggerated? Did he press fast forward inside? On the podium, director Zhang Daoling also noticed the commotion. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This kid is quite interesting. The 4th level transformed into a desert. The guardian was a peak 3rd-grade iron-armored poison scorpion. Hiss! The scorpion swung its massive pincers, its tail hook shimmering with blue light, viciously lunging at Lin Ye. Get lost! Lin Ye passed by it effortlessly, casually slapping its shell. Crack! The iron-hard shell shattered instantly, and the scorpion let out a cry before dissipating into white light. Past the 4th level. Time taken 5 seconds. The 5th level. The environment transformed into a snowy mountain. Here a frost giant bear of initial 4th grade awaited. This was a gap that many upperclassmen could not cross. But Lin Ye still did not slow down. Azura chi blazing fire. Boom! He ignited his body with golden red chi like a meteor crashing into the frost giant bear. Like a hot knife through butter, the bear's massive form was directly pierced through and melted away. Past the 5th level. Time taken 8 seconds. At this moment, Lin Ye had already surged to the top of the leaderboard, leaving previous competitors like Li Xiantong and Wang Teng far behind. The crowd erupted in excitement. He broke the record. Absolutely broke the record. Less than 20 seconds for the first 5 levels. Is he even human? Look, he's entered the 6th level. The 6th level. This was a marsh filled with thunderstorms. The guardian was no longer a beast but a projection of a human martial artist. Peak 4th grade. Armed with a spear, his aura was profound, reminiscent of the previous Lei Dongtian. Finally, a somewhat decent opponent. But still just somewhat decent. Swish! Lin Ye drew his Star Scar battle blade. Too slow. Lin Ye sheathed his blade and walked towards the light gate leading to the 7th level. Past the 6th level. Time taken 15 seconds. The 7th level was a void. Standing before Lin Ye was a projection of a man in white hands behind his back. Although merely a projection, the faint pressure of a master was incredibly real. Initial 5th grade. This should be the image left by the principal of the past. Lin Ye gazed at the man, a fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Defeating you will allow me to break history. Come and fight. Boom! The man in white moved. His first strike was a world-shaking palm print. Heavenly turning seal. The massive palm print bore down like a mountain. Lin Ye held nothing back. Azura 7 killings, Azura purgatory. The blood-red blade light soared into the sky, violently colliding with the palm print. Crack! The palm print shattered. Lin Ye maintained his momentum, slashing towards the white-clad man. The man in white flickered, attempting to dodge. But under Lin Ye's insight, all trajectories were laid bare. Got you. Lin Ye pivoted and struck, accurately predicting the man's landing. Puff! The white-clad man's figure flickered before slowly dissipating. Congratulations. Passed the 7th level. Total time taken 45 seconds. Warning. Broke the 100-year record of the Imperial Capital Martial University. Previous record 15 minutes. Outside the tower there was a deathly silence. Everyone stared with their mouths agape at the bright red number on the big screen, as if they were seeing an alien. 45 seconds. Cleared 7 levels. Was he treating the trial tower like his backyard? On the podium Zhang Daoling dropped his teacup, shattering it to pieces. Monster. He stammered. Quick, go notify the principal. Our Imperial Capital Martial University has produced a prodigy. Inside the trial tower Lin Ye did not rush to leave. He gazed at the light gate leading to the 8th level, which exuded a terrifying aura that sent shivers down his spine. The 8th level was 5th grade midstage. At my current level, without using that forbidden drug Mad Demon pill, it would be hard to win against 5th grade midstage. Lin Ye was very clear-headed. The previous victories were somewhat opportunistic. After all, those were projections which lacked flexibility. However, since I'm here, how can I not check it out? With a deep breath Lin Ye stepped into the light gate. Boom! As soon as he entered, an unmatched sword intent instantly engulfed him. Puff! Lin Ye didn't even see the figure clearly before he was instantly killed. His consciousness returned to reality. Lin Ye stepped out of the trial chamber shaking his head. I'm still too weak. If only I could last a few more moves. Although his self-talk was not loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears in the silent square. Everyone twitched at the corners of their mouths. Clearing the 7th level and breaking a 100-year record, and yet you say you're too weak. What are those geniuses who can't even pass the 4th level supposed to do? Lin Ye. At that moment an angry shout rang out. A young man dressed in luxurious battle armor, holding a spear, strode over. He was handsome, but his face was filled with resentment. It was Li Xiantong from the Li family in the capital, the previous first place. You cheated. Li Xiantong pointed at Lin Ye, loudly accusing him. 45 seconds to clear 7 levels. That's simply impossible. Even a 6th grade master suppressing his realm couldn't do that. You must have exploited a loophole in the trial tower. I will apply to the school for a thorough investigation of your results. With his words, many new students who were also struck by Lin Ye began to echo. Right? There must be something fishy. I also feel something is off. How can anyone be that fast? Investigate. It must be thoroughly checked. Facing the crowd's doubts, Lin Ye merely cast a nonchalant glance at Li Xiantong. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. That's your incompetence. Li Xiantong's face turned pale with anger. Enough! A commanding voice interrupted from the podium. Director Zhang Daoling landed between the two. The trial tower is monitored by the intelligence brain Tianshu, and there is absolutely no chance for cheating. Lin Ye's results are authentic and valid. But Li Xiantong wanted to argue. No buts. Zhang Daoling said coldly, in this world, there will always be some people you cannot comprehend. Acknowledging others' excellence is also a form of cultivation. After speaking, he turned to Lin Ye, his face revealing a smile, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Congratulations, Lin Ye, for achieving first place in this assessment, and for breaking the historical record. The school council has decided to award you an additional 50000 credits. Your SRANK resource quota is doubled. Additionally, the principal wants to see you. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 50000 credits. Resource quota doubled. The principal summons. At that moment, countless envious and jealous eyes turned toward Lin Ye. But Lin Ye merely nodded calmly. All right, the principal's office. This is an ancient and elegant study devoid of the expected luxury, with walls lined with books and a broken sword hanging on the wall. Xiao Tianhe, the current principal of the Imperial Capital Martial University, is a peak 8th grade grandmaster. He is dressed in a faded practice uniform, watering the orchids on the windowsill. He looks just like an ordinary old neighbor, showing no semblance of a powerful figure. You're here, Xiao Tianhe said without turning his head. Lin Ye, I have come to see you, principal. Lin Ye stood at the door, bowing respectfully. Even in front of this legendary figure, he did not dare to be disrespectful. Moreover, under the eye of insight, this elderly man before him seemed like an unfathomable black hole, completely inscrutable. 45 seconds to clear 7 levels, not bad. Xiao Tianhe put down the watering can and turned around. His murky old eyes became incredibly clear and profound as they looked at Lin Ye. Shuras, violent energy, the path of killing. You have a lot of blood on your hands. This statement made Lin Ye's heart tighten. Warriors must contend, and contention must spill blood. Lin Ye replied without arrogance or servility. I am just trying to survive. Well said about survival. Xiao Tianhe laughed. I like your straightforward nature. Unlike those aristocratic youths who speak of benevolence and morality, but are full of thieves and harlots behind the scenes. This class special recruitment is just the beginning. At Imperial Capital Martial University, to obtain more resources you must seize them with your fists. Xiao Tianhe tossed Lin Ye a black token. This is the class seed token. Bring it to tomorrow's ranking match. Bring it with me. Lin Ye took the token, feeling its weight. What use is it? Not much use. Xiao Tianhe revealed a wicked smile. It just tells everyone that if they knock you down, they can directly seize this token and gain class treatment. Lin Ye twitched his lips. This old man is a trickster. This is not a reward. It is clearly putting him on the grill. This is equivalent to sticking a label on his forehead saying, I am the Bo SS, come and loot my gear. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Afraid? Lin Ye tightened his grip on the token, a glint of fervor flashed in his eyes. No, I think this is even more thrilling. Ha ha ha. Good. Go. Wake up all those sheltered flowers for me. The next day, the Imperial Capital Martial University Arena. This circular arena can accommodate 50,000 people, and it is already packed to the brim. Not only the freshmen but many sophomores and juniors also came to watch the excitement. Have you heard? This time the ranking match rules have changed. How have they changed? It's no longer a ring match but rather a survival for tokens. All freshmen will be dropped into the misty forest behind the mountain, each starting with a score of 1. Defeat someone to seize their score. And that Lin Ye has an class token worth 1,000 points. Damn. Doesn't that mean that as long as they take down Lin Ye, they can directly secure first place? Amidst the discussions, 3,000 freshmen had gathered. Everyone's gaze, intentionally or not, was directed at the Lin Ye standing at the front. Their eyes were like a pack of hungry wolves staring at a piece of fat meat. Especially Li Xiantong and his group, who did not hide their greed and hostility. Lin Ye. Li Xiantong approached, followed by dozens of powerful freshmen. That token is not something you can hold on to. Be sensible and hand it over once you enter the forest to avoid suffering physical pain. Lin Ye didn't even glance at him, just wiping his battle knife. Want it? That also depends on whether you have the life to take it. Humph. You don't want to drink the toast but prefer the penalty drink. Li Xiantong snorted coldly. We, the 36 celestial dippers of the capital, are uniting to hunt you this time. I don't believe you are made of iron. 36 celestial dippers. Zhao Yunlong rolled his eyes nearby. A bunch of second-generation kids, even their name sounds childish. Silence. Director Zhang Daling's voice rang out. Everyone enter the teleportation array. Target Misty Forest. Duration 3 days. The one with the highest score at the end will be crowned as this year's Rookie King. Buzz. The enormous teleportation light shone brightly. The 3,000 freshmen instantly disappeared from their original spots. Misty Forest. This is a primitive forest located in a folded space, shrouded in white mist all year round. It not only has a complex geographical environment, but also houses many second and third grade ferocious beasts. Swish. Lin Ye's figure appeared on a branch of a giant tree. As soon as he landed, he felt numerous malicious gazes surrounding him. Lucky me, I landed right on a fat sheep. It's Lin Ye. Quick, don't let him escape. 5 freshmen suddenly leapt out from the surrounding bushes. They were clearly a team working seamlessly to completely seal off all of Lin Ye's escape routes. Hand over the token. The leading burly youth wielding dual axes shouted. Just you guys. Lin Ye stood on the branch looking down at them. It'll give you a chance to hand over your scores, and then roll away. Arrogant. Everyone charge. The 5 yelled as they rushed forward. Unaware of their own demise. Lin Ye shook his head. He didn't even draw his sword. Violent energy manifests shock. Boom. He stomped his right foot hard on the tree trunk. A golden-red wave of violent energy radiated outwards from him. The giant tree, thick enough for 3 people to hug, instantly exploded into countless wood chips. The 5 rushing freshmen were like targets struck by a shotgun, howling as they flew backward, their bodies pierced with wooden splinters. Ah! My leg! My hand is broken! With one move they were all wiped out. Lin Ye jumped down and walked over to swipe their scorecards one by one. Only 5 points. What a bunch of poor fools. Lin Ye curled his lips in disdain. Just then, danger perception 300 meters to the left front, large amounts of high-energy reactions. Quantity 36. Energy level all above high second grade. Have they finally arrived? Lin Ye looked towards the depths of the dense forest, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The 36 celestial dippers of the capital. I hope they are a bit tougher than these weaklings. In the depths of the dense forest, Li Xuantong, clad in silver battle armor, held a long spear surrounded like a star among the crowd. Around him, 35 talented individuals from various families in the imperial capital stood ready. They formed a massive encirclement, conducting a thorough search. Brother Xuantong intelligence reports that Lin Ye is in that area ahead. Good. A flash of brilliance appeared in Li Xuantong's eyes. Everyone listen up. Set up the Celestial Dipper North Star formation. This time I will catch him like a fish in a barrel, making it impossible for him to escape. Yes. The 36 individuals quickly spread out, occupying various positions, their energies interlinking subtly, forming a pressure equivalent to a 4th-grade force. Lin Ye, come out. Li Xuantong shouted into the mist ahead. I know you're there. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew, dispersing the mist. Lin Ye's figure slowly emerged. He hoisted his battle knife, a blade of grass in his mouth, and looking at this scene he was not flustered but rather whistled. Oh, quite a lively welcome, isn't it? So many people have come to greet me. Cut the nonsense. Li Xuantong pointed his spear. Lin Ye, you are surrounded. Hand over the class token, and I can make your defeat a bit more dignified. Dignified? Lin Ye spat out the grass root in his mouth, his gaze sharpening. Have you misunderstood something? Surrounded. Is you guys? Boom. Just as his words fell, Lin Ye's figure vanished in an instant. The next second, a shocking blade light like a blood-colored river directly cleaved through the so-called Celestial Dipper North Star formation. Shura 7 kills, chaos dance. The battle erupted. Boom. The blood-red blade light surged like a roaring dragon, instantly colliding with the so-called Heavenly Gang's Beidou formation. There was no imagined stalemate, only the sound of shattering destruction. Crack. The weapons in the hands of the 3 Heavenly Gang members at the forefront of the formation shattered upon contact with the Azura's blade energy. Immediately after, the overwhelming gang energy struck their chests, sending both men and armor flying, blood gushing in midair. What? Li Xuantong's eyes nearly bulged out. This was a formation set up by 36 third-tier high-level martial artists. Even an ordinary mid-tier 4th-level martial artist would suffer severely if trapped. But Lin Ye actually cleaved it open with a single strike. This is impossible. Steady. Change the formation. Li Xuantong shouted frantically, trying to reverse the tide. Change the formation. Lin Ye's figure appeared in the center of the formation like a specter, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the face of absolute power, formations are merely a joke. Thunder escape, phantom slash. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Ye's figure instantly split into 5, each rushing toward one of the 5 nodes of the formation. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of agonized screams rose and fell. With every flash of the blade light, one person would fall. Lin Ye was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, and no one could withstand even a single blow from him. Damn it! Stop him! Quickly stop him! As Li Xuantong watched the people around him fall one by one, a hint of fear finally rose in his heart. His pride, the Jing Circle Genius Group, seemed as fragile as paper before Lin Ye. Li Xiao, we can't stop him. His gang energy is too strong. Can't be defended against at all. My hand is broken. Help me. The wails echoed throughout the dense forest. In just a minute, more than half of the originally imposing 36 had already fallen. Only Li Xuantong and a few core members were still desperately holding on. Lin Ye, don't be too arrogant. Li Xuantong's eyes were bloodshot as he pulled out a talisman that exuded a terrifying aura. This is the 5 Thunder Talisman I exchanged at any cost. Equivalent to a strike from a 5th-tier master. Die. Boom. The talisman ignited. Dark clouds instantly gathered in the sky, and 5 bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, fell like divine punishment, locking onto Lin Ye's aura. A 5th-tier strike. Lin Ye looked up at the descending thunder. Instead of dodging, he sheathed his battle knife. Perfect, I'll use it to temper my body. He spread his arms wide, allowing the lightning to strike him. Boom. The thunder light completely engulfed Lin Ye. Ha ha ha. You're dead. What a brazen fool. Li Xuantong laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with delight. However, the next second his laughter came to an abrupt halt. As the thunder light dissipated, Lin Ye still stood in place. Though his clothes were somewhat tattered, his skin was unscathed, radiating a faint golden light. The Azura Gang energy seemed to have become even more refined after absorbing some of the thunder's power. Not bad, feels a bit numb. Lin Ye brushed off the dust from his clothes and looked at Li Xuantong. Anything else? Bring me a few more. You? Are you a monster? Li Xiantong completely broke down. To withstand a 5th-tier strike and remain unscathed, isn't this a rebirth? Since there are no more, it's my turn now. Lin Ye walked step by step towards Li Xiantong. You? Don't come any closer. Li Xiantong retreated step by step, his face pale. I am from the Li family. My grandfather is an 8th tier. Smack. Lin Ye slapped him across the face, sending him flying, half of his teeth flying out. I don't care who your grandfather is. Lin Ye stepped forward, stamping on Li Xiantong's chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? You wanted to hunt me. Now who is the hunter and who is the prey? Li Xiantong's mouth was full of blood, his eyes filled with resentment yet also filled with fear. He wanted to struggle, but the force under Lin Ye's foot was like a mountain, rendering him unable to move. Spare my life. Finally, this proud young master of the Jing Circle lowered his head. Hand over your points. Lin Ye extended his hand. Li Xiantong trembled as he took out his points card. Swipe. Lin Ye unceremoniously swiped away all of the over 2,000 points on it. With the points he previously looted from others, his total score had now surpassed 10,000. Get lost. Lin Ye withdrew his foot. From now on, if you see me, remember to take a detour. Otherwise, every time you see me, I'll beat you once. Li Xiantong felt as if he had received a great reprieve, scrambling away in a panic. Lin Ye looked at the injured scattered around, shaking his head. Boring. He turned and looked into the depths of the dense forest. I heard this time they released a 4th-tier pinnacle ghost-faced Spider King as the final BOSS with a score of 5,000. Now that's interesting. Lin Ye's figure flashed and disappeared into the mist. 3 days later, the new student ranking competition came to an end. When all the new students were teleported back to the arena, Lin Ye's name hung high in first place on the leaderboard. First place, Lin Ye, points 28500, rating S-tier super. The second place's points were a pitiful 3,000. A crushing gap. The entire venue was silent. Everyone looked at the young man standing among the crowd with eyes full of awe, single-handedly challenging 36 heavenly gangs, withstanding the 5 Thunder Talisman, and slaying the ghost-faced Spider King. Each of these achievements had already become legend. Congratulations, Lin Ye. Director Zhang Daoling personally awarded Lin Ye the Steer Badge. From today, you are the Rookie King of this year's Imperial Capital Martial University. Enjoy all the Steer resource privileges. Thank you, Director. Lin Ye accepted the badge, his expression calm. This was just the beginning. His goal was never to compete with this group of new students. Instead, it was for the even higher peaks. Returning to the S District Villa No. 1, Lin Ye had just sat down, barely having time to take a sip of water when his phone vibrated. It was an encrypted message from the school administration. Steer task released, location western suburbs of the Imperial Capital, underground ruins of the Sunset Mountains. Level S tier, extremely dangerous task description. Recently, unexplained earthquakes have occurred in the Sunset Mountains with strong energy fluctuations detected. Suspected awakening of ancient ruins. Please proceed to investigate and retrieve core items from the ruins. Reward 100,000 academic credits. Choose any Earth tier supreme weapon. 1 chance to enter the bone cleansing pool. Ancient ruins. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity. In this high martial world, every time ruins were awakened, it meant immense chances. Of course, it also came with great risks. An Earth tier supreme weapon. Just when my Xinghen is starting to lag behind. With the increase in strength, the Shen tier supreme Xinghen battle knife had begun to struggle with the explosive power of the Azura Gang energy. When he fought the withered bone elder before the blade even developed cracks. I'll take it. Lin Ye clicked to confirm. After quickly organizing his gear and taking sufficient recovery potions, Lin Ye set off again. This time he didn't call Zhao Yunlong. The steer task was too dangerous. Zhao Yunlong's current strength would only lead to death. In the Sunset Mountains, red mist shrouded the area year-round. The magnetic field, chaotic, and electronic devices barely functioned here. Following the coordinates, Lin Ye found the entrance to the cave that had just been shaken out. It was a deep pit several meters in diameter, dark, and continuously spewing out a cold, eerie energy. Such dense death energy. Lin Ye stood at the edge of the pit, activating the Eye of Insight. Target underground ruins, entrance depth 3,000 meters, danger level S-tier energy. Response, strong signs of unknown biological activity. Unknown creatures. Lin Ye's heart tightened. Could it be an alien race? In this world, humans are not the only intelligent life. In some folded spaces and ancient ruins, various bizarre alien races exist. They are mostly bloodthirsty and violent, viewing humans as food. Looks like I need to be careful. Lin Ye leaped into the deep pit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind howled past his ears. After falling for a full minute, Lin Ye finally landed on solid ground. Here was a massive underground cavern. Glowing moss grew on the surrounding rock walls, barely illuminating the environment. Crack. A crisp sound came from beneath his feet. Lin Ye looked down, his pupils constricting. Those were bones. Human bones. And judging by the degree of weathering, they should have died not long ago. Looks like someone has gotten here first. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the battle knife, cautiously feeling his way forward. Suddenly, danger perception left wall. Ambush. Whoosh. A black shadow sprang from the crevice in the rock wall, moving at an astonishing speed, directly lunging at Lin Ye's face. Clang. Lin Ye swung his blade to block, producing a sharp metallic sound. With the sparks, Lin Ye saw clearly what the creature looked like. It was a humanoid creature less than 1.5 meters tall, covered in black scales with long limbs and claws sharp as knives. The most terrifying aspect was its face, devoid of features, only a long vertical mouth filled with sharp teeth. Target: black armored shadow demon, alien race, combat power peak of 3rd tier, trait stealth, venomous, social weakness, white spot on abdomen. Shadow demon. Lin Ye's heart sank. Although this creature's individual strength wasn't strong, they were social. Screech. The shadow demon missed with its attack and immediately let out a sharp cry. The next second, hundreds of crimson eyes lit up in the crevices of the rock walls. A swarm of shadow demons surged forth like a tide, instantly surrounding Lin Ye. This is troublesome. Lin Ye took a deep breath, bloodlust surging in his eyes. Since I can't avoid it, then kill. Boom. The Azura gang energy erupted, illuminating the entire cavern. In the underground cavern, the Azura chi resembled a blood-red sun, dispelling the darkness. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hundreds of black armored shadow demons were agitated by the brilliance of the chi, emitting sharp cries. Although they feared this overwhelming power of Yang, their bloodthirsty instincts drove them to surge forward like a tide. Come at me. Lin Ye did not retreat but advanced, instead wielding the Star Scar battle blade that traced a perfect arc in the air. Azura 7 kills, whirlwind slash. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the blade light passed, limbs flew and black blood rained down like a shower. These shadow demons, despite their peak 3rd tier battle power, had defenses as fragile as paper against the 4th tier chi. However, their numbers were simply overwhelming. As soon as one batch was killed, another batch surged forth. Moreover, after these creatures died, their bodies turned into a swirling black mist, not dissipating but permeating the air, carrying a strong corrosive and mental toxin. Not good. This black mist is toxic. Lin Ye felt a slight sting in his brain, and the chi shield on his body emitted a sizzling sound under the erosion of the mist, its brilliance dimming considerably. A protracted battle does not favor me. Lin Ye frowned. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. When the corrosive black mist came into contact with Lin Ye's internal Azura chi, the chi which had been repelling the mist unexpectedly generated a strange pulling force. Buzz. It was like a shark that had not eaten for 3 days, smelling blood. The Azura chi actively wrapped around the black mist, forcefully drawing it into his body. What is happening? Lin Ye was startled, wanting to stop it, but found he could not control it at all. The black mist entered his body, instantly being crushed and refined by the domineering Azura chi, ultimately transforming into strands of pure black energy, merging with the chi. The originally crimson chi, after absorbing this energy, surprisingly gained a hint of profound dark golden hue. Moreover, special energy intake detected. The Azura chi is evolving. Chi strength enhanced. Additional effects: corrosion, armor penetration. Current vitality value 0. 1. 0. 1. Lin Ye stared at the fluctuating data on his retina, dumbfounded. Can it consume? The Azura chi can actually devour the energy of these shadow demons to evolve. His surprise instantly turned into ecstasy. If that's the case, this place is not a perilous land at all. It is clearly a sacred ground for leveling up. In that case, Lin Ye licked his lips, looking at the menacing shadow demons, his gaze shifting. No longer seeing them as trouble but as a pile of walking experience bags and supplements. Then let's eat. Boom. Lin Ye stopped being passively defensive and actively opened a gap in his chi shield, allowing the black mist to surge in, while he charged into the horde of monsters even more fiercely. Kill! At that moment, he completely transformed into an Azura. Blade light fell like rain and flesh flew everywhere. With every shadow demon he killed, his aura grew stronger. With each strand of black mist absorbed, his chi condensed further. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. The once densely packed horde of shadow demons visibly thinned out. The remaining few dozen shadow demons finally felt fear. They realized that this human before them was more monstrous than they were. Chirp! The first attacking shadow demon leader shrieked and turned to flee. You think you can run after you're full? There's no way that's happening. Lin Ye sneered, suddenly throwing the battle blade in his hand. 100 steps flying sword, revised flying blade technique. Swish! The battle blade transformed into a dark golden streak of light, instantly piercing through the leader's head, pinning it to the rock wall. Job done. Lin Ye walked over and pulled out his battle blade. At this moment he was covered in blood, yet his aura was far stronger than before he entered. Peak of the 4th tier. Just one step away from breaking into the mid-tier. So exhilarating. Lin Ye clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. This feeling of gaining strength from battle was simply addictive. However, this is just the entrance. Lin Ye looked deeper into the cavern. There was an artificially excavated passage that extended deep underground. On either side of the passage stood 2 massive stone statues resembling some sort of ancient guardians. The real ruins should be down there. Lin Ye quickly cleaned the blood on his body, drank a recovery potion, and then holding his blade walked into the passage. The passage was long and quiet. Only Lin Ye's footsteps echoed. The further he descended, the drier the air became and the higher the temperature rose. After about half an hour of walking, he found himself in a vast underground plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a magnificent pyramid-shaped structure entirely made of obsidian. At the top of the pyramid floated a pearl emitting a ghostly blue light. That was the mission objective, the core of the ruins. However, there were not just lifeless beings in the plaza. Damn! How could these demonic cult scum be here too? Lin Ye hid behind a boulder, watching the scene in the plaza with a grim expression. He saw 2 groups of people gathered beneath the pyramid. One group was dressed in specialized tactical exoskeletons, clearly an exploration team from some prominent family. The other group, all in black cloaks, radiated a chilling aura of death. The demonic cult. Moreover, the leader emanated a stronger aura than the previous skeletal elder. A mid-tier 5th-tier master. Little brats from the Li family give up. The leader of the demonic cult was a short hunchbacked old man leaning on a snakehead staff. This ruin was discovered by our demonic cult first. As long as you hand over the key to open the seal, I can guarantee you a complete body. Dream on. The leader of the family exploration team was a middle-aged robust man with peak 4th-tier cultivation. He protected a girl holding a compass behind him, gritting his teeth and saying, "Snake Elder, this is within the imperial capital's jurisdiction. Do you dare to act here fearing the military's encirclement?" Military? Snake Elder chuckled ominously. By the time the military discovers this, we will have already taken the items and left. As for you, the dead cannot betray secrets. Attack. Leave none alive. With Snake Elder's command, the dozen or so demonic cult members behind him instantly pounced forward. A chaotic battle erupted. Li family. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. He did not recognize the middle-aged robust man, but the girl holding the compass looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was the girl who stood next to Li Xiantong during the new student assessment. Her name seemed to be Li Qingqing, so it's the Li family's exploration team. Lin Ye contemplated. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Although he had grievances with the Li family in the face of the demonic cult, those grievances could be set aside for now. Moreover, the Snake Elder was also at the 5th tier. Lin Ye was uncertain about a unknown fight, but if he could use the Li family's people as cannon fodder. Opportunity. Lin Ye gripped his battle blade, tightly lurking in the shadows like a leopard waiting for the best moment to strike. On the battlefield, the Li family's exploration team was clearly no match for the demonic cult. Although they were well-equipped, they soon suffered heavy casualties due to the absolute disparity in strength. The middle-aged robust man was struck down by the Snake Elder's staff, shattering his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Second uncle. Li Qingqing screamed, dropping the compass from her hands. Little girl, it's your turn. Snake Elder stepped closer to Li Qingqing, extending his bony claw toward her neck. Hand over the key. Just at this critical moment. Swish! A dark golden blade light, accompanied by a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, shot out from the darkness, aimed directly at the back of Snake Elder's head. Who? Snake Elder sensed the killing intent behind him, reluctantly abandoning Li Qingqing to turn around and block. Clang! The staff collided with the battle blade. Sparks flew. Snake Elder was pushed back 2 steps, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Such a heavy blade. He looked up towards the direction from which the blade light flew. He saw a young man dressed in black combat attire slowly emerging from the shadows, a mocking smile on his face. "Hey old man. What skill is it to bully little girls? If you have the ability, come play with me." Lin Ye. Li Qingqing clutched her throat, her gaze frozen in shock upon the youth emerging from the shadows. Though they had met only once during the initiation trial, Lin Ye's arrogant silhouette had already seared itself into the minds of every freshman. She never imagined that at this moment of utter despair her savior would be this very arch-rival. Another fool rushing to his death. The serpent elder stared at Lin Ye with cold serpentine eyes, vertical pupils gleaming with lethal intent. Fourth rank, initial stage. No. His aura is strange, almost like fourth rank peak. Though his earlier block had been effortless, he had still sensed the sheer weight dominance and unsettling corrosive quality radiating from Lin Ye's blade. "Boy, who are you?" "I'm your grandfather." Lin Ye bared his teeth in a feral grin. "Didn't that last slash jolt you awake? Dementia setting in. Dare to die?" The serpent elder roared in fury. As a senior elder of the demon sect, he was a legendary figure in the underworld of the imperial capital. Never before had he suffered such humiliation from a mere junior. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it. 10,000 serpents devour the heart." His cane slammed violently into the ground. Boom! The earth split open instantly and countless venomous snakes, vibrant with iridescent hues, surged forth from the fissures, forming a churning multicolored sea as they hissed and surged toward Lin Ye. Each serpent was a second-rank ferocious beast. Among them slithered several third-rank peak pythons. Beware! That is the serpent elder's signature technique. Don't let them bite you. A middle-aged Li family warrior shouted urgently. Trifling artifice. Lin Ye stood rooted, and not only refused to retreat but strode forward to meet them heat. "Happens I'm still hungry. Azura aura, devour." Boom! Dark golden aura erupted from his body, coalescing instantly into a 5-meter-wide vortex of spiraling energy. The venomous serpents hurling themselves forward dissolved on contact, as snow before wildfire, melting into pure, refined blood energy forcibly absorbed by Lin Ye. Amplified by the shadow demon's black mist, his Azura aura now possessed a terrifying ravenous trait. Any energy-based entity could be consumed. What? The serpent elder's eyes bulged from their sockets. What unholy cultivation technique was this? Able to devour his serpents whole? That's all. Lin Ye licked his lips with lingering satisfaction, eyes locking onto the elder. "Old man, got anything else? Bring it on. Insolent whelp. I refuse to believe you can swallow this." The serpent elder bellowed and his cane exploded, transforming midair into a colossal black python 10 meters long. Forged entirely from condensed true energy, the beast radiated the terrifying pressure of a 5th-rank grandmaster. Blackwater dark serpent. Constrict and crush. Boom! The monstrous python gaped wide, its maw reeking of decay, swallowing Lin Ye whole in a vortex of foul wind. This strike sealed off space itself. There was no escape. A 5th-rank strike. Lin Ye's expression hardened. Though his words mocked, he knew full well the might of a 5th-rank grandmaster was no trivial matter. Insight eye, maximum output. Time itself seemed to slow within his vision. Target Blackwater dark serpent energy construct. Weak point, a volatile energy node at the vital nape. Extremely unstable. Recommendation, concentrate force. Shatter the focal point. Found it. Lin Ye drew a deep breath, his aura compressed violently inward, converging entirely upon the blade in his grip. Azura 7 kill arts, armor-piercing flash. Shing. A razor-thin line of dark gold light sliced through the air. No thunderous roar. Only absolute sharpness, absolute penetration. Whip. The blade pierced the serpent's vital nape with surgical precision. Kaboom! The seemingly invincible black python split cleanly down its length, then detonated into a storm of dissipating black mist. Ugh! The serpent elder recoiled, spitting a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward over a dozen paces, his face ashen. Shattered. Shattered. He stared, disbelief twisting his features. A 4th-rank cultivator had cleaved his life-bound ultimate technique in a single stroke. Anything else? Unleash it all. Lin Ye flicked residual energy from his blade and advanced step by step. In truth, his own condition was far from ideal. That one strike had nearly drained half his aura. His arm trembled with violent recoil. Yet he had to project calm mastery to dominate the elder psychologically. Cursed! This boy is unnatural. A retreat flickered in the serpent elder's mind. He'd come for the ruins' treasures, not to perish in a suicidal grudge match with a reckless madman. Demon sect disciples, hold him off. He roared, shoving his underlings toward Lin Ye while wheeling around to seize Li Qingqing and the compass key. Trying to flee, a flash of cold light flared in Lin Ye's eyes. Psychic binding. An invisible wave of mental force enveloped the Serpent Elder. Though it held him motionless for only 0.1 seconds, that was more than enough. Li family, what are you waiting for? Attack! Lin Ye bellowed. Though wounded, the middle-aged Li warrior snapped into action. All hands, focus fire on the Serpent Elder. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of ranged strikes and concealed weapons crashed into the Serpent Elder. Ahak! That minuscule pause proved catastrophic. He took the full brunt of the assault, his protective aura flickering wildly. Wretched brat! I'll remember you. Realizing defeat was inevitable, the Serpent Elder abandoned all pretense. From his robe he drew a black orb and hurled it to the ground. Heavenly demon self-destruction. Blood escape. Poof! A crimson mist detonated, and the Serpent Elder vanished, leaving behind only a pool of acrid steaming blood. Fled rather swiftly. Lin Ye exhaled, shoulders easing, but his body swayed faintly. Lin Ye, are you all right? Li Qingqing rushed over, eyes wide with concern. Fine. Not dead yet. Lin Ye waved dismissively and downed a vial of restorative elixir. We owe you our lives, young Master Lin. The middle-aged Li warrior approached, cradling his injured shoulder. His expression complex. Only recently, during the freshman trials, Li Xiantong had led a hunt against Lin Ye. Now the Li family stood saved by the very youth they'd sought to eliminate. A pang of shame tightened his chest. I acted because we're both human, Lin Ye said coolly. And the demon sect is my enemy too. He gestured toward the pyramid. Is this the ruins core? Yes. Li Qingqing nodded, raising the compass in her hand. This is our ancestral dragon-seeking compass, the key that unlocks the ruin. According to ancient clan records, this place was a trial ground left behind by an ancient war god. A war god. Lin Ye's pulse quickened. In this world of supreme martial cultivation, only those above the 9th rank earned such a title. Since the key is in your hands, open the gate. Lin Ye said simply. Very well. Li Qingqing stepped before the pyramid's great door and slotted the compass into a recess. Hum. A deep grinding mechanism groaned to life. After who knew how many centuries, the stone gate began to rise, releasing a breath of ancient desolate air. Inside now. Without hesitation, Lin Ye strode forward. Fortune favors the bold. Li Qingqing and the remaining Li guards exchanged glances, then clenched their teeth and followed. Inside, the pyramid darkness did not reign. Luminous gemstones embedded in the walls bathed the corridors in daylight-bright clarity. Welcome to the War God Trial Grounds. A cold mechanical voice echoed around them. Intruder detected. Scanning. Trial eligibility confirmed human. Trial initiated. Rumble. Their floor shattered beneath them. Before Lin Ye could react, a colossal suction force wrenched them all into the abyss below. A. Screams reverberated across the cavernous hall. When Lin Ye awoke again, he found himself sealed alone inside a featureless chamber. Its walls were seamless polished metal. Where is everyone? Lin Ye activated his insight eye, only to discover the walls blocked all forms of detection. Warning. Subject to localized force field. Mental energy suppressed. Current zone first trial, the 100 battles. The 100 battles. Lin Ye tightened his grip on his blade, scanning the chamber warily. Click. The floor ahead split open, and a metallic platform rose smoothly into view. Upon it stood a humanoid automaton gripping a long blade. Target trial automaton model battle soldier. Combat rank 4th rank initial stage. Objective defeated. Unknown. Lin Ye smiled. This I excel at. Swish. Without preamble, the automaton charged, its blade flashing with the military's standard combat art, wind-cleaving slash. Perfect. Lin Ye met the charge heedin. Clang. A single strike, sending the automaton flying, a deep gash splitting its chest plate. Too weak. Lin Ye shook his head. Then, click, click, more sections of the floor opened. 2 identical automatons rose. Ah, a relay battle. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Then, 4, 8, 16. Within 5 minutes, over 100 automatons filled the chamber, each at 4th rank initial stage. So that was the meaning of the 100 battles. Lin Ye inhaled deeply. Not with fear but with a rising tide of exhilaration surging through his veins. Excellent. You'll hone my Azura blade art. Kill. He lunged into the swarm, like a tiger descending upon sheep. This would be a long, relentless slaughter. Elsewhere in another sealed chamber, Li Qingqing stared at the 100 third-rank automatons before her. Her face pale, her short sword trembling in her white-knuckled grip. The trial had only just begun. In the enclosed metallic space, a murderous aura surged. 100 fourth-grade initial war puppets did not rush forward like the previous shadow demon, but quickly formed a battle formation. Clang, clang, clang. They marched in unison, their long knives weaving together in the air to form an impenetrable web of blades. A military formation. Lin Ye furrowed his brow. A single fourth-grade initial puppet was not terrifying, but 100 coordinated, tireless, and fearless fourth-grade puppets represented an entirely different concept. Kill! With the mechanical command, the first wave of 10 puppets charged forward. The top attacked, the legs struck, and the middle sealed off the retreat. Their cooperation was flawless. Interesting. Lin Ye did not retreat but advanced, drawing his battle knife in an instant. Azura 7 kills, chaotic dance. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Lin Ye, relying on his super speed and reflexes, weaved through the blade net. Each slash accurately struck the joints of the puppets. Crack. The arms of 2 puppets were severed. However, they showed no signs of stopping, continuing to swing their broken limbs at Lin Ye, attempting to use their bodies to trap his movements. This is the trouble of being unaware of pain. Lin Ye kicked one away and retreated using its force. But before he could land, the second and third waves of puppets surged forth like tidal waves. Moreover, this time, not only were there melee attacks, behind them more than 10 puppets raised their powerful crossbows. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of specially designed piercing arrows whistled through the air, sealing off all of Lin Ye's escape routes. Wanna play long range? A gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Let's see who is faster. Thunderlight escape, instant shadow. Whoosh. His figure left a trail in the air, while his main body instantly appeared before the group of crossbow puppets. In close quarters, you are just scrap metal. Lin Ye swung his battle knife horizontally. Azura 7 kills, wind slash. Thud, thud, thud. The heads of 5 crossbow puppets flew into the air. Kill trial puppets 5,100. Current progress 5. Only 5. Lin Ye grimaced. At this speed, to finish off 100, he would probably be exhausted. I must find a weakness. Eye of insight, full power. The world slowed once more. Lin Ye's gaze pierced through the puppet's hard shells, revealing the complex energy circuits within. Target War Puppet Mass Production Model Energy Core 3 inches, below the center of the chest-linked mechanism. Tactical coordination. Through high-frequency signal waves, weakness analysis. Cut off the signal source, and the puppets will fall into chaos. The signal source is located within the No. 001 Puppet Commander. Commander. Lin Ye's gaze quickly swept across the battlefield. Soon at the back of the puppet group, he discovered a slightly larger puppet of a darker color wielding dual blades. It did not directly engage in the attack, but continuously emitted a faint red glow. Found you. A sinister smile crept across Lin Ye's face. Catch the thief first, catch the king. Boom. The Azura's aura erupted and Lin Ye transformed into a golden-red meteor, crashing through the wall of puppets before him, directly charging towards the commander puppet. Block him. The surrounding puppets seemed to sense Lin Ye's intent and frantically surrounded him, even going so far as to pile their bodies together to form a wall. Get out of my way! Lin Ye roared, and the battle knife in his hand erupted with brilliant light. Azura 7 kills, break army / maximum power. Boom! A terrifying blade aura 20 meters long swept outward. The dozen or so puppets blocking the way were directly cleaved in half with parts flying everywhere. Lin Ye stepped over the debris and instantly rushed to the commander puppet. Die! He swung down his knife. The commander puppet raised its dual blades to block. Clang! Its dual blades shattered. Stab! The Star Trace battle knife surged like a bamboo shoot and directly pierced through its energy core. Zzzzz. The red glow in the commander puppet's eyes rapidly extinguished. As it fell, the previously coordinated puppet group instantly became sluggish, their movements became chaotic, and they even began to collide with each other. Without a commander, you are just a pile of scrap metal. Lin Ye chuckled coldly. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Half an hour later, when the last puppet fell, Lin Ye was also panting heavily, sitting on the ground. Congratulations. The first trial 100 battles passed. Rating S rank. Reward: a bottle of low-grade Qi recovery pill. Points 10,000. Not bad. Lin Ye received the suddenly appearing small porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body, rapidly restoring his exhausted true energy and stamina. Rest for 10 minutes before entering the next level. The mechanical voice sounded again. Meanwhile, in another trial space, Li Qingqing was covered in blood, leaning against the wall, holding the broken short sword in her hand. In front of her, only 3 puppets remained. But she had reached her limit. Am I going to die here? Li Qingqing closed her eyes in despair. No, I can't die yet. The revival of my family. She suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of madness flashing within. Explode. She detonated a life-saving jade talisman in her hand. Boom. The massive explosion engulfed the 3 puppets. Congratulations. The first trial passed. Rating C rank. Reward none. Would you like to continue? No. I want continue. Li Qingqing weakly chose to exit. She knew this was her limit. To go further would mean certain death. Whoosh. A flash of white light and Li Qingqing vanished from the trial space, teleported back to the hall above. The second trial begins. Current environment: mirror space. Objective: defeat yourself. Lin Ye stood in a room full of mirrors. Opposite him stood a person identical to him. The same clothes, the same battle knife, the same aura. Even that gaze was equally cold and arrogant. Target mirror: Lin Ye. Combat power: 100. Copy of the original, including talent, martial skills, combat experience, traits: tireless, insensible to pain, absolutely calm, fight myself. Lin Ye laughed. This is one of the things I most want to do. Come. Lin Ye drew his knife. The mirror image also drew its knife. The actions of both were completely synchronized, as if they were looking in a mirror. Boom. Both charged out simultaneously, drawing their blades. Azura 7 kills, wind slash. Clang. The blades collided precisely in the air, sparking a shower of sparks. Power, speed, angle all perfectly matched. Interesting. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. Azura 7 kills, chaotic dance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two became shadows, wildly attacking each other in the confined space. Every move was perfectly countered by the other, every slash was precisely blocked. This feeling was like fighting with one's own shadow. No matter what move you made, the shadow could instantly keep up. 10 minutes passed. Both had accumulated dozens of wounds, all in identical locations. If this continues, we will only perish together. Lin Ye took a few steps back, panting heavily. The mirror image also stepped back, looking at him expressionlessly. The system said to defeat myself. Lin Ye's mind raced. If it's just a pure contest of martial skills and strength, I can't win. Because he is me and I am him. To win, I must surpass the current me. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. This was the essence of this level. Only under the pressure of life and death could one break through existing limits and defeat the self that lingered in the past. Alright, then let's give it a try. Lin Ye closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The Azura's aura within him began to compress wildly, no longer following a fixed path, but attempting a more violent and dangerous method of operation. This was a hint he had vaguely grasped while absorbing the Shadow Demon's energy earlier. The aura liquefied. This was a mark of the 4th grade midstage. Give me, break. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes and the aura within him roared. The previously gaseous Azura aura finally condensed into the first drop of liquid true essence under extreme compression. Boom! An aura multiple times stronger than before erupted from him. The mirror image still maintained its original aura, clearly indicating that the system's replication had a delay, or rather it could only copy the state at the moment of entry. The current me is stronger than before. Lin Ye stepped forward, his speed instantly breaking through the previous limit. Azura 7 kills, evolved version Azura slash. The mirror image raised its knife to block, but this time it could not withstand it. Crack. The battle knife in the mirror image's hand was directly severed. Stab. Lin Ye's blade pierced through the mirror image's chest. You lost. Lin Ye looked at the fading version of himself and said calmly, because I am getting stronger every moment. Congratulations. The second trial mirror image passed. Rating S. Detected that the trial taker's potential exceeds the standard, directly initiating the final trial. Land of Inheritance. Boom. The surrounding mirrors shattered. An ancient altar slowly rose from the ground. In the center of the altar stood a broken black long knife. Although it was a broken knife, the overwhelming murderous aura it emitted made the Azura's aura within Lin Ye tremble uncontrollably. It was a feeling of surrender that originated from deep within his bloodline. Discovered strength task item, God-slaying knife fragment. On the ancient altar a broken sword stood silently. It was only half a blade entirely black with its surface covered in dark red rust resembling a piece of scrap metal salvaged from a junkyard. However, the Azura aura within Lin Ye was trembling wildly, as if it had encountered a kindred ancestor. The God-slaying blade. Lin Ye stepped onto the altar, and with each step the surrounding pressure intensified. It was a pure intention of killing, as if countless vengeful spirits were roaring in his ears. For an ordinary person, just getting close to this blade would probably turn them into an idiot from the malevolent energy. Lin Ye took a deep breath, not resisting in the slightest, but instead willingly opened his mind, allowing the malevolent energy to wash over him. But I am an Azura. Boom! The Azura aura within him erupted fiercely, transforming into a hideous Azura phantom, contesting the malevolent energy emanating from the broken sword. Finally he stood before the broken sword, reached out his hand and grasped the hilt. Buzz! A chilling wave surged through his arm, instantly flooding into his mind. Lin Ye felt a darkness envelop him, his consciousness being pulled into a battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the sky, a towering demonic figure wielding a black long sword was cleaving through countless gods and Buddhas. That strike severed the galaxy and shattered the void. Even the exalted gods fell under that blow. I am called Azura today. I shall slay gods. A grand voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. This was how the blade got its name. Godslaying. Such a powerful concept. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment he felt as if he had truly transformed into that demonic figure, experiencing the unparalleled dominance of being unrivaled in heaven and earth. Congratulations. You have passed the will assessment. Obtained Earth-grade exceptional divine weapon fragment, God-slaying blade fragment. Detected that the host possesses the evolvable weapon star mark. Do you want to merge? Merge? Lin Ye glanced at the star mark battle knife in his hand. This knife, which had accompanied him in battles, had developed cracks during previous fights, and clearly could no longer keep up with his current strength. Merge! Lin Ye did not hesitate. Buzz! The broken sword suddenly transformed into a stream of black liquid, flowing down Lin Ye's arm onto the star mark. Sizzle! It sounded like strong acid corroding metal. The originally silver gleaming blade of star mark rapidly turned black, the cracks repaired, and the blade became longer and heavier. Dark red patterns spread across the blade, eventually forming a hideous Azura ghost face design. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the newly formed battle knife. Merge successful. Obtained new weapon, Azura God-slaying Earth-grade exceptional evolvable. Characteristic 1 to bloodthirsty. When attacking and causing damage, can absorb the opponent's vitality to rejuvenate the host. Characteristic 2, you break evil, deals 300 damage to spiritual entities and monsters. Characteristic 3, God-slaying active skill, consumes all aura to deliver a strike that ignores defense. Cooldown time 24 hours. Earth-grade exceptional. Lin Ye caressed the blade affectionately. This knife was practically tailor-made for him. Especially the bloodthirsty characteristic, combined with his Azura aura, would make him an unstoppable force on the battlefield. And it's evolvable. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This meant that as long as he found more fragments of the God-slaying blade or devoured enough high-tier weapons, it could even evolve into a heaven-grade divine weapon. This time I hit the jackpot. Lin Ye sheathed the blade. At this moment, the light curtains surrounding the altar slowly dissipated. Trial concluded, preparing to teleport to the exit. A mechanical voice sounded. Lin Ye took a deep breath and adjusted his state. His cultivation had stabilized at the midstage of the 4th rank, and with a new weapon his combat power had increased at least twofold compared to before he entered. Lord Snake. Lin Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. I hope you're still waiting outside. Our debt needs to be settled properly. Swish! A flash of white light and Lin Ye's figure vanished from the altar. At the exit of the ruins, in an underground cave. At this point, it had transformed into a scene of carnage. The exploration team of the Li family was nearly annihilated, with only a middle-aged man and Li Qingxing trapped in a corner struggling to hold on. Surrounding them were dozens of demonic cultists. Lord Snake was sitting cross-legged on a large stone, his face dark as he was healing. Previously, he was gravely injured by Lin Ye's ultimate move, which had depleted his vitality. Is he still not out? Lord Snake glanced at the tightly closed stone door, his eyes filled with greed and killing intent. That kid must have died inside, said a redrobed priest beside him. The trial of the war god is a hellish gate that even 5th-rank masters might not pass. No, he won't die that easily. Lord Snake shook his head. The degree of that boy's wickedness still left him trembling. regardless of whether he is dead or not. Once the door opens, reduce those inside to ash. Lord Snake said fiercely. And these two from the Li family, keeping them is merely a burden. Kill them. Understood. The redrobed priest sneered and approached Li Qingqing with his sword drawn. Little girl, don't blame me. Blame your bad luck. Uncle. Li Qingqing closed her eyes in despair. The middle-aged man wanted to fight back, but he had already lost an arm and could barely stand. Just as the blade was about to fall, rumbling, the stone door that had been tightly shut for hours suddenly opened. Attack! Lord Snake did not even look at who was inside, directly shouting. Boom! 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 A dozen demonic cultists already prepared unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. Fireballs, wind blades, poisonous fog, all rushed towards the door. Such concentrated firepower would force even a fifth-rank master to retreat upon showing their head. However, amidst the vast smoke and energy storm, a black-red blade light erupted like a raging dragon splitting the sea. Slash! A loud shout. The blade light swept across. The 7 or 8 demonic cultists blocking the door had no time to scream before their bodies were instantly bisected. Blood spurted and severed limbs flew. As the smoke cleared, a youth wielding a black long sword enveloped in dark golden aura emerged like a demonic god. What? Lord Snake suddenly stood up, his pupils constricting. Not dead. And this aura. Midstage of the 4th rank. How long has it been? Just a few hours ago he was still at the initial stage of the 4th rank, and now he had actually broken through. And that blade. Lord Snake stared intently at Lin Ye's Azura Godslaying, feeling a malevolent aura that made his soul tremble. Earth-grade exceptional divine weapon. Greed instantly overshadowed fear. Good, good, good. Lord Snake burst into laughter. Not only did he not die, but he also delivered such a grand gift to me. Everyone follow orders. Form a formation. Kill him. Whoever claims the divine weapon will be heavily rewarded. Kill. The remaining 20 or so demonic cultists, although fearful of Lin Ye, might still charged forward with howls under the lure of rewards and Lord Snake's pressure. A bunch of ants. Lin Ye smiled disdainfully. If it were before, he might have had to dodge in the face of such an ambush. But now, just right to offer you as a sacrifice to my blade. Lin Ye stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already plunged into the crowd. Azura 7 kills chaotic dance. Swish, swish, swish. The black blade light like the scythe of death crazily harvested among the crowd. With the enhancement of Azura Godslaying, each of Lin Ye's strikes carried a terrifying blood-sucking effect. The enemy's blood transformed into pure energy, continuously replenishing his consumption. The more he killed, the stronger he became. The faster he killed. In less than a minute, all 20 or so demonic cultists had turned into corpses on the ground. And Lin Ye, without even panting, looked more vibrant, his aura even more robust. What? What kind of demonic technique is this? Lord Snake was finally frightened. This was not a battle at all. It was clearly a one-sided massacre. Now it's your turn. Lin Ye wiped the blood from his blade, his gaze coldly locking onto Lord Snake. Old thing, let's settle that account from earlier. Arrogant little beast. Lord Snake roared, his face fierce yet cowardly. I am a 5th rank master. Even if injured, I am not someone a 4th rank can humiliate. Demonic serpent transformation. Boom. Lord Snake no longer held back, directly burning his vital blood. His body rapidly expanded, black scales growing on his skin, transforming him into a half-human, half-snake monster. His aura instantly surged, recovering to 80% of his peak. Die! Lord Snake opened his blood-filled mouth, spitting out a stream of pitch-black venomous arrows. Again with this? Lin Ye sneered. Useless. God-slaying, break evil. The battle knife in Lin Ye's hand suddenly glowed red. He did not dodge and directly slashed at the stream of venomous arrows. Hiss! The highly corrosive poison upon encountering the malevolent aura of the god-slaying blade melted away like snowflakes. The blade's momentum was unstoppable, instantly slicing through the venom and aiming for Lord Snake's head. What? Lord Snake was alarmed, realizing it was too late to evade. A scaly arm flew high into the air. Ah! Lord Snake screamed in horror, retreating with fear in his eyes. His protective true chi was as fragile as paper before that black blade. Is this the power of an Earth-grade exceptional divine weapon? Run! I must run! Lord Snake, losing all fighting courage, turned and transformed into a black light, trying to escape towards the exit. Can you escape? Lin Ye took a deep breath, gripping the blade with both hands, raising it above his head. At that moment all of his Azura aura was infused into the blade. Azura 7 kills final truth. God-slaying. Boom. A terrifying black blade aura 40 meters long with an atmosphere capable of destroying heaven and earth instantly sliced through the ceiling of the cave, fiercely striking at the fleeing Lord Snake. That strike locked the space, locked the aura, locked the cause and effect. No escape. No. I don't want to die. Lord Snake despairingly turned back, letting out his final roar. Rumble. The blade aura descended. The earth shattered. Lord Snake's body was directly cut into nothingness by that strike, leaving no remnants behind. Only that spatial ring fell to the ground, lonely and abandoned. The scene fell silent. In the corner, Li Qingqing and the middle-aged man were already dumbfounded. One strike. Slayed a master. Although it was an injured master, he was still a master. Huff. Lin Ye leaned on the blade, panting heavily. That last strike had drained all his strength. But the exhilarating feeling made him want to howl. Finally. I can face a 5th-rank heathen now. Lin Ye picked up Lord Snake's ring and casually tossed it into his pocket. Then he turned around, looking at the dazed Li Qingqing and the middle-aged man. Can you still walk? Yes. Yes. Li Qingqing, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly helped her uncle up. Thank you, Lin Xiaoxia, for saving us again. Such great kindness the Li family will never forget. Enough with the formalities, we can talk later. Lin Ye waved his hand. There's too much commotion here, others will likely come soon. Let's withdraw. Half an hour later, Lin Ye led the two from the Li family out of the setting sun mountain range. As they parted, Li Qingqing blushed and handed Lin Ye a golden card. This is the Li family's supreme VIP card. Any consumption at Li family establishments in the imperial capital is free. Also, if Lin Gu has time, you can come to the Li family as a guest. Alright, I will definitely visit if I have the chance. Lin Ye accepted the card, watching them depart. This trip was a huge win. Lin Ye glanced at his system panel. Not only did he acquire the God-slaying blade breakthrough to the midstage of the 4th rank, but he also killed the big boss Lord Snake. The contents of that ring alone were likely worth a fortune. Time to head back. I wonder if that Dragon Gate is still looking for trouble with me. Lin Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. Now he was itching for a fight. If the Dragon Gate people dared to come again, they would be perfect for him to test his blade. In the imperial capital Martial University, the mission hall is the busiest place in the school, where thousands of students come every day to accept and submit tasks. Various tasks of different difficulties are scrolling on the large screen, ranging from level to S-level, a dazzling array. It is currently the peak time during lunch. I heard that the S-level task Sunset Mountain investigation has been accepted. What good does it do to accept it? That's a suicide mission. It is said that several senior students who went before have gone missing. Yeah, and S-level task requires at least a 5th grade instructor to lead. A student taking this is simply seeking death. Several students are pointing at the large screen. At that moment, a commotion arises at the entrance of the hall. A young man wearing a black combat suit, carrying an ancient-style long knife, strides in. His clothes still bear dark red bloodstains, and he exudes a dense and palpable killing aura, causing those around him to instinctively part ways. It's Lin Ye. That rookie king. How did he get into this state? He couldn't have just crawled out of a pile of corpses, could he? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ye walked straight to the S-level task window. I am here to submit a task. Lin Ye tossed his student card and a ruins exploration report, given by Li Qingqing, onto the counter. The Li family had prepared a detailed report for him as gratitude, since the core treasure had already been taken by Lin Ye. He also took out a spatial ring. It was the Ring of the Serpent Sovereign. This is the token of the 5th grade Elder Serpent Sovereign of the Demon Sect, along with his personal belongings. The young female teacher in charge of reception was casually sipping coffee. Upon hearing this, her hand trembled, nearly spilling the coffee. What? The female teacher's eyes widened as she looked at the ring, exuding a chilling aura. Serpent Sovereign. The elder ranked 48th on the wanted list. You killed him? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ye as if he were a monster. A 5th grade elder. That is a master-level powerhouse. A freshman killed a 5th grade master. How is that possible? I was lucky to encounter him when he was severely injured and took advantage of the situation. Lin Ye said calmly, providing no further explanation. Took advantage. The female teacher swallowed hard. Even if it was taking advantage, surviving under a 5th grade master and counterkilling is proof of strength. Please wait. I need to consult the director. The female teacher hurriedly picked up the phone. In less than 5 minutes, a beam of light flew down from upstairs, and it was the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Zhang Daoling. He picked up the ring and carefully sensed it. His expression suddenly changed to one of astonishment. Indeed, it carries the aura of the Serpent Sovereign, and the residual sword intent on it. Zhang Daoling glanced at Lin Ye's Azura godslang behind him, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. What a domineering blade. What a fierce person. Lin Ye, this time, you've achieved great merit. Zhang Daoling took a deep breath and announced on the spot. Upon verification, Lin Ye has completed the S-level task Sunset Mountain Investigation and killed a 5th-grade elder of the demon sect. Task Evaluation S. Rewards 100,000 credits. 500,000 military merit points. 1 exchange voucher for a top-grade Earth-tier weapon can be cashed. 1 opportunity to use the cleansing pool. Boom! The entire place erupted. 100,000 credits. This is equivalent to $1 billion in purchasing power at the Imperial Capital Martial University. Not to mention the top-tier resource like the cleansing pool that even money can't buy. Director, I don't need the weapon exchange voucher. Just convert it to credits. Lin Ye patted the knife on his back. Having it is enough for me. All right. Zhang Daoling nodded. The Earth-tier top-grade weapon is worth 500,000 credits. A total of 150,000 credits have been deposited into your account. Additionally, the cleansing pool will open tomorrow, so be prepared. Thank you, Director. Lin Ye put away his student card and amidst countless envious and jealous gazes turned to leave. Back at Villa No. 1 in Area S. Zhao Yunlong was anxiously pacing in the living room. Brother Lin, you finally came back. Seeing Lin Ye, Zhao Yunlong nearly burst into tears. Do you know that during the days you were missing there were rumors everywhere that you died in the ruins? I have a strong fate. Even the King of Hell doesn't dare to take me. Lin Ye smiled, took off his blood-stained battle suit, revealing his muscular upper body. Although the wounds had healed, the scars crisscrossing his body were still shocking. By the way, has there been any news from the school these past few days? Lin Ye asked. Yes, and it's a big deal. Zhao Yunlong's expression became serious. The Longmen faction has released a statement saying that you robbed their people and slapped their face at the registration office. This debt must be settled. They want to publicly challenge you on club recruitment day in 3 days. And Zhao Yunlong paused, cautiously glancing at Lin Ye. They also said that if you don't dare to accept, then get out of Area S and give the villa to Longmen's vice president. Challenge. Lin Ye took out a bottle of water from the fridge and drank it all in one go. Interesting. Just when I need an opportunity to establish my authority. Since they want to play, then I will play big with them. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Tell them I accept the challenge. However, I will set the rules. In 3 days, the arena. I alone will defend the arena. Anyone from Longmen 1 by 1 can come up. If they defeat me, I'll give them my life. If they can't win, then Longmen will be disbanded on the spot. Hiss. Zhao Yunlong gasped in shock. One person challenges the entire Longmen, and to disband their faction. This is insane. Brother Lin, Longmen has thousands of people, and their experts are like clouds. The Vice President Chun Tianba is a half-step 5th grade powerhouse. Half-step 5th grade. Lin Ye crushed the water bottle in his hand and casually tossed it into the trash can. I've killed 5th grade ones before. A half-step 5th grade is nothing. In the capital's Martial University, 3,000 meters underground, lies the school's absolute forbidden zone, the core node of the entire capital's dragon vein, the cleansing pool. Zhang Daoling led Lin Ye through multiple checkpoints, finally arriving at a massive bronze door. Lin Ye, this is the cleansing pool. Zhang Daoling pointed at the bronze door, his expression solemn. The cleansing pool gathers the essence of the dragon vein, along with countless precious medicinal liquids possessing miraculous effects of rebirth. However, its energy is extremely violent. A typical 4th-tier martial artist can only endure for half an hour at most. If they push through, the energy can rupture their blood vessels or even lead to their demise. Remember to act according to your abilities. Once you feel your body reaching its limit, get out immediately. Understood. Lin Ye nodded. Go ahead. Zhang Daoling took out a token and pressed it against the bronze door. Rumble. The heavy bronze door slowly opened and a wave of scorching heat rushed towards them. This was not merely high temperature, but a dense energy tide that was so rich it was suffocating. Lin Ye took a deep breath and stepped inside. Behind the door was a vast cave. In the center of the cave was a pool approximately 10 meters in diameter. The water of the pool appeared a strange blood red, constantly bubbling and emitting astonishing heat. Target cleansing spiritual liquid high concentration ingredients dragon vein, essence 1000-year blood ginseng liquid core fire of the earth. Effects temper bones strengthen internal organs enhance the quality of qi. Danger level extremely high recommended to absorb in batches extremely high. A hint of madness curved Lin Ye's lips. Although his physical body was currently formidable, he was still far from achieving true indestructibility. Facing a fifth-tier master without using his trump cards, it would be difficult for his body to withstand the onslaught of true energy. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Ye stripped off his clothes, revealing muscles as solid as steel. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the boiling cleansing pool. Hiss! As soon as he entered the water, Lin Ye gasped sharply. Pain. Excruciating pain. This was not a bath. It felt as if he had jumped into concentrated sulfuric acid. Countless violent energies surged into his body, through his pores, tearing at his muscles, and washing over his bones. Ah! Lin Ye couldn't help but let out a low roar, the veins on his forehead bulging as his skin turned bright red. Warning! Body has reached its limit. Warning! Cells are collapsing. Hold on. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, his eyes turning crimson. Shura Qi. Devourer. Buzz. The Shura Qi within him seemed to have been provoked, erupting violently. The Qi enhanced by the shadow demon's black mist now displayed terrifying predatory power. It was no longer passively defending, but actively attacking like a greedy maw, wildly devouring the violent energy invading his body. Zzz. The energy that was originally damaging Lin Ye's body was instantly swept away by the Qi, refined, and then fed back into his physical form. Destruction, repair, destruction, repair. This was a form of inhuman torment. With each repair, Lin Ye's cells became stronger and his bones denser. Half an hour passed. This was the limit for an ordinary fourth-tier martial artist. But Lin Ye did not exit. Instead, he closed his eyes and sank to the bottom of the pool. An hour. 2 hours. Zhang Daoling, waiting outside the door, glanced at his watch, his brow furrowed. This brat, why hasn't he come out yet? It's been 2 hours. Even a fifth-tier master should have reached their limit by now. Is something wrong? He was preparing to force open the door to check. Suddenly, boom! A dull explosion echoed from within the bronze door. Immediately, the surrounding heaven and earth's spiritual energy began to surge violently, forming a massive funnel that was sucked underground through the ventilation. Is this a sign of a breakthrough? Zhang Daoling's eyes widened. He is breaking through in the cleansing pool? At the bottom of the cleansing pool, Lin Ye sat cross-legged, resembling a blood-colored statue. At this moment, he could no longer feel pain. Instead, he was filled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The bones within his body, after countless refinements, had developed a faint jade-like sheen. Jade bones. This was the first step towards becoming a holy body. In his dantian, the once viscous Shura Qi had completely liquefied, transforming into a lake of golden red. Peak of mid-fourth tier. But this was not the end. Not enough. Still not enough. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light shooting forth and piercing through the water before him. God-slaying blade. You're hungry too, right? Buzz. The Shura God-slaying battle blade that he had absorbed into his body also hummed with desire. Then, let's eat together. Boom. Lin Ye no longer suppressed himself, completely releasing the limits of his body. His body seemed to transform into a massive black hole. What had originally been seeping slowly into his body, as cleansing spiritual liquid, now formed a gigantic vortex, wildly pouring into him. Gurgle, gurgle. The water level of the pool was visibly dropping. 1/10. 1/5. Half. What's happening? Zhang Daoling outside the door looked at the data on the monitor screen, nearly jumping in shock. Energy concentration is plummeting. Water level down by 50. Is this brat taking a bath or drinking soup? This was the school's accumulated resources over 10 years. Stop! Hurry up and stop! Zhang Daoling disregarded the rules, forcibly opening the bronze door and rushing in. However, the moment he entered the cave, he was stunned by the sight before him. What was once a full cleansing pool now only had a shallow layer left at the bottom. And in the center of the pool's bottom, a bare-chested youth, radiating a jade-like glow, was slowly standing up. Every muscle on him seemed to contain explosive power, the lines perfect to the extreme. With his breathing, the surrounding air trembled slightly, producing a thunderous sound. Huff! Lin Ye exhaled a breath of white vapor that shot out like a sword 3 meters away, creating a small dent in the rock wall. Exhaling into a sword. Director Zhang, sorry about that. Lin Ye turned around, scratching his head apologetically at the astonished Zhang Daoling. I accidentally lost control. You. Zhang Daoling pointed at Lin Ye, his fingers trembling. Did you drain the cleansing pool dry? Probably. Yes. Lin Ye shrugged innocently. A prodigy. Truly a prodigy. Zhang Daoling looked at the desiccated pool with a pained expression. That was resources worth hundreds of billions. But then he thought if these resources could create an unparalleled powerhouse, it might not be such a loss. He carefully sensed Lin Ye's aura. Peak of mid-4th tier. The strength of his physique, comparable to late 5th tier. Even sturdier than an average 5th tier. Good. 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 Zhang Daoling took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. If it's drained, then it's drained. As long as you can become stronger, even if you were to tear down the school, the principal would back you up. How do you feel? Lin Ye clenched his fist. The air exploded in his palm, creating a crisp sound. I feel. Lin Ye's lips curled slightly, a hint of dominating arrogance flashing in his eyes. Better than ever. Now, if I don't use qi relying solely on my physical body, I can still defeat the former Lei Dongtian. Let's go. Lin Ye put on his clothes and picked up the battle blade beside him. The 3-day deadline has arrived. The people from Longmen must be getting anxious. Meanwhile, at the martial arena of the capital's martial university, it was livelier than ever. All 100,000 seats were filled, and even the aisles were packed with people. Because today was the day Longmen openly challenged the newcomer Lin Ye. In the center of the ring, a huge banner stood displaying the two characters Longmen. Underneath it were over 100 senior students with powerful auras. Leading them was a burly man, his face full of muscle, wielding a large axe. He was the vice president of Longmen, a half-step 5th-tier powerhouse. Chun Tianba. Time is running out. Chun Tianba glanced at his watch and shouted into the loudspeaker. Where's that turtle hiding, Lin Ye? Is he too scared to come? If you're afraid, just scram out of Area S. Don't take up space without contributing. The crowd murmured among themselves. Lin Ye wouldn't really be scared, would he? After all, he's challenging the entire club. That's too difficult. Longmen has thousands of members. A war of attrition would wear him down. Just when everyone thought Lin Ye wouldn't dare to appear. Who said I wouldn't come? A calm voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. The voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, cutting through the noise of the crowd. Everyone turned their heads. In the backlight, a youth with a black long sword slung over his back was walking step by step toward them. He walked slowly, but each step seemed to resonate with everyone's heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. A terrifying aura surged with his steps, sweeping across the entire arena like a tsunami. Lin Ye has arrived. He walked to the base of the stage, looking up at the towering Chun Tianba with indifference. Who just called me a turtle? Whoosh! He flickered and instantly appeared on the stage. No one even saw how he got up there. You? Chun Tianba pupils constricted. Such speed. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Ye drew out the Shura God-slaying blade from his back. The black blade did not reflect the sunlight, but rather absorbed the light, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. I've set the rules. I will defend the stage alone. You can either come at me together or one by one to their doom. Madness. Utter madness. Chun Tianba laughed with rage. All right, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Longmen, listen up. First team charge in. Waste him. Yes. 10 elite members at the initial stage of the 4th tier roared in unison, brandishing different weapons as they rushed onto the stage. The battle was about to erupt. On the arena, fierce winds howled. 10 elite members of the Longmen, all at the 4th tier's initial stage, coordinated seamlessly to launch an attack from all directions. Swords, spears, sabers, and halberds, all entangled with various forms of qi, sealed off all escape routes for Lin Ye. Die! A senior holding a saber grinned, maliciously aiming the blade directly at Lin Ye's back. Faced with this deadly assault, Lin Ye didn't even turn his head. The Azura God-slaying battle saber in his hand had yet to be unsheathed, resting firmly on the ground. Too slow, Lin Ye uttered 2 words calmly. In the next second, boom, he moved. Not with the blade nor with his body technique, but purely by crashing his flesh. He slightly lowered his shoulder, the entire figure charging forward like an ancient ferocious dragon, directly colliding with the senior holding the shield. Seeking death. This is a high-grade heavy shield of the Xian tier. The senior hadn't finished speaking. Bang! A sound that could make one's teeth ache erupted. The heavy shield, capable of withstanding peak 4th tier attacks, crumpled and shattered under Lin Ye's shoulder strike as if it were made of paper. Immediately, the massive shockwave slammed into the senior. Pooh! He spewed a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a cannonball, knocking down 3 companions behind him. But that wasn't the end. After sending one person flying, Lin Ye continued unabated, swinging his elbow to strike the chest of an attacker on his left. Crack. The sound of fractured ribs was clearly audible. The man didn't even have time to scream before he collapsed unconscious. Following that, he turned around and swept his leg, like an iron whip sweeping across. Slap, slap, slap. The three seniors attacking his lower body had their leg bones instantly shattered, rolling on the ground in agony. In just 3 seconds, all 10 aggressive elites lay on the ground. Some were unconscious, some were wailing, and none could stand up. Meanwhile, Lin Ye remained standing in place, not even having moved an inch. He brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder and cast a glance at the crowd below the arena, who were already dumbfounded. Is this it? I haven't even warmed up yet. The arena fell into silence. Everyone was like a duck with its neck squeezed, mouths agape but unable to make a sound. Those were 10 fourth-tier initiates. In any city of the earth, they would be geniuses capable of defending a territory. Yet before this newcomer, they were treated like kindergarten children, easily manipulated. The most terrifying part was, did he not use any chi just now? Someone asked in a trembling voice. It seems he really didn't. Purely physical. He crushed a Shen-tier shield with a single impact. Is he even human? He's a human-shaped, ferocious beast. The audience erupted in chaos. Even Chen Tianba, who had been watching from the high platform, suddenly sat up straight, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Such a powerful physique. Could it be that he's cultivated some top-tier body-refining technique? Yet no matter how strong the body, there are limits. I refuse to believe you can keep this up. Second team. Third team. All of you charge at once. We'll battle. Exhaust him. With Chen Tianba roar, another 20 Longmen members rushed onto the arena. This time they learned their lesson. Instead of engaging in close combat, they maintained their distance, unleashing various long-range martial techniques, hidden weapons and talismans, bombarding Lin Ye like they were made of money. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was instantly enveloped by various energy explosions, clouds of dust billowing. Haha, this time let's see if you can survive. A senior skilled in fire-based techniques laughed maniacally. However, whoosh. A gust of wind swept by, dispersing the dust. Lin Ye still stood there completely unharmed. His bare upper body radiated a faint jade-colored glow. Those fireballs and wind blades capable of shattering rocks struck him, leaving only shallow white marks without even breaking the skin. Jade bone golden body, the ultimate evolution from the cleansing pool, had granted his physical defense a terrifying level. Is this your attack? Lin Ye shook his head, a look of disappointment in his eyes. It's like you're just tickling me. Since you don't want to come down, I'll send you down. Whoosh! Lin Ye's figure vanished. The next second, screams erupted once more. This time Lin Ye showed no mercy. He darted through the crowd like a bolt of black lightning. With every strike, someone was sent flying off the arena. Each punch landed with brutal force. Aesthetic violence. In less than a minute, 20 people all wiped out. The ground below the arena was piled high with groaning injured. Next, Lin Ye stood at the center of the arena, beckoning towards the long men. Don't waste time. How many more are there? Come at me together. Crazy. He was utterly insane. But this time no one thought he was boasting, because he proved with his fists that he had the right to be crazy. Damn. Damn. Chen Tianba trembled with rage, the teacup in his hand crushed into powder. A bunch of useless trash. What do I feed you for? He glared at a few trusted subordinates behind him. You lot take the elite members of the enforcement team and go for him. I don't believe he can take on 100 by himself. Yes. This time 50 members of the enforcement team clad in black uniforms charged out. They were the elite of Longmen, each experienced in combat and adept at coordinated attacks. Form the formation. Dragon trapping formation. The 50 quickly spread out, surrounding Lin Ye, entirely their energies linking together to form a massive web of true chi. Interesting. Lin Ye finally drew his battle saber. But he didn't use the blade, he still held the sheath. Since you like playing with formations, let me teach you what it means. One force subdues 10 methods. Boom! The Azura chi within Lin Ye finally erupted. But instead of releasing it outward, he compressed it entirely within his body, merging it with his physical power. Open! He gripped the saber sheath with both hands and swept it horizontally like swinging a baseball bat. There were no fancy moves, only pure power. Terrifying power. Boom! The air exploded, creating a visible white shockwave. The newly formed dragon trapping formation shattered instantly before this overwhelming force, like a spider web caught in a typhoon. Pooh! 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 The dozen or so enforcement team members at the front of the formation were directly blown back, spitting blood. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's saber sheath had already crashed into the first person. Bang! That person along with his weapon was smashed into the arena floor, stuck and unable to get out. Bang! 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 Lin Ye was like a whack-a-mole. One strike with the saber sheath for each. Regardless of whether one was defensive or agile, all were equal before absolute power and speed. Demon! He is a demon! The remaining enforcement team members finally collapsed. This was no battle. This was slaughter. Their proud teamwork and formations were utterly meaningless before this monster. Run! Someone shouted, and the remaining 10 or so individuals discarded their armor and fled. You've disgraced the Long Men. Chun Tianba watched this scene and raged to the point of losing control. Yet he had to admit this newcomer had grown to a level that even he found troublesome. It seems I have no choice but to take action myself. Chun Tianba slowly stood up. A heavy pressure like a mountain emanated as he stepped forward. Lin Ye, you are indeed stronger than I anticipated. But today you must die. Chun Tianba lifted the grand flower axe, stepping toward the arena. With each step he took, his aura surged upward. When he stepped onto the arena, the air in the entire arena seemed to solidify. The vice president is making his move. A half-step, 5th tier. Moreover, it's Chun Tianba with innate divine strength. Can Lin Ye win this time? Everyone held their breath. The true peak showdown had arrived. Lin Ye looked at the approaching Chun Tianba and finally discarded the saber sheath. Clang! The black blade unsheathed, pointing at Chun Tianba. Finally someone worth fighting. Lin Ye's eyes burned with battle intent. I hope you can withstand more blows than the Serpent Lord. On the arena platform, turbulent air currents swirled violently. Chun Tianba wielded a massive Xianhua battle axe weighing 800 jin, forged entirely from dark iron. Its swing shrieking like a wailing specter, as if cleaving the very air asunder. 36 mountain-splitting axes. Chun Tianba roared, his body spinning like a whirlwind, harnessing centrifugal force to deliver axe strike after axe strike toward Lin Ye. Each blow surpassed the last in sheer destructive power. A quintessential brute force combat style, overwhelming technique with raw strength, subduing 10 arts with a single might. Clang! 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 Lin Ye held his blade in one hand, shifting his feet with subtle grace, seemingly evading each lethal edge by a hair's breadth, yet in truth using the flat of his blade to probe the depth and rhythm of his opponent's strength. Not bad. Your strength reaches 20,000 jin. Pity though your speed is sluggish. As he parried, Lin Ye even found leisure to critique. You dare mock me? Enraged by Lin Ye's nonchalant disdain, Chun Tianba bellowed. He was a half-step 5th rank expert, ranked among the top 10 martial elites at the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. When had he ever been humiliated like a performing monkey? The 36th axe mountain-shattering strike. Boom! Chun Tianba unleashed his full aura, ochre gold chi, coalesced upon his axeblade, forging a colossal radiant axe 10 meters long that descended upon Lin Ye like divine judgment. This strike sealed every escape route. Only direct confrontation remained possible. At last, a worthy assault. Lin Ye halted, tilted his head upward, eyes blazing with fierce light as he gazed upon the descending titan blade. Since you seek strength, I shall oblige you. Azura Chi, full activation. Boom! Obsidian gold chi erupted skyward, coalescing behind him into a towering 3-headed, 6-armed Azura phantom. Lin Ye gripped his blade with both hands, no longer retreating but surging forward to meet the colossal axe with a devastating downward slash. Cut! No flourish, no artifice, only absolute incisive lethality. This single stroke channeled the unique spirit-severing and armor-piercing attributes of the Star-Scar Divine Severance Blade. A soft tearing sound, like silk rent asunder, rippled through the air. That awe-inspiring ochre gold energiax radiating overwhelming majesty split cleanly, as effortlessly as tofu, upon contact with the black blade's edge. Then, clang! The Star-Scar Divine Severance Blade struck the physical Xianhua axe itself. No cataclysmic explosion followed. Only a sharp, brittle snap, crack. Before Chun Tianba's horrified gaze, his treasured supreme rank, profound tier axe snapped cleanly in two, bisected down its center. Lin Ye's momentum, unbroken, the blade's edge, slashed across Chun Tianba's chest in a flash. SSSSH. Crimson blood sprayed outward. A deep bone-exposing gash carved horizontally across his torso, nearly eviscerating him. Ugh! Chun Tianba spat a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward to crash heavily against the arena's perimeter. One strike, and a half-step 5th rank expert fell. Silence. Absolute suffocating silence. descended upon the entire Colosseum. Every spectator stared wide-eyed as if witnessing a revenant. That was Chan Tianba, the living fortress famed for unrivaled strength and defense. And yet, he couldn't withstand even a single strike from Lin Ye. His weapon shattered outright. That blade. From the VIP gallery, a sharp-eyed senior student discerned the truth. Capable of cleaving a supreme-rank, profound-tier weapon in one stroke. That must be an Earth-tier weapon. Heavens! A freshman wields an Earth-tier weapon. And judging by its razor-edge lethality, it's no ordinary Earth-tier artifact. Lin Ye flicked blood from his blade, making no move to press his advantage. Gazing down at Chan Tianba writhing on the ground, he spoke coolly, half-step 5th rank. This is all you are. Not even enough to warm me up. Humiliation, naked searing humiliation. Chan Tianba trembled with fury, straining to rise. But the agony in his chest robbed him of all strength. Lin Ye, you dare boast so recklessly. Our sect leader arrives any moment. When Bawang comes, you'll die in agony. Bawang. Lin Ye sneered coldly. Turning toward the arena's main entrance, he slammed his warblade deep into the platform with a thunderous crack. Boom! A tempestuous surge of battle intent pierced the heavens. Let him come. I stand right here. Tell Xiang Tian. I grant him 10 minutes. If he fails to appear within 10 minutes, Long Men's sect dissolves, and Sector S henceforth bears the surname Lin. A collective gasp tore through the crowd. Unfathomable arrogance. It was as if he'd mounted Longman's head and defiled it openly. Excellent. Truly excellent. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed. Not from afar, but as if detonating inside every listener's skull. Tum. The entire arena shuddered violently. An oppressive, terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. Crushing chests, stealing breath, pinning lungs beneath invisible stone. This is a Grandmaster's aura. A true 5th rank Grandmaster. Bawang. It's Bawang Xiang Tian. Trembling, the crowd craned their necks skyward. High above the arena, a colossal figure strode across empty space. Not with ethereal grace, but with earth-shaking steps that struck the void like war drums. Tum, tum, tum. With each footfall, visible shockwaves rippled through the air. A pure, crushing manifestation of overwhelming physical dominance. Lin Ye lifted his gaze, eyes narrowing slightly. Target Xiang Tian, Bawang in rank, 5th rank, mid-tier, peak and physique, innate tyrant body. 500 boost to strength and defense and art, tyrant's armor-stripping art, supreme rank, earth-tier and threat level extremely high. 5th rank, mid-tier, peak. Innate tyrant body. Lin Ye moistened his lips. The fire in his eyes flared brighter, hotter, hungrier. Finally, a worthy adversary. Boom! Xiang Tian descended like a meteor, landing squarely upon the arena platform. The reinforced alloy floor shattered, instantly spewing jagged debris. He stood 2.3 meters tall, bare-chested, muscles coiled like ancient dragons beneath bronze-hued skin that gleamed with metallic luster. Merely standing there, he embodied an insurmountable peak. Lin Ye, Xiang Tian said calmly. Yet his voice carried an indomitable sovereign authority. You are formidable and audacious. 4 years you are the first to challenge me openly at the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. I offer you a chance. Sever both arms, kneel and beg forgiveness. Then swear fealty as my death servant, and I shall spare your life. Death servant. Lin Ye laughed. Loud, unrestrained, derisive. Xiang Tian, have you pumped so much muscle that your brain turned to sludge? You think I'd become your dog? Do you even deserve such a thought? Lin Ye wrenched his blade from the platform, pointing its tip directly at Xiang Tian. I too offer you a choice. Defeat me, and Sector S reverts to your dominion. Lose, and Long Men's sect dissolves. And you, get yourself expelled from the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. You seek death. Murderous intent blazed in Xiang Tian's eyes. Since you insist on dying, I shall grant your wish. Tyrant's aura field. Activate. Boom. A violet gold shockwave erupted from his body, expelling all surrounding air and creating a vacuum domain. Within this domain, gravity intensified tenfold. Kneel. Xiang Tian lunged forward, appearing instantly above Lin Ye, and brought down a palm the size of a giant's fan. No martial technique, no weapon, merely a barehanded strike. Yet imbued with power sufficient to obliterate a small mountain. A 5th rank Grandmaster's wrathful blow. Lin Ye felt his bones groan under unbearable compression, as if a mountain rested upon his shoulders. Yet he did not kneel. Not only did he refuse to kneel, he straightened his spine, unbending. You want me to kneel? Try again in your next life. Azura true body, awaken. Lin Ye roared. The Azura phantom behind him solidified, its crimson palm surging upward to meet Xiang Tian's descending fist. Blow met blow, Hedon. Krakum. The entire arena convulsed violently, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. The catastrophic shockwave shattered the arena's protective barrier outright. Front row spectators were hurled backward by the blast waves, screaming in terror. As dust settled, two figures remained locked in palm-to-palm combat at the arena's heart. Lin Ye's feet had sunk half a meter into the fractured ground. A thin trickle of blood stained his lip. Yet he had held. With only 4th-rank mid-tier cultivation, he had withstood the full might of Bawang Xiang Tian 5th-rank mid-tier. What? Xiang Tian's pupils contracted sharply, astonishment flashing across his face. You actually withstood my tyrant's might. Strange. Lin Ye wiped blood from his mouth and grinned. A feral savage grin. Tyrant's might. To me, it is nothing extraordinary. Now, it is my turn. Cut. With his free hand, Lin Ye swung his blade in a lightning arc aimed straight at Xiang Tian's throat. Close quarters combat. True pinnacle-level confrontation had only just begun. Clang. The clash of blades. Sparks erupted like fireworks, brilliant yet deadly. Lin Ye and Xiang Tian were like two black bolts of lightning wildly colliding on the arena. With each exchange, a violent energy storm was unleashed, tearing the surrounding air to shreds. Such a heavy spear. Lin Ye felt numbness in his hands, secretly astonished. Xiang Tian's overlord spear weighed 5,000 pounds, and under the enhancement of his overlord true form, each strike contained a terrifying power of hundreds of thousands of pounds. If it weren't for the high quality of Shura godslaying, his previous star mark would have surely been shattered by now. Your sword is not bad either. Xiang Tian was equally shocked. His overlord spear was a top-tier earth-grade divine weapon, and it was a heavy weapon, yet it couldn't suppress the seemingly light black sword of his opponent. Moreover, the malevolent aura from that black sword was actually able to seep through the spear, corroding his meridians. Come again! Xiang Tian roared his battle spear, dancing like the wind, transforming into a black furious dragon that sealed off all of Lin Ye's evasion routes. Overlord spear technique, chaotic dance of spring and autumn. Boom, boom, boom. Countless spear shadows rained down, each capable of cleaving mountains. Lin Ye's gaze was calm, his eye of insight operating at full capacity, capturing a hint of flaw among the spear shadows. Faster. Even faster. Lin Ye darted like a phantom, weaving through the gaps between the spear shadows. Shura 7 kills slashed the wind. Swish. He seized a fleeting opportunity, striking the stress point of the spear shaft with his blade. Clang. Xiang Tian's offensive momentarily halted. Now's the time. Lin Ye surged forward, his left hand clenched into a fist condensing Shu Ras Qi. Annihilation fist. Boom. This punch landed squarely on Xiang Tian's abdomen. Although protected by overlord armor, the penetrating qi still made Xiang Tian grunt in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bastard. Xiang Tian was furious, disregarding his abdominal injury as he swung his battle spear horizontally, sweeping the 1,000 armies. Whoosh. The massive spear blade slashed towards Lin Ye with a chilling wind. This strike had an enormous range, leaving no room to evade. You want to fight to the death? A hint of madness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Then let's see who's harder. He did not retreat, instead gripping his sword with both hands, holding it upright beside him. Shura block. Boom. The spear blade crashed hard against the sword body. Lin Ye felt as if he had been struck Hedon by a high-speed train, his body sliding sideways for several meters, leaving deep trenches in the ground. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes shone even brighter. Is this the power of the pinnacle of mid-tier 5th grade? Very strong, but it can't kill me. Come again. Lin Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward once more. Madman! You're a complete madman. Xiang Tian was also incensed. The two fought like tireless beasts on the ruins of the arena. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Both of their breaths were rapidly declining and their injuries multiplied. Xiang Tian's overlord true form was beginning to falter, the shadow behind him dimming. Although Lin Ye had the bloodthirsty characteristic to replenish himself, the high-intensity battle was draining his mental energy, greatly causing his complexion to turn deathly pale. Final move. Xiang Tian suddenly halted, retreating 10 meters. He leaned on his battle spear, gasping heavily, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye. Lin Ye, I admit you are worthy of being my opponent. But this move is my trump card for breaking through to high-tier 5th grade. If you can withstand it, I Xiang Tian will concede. Boom! The aura emanating from Xiang Tian suddenly became strange. The originally violent purple thunder began to collapse inward, ultimately concentrating entirely on the battle spear in his hand. The spear emitted a mournful cry, as if it could not endure this terrifying power. Overlord Spear Technique Ultimate Secret Art. Xiang Tian slowly raised the spear, his movements as slow as lifting a mountain. Force. Huashan. Buzz. It seemed as if only the spear remained in the world. There were no fancy changes, just a simple cleave. Yet in Lin Ye's perception, this spear seemed to lock onto his soul. No matter how far he fled, he would be cleaved in two by it. Momentum. This was touching the edge of momentum. What a move! Force cleaving Huashan. Lin Ye took a deep breath, and instead of fear, a hint of admiration appeared. Since you are serious, I cannot hold back either. Lin Ye positioned the Shura godslaying horizontally across his chest. He closed his eyes, beginning to communicate with the ancient intent within the blade. Shura. Boom! An even purer and more terrifying killing intent erupted from Lin Ye's body. If Xiang Tian's aura was domineering, then Lin Ye's aura was slaughter. Pure slaughter. God-slaying one slash. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils transforming into a sea of blood. He gripped the sword with both hands, charging against the descending battle spear flowing upstream. No unnecessary movements. Only one word. Slash. Boom rumble. The sword and spear collided. This time there was no sound, because the sound had been swallowed by the terrifying energy fluctuations. In everyone's sight, a blinding white light exploded in the center of the arena, instantly engulfing everything. Immediately after, a visible shockwave swept out. Crack, crack. The protective shield of the entire arena was utterly shattered. The seats in the stands collapsed like dominoes. Countless spectators were lifted by the shockwave screams rising and falling. For a long time, as the light faded and the dust settled, in the center of the ruins, two figures stood silently. Xiang Tian maintained a hacking posture, his overlord spear halted in midair. Lin Ye held the god-slaying blade in an upward slash, resting it against the spear blade. Who won? Everyone watched this scene with bated breath. Crack. A faint crisp sound broke the silence. Before their eyes, a crack suddenly appeared on the overlord spear in Xiang Tian's hand. The crack rapidly spread in the blink of an eye, covering the entire spear. Bang! This earth-grade top-tier divine weapon shattered into countless iron shards, falling to the ground. Pooh! Xiang Tian spat out a bolt of blood, his tall figure swaying, ultimately collapsing to one knee. I lost. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse, filled with endless desolation. The weapon shattered and he was defeated. The myth of the overlord was shattered. Thank you for the match. Lin Ye sheathed his sword, though his form was unsteady. He still stood straight. He had won. One in weaponry and one in will. From today onwards, the Dragon Gate disbands. Lin Ye turned around, facing the crowd, his voice, though weak, echoed in every corner. I decide the S district. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The arena fell into dead silence. No one dared to speak. Even the overlord Xiang Tian had been defeated. Who would dare oppose? Lin Ye, Lin Ye, Lin Ye. Someone led the chant. Immediately a tsunami of cheers resounded through the skies. A new king was born in the imperial capital Martial University. The battle in the imperial capital Martial University's arena detonated the entire martial arts circle of the imperial capital like a nuclear bomb. Freshman Lin Ye faced off against the tyrant Xiang Tian and emerged victorious. One person overturned the entire Long Men. The S district changed hands. These news spread through various channels, soaring into every corner like they had grown wings. In the principal's office, an elderly man with gray hair, yet full of vigor, was examining a battle report, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was the principal of the imperial capital Martial University, a grandmaster of the 9th rank, Gu He. The current youth truly is remarkable, Gu, he said, putting down the battle report and gazing out the window. In the midstage of the 4th rank, he physically grappled with a midstage 5th rank tyrant and won. Especially that final strike. A glint of sharp light flashed in Gu He's eyes. That kind of pure killing intent made even me feel a twinge of apprehension. What path has this kid cultivated? Principal, the Xiang family, seems to be quite dissatisfied. The director of education Zhang Dowling whispered nearby. Xiang Tian is the pride of the Xiang family. This public humiliation, especially after having their ancestral weapon shattered, has brought shame to the Xiong family. What should we do? Gu, he snorted coldly. If one is inferior in skill, losing is losing. If the Xiong family dares to bully the weak and cause trouble for Lin Ye, let them first ask if my fists agree. The rules of the imperial capital Martial University cannot be broken by anyone. Yes. Zhang Daoling felt a chill in his heart, realizing that the principal was determined to protect Lin Ye. However, Gu, he shifted his tone. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will inevitably destroy it. This kid has drawn too much attention. Not only the Xiong family, but likely other prominent families in the capital are watching him closely. Send the order down to grant Lin Ye's level privileges. Also tell him to stay inside the school as much as possible in the near future. I can protect him within the school, but once he steps outside, then it will depend on his own fortune. At the Xiong family's mansion, a furious roar shattered the antique vases in the room. The head of the Xiong family, Xiong Jintian, a peak 6th-rank powerhouse, was trembling with rage. His weapon was shattered. This is an unimaginable disgrace. In front of him, several high-ranking members of the Xiong family were rendered speechless. Patriarch that day, Xiong Tian did his best. It was just that Lin Ye was too monstrous. An elder weakly defended. Monstrous? Xiong Jintian scoffed. This world is not short of monsters. Only those who grow can be called geniuses. The dead are just dead. Investigate. What background does Lin Ye have? If he is just some rootless mud-leg. A ruthless glint flashed in Xiong Zhenshin's eyes. Then let him disappear. Patriarch, no. The elder hastily advised against it. Principal Gu, he has already spoken. Anyone who dares to touch Lin Ye is going against the imperial capital Martial University. Moreover, Lin Ye is now a key focus of the military. If we take action, military. Upon hearing these two words, the rage in Xiong Zhenshin's eyes slightly receded. In Huaxia, the military is an absolute behemoth. Even prominent families dare not provoke it lightly. Then let's confront them openly. Xiong Jintian took a deep breath, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. The face lost by Xiong Tian must be reclaimed by the Xiong family. Send a message to the shadow. Since we can't act directly, let's create some trouble for this kid. In the S District Villa, no. Lin Ye was unaware that the outside world had turned upside down. He was lying in a specially designed recovery pod, enjoying the nourishment of a high-concentration nutrient solution. Although he had won the battle against Xiong Tian, he had also sustained considerable injuries, especially after taking the hit from the force-split Huashan, which had shocked his internal organs. Huff! The recovery pod opened and Lin Ye sat up, stretching his limbs. As expected of a peak 5th-rank physique, the recovery ability is indeed extraordinary. After just one day, his injuries had healed significantly. Lin Ye stepped out of the recovery pod and picked up the Azura God-slaying sword on the table. At this moment, the battle blade was shimmering with a faint red glow. After devouring the fragments of the tyrants, Halbert's aura became even deeper and more profound. Divine Weapon Azura God-slaying quality Earthgrade Supreme, growing new feature Heavy Strike. Each attack carries a shockwave effect, ignoring 30 defense. Devouring progress 15. Only increased by 15 after devouring an Earthgrade superior weapon. Lin Ye was somewhat taken aback. It seems that evolving it into a heavenly grade divine weapon is a long and arduous journey. Brother Lin. At that moment, Zhao Yunlong rushed in excitedly. We struck gold. This time we really struck gold. What happened? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. After the Long Men disbanded, the assets and resources left behind have been awarded to us. All training facilities in the S District, the potion repository, and even the usage rights for that small spirit gathering array, all belong to us. Just these fixed assets alone are worth over 100 billion. Moreover, Zhao Yunlong swallowed hard. Now countless people outside want to join us. Even seniors from the 3rd and 4th years are inquiring about it. Brother Lin, should we establish a new club? A new club? Lin Ye stroked his chin. Although he had established himself at the imperial capital Martial University, he couldn't continue fighting alone forever. Some trivial matters indeed require manpower to handle. All right, Lin Ye nodded. However, it's better to have quality than quantity. As for the name, Lin Ye glanced at the battle blade in his hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Let's call it Azura Hall. Those who enter the hall will not be questioned about their background. Only strength and loyalty will matter. Those who dare to fight, dare to kill, and dare to risk their lives will be accepted. Those who want to slack off roll. Yes. Zhao Yunlong was so excited his face turned red. Azura Hall. Just the name sounds powerful. By the way, Brother Lin. Zhao Yunlong suddenly remembered something and pulled out a gilded invitation from his pocket. This was sent by Wanbao Tower. Wanbao Tower. Lin Ye was taken aback. That is the largest business guild in the imperial capital, with an unfathomable background rumored to even command respect from grandmasters. They said there will be an annual auction tomorrow night, featuring many rare treasures. Even, there might be clues about the fragments of the god-slaying blade. What? Lin Ye suddenly stood up, his eyes bursting with fierce light. Fragments of the god-slaying blade. The blade in his hand had only fused with one fragment, yet it had already evolved to Earth-grade supreme. If he could find another fragment, wouldn't that mean he could challenge the heavenly grade? Is the news reliable? Lin Ye asked in a deep voice. Wanbao Tower's information has always been accurate. Zhao Yunlong nodded. It is said that among the headlining auction items, there is an unknown piece of black metal with characteristics similar to your blade, indestructible, and carries a killing aura. Good. Lin Ye snatched the invitation. I will definitely attend this auction, no matter whose item it is, no matter how much it costs. I will secure it. Lin Ye glanced at the balance in his account. The credits from previous task rewards, the money from selling the relic of the Snake Sovereign, and the compensation resources from the Longmen. His net worth was approaching 500 billion. Money, I have plenty of it. I hope that by then no one will be foolish enough to try to rob me. A bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting them know what it means to have a life to buy but no life to spend. In the S District, the headquarters of the Azura Palace. The luxurious office building that once belonged to the Dragon Gate has now been completely transformed. The three golden characters Azura Palace hang above the main entrance, the brush strokes sharp as knives radiating a chilling aura of murder. Starting today, all public resources in the S District, including the Gravity Chamber Spirit Gathering Array and Medicinal Bath, will all operate on a point system. In the conference room, Lin Ye sat at the head, his gaze sweeping over the dozens of core members below. Each of these individuals was an elite chosen through rigorous selection, each possessing strength above the 4th rank. Want resources? Fine. Exchange them for military merit or seize them with strength. The Azura Palace does not support idlers. Lin Ye's voice was not loud, yet every word carried an undeniable authority. Master, isn't this rule a bit too strict? Zhao Yunlong hesitantly asked. When the Dragon Gate was around, all these resources were freely available to core members. Now that we have just been established, if the threshold is too high, won't it? The Dragon Gate perished because it supported too many useless individuals. Lin Ye coldly interrupted him. What I want is an iron army that can slaughter its way into forbidden zones and kill beast emperors, not a bunch of spoiled rich kids who only know how to bully from their nests. Anyone who doesn't want to abide by the rules can leave now. The room fell into a deathly silence. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from outside, followed by a loud crash. Boom! The conference room door was kicked open. Several bloodied members of the Azura Palace flew in, crashing heavily to the ground. What Azura Palace? What a big mouth! A group of older students clad in dark green battle armor exuding a fierce aura strode in. At the forefront was a young man with a buzz cut and a sinister gaze, playing with 2 iron balls in his hands. I was only out on a mission for half a month and my home gets robbed. The buzz-cut youth surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Ye, a disdainful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. So you are the so-called new student King Lin Ye, taking advantage of the absence of the overlord to play house games. Who are you? Lin Ye remained seated, not moving an inch, merely casting a faint glance at him. Who am I? The buzz-cut youth laughed a wild laugh. Tell him who I am. Kid, listen well. A henchman shouted loudly. This is the captain of the Wind and Thunder Squad, Lei Dong, a master ranked 11th on the power rankings, peak of the 4th rank. Our captain is a sworn brother of the overlord. If you have any sense, quickly hand over control of the S District, then kneel and admit your mistakes, or perhaps you might leave with your body intact. Wind and Thunder Squad. Lin Ye recalled. This was an elite team that carried out high-risk missions in the wilderness, said to consist entirely of 4th-rank members, and known for their extreme cruelty. It seemed they had just returned and were unaware that Xiang Tian had already been defeated. So you are a brother of the overlord. Lin Ye stood up and slowly walked in front of Lei Dong. Since you are his brother, do you know where he is gone? The overlord must be in seclusion. Lei Dong snorted coldly. When he comes out, it will be your death date. Seclusion. Lin Ye laughed. It seems your information is quite outdated. He is not in seclusion. He has been incapacitated by me and is likely lying in a hospital drinking porridge right now. Bullshit. Lei Dong exploded in fury. Just you, a fresh student, can defeat the Overlord. Die. Without further ado, Lei Dong instantly threw the 2 iron balls in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. These 2 iron balls were no ordinary items. They were forged from deep-sea silver weighing 100 pounds. Under the infusion of Lei Dong's true qi, they transformed into 2 streams of dark green light shooting straight for Lin Ye's temples. The speed was so fast that they created a sonic boom in the air. A mere trick. Lin Ye raised his hand as if swatting a fly, casually waving it. Clang, clang. The sound of 2 clear metallic clashes echoed. Those 2 iron balls capable of shattering tanks were caught barehanded by Lin Ye. What? Lei Dong's pupils constricted. This was his signature move, wind and thunder double kill. Even a 5th-rank master would not dare to catch it barehanded. Here, take it back. Lin Ye flicked his wrist. Boom! The 2 iron balls flew back at a speed 10 times faster than they came. Not good. Lei Dong's face changed drastically as he hurriedly channeled all his true qi, crossing his arms to protect his chest. Wind and thunder protection. Bang! A muffled sound. Lei Dong was sent flying like he had been struck by a train, crashing out of the conference room through the corridor wall, and finally landing heavily in the flower bed below. Peft! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his arms twisted in an unnatural manner, clearly broken. Captain! The few team members who followed him were dumbfounded. One move. A master ranked 11th on the power rankings couldn't even withstand a single move. Who else is unconvinced? Lin Ye walked out of the conference room, standing before the shattered railing, looking down at Lei Dong and the others. His gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion. I will say it again. S District now belongs to the Lin family. The previous rules are null and void. The current rules are set by me. Anyone who does not wish to die, leave. Lei Dong struggled to get up, looking up at the figure above him, a demonic presence with fear replacing his earlier arrogance. So powerful, the feeling of oppression was even more terrifying than that of the Overlord. Leave. Hurry. Lei Dong gritted his teeth, fleeing in a disheveled manner with the help of his teammates. After this battle, the reputation of the Azure Palace surged once again. With the Wind and Thunder Squad driven away, who would dare to question Lin Ye's authority? That night on the villa terrace, Lin Ye looked at the auction invitation in his hand, his thoughts drifting far away. The situation in the S District was temporarily stabilized. With these resources combined with the foundation of the Azure Palace, he had firmly established his footing at the imperial capital Martial University. But that was not enough. His goal had never been to be a campus tyrant. Pieces of the god-slaying blade. Lin Ye clenched his fist. Only by constantly growing stronger could he survive in this perilous world and protect those around him. Lin Gu, the car is ready. Zhao Yunlong walked onto the terrace, respectfully saying, "This auction is of high standards. Should we bring more people? Just in case." "No need." Lin Ye waved his hand. "The more people we bring, the more it shows our insecurity. Just the 2 of us will do." "Understood." At the imperial capital Wanbao Tower. As the largest business association in China, the headquarters of Wanbao Tower is a 100-story skyscraper built entirely of special crystal glass gleaming brilliantly under the night sky. Tonight, luxury cars gathered here and powerful individuals were abundant. The security guards at the entrance were all 3rd-rank warriors, and the receptionists were all of model stature. A black extended floating luxury car stopped at the entrance. The door opened and a young man dressed in a white suit, his hair meticulously styled, stepped out. Though young, he exuded an innate air of nobility. That is Li Tianyi from the Li family, one of the 4 young masters of the capital. It is said he has already reached the high stage of the 4th rank. The Li family has made a big investment this time. It is said they mobilized 500 billion in funds for this auction. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Li Tianyi ignored the gazes around him and walked straight to the entrance. At this moment, a regular off-road vehicle stopped behind the luxury cars. The door opened and Lin Ye stepped out in ordinary casual attire, with a slightly nervous Zhao Yunlong following behind him. Li Tianyi halted, glancing back. When he saw Lin Ye dressed in what could not possibly cost more than 500 yuan, his brows furrowed slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Has the threshold of Wanbao Tower dropped so low? Even the likes of stray cats and dogs can enter now. His voice was not loud, but it was enough for those around to hear. A few rich second-generation heirs eager to curry favor with the Li family immediately echoed him exactly. Don't they know where this place is? Hey, you there, pauper. Did you take a wrong turn? The vegetable market is next door. Zhao Yunlong's face turned red with anger, ready to explode. Lin Ye, however, stopped him. He didn't even look at Li Tianyi, striding straight toward the entrance, pulling out the golden invitation to hand to the doorman. Supreme VIP. The doorman, seeing the purple and gold patterns on the invitation, trembled in shock, nearly kneeling. Esteemed guest, please come in. Quickly, please come in. The top-level private room has already been prepared for you. At this, the entire place fell silent. Supreme VIP. That was a qualification only fifth-rank masters or billionaires could possess. This kid in street clothes was actually a Supreme VIP. Li Tianyi's expression instantly soured. As the eldest young master of the Li family, he only held a platinum invitation. What right did this kid have? Stop right there. Li Tianyi shouted coldly. Kid, where did your invitation come from? Stolen. Or picked up? Lin Ye halted, slowly turning around. He looked at Li Tianyi, his expression indifferent, as if he were gazing at an ant. Are you talking to me? Of course. Li Tianyi said arrogantly. I am Li Tianyi. If you know what's good for you. Li Tianyi. Lin Ye interrupted him. Never heard of you. But good dogs don't block the way. Get lost. A single word like thunder crashing. Li Tianyi was stunned. Everyone around was also stunned. In the imperial capital, someone actually dared to tell the young master of the Li family. Get lost. Before the entrance of the Wanbao building, the atmosphere was tense. Good dogs don't block the way. Get lost. These two phrases were like two resounding slaps, striking Li Tianyi's face fiercely. Born with a golden spoon, Li Tianyi, the heir of the Li family, had always been surrounded by admiration wherever he went. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? You're seeking death. Li Tianyi's face instantly flushed to a deep red, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Get them. Break his legs. Tear his mouth apart. The two bodyguards behind him stepped forward immediately. Boom. Two strong auras erupted. Peak of the fourth rank. These two were experts hired by the Li family at great expense, with rich combat experience and blood on their hands. Kid, if you dare offend young Master Li, remember to open your eyes in your next life. The bodyguard on the left grinned, wickedly, claw-like fingers reaching towards Lin Ye's shoulder. If that claw landed, it would cripple his entire arm. Lin Ye stood still, not even lifting his eyelids. Get lost. Just a single word. But this time it was accompanied by a terrifying killing aura that felt almost tangible. Boom. The Azura killing intent erupted, enveloping the two bodyguards in an instant. What? The bodyguards' movements froze abruptly, their pupils contracting violently. In their perception, the young man before them had instantaneously transformed into an ancient, ferocious beast emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. The suffocating killing intent directly assaulted their mental defenses. Thud, thud. The two peak fourth-rank experts suddenly felt their legs go weak, dropping to their knees, trembling all over, drenched in cold sweat. What? What kind of aura is this? Just a look and two peak fourth-rank experts are scared to their knees. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Li Tianyi looked on in disbelief at this scene. Trash. What are you doing? Get up and fight. He kicked the bodyguard on the ground in frustration. At that moment, a dignified voice rang out. What is happening? How dare you make noise at the entrance of the Wanbao building? A middle-aged man in traditional clothing, surrounded by a group of black-clad individuals, emerged. It was Wang Fuguei, the general manager of Wanbao building. Manager Wang, you came just in time. Upon seeing Wang Fuguei, Li Tianyi instantly regained his courage. This poor wretch tried to sneak in with a fake invitation and dared to hit someone after being exposed. Hurry and call your master out, waste him, and throw him out. The Li family and Wanbao building had many business dealings, and Li Tianyi was confident Wang Fuguei would give him this face. However, Wang Fuguei didn't even glance at him, walking straight to Lin Ye. When he saw the purple gold invitation in Lin Ye's hand, a flattering smile instantly spread across his chubby face, bending his waist at a 90-degree angle. Oh, isn't this young Master Lin? I am Wang Fuguei, sorry for the lack of welcome. It is our honor for young Master Lin to attend the auction. Please come in. The top-level private room has been prepared for you. There are also the finest spiritual tea and snacks. His obsequious demeanor was even more respectful than that shown to a biological father. The entire place fell silent. Li Tianyi's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Manager Wang, did you mistake the person? He's just a poor wretch in cheap clothes. How could he be young Master Lin? Slap. A crisp sound of a slap interrupted Li Tianyi's words. Wang Fuguei straightened up, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a cold expression. He swiftly delivered a slap across Li Tianyi's face. Shut up. Young Master Lin is someone you can insult. Wang Fuguei. You dare hit me? Li Tianyi covered his swollen face, staring at Wang Fuguei in disbelief. I am the heir of the Li family. Our Li family spends billions at Wanbao Building every year. Li family. Wang Fuguei sneered. Don't talk about you. Even your father Li Songhai would have to be polite to a guest holding a supreme invitation. Supreme invitation. Meeting the invitation is like meeting the owner of the building. If you dare show disrespect to young Master Lin again, believe it or not, I can cancel your Li family's membership right now and throw you out. You! Li Tianyi trembled with anger, his finger pointing at Wang Fuguei, shaking. But he didn't dare to speak any further. The owner of Wanbao Building was a legendary 9th-rank grandmaster, a figure that was seen but rarely met. The supreme invitations issued in the entire Huaxia numbered no more than 10. Each holder was a person whose stomp could shake the entire Huaxia. What exactly is this Lin Ye's background? Enough! Lin Ye spoke indifferently, interrupting this farce. I am in a hurry. Yes, yes, yes. Please this way, young Master Lin. Wang Fuguei immediately changed to a smiling face, leading the way like a doorman. Lin Ye walked in with Zhao Yunlong taking large strides into the Wanbao Building. As he passed by Li Tianyi, he stopped, turned his head, and glanced at him indifferently. Li family heir. Remember to brush your teeth when you go out from now on. Your mouth stinks too much, it invites disaster. After saying this, he entered without looking back. Bastard! Bastard! Watching Lin Ye's disappearing figure, Li Tianyi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. He had never suffered such a great humiliation from childhood to adulthood. Lin Ye, huh? Supreme invitation, huh? No matter what your background is in the imperial capital, if you offend me, Li Tianyi, there is only one path, death. Li Tianyi took out his phone, dialing a number with a venomous tone. Hello, second uncle. Help me kill someone. Yes, right, at Wanbao Building. Price is no object. I want him dead with no complete corpse. Wanbao Building, top-level private room. This place had a broad view overlooking the entire auction area. The decoration was extravagantly luxurious, with the floor covered in the fur of 4th-rank demon beasts and tables adorned with millennium spiritual fruits. Even the air was filled with a faint fragrance of spiritual concentration. Young Master Lin, are you satisfied with this position? Wang Fuguei stood respectfully to the side. Not bad. Lin Ye nodded, casually taking a spiritual fruit and taking a bite. Manager Wang, I heard there are clues about the god-slaying blade fragments today. Young Master Lin's news is indeed sharp. Wang Fuguei smiled mysteriously. There is indeed a piece. However, the seller's identity is confidential and only accepts bids. Moreover, there are quite a few people eyeing this fragment. Besides the Li family, it is said that there are also military personnel, even the shadow of the demon sect. Oh! A gleam of light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Sounds interesting. The more people the better, it will be lively. All right, you can go about your business now. I will call you if needed. Yes, I wish young Master Lin a successful return. After Wang Fuguei retreated, Zhao Yunlong finally dared to take a deep breath. My goodness! Brother Lin, that was so satisfying just now. You didn't see the look on Li Tianyi's face? It was like he had eaten shit. But, Brother Lin, since we offended the Li family so much, will there be trouble? Trouble? Lin Ye leaned back on the leather sofa, looking at the people entering the venue below, one after another, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. If I don't find trouble with them, they will come looking for me. Since they are destined to be enemies, then let's make them fear, make them hurt, make them regret being born in this world. Ding! At that moment, a melodious bell rang. The lights on the auction stage lit up. A stunning beauty in a red qipao with an alluring figure walked up. Good evening, esteemed guests. I am today's auctioneer Ye Fei. The annual auction of Wanbao Building is now beginning. The first auction item, a Tier 3 lower rank elixir. The Dragon Tiger Bone Cleansing Pill. Ye Fei's voice, soft as silk, sent a jolt of alertness rippling through the entire hall. Refined by the medicinal Sovereign Valley, this pill grants extraordinary efficacy in refining the bones of 4th-rank martial cultivators. Starting bid 100 million, 120 million, 150 million, 200 million. Prices surged with breathtaking speed. Lin Ye sat idly in his private box, unimpressed. Such an elixir held negligible effect for him. His jade bone golden body had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank. Only a celestial rank pill could possibly elevate it further. 250 million. I claim it. Below, Li Tianyi raised his bidding paddle, voice laced with arrogance, as if seeking to reclaim the dignity he had just lost. Young Master Li bids 250 million. Are there any higher offers? Yan Fei cast a smoldering knowing glance toward Li Tianyi. He instantly felt weightless, then defiantly shot a challenge toward the top-tier private box. Yet the box remained utterly still. Humph, a penniless beggar. Probably couldn't even afford the opening bid. Li Tianyi sneered inwardly. The following items were all masterpieces: a supreme rank profound armor, rare materials from a mutated beast, and a half-celestial rank manual of body movement cultivation. Li Tianyi bid repeatedly, spending lavishly, snapping up 3 items in rapid succession totaling over 1 billion. Truly worthy of the Li clan's heir, unmatched in wealth and influence. That earlier fellow was clearly all show and no substance, no comparison to the Li clan's profound legacy. Flattering murmurs swelled around him, swelling his vanity to its zenith. Then, next is one of tonight's grand climax treasures. As the lights dimmed, 2 peak 4th rank guards carried forward a black-draped tray. Yan Fei's expression turned solemn. She lifted the cloth. There, resting silently upon the tray, lay a palm-sized metallic fragment. Jet black, irregular at the edges, utterly unremarkable. It gleamed, not radiated, no energy, resembling nothing more than common scrap iron. Yet the moment it appeared, vroom! Behind Lin Ye, the battle blade Azura divine slaying erupted into violent tremors, roaring like a ravenous beast. Had Lin Ye not forcibly restrained it, the blade would have launched itself forth. So, it is this. Lin Ye shot upright, gaze locked fiercely upon the fragment. Target divine slaying blade fragment. Blade tip quality unknown, emits overwhelming sharpness, aura trait utterly indestructible. Armor piercing potency increased by 500. The blade tip, the sharpest, most lethal segment of the divine slaying blade, once fused, his weapon would not only evolve, but its destructive power would undergo a quantum leap. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. Yan Fei said, gesturing toward the fragment. This relic hails from an unknown ancient ruin. Verified by Wanbao Tower's senior appraisers, it is utterly impervious to damage. Even a full-strength strike from a celestial rank weapon leaves not a single mark upon it. Moreover, it exudes an innate razor-edged killing aura. Any weapon fused with it ascends 1 full tier in quality. Starting bid 1 billion. Minimum increment 50 million. A stunned silence shattered the air. A nameless scrap of metal. Starting at 1 billion, this was sheer robbery. Yet true experts among the crowd shimmered with naked ravenous greed. Impervious to celestial rank weapons, its very composition must be celestial rank or beyond. 1.1 billion. From a shadowed corner, a figure swathed entirely in black robes made the first bid. 1.2 billion. An aged voice echoed from another private box. 1.5 billion. Li Tianyi raised his paddle once more. He knew not what it was, but his clan's orders were absolute: acquire it at any cost. The price soared swiftly, breaching 3 billion. Many minor and mid-tier factions withdrew, leaving only a handful of supreme powers still contending. 3.5 billion. Li Tianyi barked, teeth clenched. That sum now brushed against his personal authorization limit. 4 billion. At last a voice emerged from Suite 1 atop the hall. Calm, detached, as if quoting the price of a cup of tea. Instantly the hall fell deathly silent. Every eye turned toward that sovereign chamber, the seat of ultimate authority. The enigmatic young Master Lin had finally entered the fray. 4 billion? Li Tianyi's face froze. He had never imagined Lin Ye would remain silent until now, and when he struck it would be with thunderous, unstoppable force. Damn it! Where does he get such funds? Refusing to yield, Li Tianyi raised his paddle again. 4.1 billion. 5 billion. Lin Ye's voice followed without pause. Smooth, unbroken. A collective gasp tore through the hall. A 900 million surge. Instantly. Unbelievable audacity. You... Li Tianyi's hands trembled with fury. 4.1 billion. 6 billion. Lin Ye's tone remained unchanged, as though currency were mere abstraction. Accursed. Accursed. Li Tianyi's eyes burned crimson. His allocated capital stood at 5 billion, but that reserve was strictly earmarked for the final climax item. To exhaust it here... What's wrong? Running short on funds. Lin Ye's voice drifted from the suite laced with quiet mockery. Is this truly the mettle of the Li clan's heir? If you lack the stomach for the game, perhaps it's time you returned home for your milk. You insufferable wretch. Li Tianyi snapped. I have more money than you can imagine. I refuse to believe you'll keep pace forever. 7 billion. He roared the figure. Absolute silence descended. 7 billion. For a fragment, this was beyond astronomical. It was legendary. Yet, 10 billion. That voice, still calm, still unruffled, flowed from the suite. A thunderclap of disbelief shook the hall. Even Yan Fei stood frozen, breathless. 10 billion? A 3 billion leap in a single bid. This wasn't bidding. It was financial annihilation. Li Tianyi choked, face purpling, speech utterly gone. 10 billion. Even he dared not deploy such liquid capital on an uncertain relic. Worse, the opponent's utter lack of hesitation instilled in him a chilling, hollow helplessness. As if 10 billion meant no more to him than 10 coins. Are there any further bids? Yan Fei's voice quivered with exhilaration. 10 billion once. 10 billion twice. 10 billion 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the distinguished guest of Suite 1 on acquiring this mysterious fragment. Clang. The gavel struck. Lin Ye leaned back into his sofa, exhaling deeply. At last. It is mine. 10 billion was vast, but merely 1/5 of his current assets. And to evolve the divine slaying blade, worth 10 billion, even 100 billion. Brother Lin, the Li Tianyi fellow looks absolutely deranged. Zhao Yunlong peered down from the window, grinning wickedly at Li Tianyi's livid, storm-darkened face below. Let him fume, Lin Ye replied coldly. If he ruins his health with rage, how will he muster strength to die tonight? He sensed it clearly. Several faint, lethal auras had already locked onto his suite. Not Li Tianyi alone. Also the black-robed figure and several other hidden masters lying in wait. It seems tonight shall be a sleepless one. Lin Ye's hand rested upon the blade at his back. Old comrade, ready? Tonight, we feast on blood. In the dead of night, a torrential rain fell upon the imperial capital. Huge raindrops pounded against the ground, creating a mist of white water vapor. The once bustling streets were now deserted, illuminated only by the dim yellow glow of the streetlights. A black SUV slowly drove along the road leading to the imperial capital, Martial University. Brother Lin, there's a tail behind us, Zhao Yunlong said, gripping the steering wheel, his expression grave as he glanced in the rearview mirror. 3 cars have been following us all the way. No need to worry about it. Lin Ye sat in the back seat, eyes closed, cradling a box containing fragments. Drive to the abandoned industrial area ahead. Ha! What do we need to go there for? That's notorious for being a burial ground. Usually not even a ghost can be found. Zhao Yunlong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized, his face paling. Brother Lin, are you trying to? This is the city, it's inconvenient to act here. Lin Ye opened his eyes, a glint of bloodthirsty red shining in his gaze. Since they want to play, let's give them a better grave. Yes. Zhao Yunlong suddenly swerved the steering wheel, and the car instantly turned into a dark alley. In a luxury car behind them, Li Tianyi watched as the car in front suddenly turned, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. That fool going straight into a dead end. Heaven is truly helping me, he said respectfully to the elderly man in tang suit beside him. Uncle Heir, that kid will be handed over to you shortly. I want to personally shatter his bones. The elderly man in tang suit, Li Songhai, a side elder of the Li family, a 5th-grade master, slightly nodded, a hint of disdain flashing in his murky old eyes. Rest assured. He's just a freshman. Even if he has some skills in front of me, he's merely an ant. What I'm more interested in is where that 100 billion came from. And that knife capable of severing Earth-grade weapons. Once we kill him, everything will naturally be ours. Chase. The abandoned industrial area was filled with rusted factories and overgrown weeds. The torrential rain washed over the discarded machines, creating a grating sound. Creak. The SUV came to a stop in an open square. Get out. Lin Ye pushed open the car door and stepped into the rain curtain. Although Zhao Yunlong was nervous, he followed closely behind, gripping a newly purchased Earth-grade battle knife in his hand. Soon, swish, swish, swish. 3 cars rushed in, surrounding them in a triangular formation. The doors swung open and more than a dozen figures leaped down, instantly blocking all escape routes. These individuals were all 4th-grade martial artists, each exuding a strong aura of malice, clearly elite enforcers raised by the Li family. Li Tianyi, holding a black umbrella, strolled over slowly, with Li Songhai by his side. Running away. Why aren't you running now? Li Tianyi looked at Lin Ye drenched in the rain, a mocking expression on his face. Lin Ye, weren't you very arrogant just now at Wanbao Tower? Now here heaven doesn't answer your calls and the earth won't respond. Let's see who can save you. Lin Ye wiped the rainwater off his face, not even glancing at Li Tianyi, his gaze locking onto the elderly man in tang suit. Target Li Songhai Realm 5th grade initial master technique, Songhai Ju Earth grade medium weakness, suffered internal injuries in early years. 1 second stagnation when circulating true qi in the sea of qi. 5th grade initial. Lin Ye's mouth curled slightly. Looks like the Li family isn't that impressive. They sent such a level of person to kill me. Seeking death. Li Kanghai's face darkened. How could a dignified master be insulted by a mere kid branded as that type of person? Sharp-tongued brat. Later I will pull out your teeth one by one, and see how you continue to act cocky. Get him. Kill him. Yes. More than a dozen elite enforcers roared in unison, drawing their weapons and charging forward. Yunlong, stay back. Lin Ye whispered. In the next second, boom. He moved. The standing water beneath his feet exploded, turning into countless water arrows shooting in all directions. Lin Ye's figure vanished like a ghost in the rain curtain. Be careful. Li Songhai shouted loudly. But it was too late. Whoosh. A flash of black blade light flickered in the rainy night. The two foremost 4th grade enforcers didn't even see a shadow, their heads flew off. Blood gushed out, instantly washed into a light red by the torrential rain. What? The remaining enforcers were horrified. This speed was too fast. Fast enough that even their divine senses couldn't capture it. First one. Lin Ye's voice echoed in the rain, indistinct yet chilling. Then swish, swish, swish. 3 more blades of light appeared. From 3 directions, 3 enforcers fell simultaneously, each with a thin line of blood at their throats. Second, third, fourth. Lin Ye was like a reaper harvesting lives in the rainy night. With each strike, 1 person fell. In less than 10 seconds, of more than a dozen 4th grade enforcers, less than half remained. Damn! Is this what you call a freshman? Li Songhai could no longer remain calm. Such combat power, how could it be like a freshman? It was even more terrifying than those killers who danced on the edge of the blade. Form a formation. Quickly form a formation. Li Songhai bellowed. But Lin Ye didn't give them a chance. Azura divine slaughter. Boom. A black blade aura 10 meters long swept out. The remaining enforcers who had just wanted to gather together were bisected by this terrifying blade aura. Bang, bang, bang. Corpses littered the ground. At this moment on the vast square, only Lin Ye remained, along with Li Tianyi and Li Songhai facing him. Lin Ye shook the blood off his blade, stepping closer to the two. Rainwater dripped from his hair, but it couldn't wash away the thick, cloying smell of blood on him. Now it's your turn. Li Tianyi was already pale with fear. The black umbrella in his hand had fallen to the ground. Uncle! Uncle Heir! Save me! Kill him quickly! He never expected the elite enforcers his family had meticulously trained would be so easily defeated by this monster. What's with the panic? Li Songhai pushed Li Tianyi aside, stepping forward to block him. Although he was also shocked by Lin Ye's strength, he was still a 5th grade master. Below the master level, all are ants. This is the iron law of the martial arts world. Kid, I have to admit you are indeed a genius. Li Kanghai's body exuded a blue true qi, causing the surrounding rainwater to be repelled, creating a vacuum zone 3 meters in diameter. But you should never ever kill in front of me. Today I will let you know the insurmountable chasm between the 4th and 5th grades. Songhai palm surging waves against the shore. Boom! Li Songhai slapped out. The blue true qi transformed into a towering wave 5 meters high, surging with immense force towards Lin Ye. This palm sealed off the space, rendering escape impossible. Chasm! Lin Ye looked at the mighty wave of true qi surging toward him, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. In my eyes, that's merely a small ditch that I can leap over in a single step. Slay! Lin Ye gripped the knife with both hands, unleashing the Azura's fierce aura without reservation. Azura 7 kills, ultimate truth, divine slaughter. Rumble! The black blade light fiercely collided with the blue giant wave. The entire abandoned factory trembled violently under that strike. The shock wave from the explosion shattered all the glass in the surrounding factory buildings. Shatter for me! Li Songhai roared, frantically channeling true qi from within to crush Lin Ye. However, zing! A piercing, tearing sound erupted. The seemingly indestructible wave of true qi was actually sliced in half by that black blade light. What? Li Kanghai's pupils constricted. How is this possible? His Songhai True Chi, although not top tier, was still of 5th grade quality. How could it be cut by a 4th grade's fierce aura? Because my blade. Lin Ye's figure instantly passed through the wave of True Chi appearing before Li Songhai. His scarlet eyes fixated on Li Songhai, specifically designed to slay masters. Whoosh! The blade light flashed. An aged head soared into the air, still wearing an expression of disbelief. Li Songhai, a side elder of the Li family, a 5th grade master, had fallen. Uncle Air. Li Tianyi stared at the headless corpse collapsing to the ground, his pants suddenly soaked. Don't kill me. I have money. I have a lot of money. I'll give it all to you. Li Tianyi pleaded, incoherently scrambling backward. Lin Ye walked step by step toward him, looking down at this once mighty young master of the Li family. Money. Lin Ye chuckled, stepping on his chest. I don't lack money. What I lack is the resolve to eradicate the roots of the problem. No. I'm the heir of the Li family. If you kill me, the Li family will not spare you. Li Tianyi let out a desperate scream. Then let them come. Lin Ye's eyes were icy as he brought the long knife down without hesitation. Thud. The sound abruptly ceased. The rain continued to fall, washing away the blood on the ground, forming streams of red. Lin Ye stood in the rain, sheathing his knife. Clean it up, he said to Zhao Yunlong, who was still stunned at a distance. Yes. Zhao Yunlong came to his senses, looking at Lin Ye's back with overwhelming admiration. So powerful. He had slain more than a dozen 4th grade enforcers and finally with a single strike killed a 5th grade master. This is his boss. This is Azura. The rain poured down harder. In the plaza of the abandoned industrial district, blood flowed like a river. Lin Ye stood beside the headless corpse of Li Songhai, his expression indifferent. Yunlong, move faster. Yes. Zhao Yunlong fought against the turmoil in his stomach and began to proficiently search the corpse. Although he came from a prominent family, he had learned to handle such dirty work under Lin Ye's guidance. A few minutes later, Brother Lin, we've searched everything. Zhao Yunlong ran over, holding a pile of items. 3 spatial rings, over a dozen mystic-grade weapons, and that. Li Tianyi's black umbrella, which is surprisingly a low-grade earth defensive weapon. Lin Ye took the 3 rings. 2 of them belonged to Li Tianyi and Li Songhai, while the remaining 1 belonged to the leader of the death squad. He probed with his mental power. Wow! Even Lin Ye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No wonder it's the Li family. They are truly wealthy. Inside Li Tianyi's ring, apart from the still warm god-slaying blade fragment, there were abundant cultivation resources. There were at least a dozen bottles of earth-grade pills and an anonymous black card containing 5 billion in cash. As for Li Kanghai's ring, although it contained little cash, it held a few rare secret books and a jade tablet emitting strange fluctuations. Item: Li family elder token, material soul jade, function symbol of identity, can mobilize the outer forces of the Li family. Contains a soul imprint. Once shattered, the family shrine will sense it. Soul imprint. Lin Ye sneered. It seems the Li family will soon find out we did it. Crack. With a firm grip, he crushed the jade tablet into powder. Brother Lin, what should we do? Should we? Zhao Yunlong made a gesture of cutting his throat. No need. Lin Ye shook his head. Destroying the bodies is merely to avoid official troubles. As for the Li family, what if they find out? Without evidence, do they dare to act against me in the imperial capital? Don't forget, I am currently in class seed at the imperial capital Martial University, and a key focus of the military. After speaking, Lin Ye summoned a dark red Shura fire. Whoosh! The flames fell upon the pile of corpses. This fire, ignited by the Shura Chi, burned fiercely and targeted flesh and blood. In just a few minutes, all the corpses on the ground turned to ash, leaving not even bone fragments. Finally washed away by the torrential rain, they disappeared completely into the muddy water. Let's go. Lin Ye turned to get in the car. Time to split the spoils. In District S Villa No. 1. After returning home, Lin Ye locked himself in the underground cultivation chamber. He sat cross-legged with the god-slaying blade fragment he had snatched from Li Tianyi placed in front of him. Buzz! The Shura god-slaying battle knife behind him could no longer contain itself, unsheathing automatically and hovering in midair, emitting a buzzing sound of desire towards the fragment. Don't rush, I'll feed you now. Lin Ye reached out to grasp the battle knife, slowly bringing it closer to the fragment. Zzzzz. As the tip of the knife touched the fragment, a burst of black light erupted, plunging the entire cultivation chamber into darkness. It was pure darkness. A darkness that devoured all light. Merge! Lin Ye commanded softly, pouring his Shura chi into the blade, without reservation to aid its refinement of the fragment. Crack, crack, crack. The seemingly indestructible fragment began to melt like liquid upon contact with the blade, flowing slowly along the edge until it gathered at the tip. The originally blunt tip of the knife swiftly grew longer and sharper after merging with the fragment. Gradually, a perfect blade tip radiating a chilling glow was formed. Boom! A terrifying sharp aura surged into the sky. The alloy walls of the cultivation chamber, capable of withstanding fifth-tier attacks, showed numerous fine cracks under the impact of this aura. Congratulations! Divine weapon fusion successful. Shura Godslaying second form quality low-grade earth tier peak near heaven tier. Sharpness increased by 500. Ignores all defenses below earth tier. New feature void breaking attack speed 50, a chance to trigger space tearing effect. New active skill Shura instant kill. Consumes massive chi, instantly crosses space to slay enemies, distance limit 50 meters, near heaven tier. Lin Ye caressed the brand new blade, his eyes filled with ecstasy. Although it wasn't truly a heaven tier weapon yet, with the void breaking and instant kill features, its lethality was already comparable to that of an ordinary heaven tier divine weapon. Instant kill. This is simply a divine skill tailored for assassination. Lin Ye tried swinging it a few times. Whoosh, whoosh. The blade cut through the air, actually leaving behind faint black fissures. Those were traces of space being sliced open. What a fine blade! With this, even if I encounter a high-tier fifth martial artist, I will have the power to fight. Lin Ye sheathed the knife. This time, by ambushing Li Tianyi, he not only eliminated a threat, but also evolved his divine weapon. It was a tremendous gain. Next is to quickly improve my cultivation. Lin Ye took out the pills he had scavenged from the Li family's rings and swallowed 3 bottles in one go. Boom! The rolling medicinal power erupted within him. He closed his eyes and began to crazily circulate the Shura immortal body. While Lin Ye was in seclusion training, in the capital circle, the Li family. In the deep night at the Li family shrine, a sudden crisp sound echoed. The old servant in charge of guarding the shrine woke from his slumber and looked up, immediately frightened out of his wits. He saw a soul tablet worshipped in the second row had shattered. It distinctly bore the name, Li Songhai. Not good. Something big has happened. Elder Kanghai's soul tablet has shattered. The shrill cry shattered the tranquility of the rainy night. Within 10 minutes, Li Jun, the head of the Li family, rushed to the shrine with a group of senior members. Looking at the shattered soul tablet, Li Jun's face darkened ominously. Songhai is dead. Didn't he go to protect Tianyi? What about Tianyi? Where is Tianyi's soul tablet? Everyone hurriedly searched. Soon they found Li Tianyi's soul tablet in the corner. Although it wasn't shattered yet, it was already covered in cracks, its glow dimmed to the extreme, as if it would extinguish at any moment. This indicated that while the person was not dead, he was not far from death. Note: when Lin Ye killed Li Tianyi, the latter was too weak to trigger the soul tablet's near-death response, and was killed instantly. Alternatively, Lin Ye's Shura chi may have isolated the sensing. No. Just as everyone was staring at the soul tablet, crack, Li Tianyi's soul tablet also shattered completely. Tianyi! Li Jun let out a heart-wrenching roar. Who did this? Who dares to kill my Li family's elder and heir? Investigate. Find out for me. No matter who it is, no matter which force. My Li family will make them pay in blood. This night, the capital circle trembled. The Li family issued the highest level of blood kill order, offering a bounty of 1 billion to find the murderer of Li Tianyi. Countless dark forces stirred. A storm targeting Lin Ye was brewing. The tranquility of Villa No. 1 in Area S was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Brother Lin. It's bad. Zhao Yunlong rushed into Lin Ye's bedroom, panic evident on his face. There are so many people outside. It's the Li family's people. And the military enforcement team. The Li family. Lin Ye withdrew from his meditative state and slowly opened his eyes. After a night of consolidation, his cultivation had firmly stabilized at the mid-stage of the 4th rank, only a step away from the high stage. They certainly arrived rather quickly. Lin Ye got up and casually threw on a coat. Let's go see what's happening. Outside the villa, the area was already surrounded, not a single drop of water could pass through. Dozens of black cars bearing the Li family crest along with several military off-road vehicles completely blocked the entrance. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression, dressed in a long black robe with a golden Li embroidered on his chest. He was Li Jinshan, the head of the Li family's execution hall, a master at the 5th rank. Beside him stood a serious-looking colonel in military uniform. Lin Ye, get out here. Li Jinshan roared, his voice echoing, causing the villa's windows to vibrate. Master Li, what an imposing manner you have. The door swung open. Lin Ye stepped out with his hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely. Faced with the pressure of a fifth-rank master, he showed no fear but rather wore a lazy smile. Shouting and yelling at my doorstep so early in the morning, is this the Li family's upbringing? You little beast. The killing intent in Li Zenshan's eyes surged. Stop playing tricks with me. I ask you, did you kill Li Tianyi, an elder Li Songhai, last night in the abandoned industrial area? Li Tianyi is dead. Lin Ye feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. Oh dear, this is quite the headline. Wasn't that young master Li spending lavishly at the Wanbao Tower last night? How could he suddenly be gone? Truly, heaven is jealous of talented individuals. Don't play dumb with me. Li Jinshan trembled with anger. Only you had a conflict with him at Wanbao Tower last night. Moreover, someone saw your car heading that way. You are the murderer. Master Li, one must speak with evidence. Lin Ye's smile faded, his gaze turning icy. You say I killed them, where's your evidence? Do you have witnesses? Any physical evidence? Or did you see it with your own eyes? If not based on your mere speculation, do you think you can pin the blame on me? Do you believe I can accuse you of defamation? You. Li Jinshan was left speechless. He indeed had no direct evidence. The scene had been burned clean, not leaving a single hair behind. Furthermore, there was a heavy rain that night, washing away all traces. No need for evidence. Li Jinshan waved his hand arrogantly. Since you are suspect, you must come with us to the execution hall. Once in the execution hall, I have plenty of ways to make you speak. Men, take him down. Yes. The dozen or so enforcement officers from the Li family were about to rush forward. I dare anyone. Just then a loud shout came from above. Boom! A golden figure landed heavily in front of Lin Ye, creating 2 deep craters in the ground. It was Zhang Daoling, the director of the Imperial Capital Martial University. Li Jinshan. This is the Imperial Capital Martial University Area S. Not your Li family's backyard. You want to capture my student here? Have you asked me? Zhang Daoling. Li Zenshan's expression darkened. Are you going to cover for the murderer? Murderer? Where's your evidence? Zhang Daoling sneered. Want to arrest someone without evidence? Do you think I don't exist? You. Li Jinshan gritted his teeth. As both sides were on the verge of confrontation, the colonel, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly stepped forward. Gentlemen, please calm down. The colonel took out a red-headed document and walked to the center. I am Wang Gang from the military's Special Operations Department. Lin Ye, you are summoned by the military's urgent requisition order. Requisition order? Lin Ye was taken aback. By the decision of the military's highest command center, recruit Lin Ye, a student of the Imperial Capital Martial University, to immediately proceed to the Death Swamp to carry out the level mission codenamed Cleaner. Mission level top secret. Departure time now. Wang Gang handed the document to Lin Ye, casting a deep look at him. Major Lin Ye, the rank awarded for the previous mission military orders are like a mountain, they must not be disobeyed. The crowd gasped. The Death Swamp and level mission. That is one of the 4 forbidden zones of Huaxia. Filled with deadly poison and high-level mutated beasts, even 5th-rank masters enter with no chance of return. The Death Swamp. Zhang Daoling's expression changed dramatically. Wang Gang, are you crazy? Sending a freshman to the Death Swamp? Isn't that the same as sending him to his death? This is an order from above. Wang Gang's expression was blank. I am only responsible for conveying it. Li Jinshan, upon hearing this order, was first stunned, then a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Since it's a military requisition, our Li family naturally won't dare to obstruct it. Lin Ye, I wish you good luck. I hope you can survive and come out from that hellish place. In his eyes, going to the Death Swamp was a certain death. It was worse than going to the execution hall. Lin Ye took the document and glanced at the signature on it. It was a bold Li, someone from the Li family in the military. Lin Ye understood in his heart. This move of borrowing a knife to kill is quite skillful. If he refused, it would be seen as disobeying military orders, leading him to a military court. If he went, it would be a life-or-death situation. All right. Lin Ye closed the document, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. I accept this mission. Lin Ye. You? Zhang Daoling panicked. Director, don't worry. Lin Ye patted Zhang Daoling's shoulder, giving him a confident look. It's just the Death Swamp, not hell. Besides, Lin Ye glanced at Li Jinshan, a trace of chilling killing intent flickering in his eyes. Since some people want me dead so badly, wouldn't it be a waste not to take a spin there? Wait for my return. Then we'll settle the score properly. After saying that, Lin Ye directly boarded the military vehicle. Watching the military truck leave, Li Zenshan's smile grew wider. Return? Humph, maybe in the next life. Notify Shadow to send 2 teams in. Although the death swamp is dangerous in itself for safety's sake. I want him to die without a complete corpse inside. The roar of the helicopter's rotor blades echoed in the air. Major Lin were approaching the outer area of the death marsh. The pilot shouted, his voice trembling slightly. The magnetic field interference here is too strong. I can't get any closer and can only drop you off here. Lin Ye looked down through the cabin window. Below was an endless expanse of gray-green marshland. A thick miasma lingered in the air year-round, and occasionally a few dead giant trees reached up to the sky like ghostly claws. Silence and gloom were the only melodies here. Thank you. Lin Ye opened the cabin door. Whoosh! A wave of humid and rotting air rushed in. Good luck, the pilot murmured as he watched Lin Ye's silhouette. Lin Ye did not hesitate and leaped out. Though he was still 100 meters above the ground, he was now at the midstage of the 4th rank, and this height was nothing to him. Bang! He landed steadily on a slightly drier piece of land. His feet sank half an inch into the mud, and suddenly a rustling sound emanated from the surrounding bushes, as if something had been startled. So this is the death marsh. Lin Ye took a deep breath. Even through the gas mask, he could smell the nauseating stench in the air. Environmental analysis: death marsh grade forbidden zone, air toxicity level 15, prolonged inhalation can cause hallucinations and paralysis, radiation intensity moderate, danger rating extremely high. Indeed, this is no place for humans. Lin Ye activated the mission terminal provided by the military. The mission objective was simple: penetrate into the marsh's central area and retrieve a sample codenamed source seed. As for what source seed was, what it looked like, and its exact location, he had no idea. Humph, not even a specific coordinate. Lin Ye sneered, casually shutting down the terminal. It's clear they want me to die while searching for something in there. But Lin Ye activated the Eye of Insight, his gaze sweeping towards the depths of the dense forest behind him. Under the cover of the dense vegetation, several faint auras were rapidly approaching. Though they were well hidden and employed some high-level breath-concealing techniques, in Lin Ye's eyes their surging true energy was as conspicuous as fireflies in the night. Target: Shadow Killers, Li Family's Death Warriors, number 5, realm peak of 4th rank X3, initial stage of 5th rank X2, status stealth tracking 5. Lin Ye's mouth curled into a cruel arc. The Li family really thinks highly of me, sending 2 masters to hunt me down. Since you've come, then don't leave. Lin Ye did not rush to take action. Instead, he turned and dove into the mist ahead. In this complex marsh environment, confronting them head-on was unwise. The best strategy was to use the natural traps here and eliminate them one by one. 10 minutes later, 5 shadows silently landed at the spot where Lin Ye had just stood. The leader of the black-clad figures was slender, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He was a top assassin of the Shadow Organization, codenamed Ghost Eagle, a 5th rank master. The target's aura has vanished here. Ghost Eagle crouched down, examining the footprints on the ground. The footprints are fresh. They just left not long ago. Pursue. Remember, the master's order is alive: to see the person dead, to see the corpse. Yes. The 5 quickly spread out, forming a fan shape as they advanced deeper into the marsh. However, they were unaware that every move they made had already fallen into the gaze of a pair of eyes lurking in the darkness. At that moment, Lin Ye was lying on a massive dead tree, thoroughly covered in marsh mud, completely concealing his aura. He gripped the god-slaying blade in his hand, his gaze locked on a peak 4th rank assassin walking on the far left. That assassin was very cautious, probing the surrounding environment with every step. But he overlooked one point. Above his head, a 3-meter-long, entirely green, withered leaf python was hanging down, flicking its tongue. Target: withered leaf python, 4th rank, mutant beast traits, camouflage, highly venomous, weakness. The scales are softer at the 7-inch mark. Lin Ye remained motionless. He was waiting for the perfect moment. When that assassin walked directly beneath the withered leaf python, the python finally launched its attack. Whoosh! A green flash streaked past. Watch out! The assassin reacted quickly, instantly thrusting his dagger upward. Clang! The dagger struck the snake's scales, sparks flying. The withered leaf python writhed in pain, fiercely coiling around the assassin's arm. Damn beast! The assassin cursed, channeling his energy to shake off the venomous snake. In that instant, true killing intent descended. Lin Ye, who was positioned in the tree, suddenly let go, his body plummeting like a meteor. Without a sound, only a pitch-black blade light carved a perfect arc through the air. Azura instant kill. Buzz. The space seemed to be sliced open. Lin Ye's figure vanished into thin air, reappearing directly behind that assassin the next second. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was drowned out by the noise of the marshy mud. The assassin, who was engaged in a struggle with the venomous snake, suddenly stiffened. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck. It wasn't until Lin Ye landed, sheathed his blade, and once again vanished into the jungle that the assassin's head slowly fell. Plop! The corpse fell into the mud, blood instantly staining the water's surface. Fourth brother? Another assassin nearby heard the commotion, turned around, and his eyes went wide with horror. Enemy attack! The sharp whistle instantly shattered the marsh's silence. Ghost Eagle and the other three quickly surrounded the area. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Ghost Eagle's face darkened to an alarming degree. One strike to kill. What a fast blade. This kid's strength is even stronger than reported. Everyone be careful. Do not go solo. Form a search formation. Yes. The remaining four stood back to back, forming a defensive circle, vigilantly watching their surroundings. However, all that surrounded them was the dense fog and the occasional sounds of strange birds. Lin Ye seemed to have completely vanished. Come out. I know you're nearby. Ghost Eagle shouted sternly, his master-level mental power expanding like a tide. But the magnetic field here was too chaotic, and with the interference of the miasma, his mental power could only cover a radius of 10 meters. Beyond that, it was all a blur. Ah! Oh! Just then another scream pierced the air. The crowd turned around abruptly. They saw a peak fourth-rank assassin on the far right, suddenly clutching his throat and collapsing. A black poisonous spike was embedded in his chest. It's a spike from the poison spike porcupine. Ghost Eagle recognized it at a glance. Bastard. He's using the beasts here to kill. In that case, a cold glint flashed in Ghost Eagle's eyes. Then let's chop down all the trees in this area. Let's see where you can hide. Move. Windstorm. Boom. Ghost Eagle and another fifth-rank master simultaneously took action. Violent true energy transformed into two tornadoes, wildly destroying all surrounding vegetation. Trees fell and bushes were crushed. Within a 100-meter radius, it instantly turned into a flat ground. Found you. Ghost Eagle's gaze sharpened, locking onto a spot behind a massive stone 100 meters away. There, a corner of a garment was visible. Kill. Ghost Eagle leaped forward like a hawk pouncing on a rabbit, darting towards that boulder. His claws screamed as they tore through the air, striking down fiercely. Boom! The boulder was shattered to pieces. But behind it, there was no one, only a coat hanging on a branch. Not good. It's a trap. Ghost Eagle's heart raced with alarm. Just then, thud! A cold blade suddenly pierced upward from the mud behind him. It aimed straight for his back. Get away! Ghost Eagle, being a fifth-rank master, reacted extremely fast. In this critical moment, he forcibly twisted his body to evade the fatal strike. But the blade was too fast and too sharp. Slash! The blade grazed his thigh, tearing through flesh and blood. Ah! Ghost Eagle let out a scream, using the force to retreat violently. The marsh exploded. A figure covered in mud leaped out. It was Lin Ye. He didn't give Ghost Eagle a chance to breathe, the long knife in his hand shadowing him. Azura 7 kills, chaotic dance. A flurry of blade shadows enveloped Ghost Eagle. Second brother. Come help me. Ghost Eagle shouted loudly. Another fifth-rank master hurried over, wanting to assist. But Lin Ye didn't even glance at him, his left hand suddenly flinging backward. Go! Several black spheres flew towards the assisting master. Hidden weapons. The master disdainfully waved his hand to swat them away. Boom! 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 The spheres exploded in midair, releasing a cloud of purple smoke. Cough, cough, cough. What is this? That master inhaled a breath and immediately felt dizzy. His true energy operation slowed down. This is soft muscle powder from Li Tianyi's ring. It tastes nice, right? Lin Ye sneered as the speed of his blade increased. Now it's time to send you on your way. God-slaying armor break. Thud. Taking advantage of Ghost Eagle's injured thigh and reduced mobility, Lin Ye severed the weapon in his hand and thrust it into his heart. You! Ghost Eagle's eyes widened in shock, desperately gripping Lin Ye's blade. How? Is this possible? How could a fifth-rank master die at the hands of a fourth-rank one? And in a direct confrontation, no less. Because I am. Lin Ye leaned close to his ear, whispering Azura. He withdrew his blade. Blood sprayed 3 feet. Ghost Eagle collapsed. At that moment only the poisoned 5th-rank master and the last shivering 4th-rank assassin remained. It's your turn now. Lin Ye turned around like a demon emerging from hell. Don't kill me. The 4th-rank assassin completely broke down, throwing down his weapon and turning to flee. Thud. Lin Ye casually picked up a dagger from the ground and threw it. The dagger accurately struck the back of the assassin's head. Where do you think you're running? Isn't it nice to have company on the road to the underworld? Lin Ye approached the poisoned master. Don't come closer. The master was now overwhelmed by the poison, unable to even stand. Looking at Lin Ye advancing step by step, his eyes were filled with despair. I am a Li family enshrined. If you kill me, the Li family will never rest until we are at odds with you. Never rest until we are at odds. Lin Ye chuckled. From the moment you stepped into here, we have already been at odds forever. Swish. The blade flashed. The last master fell. All 5 shadow assassins were annihilated. Lin Ye stood amidst the pile of corpses, allowing the surrounding miasma to corrode his body. Ha! He exhaled a breath of turbid air, wiping away the mud on his face. Although he won this battle, it was not without difficulty. If it weren't for utilizing the terrain and those poisonous smoke balls, killing 2 5th-rank masters would not have been so easy. However, the rewards are also tremendous. Lin Ye felt the boiling Azura true energy within him. Every act of slaughter could refine his true energy further. Just as he was about to clean up the battlefield, boom, boom, the ground suddenly trembled. An aura 10 times more terrifying than the 2 masters just now began to awaken slowly from the depths of the marsh. What is this? Lin Ye's expression changed drastically. Warning. Extreme danger creature detected approaching. Target Marsh Hydra 6th rank Beast Emperor. Danger rating nightmare level. 6th rank. Beast Emperor. Lin Ye's scalp tingled. The blood sent here had attracted the true overlord of the marsh. Boom. The earth trembled and mud shot up into the sky like a fountain. In Lin Ye's astonished gaze, a gigantic snake head slowly emerged from the depths of the swamp. It was as large as a truck's front, covered in dark green scales with repulsive venom flowing from each scale. Following that were the second, third. A total of 9 ferocious snake heads towered before Lin Ye like a mountain of flesh. 6th grade Beast Emperor. Swamp 9-headed snake. Roar. All 9 heads released an ear-splitting roar at once. The terrifying sound wave mixed with a rancid poisonous gas instantly formed a 12th level storm. The trees within hundreds of meters were directly shattered by this sound wave, turning into countless wood chips. Lin Ye felt as if his chest had been violently struck by a heavy hammer, his blood surging, almost causing him to spit out blood. Such strong pressure. Lin Ye stared intently at the colossal creature before him. Is this really a 6th grade Beast Emperor? Just its aura is 10 times stronger than that of Xiang Tian. Target Swamp 9-headed snake, initial stage of 6th grade Beast Emperor, status extremely hungry, enraged, talent domain toxic fog. Within this domain, all living beings' vitality will rapidly deplete and perception will be blocked. Weakness, heart located 7 inches deep, but protected by heavy scales, and has regeneration ability. Suggestion: run. Run immediately. Survival rate below 1. Lin Ye twitched at the corner of his mouth. System, you think too highly of me. Run. Without any hesitation, Lin Ye turned and fled. Facing a monster of this level, standing firm would be tantamount to seeking death. Only by creating distance, finding opportunities, or leveraging terrain advantages could he have a glimmer of hope. Thunderlight escape, shadow flick. Whoosh. Lin Ye's figure transformed into an afterimage, instantly dashing 100 meters away. However, the 9-headed snake clearly had no intention of letting this little insect escape. The central snake head flashed with a hint of human-like mockery. It opened its mouth, not directly attacking, but instead spewing forth a thick, dark purple mist. Whoosh! The speed at which the mist spread was astonishing, covering a 1,000-meter radius in the blink of an eye. Not good. This poisonous fog. Lin Ye found his vision blurring, the surroundings instantly vanishing, leaving only a sea of purple-black mist. Hiss! A stinging sensation surged through his skin, the protective chi around him making unbearable sounds under the mist's erosion. Warning! Just like the toxin invading. Warning. Vision obstructed. Perception obstructed. Damn it. I'm trapped. Lin Ye stopped, leaning against a still-standing giant tree, gripping Shura God Slayer tightly. In this mist, he felt like a blind man, while the 9-headed snake was the master of this domain. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air suddenly came from the left. Over here. Lin Ye reacted swiftly, striking out with a knife. Clang. Sparks flew. The blade struck a hard scale, numbing Lin Ye's hand. It was one of the snake heads. But before he could counterattack, the head quickly retreated into the mist. Immediately following that, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sounds of breaking air were everywhere from front to back and all around. The 9 snake heads moved like invisible assassins, launching attacks at Lin Ye from various tricky angles. Ah! Lin Ye failed to dodge in time and was grazed by one of the snake heads. Although he had the protective Shura Chi, the impact still sent him flying, crashing into a large tree. Puff! Lin Ye spat out a mouthful of black blood. This poison. So fierce. Even with his jade bone golden body and having taken an antidote beforehand, the toxin was still wreaking havoc on his bodily functions. I can't go on like this. I must break this deadlock. Lin Ye struggled to stand, activating Eye of Insight to its fullest. However, under the mist's interference, the previously clear data stream became intermittent, filled with noise. Can't see clearly. Since my eyes can't see, I'll use my ears. And my heart. Lin Ye closed his eyes. He cleared his mind, no longer trying to capture those complex energy fluctuations, but instead focused on sensing the changes in the air around him. Even the slightest disturbance of a breeze. Whoosh! To the left, the airflow accelerated. Slash! Lin Ye swung his knife fiercely. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the blade struck flesh. Hiss! A painful shriek came from the mist. Hit! Lin Ye's heart leaped with joy. But he wasn't greedy. He immediately changed position. Sure enough, the next moment the spot where he had just stood was blasted into a deep pit by a massive toxic projectile. This is the rhythm. On the edge of life and death, Lin Ye entered a mysterious state. He no longer relied on the system, but instead relied on instincts honed through countless battles. Step 3, to the left slash. Duck upward slash. Turn around, horizontal sweep. With every strike, one snake head would be injured. Although these wounds were merely superficial cuts for the colossal 9-headed snake, they successfully enraged it. Roar! The 9-headed snake was thoroughly enraged. It hadn't expected that a mere little ant could injure it. Boom! The surrounding mist suddenly roiled violently. The 9 snake heads no longer engaged in guerrilla warfare, but instead emerged from the mist, simultaneously blocking all of Lin Ye's escape routes. They opened their massive mouths, gathering 9 different elemental energy orbs within. Fire, poison, ice, thunder. Is it going to unleash a big move? Lin Ye looked at the 9 energy orbs radiating terrifying fluctuations, his scalp tingling. If they detonated, not only he but the entire swamp would be blown to the heavens. It's now or never. A hint of determination flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He held nothing back, the Shura Chi within him burning furiously, even beginning to siphon his life force. Shura God Slayer. Second form, full power. The battle knife in his hand emitted a shrill howl, its murderous aura reaching an extreme, even coalescing into black flames. Instant kill. In the moment the 9 energy orbs descended, Lin Ye's figure vanished. He did not flee. Instead, he charged directly at the 9 snake heads. Since he couldn't escape, he would carve a bloody path. Boom! The 9 energy orbs exploded on the ground, creating a massive mushroom cloud. And at the center of the explosion, a black blade light surged forth like a seabird fighting upstream in a storm, fiercely cutting through the raging energy storm. Thud! The blade sliced through one snake head's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. One down. Lin Ye's figure appeared in the air, covered in blood, but his eyes shone with terrifying brightness. Roar! The 9-headed snake howled in pain, the remaining 8 heads frantically lunging at Lin Ye. Come on! Lin Ye laughed heartily, his form disappearing once more. Instant kill. Whoosh! Another blade light flashed. The second snake head was severed halfway, hanging limply on its neck. 2 down. Lin Ye was like a madman dancing on the edge of a knife. Each instant kill consumed a tremendous amount of chi and mental energy. His complexion grew increasingly pale, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. But he did not stop, because stopping meant death. 3 down. 4 down. In just a minute, 4 of the 9-headed snake's heads had been severed. But Lin Ye had also reached his limits. His chi was depleted, his body swaying unsteadily. Smack! A perfectly intact snake head seized the opportunity, its massive tail sweeping towards Lin Ye with force. Bang! Lin Ye flew through the air like a broken rag doll, crashing deep into the mud. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Ye struggled to rise, but it felt as if all his bones had shattered, unable to muster any strength. Is it over? He looked at the massive snake shadow slowly approaching, his consciousness growing hazy. No! Not yet. I still have one last move. Lin Ye's hand trembled as it reached into his bosom. There lay the powder left over after fusing the Godslayer blade fragment looted from the Li family, as well as a Fury Pill improved version he obtained from a ruin that he hadn't had the chance to use. Fury Pill improved version effect siphons life force, instantly enhances combat power by 200, lasting for 3 minutes. Side effects: after the effect wears off, meridians will be severed nearing death. Eat. Lin Ye swallowed the pill in one go. Boom! An incredibly violent power exploded within him. His previously depleted chi instantly replenished and surged to twice its previous amount. His eyes turned blood red, with even his pupils disappearing. Nine-headed snake. Lin Ye slowly stood up, his aura erupting like a volcanic eruption, forcefully dispersing the surrounding poisonous fog. Did you enjoy the fight just now? Now, it's my turn. Boom! The power of the Fury Pill exploded within Lin Ye's body like a nuclear bomb. His skin ruptured and the blood that seeped out was instantly evaporated by the intense heat enveloping him in a cloud of crimson steam. Pain, a deep soul-tearing agony. Yet amidst this torment, there surged an unprecedented powerful force. Mid-level 4th grade, high-level 4th grade, peak 4th grade, half-step 5th grade. Lin Ye's aura skyrocketed until it brushed against an invisible barrier. Although it was only temporary, the intensity of his aura was already comparable to a 5th grade master. Roar! The swamp's 9-headed serpent sensed the threat. This seemingly insignificant insect suddenly transformed into a vicious beast capable of injuring it. All 9 serpent heads emitted a shriek simultaneously, and the surrounding toxic mist instantly boiled, morphing into countless purple-black poisonous snakes that surged toward Lin Ye. Get lost! Lin Ye shouted fiercely, sweeping his battle blade. Azura infernal fire. Boom! This time blood-red flames ignited upon the black blade's edge. That was the life fire derived from the Fury Pill's overdrawn vitality. Wherever the flames passed, the toxic mist was instantly incinerated, producing a series of piercing, sizzling sounds. Come again. Lin Ye stomped his foot and the ground exploded into a 10-meter-wide pit. He shot forth like a blood-colored meteor, charging toward the main head of the 9-headed serpent. Instant kill. Whoosh! A spatial ripple flickered. Lin Ye directly crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, appearing above the main head. With both hands gripping the blade, he thrust down fiercely. Clang! The main head reacted swiftly, raising a thick layer of dark green scales to block the blade's edge. But the current Lin Ye was in a frenzied state. Break for me! Lin Ye roared, his arm muscles bulging like dragons, and his strength surged once again. The God-slaying blade's characteristic of ignoring defenses was vividly displayed at this moment. The iron-hard scales were brutally pierced, and the blade sank into the serpent head for nearly half a meter. Hiss! The main head let out a piercing scream, frantically tossing its head. The immense centrifugal force sent Lin Ye flying. But in the instant he was flung out, Lin Ye twisted his body, trailing a large spray of dark green blood. It's not over yet. Lin Ye forcibly twisted in midair, using the momentum to return like a boomerang. Azura 7 kills, blade of wind. Whoosh! 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 He crazily darted between the 9 serpent heads. The Fury Pill brought not only a surge in power but also a drastic breakthrough in speed. At this moment Lin Ye moved so fast that he was nothing but a streak of blood. With each passing second, a serpent head was wounded. The 9-headed serpent had completely lost its mind. Its massive body rolled frantically in the swamp, trying to crush this flea. Tailfang's magical attacks spared no effort. Boom! The swamp within a kilometer was turned upside down with mud, splattering up to 100 meters high. 5 minutes passed. Lin Ye's wounds multiplied and the effects of the Fury Pill were rapidly fading. I must end this quickly. Lin Ye panted heavily, yet his gaze grew increasingly calm. Although he had inflicted injuries, the recovery ability of the 9-headed serpent was too monstrous. Those wounds were healing at a visible rate. Except for the main head, which had been severely wounded by the God-slaying blade. The wounds caused by the God-slaying blade cannot heal. It is its nemesis. But to kill it I must strike true. Then, I'll use that technique. Lin Ye took a deep breath, suspending himself in midair. He slowly closed his eyes and the battle blade in his hand ceased to tremble, becoming unusually calm. All killing intent, all aura, all vitality converged at that single point on the blade. In the world it seemed as if only that streak of black remained. The 9-headed serpent seemed to sense something. It stopped rolling its 9 heads, fixated on Lin Ye, who was in the air. A fear that originated from the depths of its soul made it want to flee. But it could not escape, for Lin Ye's aura had already locked onto it. God-slaying. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes. In those eyes there were no pupils, only a void of darkness. Third move. Silence. There were no flashy movements. Not even a thunderous noise. Lin Ye merely swung his blade gently. Whoosh! A thread as thin as a hair extended from the tip of the blade, slicing through the main head of the nine-headed serpent, then the second, the third. Wherever the black line passed, space seemed to be severed. Time appeared to freeze. 1 second later, crack, the massive body of the nine-headed serpent suddenly froze in place. Then pft, 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 pft. The 9 enormous serpent heads almost simultaneously were severed at the root. The cuts were smooth as a mirror. Not even blood spurted out, for the vitality at the wounds had been completely silenced by that single strike. Boom! The colossal body of the nine-headed serpent crashed heavily into the swamp, stirring up monstrous waves. The 6th-grade beast emperor has fallen. In midair, Lin Ye maintained the posture of swinging his blade, his entire being resembling a weathered stone statue. The next second, pft, blood mist erupted from every pore of his body, and he fell straight down. Splash! He fell into the mud, unaware of his fate. Darkness. Endless darkness. Lin Ye felt his body sinking continuously, the cold muck flooding into his mouth, and nose, the sensation of suffocation surging over him like a tide. Meridians severed, internal organs displaced, and vital energy exhausted. This was the price of using the improved version of the Fury Pill. At this moment, he lacked even the strength to move a finger, left to be consumed by the swamp. Am I going to die? Lin Ye's consciousness gradually blurred. No, I can't die. I haven't settled the score with the Li family. I haven't reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Just as he was about to fall into complete unconsciousness, buzz, the god-slaying blade in his arms suddenly vibrated. A faint yet resilient pulling force emerged from not far away. High-energy life source detected. Target wood-type source seed unformed. Location 3 meters below the nine-headed serpent king's corpse. Tip devouring can repair the damaged body and reshape the foundation. The system's prompt sounded like a flash of lightning in the darkness, instantly awakening a sliver of Lin Ye's will to survive. Source seed. It's below. Lin Ye bit his tongue, using the sharp pain to bring clarity, forcing his last bit of mental strength. God-slaying. Take me there. Buzz. The battle blade seemed to understand his command, its blade shining with a dark light as it dragged Lin Ye's battered body deep into the swamp. 3 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. Finally, amidst the pitch-black muck, Lin Ye saw a green glow. It was a crystal the size of a fist, emanating an incredibly rich life aura. It was originally a treasure nurtured at the core of this swamp, seized by the nine-headed serpent king, intended to break through to the 7th-grade beast sovereign. However, now that the nine-headed serpent king was dead, it became Lin Ye's bounty. Eat. Consume it. At this moment, Lin Ye was acting purely on instinct. He opened his mouth and, pulled by that green light, bit down on the source seed. Gulp. The source seed dissolved upon entry. It was not as hard as he imagined, but rather like a refreshing spring, instantly sliding into his abdomen. Boom! The next second, the spring transformed into a tumultuous wave. A vast and indescribable life energy exploded within Lin Ye's body. This energy was too strong enough for Lin Ye's already shattered body to barely withstand it. Puff, puff, puff. His skin ruptured again, blood mixed with muck staining the surroundings. Had it been at another time, he would surely have exploded. But now his body was like an extremely parched sponge. The broken meridians, nourished by the life energy, began to reconnect, thicken, and grow more resilient at a visible rate. The fractured bones enveloped by the green light not only healed rapidly, but also began to undergo a qualitative change, with faint golden lines appearing on the original jade-colored bones. The internal organs were thoroughly cleansed, radiating vigorous vitality. Repairing body. Progress 10. 30. 80. Reshaping foundation. Detected massive residual potency of the Fury Pill within the host's body, currently undergoing neutralization and transformation. Congratulations. Fortune out of disaster. Physical strength increased by 30. Not knowing how much time had passed. Perhaps an hour, perhaps a day. Lin Ye finally regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. Though he was deep in the dark mud, he could clearly see everything around him. It was not seeing with his eyes, but through perception, a whole new, sharper sense. Is this rebirth after destruction? Lin Ye clenched his fist. Crack, crack, crack. His knuckles produced a crisp cracking sound. The surrounding muck was directly shaken away, forming a vacuum zone. Power has returned, and it was stronger than before. Ha! Lin Ye did not rush to emerge. He looked at the 9-headed Serpent King's corpse ahead. This was a 6th-grade beast king, full of treasures, especially that 6th-grade crystal core and the hard serpent scales, both of which were materials worth their weight in gold. Since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. Lin Ye swam over the god-slaying blade, easily slicing open the Serpent King's abdomen. A dark green crystal core the size of a basketball rolled out. Item 9-headed Serpent King crystal core 6th grade. Contains energy, extremely high dual attributes of poison and wood. Use alchemy forging, direct absorption requires special techniques. Good stuff. Lin Ye unceremoniously stored it in his ring. Next were the serpent's gallbladder skin venomous fangs. It took Lin Ye a full half-hour to completely dismember the massive corpse, stuffing all the valuable parts into the large-capacity space ring he had snatched from Li Tianyi. That should do it. Lin Ye looked up at the surface. Though separated by dozens of meters of muck, he could sense that someone was above. Moreover, the aura felt very familiar. People from the Li family. A cold smile crept onto Lin Ye's lips. Still not giving up. Perfect, I'll use you to test my current strength. Above the swamp, 2 armed helicopters circled low in the air. On the ground below, 7 or 8 people in black clothing stood. At the forefront was a gaunt old man holding a compass and constantly calculating something. He was Li family's chief formation master, a 5th-grade midstage master, Li Xuanji. Elder Xuanji, how is it? Have you found it? A middle-aged man beside him asked anxiously. Strange. Li Xuanji frowned, watching the erratically spinning pointer. There was clearly a huge energy fluctuation here. Just now, how did it suddenly disappear? Moreover, the aura of the 9-headed Serpent King is also gone. Could it be that they perished together? Regardless of whether he is dead or alive, we must find the corpse. The middle-aged man said fiercely. The family head has issued a death order. We must see the person alive and the corpse if dead. That little beast has our Li family's treasure on him. We absolutely cannot lose him. Boom! At that moment, the nearby mire suddenly exploded. A figure wrapped in muck shot up into the sky, landing steadily before the crowd. Who? The crowd was startled, drawing their weapons. As the muck fell away, a young and stern face was revealed. Lin Ye twisted his neck, producing a crisp crack. At this moment, he was bare-chested, revealing muscles as solid as steel. Though his body was covered in crisscrossing scars, the marks of recent healing, he exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Are you looking for me? Lin Ye looked at Li Xuanji and the others, grinning. The smile was bright yet sent chills down their spines. Lin Ye. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. You're not dead. Impossible. That was the 9-headed Serpent King's territory. That commotion just now. How could you survive? 9-headed Serpent King. Lin Ye casually pulled out a massive venomous fong from his ring and tossed it on the ground. Clang. The fong hit the ground with a dull thud. Are you talking about this thing? Sorry, I've already made it into soup. The crowd fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the fong, half a person tall, with the undeniable aura of 6th-grade power lingering on it. The 9-headed Serpent King. Really dead? Killed by this 4th-grade brat? This is impossible. Li Xuanji dropped the compass in shock. Even a peak 5th-grade master couldn't single-handedly kill a 6th-grade beast king. What kind of monster are you? What I am is not important. What matters is, since you have come, you won't be leaving. Just right, my blade has just evolved and I haven't tasted blood yet. Arrogant. Li Xuanji, being an experienced master, quickly regained his composure. Although I don't know what method you used to kill the Beast King, you must be at your last gasp. Everyone, don't be afraid. He is just bluffing. Attack together. Kill him. The bounty is doubled. Kill. With great rewards come brave men. The remaining 6 peak 4th-grade assassins, though terrified, charged forward with a roar. Li Xuanji did not remain idle, throwing the compass into the air. Formation activate. Several beams of light rose, attempting to trap Lin Ye in place. Formation. Lin Ye looked at the beams of light, filled with disdain. Too slow. Swish. His figure vanished. Not as a high-speed moving afterimage, but truly disappearing into thin air. Spatial jump. This was the ability granted to him by the second form of the god-slaying blade. Azura instant kill. The next second, PFF, The two frontline assassins were still charging forward, but their heads had already been severed. It was not until the two headless corpses ran a few meters before collapsing that blood gushed forth. What? Li Xuanji's pupils constricted. This speed was not something a fourth grade could possess. Third one. Lin Ye's voice sounded behind another assassin. Puff. A blade pierced through the heart. Fourth one. Fifth one. This was a massacre. A complete and utter slaughter. Those peak fourth-grade experts who could dominate a region in the outside world were like lambs to the slaughter before Lin Ye, now with no chance to resist. Even fifth-grade master Li Xuanji felt a deep sense of powerlessness at this moment, because he could not even catch a glimpse of Lin Ye's figure. In just 10 seconds, all 6 assassins were annihilated. Only Li Xuanji and the middle-aged man remained standing back-to-back, trembling all over. Now it's your turn. Lin Ye's figure materialized 10 meters away. He was not a drop of blood on him, and the long blade in his hand gleamed bright as new. Lin Ye. Li Xuanji's voice trembled. You can't kill me. I am the chief formation master of the Li family. I also have a position in the Formation Association. If you kill me, you will be opposing the entire Formation Association. Formation Association. Lin Ye laughed. I dare to breach this level restricted zone of the military, and I even dare to kill a 6th-grade beast king. Do you think I would fear an association? As for the Li family, Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. Go back and tell Li Jintian. Clean your neck and wait. This great gift I will soon deliver to your door. As for you, you can go down and scout the way for Li Tianyi. No. Li Xuanji shouted in despair, turning to flee, but Lin Ye merely waved his blade lightly. Swish. A black line streaked across the sky. Li Xuanji's body split in two midair. Thud. The two halves of his corpse fell into the swamp, instantly swallowed. Lin Ye sheathed his blade, looking at the last middle-aged man who was already paralyzed with fear. Don't kill me. I'm just a driver. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, banging his head like a pestle. Get back and report. Lin Ye said coldly. Tell everyone who wants to kill me. I'll be waiting for you in the imperial capital. Those not afraid of death feel free to come. Yes. Thank you for sparing my life. The middle-aged man scrambled into the helicopter, flying away as if fleeing for his life. Watching the helicopter depart, Lin Ye's killing intent gradually receded. He didn't eliminate them all because he needed someone to go back and spread fear. Fear at times is more effective than slaughter. Time to go back. Lin Ye glanced at the swamp filled with the aura of death. Though it had been a life-and-death struggle this time, the gains were immense. Not only was his body reshaped his combat power sword, but he also obtained the Source Seed and the Beast King's crystal core. More importantly, Lin Ye sensed the vital energy within him. What was once liquid vital energy was now beginning to show signs of solidification. That was the embryonic form of the golden core. 5th grade. Not far off. Deep within the death swamp, the miasma hung thickly in the air. Although Lin Ye had slain the Hydra Emperor and many of the Li family's elite, he did not rush to leave. This was due to the overwhelming energy coursing through his body. The life energy brought by the Source Seed, combined with the residual effects of the Fury Pill, formed a violent torrent within him. If he could not timely channel and refine this power, it would eventually explode his body. I will break through right here. Lin Ye found a relatively dry cave which had originally been the nest of the Hydra Emperor, still retaining the aura of a 6th-tier beast emperor. Ordinary mutated beasts would not dare approach. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Ye took out the Hydra Emperor crystal core. As a 5th-tier master, the key lies in the unification of essence, energy, and spirit, compressing the liquid true essence into a solid golden core. Generally, it takes years or even decades of grinding effort, but I cannot wait that long. A glint of madness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He opened his mouth and directly swallowed the crystal core, which contained both deadly poison and immense energy. Boom! As the core entered his abdomen, it instantly transformed into a surge of black toxic fire, wildly spreading along his meridians. Hiss! Lin Ye gasped in cold air, his skin instantly turning black, veins bulging like worms. The poison was lethal. It was potent enough to kill an ordinary master. But Lin Ye was not frightened. Instead, he felt exhilarated. This is good. Azura immortal body, devour it. Buzz. The Azura chi within him seemed to sense the bloody scent charging madly toward the toxic fire. Devour. Refine. With the continuous support of the life force provided by the Source Seed, Lin Ye's body transformed into a massive furnace. Destruction and repair, annihilation and rebirth. This extreme tugofor rapidly increased the strength of his physical body. 1 hour. 2 hours. As time passed, the liquid true essence within Lin Ye grew increasingly viscous, its color changing from dark golden to pure purple gold. That was a sign of an impending qualitative change. However, at the critical moment of his breakthrough, a sudden series of roars came from outside the cave. The ground trembled. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes using the eye of insight to pierce through the rock wall. He saw hundreds of mutated beasts, their eyes bloodshot, frantically charging toward him. Among them were even 5th-tier low and mid-level Lord-class monsters. Alert! Energy fluctuations have triggered a beast tide. The aura of the source seed has leaked, attracting high-level mutated beasts from miles around. Scale of the beast tide small yet of extremely high quality. Damn. Lin Ye cursed inwardly. Being besieged at such a critical moment was nothing short of hell mode. Want my life? Then come and take it. Lin Ye had no way to retreat, nor could he. He had to maintain his breakthrough while fighting. Boom! The entrance of the cave exploded. A 5-meter-tall armored rhinoceros charged in first. 5th-tier low level. Lin Ye remained seated, not moving an inch. Get lost. He bellowed, his voice infused with the impending pressure of a breakthrough master. Boom! The armored rhinoceros was like a lightning strike, blood gushing from its 7 orifices, its massive body sent flying back into the beast horde. This was the might of a half-step 5th tier. But the beast horde had already lost their sanity, stimulated by the aura of the source seed, showing no fear of death. Roar! 3 wind demon wolves transformed into afterimages, pouncing from 3 directions. Seeking death, Lin Ye waved his hand. Azura infernal fire. Whoosh! A purple golden flame barrier rose before him. The 3 wind demon wolves crashed into the fire wall, unable to even scream before being instantly turned to ashes. But this was just the beginning. More and more mutated beasts surged forward. Swamp crocodiles, blood-sucking bats, venomous spiders. The entire cave entrance turned into a meat grinder. Lin Ye sat cross-legged at the center, frantically operating his technique to compress the true essence, while simultaneously controlling the Azura Chi to kill enemies. This high-level operation of multitasking severely drained his mental energy. 10 minutes later, Lin Ye's face turned pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. The true essence within had been compressed to its utmost limit, like a nuclear bomb on the verge of exploding. Outside, a 5th-tier high-level black-scaled python king appeared. It was a descendant of the Hydra Emperor, and though not as powerful as its father, it was still a ruler of the swamp. Hiss! The python king's eyes gleamed with greed as it opened its massive jaws, spewing forth a jet of pitch-black venom. Damn! I can't move. At this moment, Lin Ye was at the most critical point of forming his golden core, his body stiff, unable to evade. Am I to fail just before success? No, absolutely not. Give me form. Lin Ye let out a desperate roar. He disregarded the external attacks, compressing all his mental energy, all his chi, and all his life force into his dantian. Failure meant death. Boom! Just as the venom was about to drench him, a thunderous sound erupted from within Lin Ye's dantian. A grain-sized, completely purple-golden, terrifyingly pulsating round crystal was born amidst the endless vortex of chi. The golden core was formed. The master emerged. Buzz! A visibly golden ripple radiated outwards from Lin Ye. The venom that had been spraying towards him vaporized the moment it encountered this ripple. Then the ripple continued to expand, colliding with the charging black-scaled python king. Bang! This 5th-tier high-level overlord had no chance to resist. Its massive body exploded into a mist of blood. The ripple continued to sweep through. Wherever it passed, rocks shattered, the beast horde disintegrated. Within a radius of 500 meters, everything was instantly cleared. The world fell silent. Lin Ye slowly stood up. At this moment he radiated a faint golden glow. The previously violent killing intent receded into his bones, replaced by a profound sense of returning to simplicity. But with just a slight movement, the surrounding space would exhibit subtle distortions. Congratulations. Breakthrough successful. Current realm 5th tier low-level master. Physical strength comparable to 6th tier. Azura Chi evolved into Azura True Essence with the attribute of obliteration. Is this the power of a master? Lin Ye clenched his fist, feeling as though the entire world had changed. Where he once viewed the world through a haze, he could now clearly perceive every nuance of the flow of rules. As long as he wished, he could shatter a mountaintop with a single punch. The Li family. Lin Ye looked towards the direction of the imperial capital, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Have you waited long enough? I am back. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the entire city had descended into chaos. The news of Li Tianyi and Li Kanghai's deaths had spread to every corner like wings. The Li family had completely gone insane, using all their connections to seal off the entire city. At the entrance of the imperial capital Martial University, hundreds of Li family private troops were fully armed, blocking the gate tightly. Hand over Lin Ye's accomplices. If you don't provide an explanation today, no one gets in or out. Li Jinshan personally commanded the pressure of a fifth-tier high-level master, causing the school security to lower their heads. Opposite him, Zhang Daoling faced him with dozens of instructors, his expression grave. Li Jinshan, have you lost your mind? Dare to besiege the imperial capital Martial University? Enough nonsense. Li Zenshan's eyes turned crimson. That little brat has escaped, but this matter is far from over. His club, his friends, none shall escape. That Zhao Yunlong must be handed over today. Otherwise it'll flatten the S district. You dare? Zhang Daoling was furious. Just as both sides were about to clash, a piercing roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up. A dilapidated military helicopter was wobbling toward them. Was that the one headed for the death swamp? It's back. A glimmer of joy flickered in Li Zenshan's eyes. Humph, it seems that little brat has died in there. This is just returning the belongings, right? The helicopter did not land in front of the crowd. Instead, it hovered above the Li family's private troops. The cabin door opened. A massive shadow was thrown down. Boom! A loud sound erupted. The ground shook. As the dust settled, everyone saw what it was. It was a grotesque, gigantic snake head, as large as a truck's front end. The head of the Hydra Emperor. The crowd fell silent. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, lightly stepping onto that snake head. Lin Ye, with his hands behind his back, looked down at Li Jinshan, his voice calm, yet echoing throughout the city. Li family master, this is your welcome gift. Do you like it? At the entrance of the imperial capital Martial University, an eerie silence prevailed. All eyes were focused on the enormous snake head and the young boy standing atop it. Although the snake head was already lifeless, the residual pressure of the 6th grade Beast King still instilled fear in the hearts of all present. The dark green scales shimmered unnaturally under the sunlight, and its unblinking vertical pupils seemed to retain the terror from its last moments. This is... Li Jinshan felt his throat go dry and stumbled back 3 steps, nearly falling to the ground. As a 5th grade master, he could naturally discern the significance of this snake head. 6th grade. It was undoubtedly a 6th grade Beast King, and judging by the pattern of its scales, it was clearly the ruler of the Death Marsh, the 9-headed Serpent King. It is dead. Killed by this kid. Li Zenshan's mind buzzed, unable to accept this reality. Lin Ye looked down at Li Jinshan, a mocking curve forming on his lips. Master Li, why are you silent? Weren't you just shouting fiercely a moment ago? This snake head, I specially brought it back from thousands of kilometers away for you. How about it? Surprised enough? Unexpected enough? You? Li Jinshan pointed at Lin Ye, his fingers trembling. Stop pretending. With you, a mere 4th grade student. Can you kill a 6th grade Beast King? This must be something you picked up. Or it was some expert from the military who did it, right? It must be that way. Li Jinshan clung to this hope and shouted madly, everyone, don't be fooled by him. He's just a scammer. Kill him. Take revenge for Tianyi. Stubborn and ignorant. Lin Ye shook his head, the mockery in his eyes vanished, replaced by an endless coldness. Since you don't believe me, let you experience firsthand whether I am a scammer or not. Boom. Lin Ye moved. There were no flashy gestures, just a single step forward. Yet the air beneath him exploded, creating a thunderous sound. In the next second, his figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Li Jinshan, less than half a meter away. It was too fast. So fast that even Li Jinshan, a 5th grade master, couldn't react. You! Li Zenshan's pupils constricted, instinctively wanting to mobilize his protective chi. But it was too late. Slap! Lin Ye raised his hand and struck as if swatting a fly. This slap did not use the godslaying blade nor any martial arts technique. It was pure physical strength combined with the newly cultivated 5th grade true essence. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap resonated throughout the area. Immediately after, poof! Li Jinshan was sent flying, as if struck by a high-speed train, his head snapping back violently, several bloody teeth flying out over 10 meters. His body spun for 720 degrees in the air before crashing heavily into the ranks of the Li family's private army, toppling a large group. The entire scene was petrified. Zhang Dailing's mouth was agape, almost dislocating his jaw. The surrounding students and mentors were wide-eyed in disbelief. A single slap? That was Li Jinshan, the head of the Li family's execution hall. A top-tier 5th-grade master. How could he be sent flying by Lin Ye with just a slap? Cough, cough, cough. Li Jinshan struggled to rise from the ground, half of his face, swollen like a pig's head, his gaze vacant, clearly dazed by the slap. Your cultivation. He looked at Lin Ye in terror, finally sensing the unmistakable aura emanating from him. That was the aura of a master. Moreover, it was a more refined and domineering true essence fluctuation than that of an ordinary master. 5th grade. You broke through to 5th grade? Li Jinshan screamed, his voice filled with despair. How is this possible? It's only been a few days. Before going to the death marsh, he was still mid-4th grade, and now he's back as a 5th grade. It's not like he took a rocket or something. Correct. Lin Ye leisurely wiped his hands, as if he had merely touched something filthy. Unfortunately, there's no prize. Master Li, didn't you just say you'd flatten Area S? Lin Ye stepped closer to Li Jinshan, and with each step his aura surged. When he reached Li Jinshan, the terrifying aura of slaughter had coalesced into a tangible red mist, forcing the surrounding Li family soldiers to kneel. Now I'm giving you a chance. Gather your people. I'll just stand here. Want revenge? Want to flatten Area S? Come make your move. Li Jinshan trembled all over, looking at the young man before him, who resembled a demon god. He was afraid, terribly afraid. He could kill a 6th-grade beast king and send even a 5th-grade master like him flying with a single slap. Lin Ye was no longer a soft persimmon that the Li family could easily manipulate, but a true dragon crossing the river. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. Li Jinshan gritted his teeth, forcing these words out of his throat. Want to leave? Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. You surrounded my school and insulted my people, and now you think you can just leave? You think this is a public toilet? What do you want? Li Jinshan shouted with a ghastly expression. I am an elder of the Li family. Do you dare to kill me? Kill you? Lin Ye smiled a chilling smile. Killing you would be too easy on you. Since you're here, leave something behind before you go. Whoosh! The flash of a blade. Ah! Li Jinshan let out a piercing scream. His right arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain. This blade is for the students from Area S that you hurt. Lin Ye sheathed his blade, coldly watching Li Jinshan rolling on the ground. Go back and tell Li Jintian. At midnight tonight, I will personally come to pay a visit. Make sure he cleans his neck and gathers all the experts of the Li family. No delays. Get lost. The last shout mixed with a mental shock. The remaining Li family soldiers trembled in fear, lifting the heavily injured Li Jinshan and fleeing the scene in a panic. Until the Li family members completely disappeared, the scene remained dead silent. For a long time, what the hell? No one knew who shouted. Following that, cheers erupted like a tsunami. Lin Shen. Awesome. So satisfying. Sending Li Jinshan flying with a single slap. So cool. A 5th-grade master. A first-year student who is a 5th-grade master. My God, is this going to break the world record? Our imperial capital, Martial University, has truly produced a dragon. Zhang Daoling walked up to Lin Ye, looking at the genius he had discovered with a complex expression. Gratitude, shock, worry. Lin Ye, are you really going to find the Li family? Zhang Daoling asked in a low voice. After all, the Li family is a powerful clan in the capital with deep roots. Besides Li Jinshan, they have several peak 5th-grade elders. And it's even rumored that the Li family's ancestor might have broken through to the 6th grade. Going alone is too dangerous. How about I report it to the principal and let the school mediate? No need. Lin Ye shook his head, his gaze directed towards the Li family mansion. Some debts must be settled in person. And Lin Ye touched the battle blade on his back, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. My blade hasn't had its fill yet. That afternoon, news of Lin Ye's return and his challenge to the Li family swept across the entire imperial capital like a hurricane. Various factions were shaken. The military, the noble families, the martial arts association. All eyes were focused on the Li family mansion tonight. Some were shocked by Lin Ye's growth speed. Some mocked his arrogance. Others secretly anticipated, wanting to see if this rising genius could shake the foundation of the old prestigious families. At the Li family mansion, everyone was on high alert. All external experts had been summoned back. The family protection formation was activated to full power. The entire Li family was on edge. In the ancestral hall, Li Jintian, the head of the Li family, sat in the main seat, his face dark enough to drip water. Below him sat 7 or 8 powerful elders, all core high-ranking members of the Li family. Arrogant, simply arrogant to the extreme. A red-faced elder slammed the table and shouted angrily, "A mere beast who just broke through to the 5th grade dares to claim he will annihilate my Li family. Do you really think we are made of mud? Head, there's no need to wait for tonight. I'll take people to kill him right now. Sit down." Li Jintian coldly rebuked. Li Jinshan, a 5th grade master, was already crippled by him with a single slap. "Are you going to seek death?" The red-faced elder fell silent, sitting down reluctantly. This Lin Ye is not simple. Li Jintian took a deep breath. To return alive from the death marsh and even kill the 9-headed serpent king. Regardless of how he did it, his strength cannot be measured by common sense. Moreover, the blade he wields. A flicker of greed flashed in Li Zenshan's eyes. According to Jinshan, that blade can easily cut through protective chi and even devour flesh and blood. If I'm not mistaken, that is at least a heavenly grade divine weapon. Heavenly grade divine weapon? The elders collectively gasped, their greed no longer hidden. A heavenly grade divine weapon. That is a treasure level capable of protecting the clan. If the Li family could acquire it. Therefore tonight not only must we kill him, but we must also seize that blade. Li Zhentian stood up, emanating a terrifying aura of half-step 6th grade. Send my orders. Activate the 10,000 ghosts devouring souls formation. Request the ancestor to leave seclusion. Tonight, as long as he dares to come, let him come and never return. Yes. As night fell, midnight approached. Tonight's moonlight was dim and dark clouds concealed the stars. Outside the Li family mansion, many strong individuals had already gathered to watch the excitement. They stood on the rooftops in the distance, using telescopes or spiritual sense to monitor the movements here. He's coming, someone shouted. At the end of the street, a young man carrying a black long blade walked alone, stepping onto the shadows cast by the streetlights, approaching step by step. His pace was not fast, but with each step it seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of everyone present. Thump, thump, thump. A chilling aura rapidly spread as he drew near. Lin Ye had arrived. He stopped in front of the vermilion-colored grand door of the Li family mansion, looking up at the plaque inscribed with Jinghua Li clan. The time has come. Lin Ye took out his phone and glanced at it. Since you won't open the door to welcome me, then I will enter myself. Whoosh! The battle blade was drawn. Lin Ye held the blade with both hands, aiming it at the 5-material alloy door and the entire Li family mansion. With a single stroke, Shura Godslaying. Boom! A black blade aura over 100 meters long roared towards the Li family door like a giant black dragon. Crack! The alloy door, capable of withstanding missile strikes, was torn apart like paper. The blade aura did not diminish, directly cleaving through the front yard and the main hall, carving a bottomless trench into the ground of the Li family mansion. Dust and smoke billowed up. Alarms blared. Lin Ye, holding the blade, walked step by step through the ruins. Lin Ye, come to pay my respects to the mountain. Send the Li family on their way.